Chapter 1. The Young Lord. Poof! In a state of delirium, Kong Xian tumbled from his sickbed, a spurt of blood spraying forth to the floor beneath the bed. This blood landed precisely upon a gaping hole in an old wooden chest, gnawed by rats. Within the chest, an object became stained with his crimson essence, and instantly, a violent surge of energy erupted. With a resounding crack, the wooden chest shattered, and the bed planks flew apart, revealing a bronze treasure mirror. At that moment, a stream of bloodlight, akin to a wriggling earthworm, swiftly traversed the mysterious engravings upon the bronze mirror, as if a terrifying power within was being awakened. The red light intensified, and the bronze mirror began to rotate slowly in place. Upon the mirror, 4 grand characters were inscribed. Heaven knows, earth judges. Suddenly, the heaven knows, earth judges emitted a beam of red light, directly aimed at Kong Xian. In an instant, Kong Xian's eyes lost focus, as if he were enveloped in a haze between heaven and earth. In the primordial chaos, there was no distinction between heaven and earth, and boundless thunder and lightning reigned. Heaven has lost its morals of benevolence and righteousness. I shall slay the immortals, extinguish the saints, and devour the Buddhas. A voice echoed, shaking the heavens with unparalleled majesty. Multicolored brilliance descended from the sky, sweeping over his entire being. Bloodline heir, in this lifetime, you must not leave any regrets. That voice of supreme authority transformed instantly into a thunderclap within his mind, nearly reducing Kong Xian to dust. At that moment, a gaze, profoundly familiar, appeared before him. That gentle gaze pulled back his disintegrating consciousness. The gaze grew increasingly distant, filled with both reluctance and anticipation. It seemed to be waiting for Kong Xian, beckoning him to pursue, to unveil all the secrets. As that gaze faded into the starry sky, a beam of azure light materialized in Kong Xian's mind. The azure light transformed into an incantation, branding itself into his consciousness. After a surge of excruciating pain, Kong Xian let out a roar, clutching his head as he sat up from the ground. At that moment, his hair was disheveled, his expression one of agony and madness, resembling a lunatic. "Young master, have you fallen from the bed again? Did you hurt yourself?" Outside, in the courtyard where he was washing clothes, the old servant Kong Yud hurried towards the room upon hearing the commotion, his tone filled with helplessness. Kong Yud embraced the young master, gently patting his back. "Young master, did you have a nightmare? Alas, it has become increasingly severe. How could you dismantle the bed like this? Fear not, the old servant will stay by your side. Ever since you turned 10, my young master, the heavens manifested an anomaly, and a drop of blood fell upon you. The exceptionally gifted young master has since become like this, enduring countless humiliations. Counting the days, it has already been 5 years. Oh, young master, when will you awaken?" Kong Xian suddenly recalled everything that had transpired in the past 5 years. Instantly, his pupils regained their focus, bursting forth with raging fire. He was the heir of the Kaiping Marquis of the Dexiang dynasty. On the night of his 10th birthday, a multicolored brilliance streaked across the sky, and a drop of blood fell. Not a moment too late, it landed upon the forehead of Kong Xian, who had been gazing upward at the heavens. The heavens echoed with a heart-shaking proclamation. Heaven has lost its morals of benevolence and righteousness. From that day forth, Kong Xian had been foolish for 5 long years. Not long after, his mother succumbed to a sudden illness. His father, deeply affected, withdrew into the monastic life. Day in and day out, he recited scriptures, gazing longingly at the pagoda across the river, living as if he were a walking corpse. He completely severed ties with the mundane world, no matter how the emperor decreed or how the family pleaded. He paid no heed. The following year, he passed away in the temple. From that day on, his grandfather, Kong Muji, also fell gravely ill, retreating to the confines of his old age. Everyone claimed that Kong Xian had offended the Red Lawn Star, disrupting the family's fortune. As a result, Kong Xian gradually fell out of favor within the Kong family. Once a distinguished young lord, He was intentionally marginalized by his second uncle, transforming into a discarded scion of the family. He was expelled from the Kaiping Marquis residence. Now, he could only reside in a small courtyard where his parents had lived before their rise to prominence. Yud, I have caused you much distress over these years. Kong Xian released his tightly clenched fists and gently patted Kong Yud's sturdy back. Kong Yud had once been a loyal retainer of his father, a man who had achieved great merit in the past, once a figure of considerable standing. For these years, in order to care for him, he had endured humiliation and hardship within the Kong family. He suffered as though he were a wretched woman without hope. Young master, with your words, the old servant would gladly die. Young master, you have awakened. Kong Yud suddenly realized his excitement causing him to cup Kong Xian's face. When he saw Kong Xian's eyes no longer clouded but sparkling with gratitude, tears streamed down Kong Yud's weathered face once more. Heaven has opened its eyes. Young master, you have finally awakened. Kong Xian gazed towards the azure sky outside, his pupils constricting. Heaven may not necessarily have opened its eyes. Yet, since there is a power that has brought me back to consciousness, I am now aware of my mission. I truly sense that they're not dead. Only now, it all remains hazy, for I am far too weak. Who? What? Kong Xian's fragmented words caused Kong Yud to worry that he might fall into foolishness again. Yud, do not fret, I shall not be foolish again. Now, I'm going to find grandfather. With his assistance, I shall surely enter the Wanxian sect. I have a premonition that as I grow stronger, I will gradually unravel these secrets. I must go to the Wanxian sect. Yes, young master, the old servant will prepare water for you, so you may wash and change your clothes. The light in Kong Xian's eyes reignited new hope for his remaining life. For the first time in 5 years, Kong Yud smiled genuinely from the heart. Kong Xian's father, Kong Jianping, had once aided the emperor in conquering the south and north, establishing an extraordinary legacy. In gratitude, the emperor conferred upon Kong Jianping the title of Marquis of Kaiping, bestowing upon him the honor of 9,000 years and the blessings to his descendants, ensuring a hereditary title. The emperor also betrothed the unborn child of his most favored concubine, the Wagwifei, to the infant Kong Xian. Kong Xian's grandfather, Kong Muji, rose to prominence due to his son's achievements, holding the esteemed position of a first-rank prime minister. Kong Xian's second uncle, Kong Jianqi, enjoyed favor as a military minister due to his brother's influence. At that time, the Kong family flourished, wielding immense power in the court. However, such glory was not to last. With the onset of that calamity, everything changed. The Kaiping Marquis residence. The household servants, upon seeing the mad young Lord Kong Xian, could not help but smirk and tease him as they usually did. Step aside. This young lord is the heir of the Kaiping Marquis. Do you dare obstruct my return home? Do you wish to die? Kong Xian did not deign to argue with such insolent servants. With hands clasped behind his back, he strode forth with an imposing demeanor. As he made his way inside, numerous lowly servants attempted to vex him. Yet today, Kong Xian exuded an innate aura befitting a young marquis, causing these servants to dare not approach. Kong Xian is truly majestic today. He bears a striking resemblance to the Lord's former grandeur. Could it be that the young master has truly improved? Alas, what good is it to improve now? The old prime minister grows weaker by the day. In the future, it will still be the second lord who calls the shots. His fate is truly pitiful. Grandfather, by the sickbed. The maid Zijuan, upon hearing this exclamation, appeared as if she had seen a ghost. Is the mad young master back? Kong Xian coldly declared, all of you step back. I wish to speak with my grandfather. No one is to disturb us. Understood. Kong Xian observed Kong Muji on the sickbed, his eyes clouded, nearly extinguished, and on the brink of death. Jianping. Kong Muji suddenly grasped his hand. His murky eyes brimmed with tears. Jianping, my son, I have longed for you. You have finally returned. Kong Xian, mistaken for his father, felt his heart soften. The resentment he had harbored towards him diminished significantly. Grandfather, Kong Xian. Kong Muji's expression turned sorrowful and compassionate. Xianer, you have grown. Where is your father, Jianping? I have wronged you both. Kong Xian, remove your filthy hands." At that moment, a furious rebuke echoed from the doorway. His second uncle, Kong Jinshi, along with his two sons, Kong Yong and Kong Liang, stormed in with a throng of people. Kong Jinshi scolded the household servants. "How many times have I instructed you? A beggar seeking alms should be sent away with 2 taels of silver. How dare you allow this fool to enter my marquee residence? If you startle the old prime minister, how many of your heads will suffice?" Kong Xian coldly inquired, "Given that grandfather is in such a critical condition, have you summoned a physician?" Seeing Kong Xian seemingly regain his senses, Kong Jianqi's eyes flickered with suspicion. His brow furrowed, momentarily at a loss for words. His son, Kong Yong, interjected, "Kong Xian, you are being rude. Why did you not address my father as second uncle upon seeing him? We are certainly taking care of grandfather's illness. It is not your place to speak." Kong Liang added, "Indeed, even if we summoned the best physicians in the city, including the imperial doctors, what difference does it make? Why must you act the filial grandson? Are you not here simply for money? Take an extra 500 taels and leave at once." All the resources of the Kaiping marquee residence and the Kong family were now monopolized by this father-son duo. To contend with them was akin to striking a stone with an egg. Initially, he had hoped to rely on his grandfather, but Kong Muji was already gravely ill. Realizing this, he turned away without a backward glance, striding towards the exit. As he passed by Kong Liang, he suddenly halted, declaring, "Hand it over." "What?" Kong Liang was taken aback. Kong Xian stated, "The 500 taels of silver you mentioned." Kong Jinshi and his two sons exchanged glances, revealing their contempt for Kong Xian. After all, he was not his father. Kong Jianpain, what did it matter if he had regained his wits? His father was a revered figure, while he was but a worthless wretch. In the end, he was merely a beggar seeking a few taels of silver. Why had he frightened himself earlier? Especially Kong Jinshi, who felt as if he had been reassured. Kong Liang produced a silver note and declared, "Take this 1,000 taels. I, the young master, do not wish to see you for the next 3 months. Depart and keep your distance." Chapter 2. The Exquisite Celestial Herb at the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Although the Rare Treasures Pavilion operates amidst the bustling streets of the capital, it is shrouded in an air of mystery. This establishment exclusively sells extraordinary treasures from across the realm. Should a mere mortal wish to gaze upon its wonders, a fee of 1,000 taels of silver is required for entry. Kong Xian paid the silver ticket and strode confidently into the pavilion, inquiring at once, "Excuse me, do you have the 7 treasures heart-protecting pill here?" The shop assistant, noticing that despite his tattered attire, he exuded an air of nobility, hesitated and replied, "I apologize, young master, but we do not sell such pills here. I have not even heard of the medicine you mentioned." Kong Xian nodded, realizing he would have to rely on his own means. With that, he made his way directly to the display case of spiritual herbs: fire dragon grass, calming spirit fruit, snow spirit ganoderma. Various rare herbs were encased under glass on the counter, with price tags ranging from dozens to hundreds of spiritual stones. Spiritual stones, harvested from the treasures of nature, contain the vital energy sought by cultivators and are a hard currency, with a conversion rate of 1 to 1,000 when exchanged for silver. The prices of these herbs were far beyond the means of ordinary individuals. Kong Xian's attention was drawn to another section, where several large winnowing baskets displayed a haphazard assortment of spiritual herbs. Akin to a farmer selling vegetables, these herbs, either due to improper harvesting, inadequate preservation, or inferior quality, appeared as mere rejects. Some were dehydrated and shriveled, while others bore underdeveloped fruits, all deemed second-rate. A price tag beside the baskets read, 2 plants for 1 stone. After observing for a moment, a glint of cunning flashed in Kong Xian's eyes. "Excuse me, could you please summon the manager?" "Yes." Moments later, the assistant returned with a jovial, rotund man clad in fine garments, saying, "Young master, this is our manager Liu." Manager Liu Wenxin had recently been promoted to this position and was eager to make a mark in his new role. Upon hearing of a potential business opportunity, he hurried over to meet the customer. Liu Wenxin immediately discerned Kong Xian's extraordinary temperament and, with a courteous bow, said, "Young master, I am here to personally assist you. These spiritual herbs are of subpar quality and do not befit your status. There are superior herbs available in the back. Allow me to show you. Kong Xian replied directly. Manager Liu, your herbs displayed here are going unsold. After some time, their appearance will deteriorate further, rendering them worthless and destined for disposal. Instead, I shall generously offer to purchase them all today. You provide me with a fair price, and it will count as a small achievement for you, wouldn't it? Young master, you are indeed magnanimous. Liu Wenxin, unable to fathom Kong Xian's intentions behind purchasing these inferior herbs, nonetheless found his reasoning sound. Thus, he said, in that case, you may take them all for the price of 9 spiritual stones. Kong Xian meticulously inspected the assortment. There are a total of 21 varieties here, but these few are truly too poor in quality, likely lacking even half their medicinal efficacy, that I can offer a maximum of 7 spiritual stones. Manager Liu recognized that several of the herbs resembled dried vegetables, and he admired Kong Xian's shrewdness. This young master possessed both a grand demeanor and a keen eye for detail, but he felt a newfound respect. Such a person, aware of the value of negotiation, was a rarity, unlike those frivolous spendthrifts who squandered gold without thought. Very well, I shall accede to your request. Consider it the beginning of our friendship. He then inquired, may I have the honor of knowing your esteemed surname? My surname is Kong, and I am the young master of the Kaiping Marquet. I in the Daxiang dynasty. The Kong surname, renowned for Kong Jianping, does not require the modesty of no need to mention my humble name. Ah, so you are the young master of the Marquette. Manager Liu, having passed by the Kaiping Marquette on his first visit to the capital, was impressed, as the estate was built to the standards of a royal palace. His respect for Kong Xian deepened. The shop assistant, nimble and efficient, prepared the package. Tomorrow afternoon, I shall send someone to deliver the payment. Kong Xian smiled as he took the bundle of herbs and made to leave. Young master, our policy at the Rare Treasures Pavilion is strict. We do not allow credit. Please do not put me in a difficult position. Kong Xian, with a playful smile, responded, how could I, a young marquis, possibly incur debt? I simply rushed out today without my silver ticket. How about this? Allow me to leave my hereditary token with you as collateral. This is a gift from the emperor, a priceless treasure. Tomorrow afternoon, I shall send someone to settle the account, along with the reward. With that, Kong Xian tossed the Kaiping Marquisite's token toward Manager Liu, striding away without awaiting a response. Upon returning to his small courtyard, he asked, Uncle Da, how much do we currently have at our disposal? Young master, for the past few years, the Kong residence has only allocated 50 taels to us each month. After being frugal, we still have 1,800 taels remaining. Hearing this, Kong Xian frowned. That is far too little. After a moment's contemplation, he opened a hidden compartment behind a painting on the wall and retrieved several gold bars. Young master, what are these? These 4 gold bars were left by my father, in case I face misfortune. Alas, I never thought I would have to use them today. Kong Xian stated plainly, these 4 gold bars are worth 20,000 taels. Take them to the Rare Treasures Pavilion and exchange them for 20 spiritual stones. Understood. Although Kong Yud was unaware of his young master's intentions, he was filled with excitement and promptly set about his task. Before long, he returned with the spiritual stones. Kong Xian dismissed Kong Yud, secured the door, and took out the heavenly knowledge and earthly witness. Within the azure script in his mind lay several secret arts, one of which detailed the function of the heavenly knowledge and earthly witness. This treasure could reconstruct the time of any item placed within, elevating it to its highest quality. Kong Xian took out the dragon scale grass, which resembled a dried vegetable, and placed it inside the treasure. He then inserted a spiritual stone, anxiously rubbing his hands together in anticipation of the transformation. Suddenly, the spiritual stone liquefied, filling the entire treasure, resembling an ancient mirror used for grooming. Following this, a blue light, akin to a divine dragon, danced within the treasure until it emitted a gentle hum. Ding! As the spiritual energy dissipated, a radiant dragon scale grass stood upright within the treasure. The stem of the herb was elegantly twisted, adorned with 9 deep green leaves whose edges shimmered with a faint golden hue, resembling dragon scales. At the top, a splendid purple flower bloomed, its petals unfurling like dragon wings in a graceful dance. This exquisite celestial herb stood a full foot tall, glistening with dew, swaying gently like a bashful maiden. Who would believe it had once been a withered remnant with merely 4 leaves, measuring no more than 4 inches? The quality of this herb was clearly that of a secret treasure, flourishing in a secluded mountain paradise, guarded by mystical beasts, coveted by cultivators in a frenzy. Kong Xian held it in his hands. Feeling the lush spiritual energy, the crystalline spiritual liquid, and the ethereal radiance, he could not help but exclaim inwardly, "Magnificent! With the heavenly knowledge and earthly witness in my possession, success is assured. If I use the dragon scale grass as the main ingredient and combine it with 6 other medicinal herbs, I can refine the 7 treasures heart-protecting pill. This pill, when consumed by cultivators, can dispel 100 toxins, heal severe wounds, and stabilize their cultivation. For mere mortals, it not only cures all ailments, but also extends their lifespan by 3 to 5 years. The assortment of inferior herbs I purchased today contains all 7 necessary ingredients for the 7 treasures heart-protecting pill. As the heavenly knowledge and earthly witness glimmered with radiant light, the various withered herbs seemed to undergo a temporal refinement, redeveloping and growing anew, attaining their highest quality. Should anyone witness this scene, they would surely be left speechless. The appearance of these 7 herbs was such that even a single one would be valued at over 100 spiritual stones. Not only would such quality be a treasure worth killing for among ordinary folks, but it would also be a significant asset even to cultivators. Kong Xian wasted no time and proceeded directly to the second step of alchemy. Chapter 3. The 7 Treasures Heart-Protecting Pill. Within the Azure script, the Honglu Sutra is a comprehensive method of alchemy. Kong Xian used the treasure as a cauldron, placing all the herbs inside and invoking the method. Utilizing the treasure's inherent power, he began the refining process. This was the foundational alchemical method of the first layer of the Honglu Sutra, relying solely on external spiritual artifacts for stimulation. Capable of only basic efficacy, refined higher-tier spiritual medicines and celestial pills, there would be greater demands placed on Kong Xian in terms of his own spiritual energy and external divine fire, making it a more complex endeavor. After a tense night, 9 pills were successfully refined within the treasure. However, these pills varied in size, color, and shape, lacking any luster. If a master alchemist were present, they would surely lament and chastise Kong Xian for wasting such exceptional herbs. To produce such a batch of inferior pills from those 7 exquisite spiritual herbs was a travesty. Nevertheless, for Kong Xian's first attempt at alchemy, he considered himself fortunate to have achieved such results. What did it matter if the appearance was lacking? I possessed the heavenly knowledge and earthly witness. Filled with excitement, Kong Xian carefully placed a spiritual stone beside the pills. This time, the spiritual stone dissipated. Yet the pills remained unresponsive. Could it be that the spiritual stone was insufficient? Reluctantly, he placed another stone. Still, no change occurred. The stakes were now on the table, and there was no pulling back. He could only continue to invest, lest his previous efforts be in vain. By the time he placed the 7th stone, he felt a pang of regret. Just then, a transformation finally occurred. The azure light within the treasure surged once more. The 9 pills within glimmered with golden radiance, resembling precious golden pearls. Kong Xian rejoiced. The 7 Treasures Heart-Protecting Pill is complete. Although this pill was of a lower tier, its quality could be deemed superior. Only masters of alchemy from renowned sects could produce pills that maximally harnessed their efficacy. Moreover, this was not merely a medicine. It represented his future. Kong Xian glanced at the sky, which was just beginning to brighten, gathered his pills, and made his way back to the market. As he peeked out from a nearby alley, he quickly withdrew, for the entrance of the Kaiping Marquise was in an uproar. Open your eyes. This is the Kaiping Marquise, a place of imperial decree. I implore you to cease your incessant clamoring if you wish to live. Our esteemed young master has never set foot in your esteemed Jinshi pavilion. If you seek to extort us, do so in another locale. What significance does a mere marquis's residence hold? The influence backing our Jinshi pavilion reaches the heavens, far beyond your comprehension. Do you dare to evade your debts with us? Absolutely not. Today, we possess irrefutable evidence, and your Marquis's household must provide us with a satisfactory explanation. Hand over the money without delay." On one side stood the servants of the Kong residence, while on the other were the employees of Jinshi Pavilion. The two factions clashed incessantly at the entrance of the Marquis's abode. It transpired that Yao Jinshui, the manager from the second floor of Jinshi Pavilion, was on good terms with the second uncle, Kong Jinshi. Aware that Kong Xian was a fool and had already been expelled from the Marquis's estate, he seized the opportunity to assist Kong Jinshi in eliminating Kong Xian. The primary aim was to assert dominance over the newly appointed manager. Lu Wenxin, Kong Xian had stealthily entered the Marquis's residence through the back door. The commotion at the front startled the household staff, allowing Kong Xian to avoid detection. Familiar with the layout, he swiftly arrived at Kong Muji's quarters. Seizing the moment when a maid sent a servant to fetch water, he barged into the room. "Why are you here again?" Upon seeing him, Ziju immediately recalled the second master's instructions and hurried outside to deliver the news. "Quickly, someone come. Kong Xian is back. Inform the second master at once." Kong Xian paid no heed to these ignorant servants who treated him like a thief. "Grandfather, the medicine has arrived." He approached the sickbed and helped Kong Muji sit up, producing the seven treasures heart-protecting pill and placing it in his mouth. Just then, the uproar grew louder, the group now intruding into the Marquis's backyard. Such disgraceful behavior. This wretched scoundrel, Kong Xian, dares to flaunt the Kong family's name while defrauding others. He has amassed a significant debt at Jinshi Pavilion. Although he bears the Kong surname, he has long been cast out by the family. Now, he shamelessly commits such acts and must bear the consequences alone. His arrival is timely. He has come to steal from my residence. Manager Yao, while we are close friends, I shall not protect you in this matter. It is only right that debts are repaid. Shortly, I shall hand Kong Xian over to you. Do with him as you please. The Kong family will not interfere. Kong Jinshi's voice rang out above the cacophony, the most piercing among them. The group had already reached the entrance of the backyard. Kong Jinshi whispered, "Everyone, my father is resting inside. Please halt your progress. I have just been informed by a servant that Kong Xian is within. I shall enact justice upon him. Kong Liang, take your men inside and seize him. Who dares to disturb my grandfather's rest?" Kong Xian's cold scoff resonated as he appeared at the door, standing with arms crossed, his gaze frosty. The approaching crowd, upon witnessing his demeanor, revealed disdain. Tio faced death yet maintained such arrogance. Kong Jinshi thundered, "You little wretch! Just yesterday, I dispatched 1,000 taels to you. What business do you have at my Marquis's estate today? Indeed, I suspect he has come not to steal, but to rob. Could it be that he aims to drive our grandfather to his grave to claim a share of the inheritance? Truly, the spawn of a demon and a witch. How utterly shameless! The family fortune of the Kong clan shall never fall to him. Once a fool, now a beggar. How revolting!" Kong Yong and Kong Liang took turns hurling insults, eager to demean and mock. Kong Xian coldly admonished, "Silence. This is the residence of the Marquis of Kaiping, and I am the heir. The rightful young Marquis. What right do you have to bark like dogs in my home? Once you have had your fill, be gone." "Preposterous," Kong Jinshi retorted. "The title of Marquis of Kaiping is mine by right. In the grand realm of the Song dynasty, there exists a precedent for a younger brother succeeding the elder. My elder brother, Kong Jianping, is no longer in this world. Thus, I, Kong Jinshi, shall inherit the title. You, a mere bastard born of a witch, presume to call yourself young Marquis." Kong Xian's eyes blazed with fury. "How dare you speak his name?" Kong Liang interjected, "Father, brother, there is no need for idle chatter. Seize Kong Xian at once." With that, he led 8 household servants to take action. Kong Xian immediately retorted, "I dare anyone to lay a hand on me." Kong Jinshi coldly declared, "Today, I shall not only deal with you, but Jinshi Pavilion shall also dismember you to settle the score. Let me be frank, today marks your end." Audacious, a voice filled with wrath resounded from within the room, booming like thunder. The old prime minister, Kong Muji, emerged, his face radiant, vitality coursing through him, his gait steady and strong, a stark contrast to a dying man. That he stepped forward, subtly shielding Kong Xian behind him. Heavens, am I seeing things? Is that truly the old prime minister? Was he not on the brink of death? How could he possibly be well again? Is this not a case of fleeting vitality? The crowd stood dumbfounded at the sight of Kong Muji. Whispered conversations filled the air. Kong Jianqi's face flushed crimson, rendered speechless. "Father, what is the meaning of this?" Kong Muji glared at him, roaring, "You insolent wretch, to bring outsiders into our home and create a ruckus. Who taught you such insolence?" He then pointed at Kong Yong and Kong Liang, scolding, "And you two worthless fools, how dare you publicly insult your elder brother, Kong Xian? This is a disgrace to our family. I shall cast you out of the Kong family and send you to the frontiers." Chapter 4. Xianer truly has potential. Kong Jianqi trembled with fear, hastily kicking his sons, scolding, "What are you standing there for? Do you not see that you have angered your grandfather? Hurry, slap yourselves and beg for his forgiveness." "Grandfather, we spoke out of turn. Please forgive us." The two quickly knelt, desperately slapping their own faces in supplication. Kong Muji remarked, "You should be pleading for your elder brother's forgiveness. Brother Kong Xian, we were wrong. Please forgive us." They exchanged glances, realizing their grandfather was furious and could only comply. Deep down, they wished to tear Kong Xian to shreds. While slapping their faces, they begged for mercy from Kong Xian. Kong Xian, witnessing their public humiliation, could not be bothered. "Grandfather, you've only just recovered. Why have you come out so soon? Be cautious not to catch a chill." Kong Muji looked at him, his eyes filled with gratitude. "Xianer, my dear grandson, it is thanks to your miraculous medicine that I have recovered. I am now in better spirits than I was 5 years ago. You truly have made something of yourself. Your skills are increasingly reminiscent of your father. I'm so glad you are back. I miss you dearly. From now on, stay at home. I wish to see you every day." These words left the room in stunned silence. Just moments ago, Kong Xian had been regarded as the family's outcast. Even the servants had not deemed him worthy of respect. In the blink of an eye, he had saved the old prime minister and thank you. Esteemed elder, upon hearing the name of Zhuge, Yao Jinshui was utterly terrified, akin to a grave illness, beads of cold sweat streaming down his brow. For merely a few thousand taels of silver, if you're to offend the highest echelons of society, it would be a most foolish endeavor. Should Zhuge come to learn of this, the consequences would be utterly unbearable. Suddenly, Kong Xian grasped Lu Zhonggui's arm, inquiring, "Do you accept premium spiritual herbs?" Lu Zhonggui replied, "Young lord, as long as you possess fine goods, I shall ensure you receive the most equitable price." Kong Xian smiled. "Very well. Then next time I have a lucrative venture, I shall seek you out. To serve the young lord is a great fortune for me. Now, you all may disperse." Yes, once the outsiders had departed, within the study of the Marca residence, Kong Muji sat solemnly in his armchair, gazing at Kong Xian, lost in a sea of emotion. These past years, confined to his bed, he had grown increasingly muddled with age. When they had expelled Kong Xian from their home, he had not intervened. Upon reflection, he realized how deeply he had wronged Kong Xian. At this moment, all he desired was to make amends. "Xianer, now that you have saved your grandfather, what would you like me to promise you? Speak freely. I shall grant you whatever I can." Kong Xian hastily replied, "Grandfather, I will speak candidly. I have heard that the Wuxian sect enrolls disciples every 5 years. Does our Kong family have a spot this year? I hope you can grant me this opportunity, for I wish to join the Wuxian sect." Upon hearing this, Kong Muji sighed, "Xianer, I did not anticipate your lofty aspirations to become a cultivator. You are truly just like your father in his youth." He was about to nod in agreement when suddenly Kong Jianqi exclaimed, "Father, this is absolutely out of the question." Kong Xian cast a cold glance at him. Kong Jianqi explained, "Father, you are unaware. The Wuxian sect's recruitment of outer disciples this time is far more stringent than in previous years. Ordinarily, our Kong family could directly recommend a disciple, but as you know, the current situation is dire. Now, the 4 great families of the capital, Kong, Chao, Yan, and Hua, combined have but a single outer disciple qualification. Last month, I conferred with the other 3 family heads. In the future, we shall hold a tournament to select the victor who will be sent to the Wuxian sect as a disciple. Both Kong Xian and Kong Muji displayed expressions of astonishment upon hearing this. Furthermore, the matter of recommending disciples to the Wuxian sect is closely tied to the family's fortune. Young and Liang have diligently trained over the years, each possessing formidable martial skills. With only a month until the tournament, it is only natural that we select the most exceptional disciple for the sake of our family's interests. He continued. Moreover, the little princess, Xiaowei, has a notable affection for Liang. Should Liang emerge victorious, he could not only join the esteemed mountain, but also take Princess Xiaowei as his bride. At that time, our Kong family could indeed reclaim its former glory. Father, I implore you to reconsider. Upon hearing this, Kong Muji furrowed his brow deeply, that he thought to himself. The date for the tournament among the four great families is fast approaching. However, Xian'er has only just regained consciousness. Is it fair to send him into battle untrained? Over these years, I have already wronged Kong Xian too much. If not for his magnanimity, I would still be bedridden, waiting for death in a state of delirium. Today, I must support Kong Xian to the end. He slammed the armrest, rising decisively. For Xian'er, I shall boldly present myself at the Wuxian sect, even if I must kneel and beg. I will obtain a spot for him. Once these words were uttered, the Kong family members were left in a state of shock. Only Kong Xian's eyes glinted with a hint of cunning. Grandfather, since it has been decided that we shall hold the tournament, I shall participate. You need not trouble yourself over this matter. Instead, I would like to make a different request. Kong Muji, seeing Kong Xian's reasonableness, was filled with excitement. Very well, Xian'er, whatever it is, just say the word, and your grandfather shall grant it. Kong Xian replied, I want 200,000 taels. 200,000 taels. Chapter 5. A favorable bargain. More demands for money. Kong Yong and Kong Liang exchanged glances. This amount equaled their combined extravagant expenditures for an entire year. Kong Xian, oh Kong Xian, I had thought you possessed true grit, wishing to seek the path of cultivation. In truth, you merely wished to maneuver for a share of the family fortune. How naive I was to hold you in such high regard. You have truly fallen into the clutches of greed. Nevertheless, to ask for such a sum outright, it would be a wonder if your grandfather agrees. Prepare to be scolded. The disdain was evident on their faces as they braced themselves for the spectacle. To their surprise, Kong Muji's gaze softened. Xian'er, your grandfather agrees. He did not wish to inquire. What do you suddenly need so much money for? After all, this was a debt the Kong family owed him. Kong Muji grasped Kong Xian's hand, declaring, from today onward, the Yangxin Pavilion shall once again be your residence. Grandfather, where will I reside then? Kong Yong's anxiety surged upon hearing this. The Yangxin Pavilion had always been the dwelling of the Kong family's eldest grandson, Kong Xian. However, in recent years it had been occupied by Kong Yong. How could he bear to relinquish what he had already tasted? Kong Muji retorted, dare you speak back? If you utter another word, I shall cast you out of the Kong family. Go find a place to live outside. In any case, the tournament is but a month away. You all must take heed. Kong Jianxi, infuriated, clenched his fists, unable to speak. His father was being too biased. Previously, he had favored Kong Jianping, and now he was favoring Kong Xian. Were the three of them not enough to show their filial piety? Had he known it would come to this, he should have eradicated Kong Xian back then. Otherwise, how would things have reached this point? In the back courtyard of the Marca residence, within the Yangxin Pavilion, Kong Yud gazed at the familiar courtyard, tears of excitement welling in his eyes. Young master, I never imagined I would see the day I accompany you home. You truly possess remarkable abilities. I bow to you. Next, I must focus on preparing for the tournament. There will be many secrets that must not leak. You must ensure that no servants arranged by the residents enter Yangxin Pavilion. We need to hire new maids, scribes, and attendants from outside. Kong Yud replied, understood. No one from the Kong family can be trusted. This 200,000 taels shall be entrusted to you for household expenses. From today onward, spend freely. There is no need to be frugal. Go and take care of it. Yes, to achieve a meteoric rise in martial prowess within a mere month, surpassing the scions of the other three great families who had trained tirelessly under the guidance of masters, was nearly an insurmountable task. Time was of the essence, and not a moment could be wasted. After giving his instructions, Kong Xian immediately headed to the Jinxi Pavilion. In his childhood, his parents had held him in their laps, recounting many extraordinary tales from the martial world. For instance, the martial arts practitioner traverses 5 realms of cultivation: muscles and bones. Techniques, hard and soft, divine power, and dominance body. The strength of muscles and bones forms the foundation of martial arts. As the saying goes, if the bones are soft, the muscles are numb. If the muscles are exhausted, strength is depleted. Therefore, the first realm of muscles and bones plays a decisive role in the future development of a martial artist. The second realm is called techniques. Intricate techniques can unleash the full power of muscles and bones, yielding remarkable combat effects. Thus, whenever a secret manual like the Evil Dissolving Sword Manual emerges, it incites fierce competition among the world's top masters, leading to bloodshed. The third realm of hard and soft emphasizes the integration of both forces. Hard and soft harmonize. One's arms can perform the grandest feats, and a palm devoid of techniques can surpass those with techniques. Masters who reach this level of hard and soft are already unparalleled in the martial world. The fourth realm of divine power signifies absolute explosive force. A single palm can unleash the earth-shattering might of a dragon or elephant, so overwhelming that all techniques and forces crumble before it. The fifth realm is dominance body. This stage. One is akin to a semi-divine being, impervious to the blades and swords of ordinary people. In the great Song dynasty of the East, there was a monk who, faced with the combined might of 4 top masters, remained unfazed. However, the 5 realms of martial arts are not the end. If one is fortunate enough, one can shatter the void by harnessing one's own martial arts and internal strength. One can draw upon the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to open the internal Dantian Sea. Only then does one truly embark upon the golden elixir path. This is the path Kong Xian wishes to tread. He had learned that Kong Yong and Kong Liang had invested considerable resources to apprentice under Master Xiaomei and the Cold-Faced Swordsman, both of whom were renowned masters of the techniques realm. The Kong family was already making such efforts. The other 3 families likely spared no expense in their secret endeavors. Having wasted 5 years, Kong Xian's physical condition was now far inferior. Even his muscles and bones could not compare to an ordinary practitioner. To dominate the arena and emerge victorious seemed an insurmountable challenge. To achieve this, he would require at least 3 conditions: elixirs to alter his physique, astonishing manuals to surpass the competition, and a relentless pursuit of practice. However, there was still time, and opportunities remained. To join the Wuxin sect, he must win at any cost in this upcoming tournament. Young lord, you have arrived. Please take a seat and enjoy some tea. Lu Zhangge, upon seeing Kong Xian's arrival, rushed over with a beaming smile. Let us keep a low profile. Kong Xian smiled and waved his hand, proceeding directly to the inner counter to evade prying eyes. Lu Zhangge, I am in a hurry. Let us skip the tea. First, help me assess the value of this spiritual herb. Kong Xian spoke as he opened the woven trunk he had brought. Lu Zhangge, well aware of his temperament, refrained from pleasantries and directly donned a pair of pristine silk gloves to carefully accept the spiritual herb handed to him. Instantly, Lu Zhangge stood up, exclaiming, Yao Guang grass? Oh, this specimen is extraordinary. The herb in his hand boasted heart-shaped leaves, a vibrant emerald hue, smooth as jade, with clearly visible veins, under the flickering candlelight in the shop. The leaves seemed to shimmer with a faint glow, evoking a dreamlike sensation. The most captivating feature was the flower of the Yao Guang grass. When it bloomed, it was as pure as snow, with 5 delicate petals that floated gracefully like soft clouds. The edges of the petals displayed a subtle pink tint, adding a touch of bashfulness. To the center, a cluster of golden stamens quivered slightly, as if whispering a secret. Lu Zhangge remarked, Yao Guang grass is native to the illusory Moon Mountain 3,000 miles away, and while it is not particularly rare, a complete specimen can fetch 30 spirit stones. However, his tones suddenly intensified, and an insatiable desire ignited in his eyes. If this grass were to bloom, each petal would triple its efficacy, making it worth 100 spirit stones apiece. In all my years in this trade, I have never seen a specimen with more than 4 petals. Yet this one has 5, reaching perfection. Its quality is unparalleled. We cannot simply value it at 500 spirit stones. Upon hearing this, a glimmer of greed flickered in Kong Xian's eyes. Lu Zhonggui continued, "Young Master Xiao, our Jinshi Pavilion operates with transparent pricing, and our rules are quite clear. We will purchase this Yao Guang grass at 80% of the display price. After my assessment, its market value could reach as high as 1,500 spirit stones, and as it happens, I have a buyer ready. I am willing to offer you 1,200. Recognizing that Lu Zhonggui was not attempting to deceive him, Kong Xian readily handed over the trunk, confident that Lu Zhonggui was indeed fair. "I also possess a few other varieties. Do take a look." Lu Zhonggui opened the trunk, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. "Exceptional. They are all of the highest quality, while the spiritual herbs Kong Xian had brought were not particularly rare in terms of variety. Their quality was unprecedented in Lu Zhonggui's years of experience. Zhuge Luzhu had issued an order the day before, as the city was preparing for martial arts competitions with several prominent figures arriving. He instructed the managers to procure high-quality spiritual herbs to meet the demands of these distinguished guests. With the herbs brought by Kong Xian, Lu Zhonggui had already exceeded his quota. Rubbing his hands together in excitement, he exclaimed, "Young Master Xiao, you're truly my lucky star. Altogether, these herbs amount to 3,400 spirit stones. Rest assured, the scales will be accurate." Kong Xian couldn't help but lick his lips. Before leaving, he had worried about not having enough spirit stones and had borrowed 200,000 taels from his grandfather. It seemed he had overthought the situation. He had not anticipated that the spiritual herbs catalyzed by Tianjidi Jian would fetch such a splendid price. However, when it comes to wealth, the more the merrier. Not in a hurry to settle the account, Kong Xian inquired, "Lu Zhonggui, do you have any cultivation techniques available?" Chapter 6. Preparations against rival families. Though the Qing Ziju in Kong Xian's mind was remarkable, it lacked a method for cultivation. This was one of the key reasons for his visit to Jinshi Pavilion. Lu Zhonggui looked troubled. "Young Master Xiao, to be candid, our Jinshi Pavilion primarily caters to cultivators. We have various techniques, elixirs, and magical treasures. However, our ironclad rules prohibit the sale of these items to mortals, so we collectively claim to have none. That if you are genuinely interested, once you join a cultivation sect in the future, it will be much easier to purchase what you seek." Kong Xian pressed further, "What about martial arts manuals for mortals? The shelf in that corner shouldn't violate any rules, right? Young Master Xiao, please follow me." After a moment of contemplation, Lu Zhonggui led Kong Xian up the staircase reserved for cultivators. Halfway up the stairs, at a corner, there was a small shelf over a foot wide. "Young Master, here are the martial arts manuals for mortals." As Kong Xian gazed at the few manuals on the shelf, his eyes glimmered with greed. Suddenly, a bolder idea sprang to mind. He wondered if placing the martial arts manuals in a Tianjidi Jian would yield any unforeseen changes. With this thought, he felt a surge of excitement. Eager to purchase all the manuals at once that moment, a group of individuals descended the stairs. "Zhuge Luzhu, please keep an eye out for the Yao Guang grass. The heir of the Chao family requires this herb to aid his cultivation breakthrough to the divine power realm. That I am placing my full trust in you. Ling Ding, you are far too invested in the children's arena. Long Mei Dao Yu, are you still mocking me? You've stayed with the Hua family for so long. How many have you taught? I've heard the heir of the Hua family is on the brink of achieving the body dominance realm." "Haha, that's Hua Yingjia, a prodigy with incredible talent. What can I do? Alas, I must ensure that Chao Qing does not fall too far behind. I must return and impart some unique skills to him. You must remember, do not break the rules. Some things are absolutely forbidden to teach." "Indeed, the same goes for you." The group exuded an ethereal presence, their garments flowing gracefully as if they were celestial beings. They passed by Kong Xian without a glance, completely unaware of the mortals standing before the martial arts manual shelf. Kong Xian overheard their conversation, and his heart raced. The Ling Ding and Long Mei Dao, who could ascend to the third floor, along with Zhuge Luzhu, must be highly skilled cultivators. If the other three families also had such individuals secretly imparting their knowledge, the challenge of winning the martial arts competition would far exceed his expectations. At that moment, the second-floor manager, Yao Jinxue, poked his head out from behind the railing to see the commotion. Spotting Kong Xian on the staircase, he recalled their previous unpleasant encounter and scolded, "Lu Wenxin, how could you bring a mortal up to the second floor? That is against the rules." Lu Zhonggui replied, "Look closely. We are merely at the corner of the stairs and have not ascended. Yao Jinshui, unable to find fault, ambled over with a smirk. Isn't this the young master of the Kong family? Here to select martial arts manuals. Do you not know that others have experts guiding them step by step? Ha, you've been foolish for 5 years. You can't just grasp at straws like this. Do you think buying a couple of manuals will make you victorious? How naive, Kong Xian retorted coldly. How I choose to decide is not for you to dictate. Lu Xinwen quickly interjected. Mind your manners. Young Master Xiao is our esteemed guest. Yao Jinshui sneered. Esteemed guest? Have you lost your mind? Does he even deserve that title? Just then, Zhuge Luzhu returned after seeing off his guests. Frowning, what is all this commotion? How unseemly for the guests to witness. Yao Jinshui bowed his head, reporting to the Luzhu, Lu Wenxin is neglecting his duties, and I am reprimanding him. Lu Zhonggui countered Luzhu, I am assisting our esteemed guest in selecting merchandise. While manager, Yao has insulted him, showing ill intent. Yao Jinshui laughed, ha, esteemed guest, you have truly never seen gold before, mistaking a pile of dog waste for treasure. He is merely a discarded son of a wealthy family, with no chance of winning in the martial arts arena. So what future could he possibly have? How can he be considered an esteemed guest? Lu Zhonggui, unwilling to waste words with him, prepared to present the spiritual herbs. Luzhu, young master Xiao has brought exceptional spiritual herbs. I was just about to ask for your opinion. Hold on. Exceptional? Do you even know what exceptional means? Yao Jinshui interjected, stepping forward to take out a spiritual herb from his storage bag. This Yao Guang grass was of decent quality, and more impressively, it had bloomed with 2 petals. Yao Jinshui's confidence came from this herb, which he had painstakingly obtained from a friend. He scoffed. Only Yao Guang grass that blooms with 2 petals can be considered exceptional. Lu Wenxin, have you learned your lesson? Indeed, it was quite impressive. Zhuge Luzhu nodded appreciatively upon seeing the Yao Guang grass. In the Jinshi Pavilion, opportunities to acquire high-quality spiritual herbs were rare, and obtaining one that bloomed was quite a feat. Coincidentally, the Lingdang was seeking top-tier Yao Guang grass. With this specimen, it was as if a pillow was conveniently offered to someone wanting to sleep. Haha, if 2 petals are considered exceptional, then what about 5 petals? Lu Zhonggui's comment caused Zhuge Luzhu to frown slightly. A radiant light flickered as he took out the Yao Guang grass he had just received from Kong Xian. Luzhu, please take a look. This is the true exceptional Yao Guang grass. This specimen's spiritual energy, brilliance, form, and petals were all perfect from every angle. Remarkably, it had bloomed to perfection, producing 5 petals. Placing the 2 Yao Guang grasses side by side for comparison was like contrasting a village widow with a celestial maiden descending from the heavens. The villagers had once considered the widow to be flawless, but under the dazzling radiance of the celestial being, she instantly became an inconsequential passerby. In this moment of comparison, Yao Jinshui's 2-petal specimen appeared utterly worthless. Akin to scraps, as the saying goes. In comparison, one must perish. In comparison, one must discard. Zhuge Luzhu's expression changed drastically. Not only was he stunned, but even Yao Jinshui could not help but exclaim, Heavens, 5 petals? Where did this come from? Did I not mention it? Lu Xinwen's face gleamed with gratitude as he gazed at Kong Xian, acknowledging the kindness of the young marquis. In the heart of Zhuge, a sense of trepidation grew ever more palpable. This was the capital of the great Xiang dynasty, surrounded by the mundane lives of commoners, where spiritual herbs were exceedingly rare. Such exquisite specimens would be a coveted rarity even in the most secluded celestial mountains. The guests who had arrived today were unworthy of such fine treasures. He could easily hand them over to the main pavilion for the alchemists of the grand sections. Yao Jinshui, witnessing this, gritted his teeth in frustration, thinking, what a marvelous treasure Lu Wenxin has procured. Yet, to think that with this single spiritual herb, he could shake the position I have cultivated in the Master S heart for years, is quite the overreach. Master, what of this herb? Lu Xinwen presented the superior spiritual herb, one after another. Oh, even Zhuge, upon seeing the extraordinary quality of the wolf-tooth fruit, inhaled sharply. And this one, but wait, there are more. 6 varieties of spiritual herbs, all of remarkable quality. Yao Jinshui's expression darkened further, feeling as though each herb was a resounding slap to his face. One exceptional herb could be deemed luck. However, after 6, he felt his face swell from the blows. Zhuge, regaining his composure, turned his gaze to Kong Xian and politely inquired, "Young sir, are these all brought by you? May I inquire as to your esteemed lineage?" Kong Xian replied, "My father is the Marquis of Kaiping." Upon hearing this, Zhuge's doubts dissipated like mist. Since he was the son of the Marquis of Kaiping, it was hardly surprising to possess such treasures. "A tiger begets no dog," he exclaimed. "Young Marquis, I have had the pleasure of meeting your esteemed father on several occasions, and I share some camaraderie with your grandfather. Might you honor me with your presence for a drink on the 3rd floor? Chapter 7. Secret Manuals of Martial Arts. Kong Xian expressed his gratitude for the master's warm invitation. "I appreciate your kindness, but I have urgent matters to attend to today. I shall return another time." He intended to purchase some items before heading back to concentrate on his studies. Zhuge nodded, noticing the rattan box in his hands, and immediately commanded, "Fetch me a storage pouch." "Yes." Yao Jinshui, perplexed, hurried off to retrieve it. Moments later, Zhuge received the storage pouch and respectfully said, "Young Marquis, I have heard that manager Yao may have been somewhat discourteous yesterday. As an apology, I shall offer you this storage pouch. The cost will be deducted from manager Yao's wages." "Thank you for your generous gift," Kong Xian exclaimed, elated as he took it in hand. Unable to contain his joy. Who wouldn't he relish a gift? What? Manager Yao felt as if he had been struck by lightning. A common storage pouch was worth 20 spirit stones, equivalent to 20,000 taels of silver. Though I am the steward of the 2nd floor, I am merely a figure in the capital. My monthly salary is only half a spirit stone. I'll have 20 deducted at once is akin to working for several years without pay. "Master, I implore you, have mercy. I have an elderly mother of 80 at home." Zhuge glared, "Speak not another word, and reflect on your actions for a year." Consequently, Yao Jinshui could only wipe his tears in grievance. Too fearful to utter another word, he cast a furtive glance at the smiling Kong Xian, feeling a blend of hatred and fear within. Kong Xian, now with the storage pouch, felt a surge of delight. He was not only aware of its function, but had also encountered it in his youth. However, he had been foolish for 5 years, unsure if he could truly utilize it, attempting to employ the family techniques from his childhood. He concentrated all his spirit, closing his eyes to introspect. With effort, he guided his spirit to probe within the storage pouch. After several attempts, beads of sweat began to form on his forehead and neck. Suddenly, a spark ignited in his eyes. The jade hook meant for hanging on a belt was successfully retrieved with one hand. "I have succeeded." At that moment, Kong Xian's use of the storage pouch was not as swift as a true practitioner employing true qi. But for an ordinary mortal to succeed was astonishing. Zhuge marveled, "Young Marquis, to succeed on your first attempt with the storage pouch is truly remarkable. Your innate talent is exceptional, and I am thoroughly impressed. Your kindness overwhelms me. I wonder if I might receive a discount should I decide to purchase all the martial arts manuals displayed here." Kong Xian's words left the 3 individuals opposite him in a state of shock. Zhuge inquired, "Do you truly wish to acquire them all?" The happenings in the city were within Zhuge's keen awareness, and he understood that with the martial arts competition looming, there was only a month left. To begin practicing now, even with a renowned master's guidance, would likely yield little understanding of even half a martial art. Kong Xian's desire to purchase all the manuals seemed a bit ambitious. Moreover, he was taken aback by the idea of asking for a discount from someone of the young Marquis' stature. With innocent eyes, Kong Xian asked, "Is that not permissible?" "Of course," Zhuge signaled to Lu Wenxin, who promptly took stock. There were a total of 27 martial arts manuals, with the Danyang finger and the Bibo divine palm, both regarded as supreme skills, each valued at 300. The total price amounted to 824 spirit stones. Zhuge, please, declared, "Since the young Marquis is so keen, I shall waive the remainder, and we shall settle on 800 spirit stones." Kong Xian chuckled. "Do you have any of those wilted spiritual herb from last time? Perhaps at a special price? I would appreciate a few complimentary ones." Zhuge's lips twitched. After extending a discount, he was now being asked for gifts. This young Marquis clearly did not adhere to the norms of commerce. Lu Jinshui awkwardly chuckled. "Young Marquis, I regret to inform you that we do not possess any more. Our spiritual herbs are preserved through special methods and are only cleared once a year. The subpar items from the last clearance have already been purchased by you, and you will need to wait another year for the next batch. What? Kong Xian's heart sank as if struck by a fatal blow. The others exchanged apprehensive glances, unable to fathom the young Marquis's mindset. Was it truly worth lamenting over not receiving a mere garlic while spending such a fortune on meat? Never mind. I shall head downstairs to purchase a few more spiritual herbs. Tending to your business, for I am eager to return home. Young Marquis, please make yourself at home and do visit for tea when you have the chance. Indeed, Zhuge observed his retreating figure with a complex expression. Lu Xinwen, ensure you cater to him well. Understood. With the storage pouch now in his possession, Kong Xian's affairs became considerably more convenient. He could move about unencumbered, no longer drawing attention. Upon returning to the Yangxin Pavilion, he meticulously closed the door. Previously, he had purchased 21 spiritual herbs and exchanged them for 20 spirit stones, enhancing 7 types of herbs to refine the 7 treasure heart-guarding pill, which cost him another 7 spirit stones. In total, he had expended 14 spirit stones, leaving him with 6 spirit stones sufficient to enhance 6 herbs, which were the same 6 he had sold today. Today, he acquired 27 martial arts manuals and over 40 varieties of spiritual herbs. The 3,004 spirit stones he received had already dwindled to just over 1,000. The spirit stones were indeed precious. Within a single day, one could scarcely find another in the capital who would spend so extravagantly. Even Kong Xian himself felt a pang of regret. However, as this was all for the sake of strengthening himself and securing victory in the upcoming martial arts competition, such resolve was necessary. Among the remaining 8 herbs, 4 could be combined with the newly acquired herbs for pill refining. The other 4, while temporarily unusable, would still hold value for future endeavors. Kong Xian first placed all the spiritual herbs into the storage pouch. What he urgently needed now was a martial arts technique. Gazing at the Tianji Dijiang, he instinctively clenched his fist, silently praying, "O precious treasure, may you heed my heart's desire this time, and not let me down." He picked up a volume of the 5 Tiger Blade and placed it into the treasure mirror. Should it undergo enhancement through the Tianji Dijiang, the same 5 Tiger Blade could yield greater finesse in his technique. Surpassing others at AS for spiritual herbs, the implications were already evident. An inch of strength, an inch of peril that a single thread of exquisite technique could prove fatal. Yet in the next moment, Kong Xian did not hastily insert the spirit stones. For the audacious notion brewing in his mind was far more extraordinary. He continued to place the second manual, the wind-chasing divine sword, followed by the third manual, the dragon-catching palm. All 27 martial arts manuals were carefully added to the Tianji Dijiang, filling the massive bronze treasure mirror to the brim with books. Taking a deep breath, Kong Xian excitedly grasped a spirit stone and tossed it into the treasure mirror with a resounding thud. The spirit stone transformed into a pool of spiritual liquid within the mirror. Instantly, all 27 manuals dissolved completely in that liquid. Following this, the azure dragon soared through the clouds, and the spiritual liquid was absorbed by the treasure mirror. The 27 martial arts manuals coalesced into a small black lump firmly adhering to the bottom of the mirror, with no further reaction. Having learned from past experiences, Kong Xian immediately sensed the potential. However, the spirit stones he had provided were insufficient. While the Tianji Dijiang was indeed extraordinary, the energy required to elevate external objects could not simply materialize from thin air. Everything demanded an equivalent exchange. The better the item to be enhanced, the greater the expenditure of spirit stones. Having prepared mentally for the enhancement elixirs in advance, Kong Xian, without a moment's hesitation, began to consume them one after another, and soon resorted to hastily tossing in handfuls. Watching as his precious spirit stones vanished in the blink of an eye, leaving not even a trace behind, it felt akin to an insatiable abyss, devoid of any response. Over 1,000 spirit stones were consumed in the mere span of a fragrant stick of incense, with 800 pills swiftly devoured. Despite his excitement, a hint of anxiety lingered in Kong Xian's heart. The path to enlightenment is paved with gold. It must succeed. At long last, a transformation occurred. Instantly, an unprecedented density of spiritual energy surged forth from the bronze treasure tome, coalescing magnificently, this time amidst the azure glow of the tome. The clouds and dragons manifested in a spectacular display. Ding! Within the ethereal radiance, a virtual scroll composed of spirit energy materialized. Instinctively, Kong Xian reached out. The scroll transformed into a soft blue light, darting directly into his mind through his third eye. The essence of swordsmanship unfolded within the confines of his thoughts. The fundamental techniques, cultivation methods, stances, and internal powers were all meticulously presented in a clear and orderly manner. The profound sensation imprinted within his consciousness bypassed the need for comprehension or instruction, as if he had innately mastered this sword technique. At this moment, Kong Xian was overwhelmed with the desire to test his newfound abilities. Chapter 8. Forged by flames, the drums beat through the stillness of the night. In the tranquil atmosphere, only the flickering lights within the heart-nourishing pavilion remained. Over 40 varieties of herbs had all been refined into the lower-tier elixirs recorded in the Grand Furnace Canon. Now, with barely more than 50 spirit stones left, Kong Xian couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. However, he had obtained 36 starlight pills. Each pill consumed could augment an amount of internal power equivalent to that cultivated by a top-tier master over 5 years. This would allow martial practitioners to experience exponential growth in their cultivation during training. Internal power is distinct from spiritual power. While such elixirs may seem somewhat trivial to cultivators, they are nothing short of miraculous for mortals, enabling a rapid enhancement of internal power. Additionally, there were 36 calming sea pills. Upon consumption, these pills could stabilize the tumultuous internal power within a cultivator's body, solidifying their cultivation and preventing drastic fluctuations that might lead to instability. In bolstering one's foundation, they also enhanced physical strength and resilience. Furthermore, there were 36 minor blood exchange pills. Consuming these would swiftly heal any injuries while expelling toxins from the body, significantly boosting resistance. The medicinal effects could linger within the body, providing great assistance in future endeavors to open one's chi. Along with the 8 remaining 7 treasures heart protection pills, these were the critical chips Kong Xian needed to ascend the arena in a short span of time. He held on to a singular belief. Victory was imperative. In the garden, under a sky filled with stars, Kong Xian swallowed a starlight pill. Almost immediately, it transformed within him into 5 years' worth of pure internal power. Cultivated by an unparalleled master, he felt the overwhelming internal force surging through him. It threatened to burst his frail meridians, as if his very body might shatter into pieces, despite the excruciating pain akin to an impending explosion. Kong Xian drew a deep breath, fixing his gaze upon the massive rock formation before him, igniting within him an unwavering determination. He began to employ the mental techniques of the swordsmanship, guiding the internal power to coalesce between his palms. The first stance of the sword technique, hand as sword. With his palm held vertically like a blade, he raised it high to eye. In his visualization, it seemed as though a torrent of flames erupted from his palm, enveloping it completely. His eyes blazed red. As if driven mad, he struck down ferociously. Crack! The first strike landed, yet the stone remained utterly unmoved. Meanwhile, Kong Xian's palm was already bloodied and torn. A sharp, cracking sound echoed, as if his bones had shattered. The searing pain threatened to plunge him into unconsciousness. Yet he gritted his teeth and pressed on. Again, his palms rose and fell relentlessly, each strike landing with ferocious intensity. Each blow grew faster and more merciless. When his hands became a gruesome mess, he resorted to using his legs as swords. Crack, crack, crack. Kicking against the stone, he sustained bruises and bled profusely. When he could barely stand, he threw his body against the rock, channeling his internal power to strike at its weakest points. He subjected himself to the hellish intensity of extreme training, brutalizing his own body to achieve extraordinary feats. One must employ extraordinary methods. If he did not engage in this life or death trial today, he would merely become a target for others on the arena. This level of grueling training, which obliterated the frailty of a mortal body, surpassed all expectations. The only belief that resided in Kong Xian's heart was to annihilate weakness and reshape strength in the heart of Kong Yud. The emotions he harbored for Kong Xian were tinged with an awe that one typically reserves for a revered master. Ever since the young master awakened, there was an undeniable aura of maturity about him, as if he had transformed into an entirely different individual. This meteoric rise was astonishing. It was evident that the young master would inevitably surpass his predecessors, becoming a figure that commanded reverence from all. Kong Xian's determination and metamorphosis also inspired a shift in Kong Yud's own mindset on the third morning. As Kong Yud entered the courtyard, he beheld Kong Xian, though still bearing the marks of countless injuries, seated in meditation upon the ground. "Young master, the bathing tub is ready," he announced. "You may indulge in a soak at your convenience." On this day, Kong Xian had already stepped into the realm of bone and sinew. Each night, he relentlessly tortured his own body, augmenting his internal strength. With an indomitable will, he forged his physique through punishing trials. His body grew increasingly robust, and astonishingly, he awakened a profound yearning for vitality within himself. This fervent desire for life endowed him with an extraordinary capacity for self-healing post-injury, laying an unparalleled foundation of sinew and bone. For it was not merely sinew he forged, but a corporeal vitality as well. However, at a cursory glance, aside from a healthier complexion and a more resolute gaze, one might not discern any significant changes in Kong Xian. His previous years of stupor, coupled with a lack of fundamental exercise, had rendered him pallid and his muscles lax. Now, while his physique was not as exaggeratedly bulging as that of a bodybuilder, it had indeed become remarkably firm and taut. His joints were now supple and explosive. The trials of rebirth continued day after day. His daytime training in martial arts never faltered, each day marking a step forward. After 7 days, he had fully grasped the first move of the sword technique. The body as a sword. Standing tall, his aura radiated outward, making him resemble a sword in human form. Every movement, whether lifting a hand or extending a finger, emanated an air of danger. The 8 wooden dummies, crafted from thick timber, had begun to wobble precariously under the assault of his close-quarters combat. Kong Xian hurled stone locks with one hand, his body moving like a shadow, weaving around the wooden figures. With a guttural roar, his form became like a blade. One hand maintained the weight of the 50-pound stone lock, while the other, be it a hand, foot, elbow, or knee, struck with the precision and ferocity of a keen-edged weapon. Each strike was akin to a sword unsheathed, devastating all in its path. Though devoid of ostentation, every blow was lethal. With resounding cracks, the wooden dummies succumbed to his onslaught, splintering into a heap of debris. Some even had their copper joints shattered under his relentless strikes. This was indicative of Kong Xian having reached the pinnacle of the technique realm. 14 days later, he could effortlessly hurl a 100-pound stone lock nearly 10 feet into the air. As it descended, he would deftly pull it back, allowing it to encircle him. With the dexterity of the universe at his command, he could manipulate the stone lock with ease, creating a force capable of moving hundreds of pounds with a mere thought. This marked his ascension into the realm of hardness and softness. 21 days later, the custom-made 200-pound stone lock finally arrived. The massive rock formation in the courtyard had begun to show numerous fine cracks under the relentless hammering of his physique. Many areas bore signs of wear and fracture. Given the current state, it was uncertain how much longer it could endure, for Kong Xian had shattered his own body and been reborn in blood over 20 times. He had transcended the 4th level of martial arts. With a decisive strike, he shattered a boulder the size of a fist. At this moment, he finally sensed that his muscles could unleash true divine power. Each punch and palm strike was potent enough to cleave stone. That he had entered the realm of divine strength. At this juncture, he possessed an internal energy equivalent to that of a top-tier master, honed over a century of relentless training. Presently, Kong Xian appeared unremarkable, yet in terms of sinew, vitality, lethal techniques, the yin-yang finesse, and divine strength that surpassed human limits, he had attained the status of a martial arts master. Should he focus intently, he could emanate an aura of formidable tenacity that he was but a thin thread away from entering the ultimate realm of martial arts, the body of tyranny, though he had not yet reached this pinnacle. His current physical prowess and overall strength were already exceedingly close to the ordinary body of tyranny. Among the scions of the 4 great families, Many were still fearful of pain during their training, hesitating at the slightest scrape, requiring gloves even to strike the wooden dummies. They were on an entirely different plane from him. Even among them, few dared to truly test their limits, even if they were willing to risk their lives. Yet in terms of recovery and the elixirs they consumed, they could not compare to him, for their sustenance consisted merely of earthly delicacies. Only Kong Xian had access to a small blood-replenishing elixir daily. Should those others attempt to train as he did, suffering a grievous injury, recuperating with their supplements would take at least half a year hope to catch up to Kong Xian would be akin to chasing a mirage. Moreover, with his body as a sword technique, alongside the ability to mobilize every joint and muscle in harmony, the explosive force of his terrifying divine strength, coupled with 135 years of pure internal energy, rendered his strikes unpredictable. When he refrained from action, he was a mystery. Yet when he unleashed his power, it was impossible to fathom the ferocity he could unleash. He would undoubtedly become the nightmare of every contender on the arena. Kong Xian stretched languidly, twisting his neck, causing his joints to crackle like firecrackers. His expression radiated confidence. 3 more days, he mused, gazing at the myriad stars above. Great stone brother, allow me to shatter my body thrice more, so that I may achieve a body of tyranny that will leave all in awe. On the eve of the tournament, within the tranquil retreat of the Kaiping Marca residence, Kong Jianqi's abode lay bathed in moonlight. Kong Yong and Kong Liang engaged in a sparring match, their forms intertwining gracefully, like two ethereal white cranes dancing in the glow of the moon. Both were already tall and handsome at that moment. Clad in snowy white, they moved with the grace of the wind. With such noble backgrounds, striking good looks, and the jingling of ornaments, their every motion was suffused with fragrance. As they exchanged blows, many maidservants were captivated, dreaming of becoming their concubines. In their duel, Kong Yong and Kong Liang felt immense satisfaction with their own skills. With their prowess, they believed they could conquer the world. In the flower hall, 3 figures sipped tea. Kong Jianqi occupied the seat of honored. His left sat an elder in wide robes, whose long brows resembled delicate willow leaves caressing the water's surface. This was the renowned Master Xiaomei of the martial world. Observing the duel outside, he smiled and nodded approvingly, his expression as warm and clear as a spring breeze. My signature technique. Willow leaf floating cloud palm. The eldest son possesses over 70% mastery now. Among the young heroes of the world, few can match him. Indeed, replied a cold-faced man in black robes seated opposite Master Xiaomei. His visage was as frigid as ice, with eyes sharp as blades, exuding an oppressive aura that made him seem unapproachable. The cold-faced swordsman was feared for his astonishing swordsmanship and merciless demeanor, having slain 14 masters of the sword in a single night. The second son has also mastered my favored technique, frostbite palm. Should he step into the martial world, he will undoubtedly become a prominent figure. Master Xiaomei continued, if my sons, Yong and Liang, can secure the top spot in tomorrow's tournament, I shall reward both of you masters handsomely for your guidance. The cold-faced swordsman nodded in acknowledgement. Rest assured, Marquis, as the saying goes, know your enemy and know yourself, and you shall never be defeated. I have already inquired about the other 3 families. The individuals they invited are mere charlatans like Ling Ding and Changmei Daoist. They are not known to us in the martial world and are surely frauds. He glanced at the substantial rewards offered by the 3 great families, disdainfully noting how they would exploit the youth for profit. Marquis, I have refrained from mentioning this before, fearing you would celebrate prematurely. Kong Jianqi's gaze sharpened with skepticism, but is that so? Indeed, to avoid the possibility of my own narrow perspective leading to ignorance of true talent. I have sought the opinions of many acquaintances, none of whom have heard of these individuals. Thus, Marquis, we can confidently assert that victory in tomorrow's arena is already in our grasp. Excellent, Kong Jianqi exclaimed, slamming his palm on the table, his eyes sparkling with ambition. He had long yearned to escape the shadow of Kong Giant Pain. Tomorrow, he would seize the opportunity of the tournament to lead the Kong family towards glory. Just then, a thunderous sound reverberated from the direction of the Yangxin Pavilion. Upon hearing this commotion, the 2 masters, along with Kong Yong and Kong Liang, leaped onto the eaves to survey the scene. Kong Jianqi rushed into the courtyard, his face etched with concern. "What just transpired?" "Father," Kong Yong replied, "it's nothing serious. The rock formation at the Yangxin Pavilion collapsed for some unknown reason." The Yangxin Pavilion? Chapter 10. The tournament begins in the small courtyard of the Yangxin Pavilion. The imposing rock formation was hewn from the spiritual stone of Lingbai, sourced from Tai Lake. It was a tribute from officials to the emperor, a bestowed treasure for the Kaiping Marquis's estate. This stone edifice weighed several 100,000 caddies. Having resided here for merely a month, Kong Xian had caused this precious stone to shatter. He truly was a bane to the heavens. The mere thought of Kong Xian ignited anger within Kong Jianqi. Clenching his fists, he exclaimed, "This wretched brat is a calamity that defies both heaven and earth. Such a fine Lingbai stone has sat undisturbed for years. Yet he has managed to obliterate it for no reason. Truly, he is a harbinger of retribution. Despicable." Realizing he was losing composure, Kong Jianqi quickly silenced himself, muttering, "Tonight shall be his last. If he does not step onto the arena tomorrow, it will be his gain. But should he dare to enter the fray, he shall surely meet his demise." Kong Yong remarked, "Indeed, Kong Xian is a slothful individual with an abundance of trivial matters. Currently, he does not even employ the servants at home, and the information he gathers is scant. I have heard he merely purchased some equipment for martial training and spends all day shut away in the small garden, tinkering away." Kong Liang added, "Perhaps he wishes to amuse grandfather. Who knows if he merely locks himself inside to nap all day?" Kong Yong countered, "Of course, he doesn't even invite a master to guide him. He doesn't even pretend to make an effort. Is he not just deceiving himself? Nonetheless, he possesses a cunning mind and constantly seeks to gain grandfather's favor. We must remain vigilant against him. Let us not concern ourselves with him." Kong Jianqi gazed contentedly at his two sons, stating, "Liang, the future of our family rests in your capable hands. As long as you triumph in the tournament, the Kong family shall dictate its own fate. Now, off you go. Rest well tonight, and make sure to bring honor to our family tomorrow." Outside the southern gate of the capital, a grand arena was erected, measuring 10 zhang in width. The Dexiang dynasty was renowned for its martial prowess, and such a grand spectacle was rarely witnessed. Everyone was eager to see who would emerge as the strongest in the capital that day. Before dawn, the arena was already surrounded by a throng of citizens keen to witness the event. As the hour approached, a procession of gongs announced the arrival of formidable guards clad in resplendent attire, parting the crowd to create a pathway. "Here they come. Left Chancellor Cao Cao, Right Chancellor Yin Song. Grandmaster Hua Xiong is also here. Oh, look, old Lord Kong has arrived too. Is that the Emperor in the yellow robe?" "Not the Emperor, but he has significant standing. He is the Emperor's younger brother. Prince Ning. Wow, Prince Ning is here. And the esteemed figure seated at his left must be the Emperor's father-in-law, right? Just look at his attire. He is an elder of the Wanxian sect, akin to a terrestrial immortal. And the person on his right is also an immortal. Who is that? Apologies, I do not know." Next to the prince, a pink canopy separated by beaded curtains concealed someone. Could it be the Empress or a favored concubine? Surely not. The Emperor's spouse is not someone who would stroll in public with her brother. That would be utterly improper. I suspect it must be the Princess Ning's consort, amidst the murmurs of the crowd. Prince Ning, the elder of the Wanxian sect, the heads of the 4 great families, Kong, Chao, Yin, and Hua, along with several invited dignitaries, took their seats in the grand pavilion facing the arena, each arrival eliciting a wave of excitement. Inside the pavilion, separated by a luxurious beaded curtain, sat the beloved Princess Xiaowei, the betrothed of Kong Xian from their childhood. They had played together in their youth. But due to the tumultuous changes of recent years, the Emperor's recognition of their union remained uncertain. Today, she wished to observe the young talents of the Dexiang dynasty, as she would soon need to choose a consort. The presence of Princess Xiaowei and Prince Ning underscored the royal family's regard for this tournament. Elder Zhou's arrival represented the Wanxian sect, while the introduction of Hei, the chief steward of the Jinqi Pavilion, responsible for the 6 Dynasties district, was unexpected. With a beaming smile and hawk-like eyes, his presence bemused the gathered assembly. Amidst the cordial exchanges and smiles, An undercurrent of tension rippled through the air, particularly among the other three families regarding the unexpectedly vigorous appearance of the ailing Kong Muji. Their furtive glances betrayed their awareness that today was a pivotal opportunity for their families to ascend to new heights. As the appointed master of ceremonies at the behest of Prince Ning, 3 cannon shots resounded outside the arena. Immediately, the crowd surrounding the arena fell silent, holding their breath in anticipation, their excitement palpable, even more so than that of the contestants themselves. The auspicious hour has arrived. We welcome Prince Ning, bow to His Highness. The entire assembly bowed in unison. You may rise. Today's tournament serves as both the Wanxian sect's recruitment ceremony and an exceptional opportunity for our Xiang dynasty to seek out talent. My royal brother places great importance on this event and has entrusted me with the responsibility to ensure no worthy individual goes unnoticed, regardless of your background or origins, as long as you dare to step onto the arena. Anyone deserving of the title talent may join me in court. Even if you cannot enter the immortal gates, a splendid future awaits. I've often heard that true masters reside among the common folk, hidden beneath the surface. That I hope all you talented individuals will not hide your abilities. Show us what you can do. I am here to cheer for you, as Prince Ning's rousing words echoed. The crowd erupted with enthusiasm. Initially, many had come merely to spectate, believing the event held no bearing on their lives. However, with the royal family's intentions revealed, they realized an opportunity to win favor and perhaps secure a place in history. Those with even a modicum of skill felt invigorated, eager to showcase their prowess, even if they did not ultimately emerge victorious. Merely earning a glance from Prince Ning would be a stroke of fortune. Almost immediately, several individuals in the crowd could no longer contain their excitement and rushed to register. They signed up for a life-or-death battle and awaited their turn to ascend the arena. The first to step forward was a man named Luo Chong, who bowed with cupped hands and declared, "I am Luo Chong from Xuanwu Inner Street, that I have trained in some rudimentary skills for a few years. It is a great fortune to showcase my abilities today. I humbly ask for your guidance. Esteemed masters, bravo!" The crowd erupted in applause. Seeing a true martial artist volunteer, more stepped forward, eager to demonstrate their skills. Soon, a contestant named Zhang Rue leaped onto the arena to challenge Luo Chong. The two engaged in a thrilling duel, displaying their honed abilities. After 3 exchanges, Luo Chong managed to throw Zhang Rue off the stage, prompting cheers from the audience. Before long, Luo Chong had achieved 4 consecutive victories. Luo Chong, impressive. What a splendid performance. The crowd cheers reached a fever pitch. With Luo Chong's valor, the atmosphere in the arena surged to an exhilarating high. Previously, the Kong family had dominated the Xiang dynasty, but after its decline, the royal family had deliberately dispersed power. The position of chancellor, previously held by Kong Muji, was split into left and right chancellors, creating a balance of power among the 4 great families represented by the aging Kong Muji, the current left chancellor Cao Cao, the right chancellor Yin Song, and Grandmaster Hua Xiong. For the other 3 families, the continued existence of the Kong family was a persistent thorn in their sides, as they observed Luo Chong's prowess on the stage. Prince Ning could not help but applaud softly, remarking, "Who would have thought there were indeed masters among the common folk? I wonder how long he can maintain his reign?" Upon hearing this, the heads of the 4 families exchanged glances, their smiles betraying their thoughts. They all turned their gazes toward their own promising youths, realizing that this was an opportune moment for their heirs to shine. Why were their juniors not stepping forth to seize the limelight? Chapter 11. The power of the subtle strike. Chao Bu of the Chao family stepped forward, ready to challenge the martial prowess of Luo Chong. "Chao, brother, I invite you." As Chao Bu appeared in his resplendent red attire and adorned with a phoenix wing crown, Luo Chong understood he could not underestimate his opponent and steeled himself for the encounter. The two exchanged blows, with the first 3 strikes being parried. On the 4th, Chao Bu advanced decisively, executing a powerful Iron Mountain shoulder that sent Luo Chong crashing off the stage. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Previously, Luo Chong had elevated the arena's standard through his impressive skills, but Chao Bu's display of strength and technique showcased an overwhelming superiority. This was not merely a matter of skill. It was a demonstration of sheer power. Faced with such mastery, Luo Chong was unable to counter even a single move. It was a true annihilation. Chao Bu, the son of the chancellor, had effortlessly taken the mantle of the new champion. The officiants at the sidelines regarded him with admiration. And now, who will be the next to challenge Chao Bu? Oh dear, our Chao family has embarrassed itself. Cao Cao could not help but glance around, his face brimming with pride. Indeed, the prodigy from the Chao family outshines our own rather lackluster descendants. Not at all. The real spectacle has just begun. With Chao Bu taking the stage, the scions from the four great families eagerly prepared themselves for battle, one after another. After merely 2 rounds of defending the arena, Chao Bu was defeated by Hua and from the Hua family. The young heirs of the noble houses pursued each other relentlessly, with the title of champion changing hands frequently. At that moment, the champion had shifted to Hua Hu of the Hua family. From the Kong family's side, one brother remarked, "Brother, I observe that Hua Hu possesses remarkable prowess. He is on par with us. Indeed, it seems today S Arena has truly entered the stage of elite combatants. That it is time for our Kong family to make our appearance." The brothers, Kong Yong and Kong Liang, exchanged glances, both eager to take the stage. Just then, Chao Qing, the heir of the Chao family, rushed onto the platform, challenging the reigning champion, Hua Hu. "Chao brother, please! Hua brother, please!" Chao Qing clasped his fists and bowed. As soon as he finished speaking, he sprang forth like a spring-loaded mechanism, diving towards Hua Hu with a punch that struck with the force of a cannon, aimed squarely at his face. This unexpected blow was the cracking sky fist imparted by the master of the spirit lamp realm. Utilizing the power from his feet, heels, calves, thighs, waist, and abdomen, he launched forward with astonishing speed. The accumulated force surged through his abdomen, chest, shoulders, arms, and elbows, converging in his fist. When he unleashed this punch, it felt as though the very air had been rent asunder. The spectators gasped, their faces paling at the sight. Hua Hu felt a sinking sensation in his heart. This Chao Qing was utterly ruthless. In a contest, it was customary to allow 3 exchanges before engaging. Who would strike with such ferocity from the outset? Nevertheless, Hua Hu had been trained by a master and had proven his skill to reach this point. In a moment of crisis, he crossed his arms defensively in front of him. By then, the fist was already upon him. Hua Hu could scarcely believe the weight of Chao Qing's strike. It felt as if he had been rammed by a rampaging bull, bearing 1,000 pounds of force. His arms instantly went numb. Each slow response only led to further punishment. In the blink of an eye, Hua Hu found himself entirely on the defensive, struggling under the relentless barrage of Chao Qing's fists, which struck like a tempest. The Kong family's team, watching from below, saw Master Xiao Mei's brows furrowed tightly. He prided himself on being a top-tier martial artist, looking down on the unfamiliar masters summoned by the other families. He thought them charlatans, believing that true skill could hardly compare to the likes of Luo Chong, who was the first to take the stage. He had thought that Kong Yo would secure victory today. However, as the battle unfolded with Hua Hu, it became evident that these noble scions were far stronger than he had anticipated. Their teachers were none other than obscure figures, yet their prowess was astonishing. Moreover, Chao Qing's strength was downright terrifying. Kong Yong and Kong Liang might not even withstand a single punch from him. Even if he himself were to engage, he doubted he would emerge victorious. Realizing this, he exchanged a glance with the cold-faced swordsman, and both their expressions turned grim. Chao Qing's martial prowess had evidently reached the pinnacle of the technique realm. Alas, it seemed that today, his disciple was destined to face defeat. As the crowd erupted with shock, the situation on the stage shifted dramatically. Although Hua Hu struggled to hold his ground, he felt the impact of each blow. With a technique known as 3 layers of inch power, Chao Qing attacked with the speed of lightning. Just as he struck, Hua Hu's arms were too numb to offer any resistance. The second punch was already upon him. Gaining power in an instant, this inch power was delivered at a distance shorter than the first blow, rendering Hua Hu incapable of mounting any defense. Chao Qing's fists compounded their force. Hua Hu's arms trembled as they were forced apart. In a flash, the third punch struck faster than the previous 2. In the blink of an eye, the punch's might compounded once more. With a resounding crash, it landed squarely. The surrender of Yin Yu Dao has already been interrupted. In the blink of an eye, a third consecutive kick lands. With a thud, Yin Yu Dao is sent sprawling off the stage, his cervical vertebrae misaligned, rendering his martial prowess null and void, without the intervention of an extraordinary physician or miraculous medicine. He is sure to suffer severe injuries, possibly resulting in disability on the sidelines. Personnel from the prepared medical pavilion swiftly carry him away, seeking consultation from a renowned doctor at the first opportunity. Each of Chao Qing's kicks strikes at the very core of every onlooker's heart, leaving the entire audience in a state of shock and awe surrounding the arena. The crowd is rendered mute, unable even to cheer. Within the cool pavilion, King Ning casts an intentional glance at Elder Zhou, observing that Zhou Xiaka merely knits his brow slightly, maintaining his usual composure in the second row of seating. Among the four great families, Grandmaster Hua discerns the gravity of the situation. He notes the ashen complexion of Yin Jia's patriarch, Yin Song, and immediately adds fuel to the fire, exclaiming, "Oh dear! How can this be explained? The heir of the Yin family has likely been rendered incapacitated. Yin Xiang, what do you have to say? Yin Song, with a multitude of allies in the court, has never endured such public humiliation." His eyes flicker with murderous intent. Yet he thinks to himself, "I shall take someone down with me," and immediately adopts a smiling facade, saying, "My Yin family's disciples, though lacking in skill, accept their fate." The remainder hinges on whether Chao's talented youth can continue to laugh until the end. Will he trample upon the Hua and Kong families as well? Let us wait and see. Grandmaster Hua appears confident of victory. Meanwhile, Kong Muji's heart is a tumultuous mix of emotions. The prowess displayed by Chao Qing moments ago suggests that his own inept grandsons are no match for him. Chao Qing, a colossal figure in chaotic times, a fierce tiger among beasts, and a champion among men. The crowd from the Chao family rises in unison, their voices echoing with unparalleled fervor from their rallying cries. It is evident that the Chao family has long been prepared for this moment. In an instant, the Chao family's momentum is unmatched. With his hands clasped behind his back, Chao Qing strides proudly across the stage, his gaze suddenly landing on the Kong family's section. Among the four great families, Huahu and Yin Yu Dao have both been reduced to mere shadows of their former selves by Chao's hand. Is it not now the turn of the Kong family? Why have they yet to send someone forward? Is it possible that the illustrious Kaiping Marquis' mansion boasts not a single capable fighter? No sooner has he spoken than Kong Yong and Kong Liang exchange terrified glances, trembling like frightened quails. Within the cool pavilion, Kong Muji's expression darkens ominously. The strength Chao Qing exhibits on stage has surpassed the comprehension of all present. His own inept grandsons, Kong Yong and Kong Liang, would merely serve as fodder. What a pity it seems that the hope of victory in this contest has slipped beyond the reach of the Kong family. His gaze scans the audience, realizing that Kong Xian appears to be absent. This moment, King Ning cannot help but inquire, "Old Master Kong, does your household truly lack any young talents?" Just as Kong Muji finds himself at a loss. A hearty laugh resonates from the crowd. "Haha, who says the Kong family has no one?" Following this, a dapper young man clad in a freshly tailored white robe with red trim strides forth from the throng. Twirling a folding fan.it is none other than the young lord. "Kong Xian, I say, Kong Yong, Kong Liang, are you really going to allow the Kong family's prestige to be trampled upon while you stand idly by?" Kong Liang, nearly fainting with anxiety, hisses in a low voice, "Kong Xian, mind your own business and keep your mouth shut." Kong Xian continues cheerfully, "What is the fuss, if you choose to cower like turtles? Our Kaiping Marquis' reputation cannot withstand such degradation. Every meal you have, do you not boast a grandfather about your prowess, claiming to be 1,000 times better than me? So why the hesitation to step onto the stage today? If you cannot even best a mere Chao Qing, then the dream of claiming first place is just that, a dream." "You," Kong Yong quakes with indignation. "You, Kong Xian, are such a traitor if I go up and get beaten. What good does it do you? You dare to humiliate me in front of so many people today. You will pay for this once we return home." Within the cool pavilion, laughter erupts. "Ha ha ha, old Master Kong. It seems that in our great Xiang dynasty, we have heard only of those who die in battle, not of those who fear it. Has the Kong family become an exception today? Indeed, look at the Yin and Hua families. Despite their losses, they remain dignified and respected. What can be said of the Kong family? The taunts from the heads of the other three families infuriate Kong Muji, his face turning a deep shade of rage. If any of my grandsons were like my son Giant Pain, would you dare to humiliate us so openly? He rises in a fury, shouting towards the stage. Kong Yong, why are you not on the stage yet? What are you waiting for? Go and demonstrate the prestige of our Kaiping Marquis' mansion. Ah, yes, Kong Yong jolts upright, startled by his grandfather's public summons. His heart sinks as if sentenced to death. He has no choice but to comply. Kong Jianqi first consults with their masters, exchanging a few words. The master of eyebrows and the cold-faced swordsman grow increasingly uneasy, while Kong Jianqi's expression pales with dread. He rushes to Kong Yong's side, whispering urgently, if you can't manage, just exchange a few blows and find an opportunity to concede. It seems there is no other option at this moment. All desire for fame and glory has evaporated from Kong Yong, that he feels as if he is being forced onto the stage like a duck being shoved into water. With a dejected demeanor, he steps onto the arena. Kong family Kong Liang, I seek to learn from Brother Chao's esteemed skills. Please, Kong Xian, what are you doing here on such an important occasion? Below the stage, Kong Jianqi wishes fervently to tear Kong Xian limb from limb. The arena has turned into a bloody battleground, where not only skills are tested but lives are at stake, that a single misstep could see Kong Yong fall victim to Chao Qing. Considering the fates of Hua Hu and Yin Yu Dao, it would be a miracle if he emerged unscathed. Kong Xian chuckles. On such a significant occasion, as a descendant of the Kong family, I naturally must attend that I was planning to arrive earlier, but I had just taken a bath and was delayed a bit. Are you going to praise me for being fashionably late? Kong Jianqi is infuriated. Praise you? I'd rather praise your grandmother. Learn something valuable, Kong Xian, if my younger gets hurt. What good will it do you? You cannot contend with me within the Kong family. Provoking me like this will only make your life miserable when we return home. Mark my words, we will have our day. Kong Xian lets out a derisive laugh. Oh, how amusing you are. There is no such thing as a long future. I want results immediately. Look, in the midst of their exchange, a resounding crash echoes from the arena. Chapter 13. The last hope of the Kong family, Kong Yong's martial prowess, stands at the mid-stage of the second level of techniques. Still far from the pinnacle of his realm, T.O. pit himself against Chao Qing, who stands at the fourth level of divine power, is akin to using an egg to strike a stone. The few techniques learned from a master of eyebrows are nothing more than ornamental. Striking Chao Qing feels no different than a mere tickle in just a few exchanges. He is struck by Chao Qing's powerful blows and sent crashing off the stage. Lying on the ground, Kong Yong spews forth blood like a fountain. Moments later, he lies unconscious, having lost considerable blood, and is unaware of how many ribs have been broken. Quickly, someone hastened for medical aid. The bond between Kong Jianqi and his son is palpable. Witnessing his son's tragic state causes him immense pain. Chao Qing, your prowess is astounding, a figure unparalleled in these tumultuous times. The crowd from the Chao family rises once more, chanting slogans louder than before. Kong Xian smirks, patting Kong Liang's shoulder. Hey, Kong Liang, did you not say you were confident in claiming the top spot? Did you not claim Princess Xiaowei would take notice of you? Did you not say you would achieve double happiness this time? What are you waiting for? Hurry up and take the stage. Kong Liang, feeling as though he's been struck by a ghost, trembles violently, retreating several paces. His complexion pales as though he has fallen gravely ill. The martial prowess of Kong Yong and Kong Liang is comparable. While Kong Liang may be slightly stronger, they are hardly worlds apart. Seeing his elder brother in such a state, Kong Liang knows that his own fate will not be much better. How could he dare step onto the stage? Your hands are so dirty. Do not touch me. The expression on his father, Kong Jianqi, grows even darker. He glares at Kong Xian, his eyes blazing with fury. Kong Xian, cease your foolishness. Kong Xian feigns innocence, shouting, What's wrong? Am I not merely echoing your own words? At that moment, within the cool pavilion, a soft huff emerges from behind the pink drapery. It seems displeased with Kong Liang's mention of Princess Xiaowei. King Ning raises an eyebrow, promptly stating, Old Master Kong, Your Kong Liang is indeed handsome. However, regarding his claim of Princess Xiaowei's favor, it seems he may be speaking prematurely. Your Highness, I beg your pardon. It is my failure to properly educate him. Kong Muji chuckles awkwardly, his face pale as he declares, Liang, as a man of the Kong family, you must stand and die rather than cower and live. Since you have trained diligently, hurry and take the stage to showcase your true abilities. Kong Muji prides himself as a legendary figure. In this moment, he would rather witness his descendants suffer severe injuries than lose face before so many by not daring to step onto the stage. As Kong Liang gazed with hesitation, he called out once more in a loud voice, Grandfather, I, Kong Liang, am about to plead for mercy. However, upon witnessing the murderous glint in Kong Muji's eyes, I realized there was no turning back today. Should I utter the words of surrender, my grandfather would undoubtedly draw his sword to compel me onto the stage in defense of the illustrious name of the Kaiping Marquis. To refuse would be even more perilous. He might very well take my life before the assembly. Your grandson obeys. As I stepped out, I took an orange with me, a good omen of great fortune. I then handed it to my father, Kong Jinchi. Observing Kong Liang's trembling steps as he ascended the arena, Kong Jinchi's heart was filled with sorrow. His face was already streaked with tears, indistinguishable from the snot that flowed freely. Greetings, Chiga. I am Kong Liang of the Kong family. We met at the Chow family's birthday banquet. I am a person of modest aspirations, indifferent to fame and fortune. I do not place great importance on victory or defeat. Chigo, today we shall only test our martial skills, stopping at the point of contention that I am the arena. Harmony takes precedence while victory is secondary. Haha, what a joke. If you regard it lightly, why then do you step on the stage? Please, show me your skills. Chao Qing offered no courtesy, and Kong Liang once again found himself humiliated in public. His complexion turning ashen on the stage. The two had already taken their stances. Below, Kong Xian remarked to Kong Jinchi, Hey, the match hasn't even begun, and you're already crying like this? If others see, they might think our Kong family is utterly defeated. What nonsense! It's all because of you, this calamity. Kong Jinchi could no longer contain himself and delivered a sharp slap to Kong Xian's face. Smack! Strangely enough, after that forceful blow, it inexplicably curved back, landing harshly on his own face. Kong Jinchi was left utterly bewildered. The pain was secondary, but what had just transpired? Neither he, nor the master of eyebrows, nor the cold-faced swordsman could discern what had occurred moments prior. Smack! A second crisp sound echoed from the stage. A toad dares to covet a swan's flesh. You think you can lay a hand on Princess Xiaowei? Look in the mirror before you speak. Stopping at the point of contention. Very well. I shall ensure you feel pain instead. Smack. Chao Qing let out a cold laugh, delivering another stinging slap to Kong Liang's face. The 5 fingers perfectly aligned with the fresh crimson mark from the previous blow. Kong Liang's form resembled a kite severed from its string, sent flying sideways. Bloodied and battered, he fell onto the mounds of yellow earth surrounding the arena, convulsing as if afflicted by madness. Half of his face, eye socket, and jaw were all shattered, and he had lost several teeth that it was likely that upon recovery, he would suffer from facial paralysis on one side. Chao Qing had heard that a historian once praised. In the past, the Shu Han had the Marquis of Hanzhou, and in this dynasty, we have the Marquis of Kaiping, valiant in battle, never yielding. Humph, what I witnessed today is that the Kaiping Marquis's reputation is but an empty facade. It is an exaggeration. They couldn't withstand even a single strike from me. Not one of them possesses any real skill. I propose that the esteemed lords petition the emperor to strip the title of Marquis from Kaiping. Let the Kong family be ousted from the Marquisate, saving the court from their salaries. Henceforth, the Kong surname shall no longer qualify as a noble name. For the Kong family, you are simply unworthy. Chao Qing's gaze swept over the Kong family below the stage, his eyes akin to a fierce tiger surveying a wounded deer in its lair, cold, ruthless, and brimming with mocking derision. The Kong family was nothing but a mere trifle, a mere plaything for him to toy with. Chao Qing, a star of chaos, a mountain tiger among men. Chao Qing. The Chow family members roared once more, their spirits soaring, lending an air of invincibility to Chao Qing. "You, Chao, how much have you drunk to dare speak so brazenly? My Kong family stands high above. Do not presume to insult us. Do not think that just because you bested those two fools earlier, our dignity may be trampled upon. I tell you, little Marquis, do not indulge in such sweet dreams while I am present." Below, Kong Xian suddenly ceased his playful demeanor, his expression turning grave. Each word he spoke was powerful and resolute. Chao Qing glared furiously. "Who are you in the Kong family?" Kong Xian thumped his chest. "I am the heir to the hereditary title of the Kaiping Marquis. Your humble Marquis, Kong Xian." "Huh? Kong Xian? Oh, so you are the foolish young master of the Kong family?" Chao Qing burst into uproarious laughter. His mirth set off a wave of laughter among the Chao family, while the members of the other three clans joined in the chorus of ridicule. The foolish young master of the Kong family was a figure nearly everyone in the capital recognized. He is Kong Xian. Who would have thought this foolish young master would show up? Truly a fool, just as the rumors say. He steps forward, only to drag his own brothers down with him. Now he seeks his own doom. Oh dear, how amusing. The Kong family has produced such a foolish young master. It is clear that his past life must have been filled with misdeeds to deserve such a fate, such a fool, daring to step onto the arena when he clearly stands no chance. It seems Kong Xian is still quite ill. Amidst the raucous laughter, Kong Xian let out a deep sigh, a bitter smile gracing his lips. "Alas, it seems I must show you the might of your little Marquis today." With that, he glanced helplessly at the pavilion, shrugging his shoulders. Then he called out, "Grandfather, today I merely wish to be a salted fish, but it appears Kong Yong and Kong Liang are truly lacking as a hope for the Kong family. If I do not step forward, our family's honor will be utterly tarnished. I have no choice. I shall ascend the arena." Chapter 14. I see you as insignificant as Kong Muji witnessed Kong Xian preparing to take the stage. It felt as though his heart had been violently wrenched. Chao Qing's earlier words felt like a public humiliation painted across his aged face. Had any of his children or grandchildren been capable, he would not have to endure such disgrace at his age. Yet, Kong Xian, this grandson, was now his greatest affection, and one could say he was the embodiment of hope for the Kong family's future. He had been foolish for several years, but now there was a glimmer of improvement. If he could be nurtured with care, perhaps he could achieve greatness in the future. However, if he were to take the stage now and suffer serious injury, it would be the greatest loss for the Kong family. This thought filled Kong Muji with a sense of urgency. The Kaiping Marquis, despite its repeated defeats, displayed commendable bravery. The old Marquis truly taught well. Oh, even Kong Xian is joining. The Kong family truly perseveres. It is only in battle to the last man that a man's true character shines. Come, Sir Yin, Master Hua, let us applaud the family values instilled by the old Marquis. The heads of the other three families seized the opportunity to mock and ridicule. Kong Muji's breath came in heavy gasps. His frame of mind at this moment was vastly different from when he had nearly threatened Kong Yong and Kong Liang with a knife to compel them onto the stage. Were it not for the presence of so many important figures in the pavilion, he would have rushed over to grab Kong Xian, coaxing him to reconsider. Below, others were equally puzzled by Kong Muji's reaction. "You are also fighting?" Kong Jianxi's eyes nearly bulged from their sockets. His expression was incredibly grim. The Kong family had already lost face enough today that if they continued to lose, would anyone from the Kaiping Marquis ever be able to hold their head high again? He gritted his teeth and muttered, "Get back home at once. I will prepare 100 fluffy steamed buns for you." "Stop making a scene here," Kong Xian chuckled. "Who is making a scene? Even if I am but a commoner, I am a registered noble. Today, the prince has granted permission. It is only natural for those with skill to ascend the stage. It is not a disturbance." This retort left Kong Jianxi speechless. His face shifted through a spectrum of colors, red, white, and all shades in between. "Young master, this is unwise." From behind the Kong family, the old family retainer, Kong Yud, rushed forward. He grabbed the young master's sleeve, kneeling as he pleaded, "Young master, we cannot fight on this stage. It is far too dangerous. I beseech you, you have just begun to recover. Let us live peacefully for now and return to fight another day." Kong Xian turned and smiled. "Uncle Yud, you worry too much." Go buy me a bowl of soy milk. Today, your little marquis intends to follow in the footsteps of his predecessors and slay Chao Qing with hot soy milk. The curve of Kong Xian's lips mirrored the smile that Kong Yud had seen every morning. Kong Yud's pupils dilated. Could it be that the young master truly had confidence? Meanwhile, the master of eyebrows, his expression darkened, quietly leaned into Kong Jinchi's ear and whispered a few words. Kong Jinchi's mind raced. His resentment swiftly morphed into murderous intent. The master of eyebrows had made a valid point. Rather than obstructing him, it would be better to use this opportunity to eliminate Kong Xian, avenging Yonger and Liang. If Kong Xian sought his own demise, then let him meet it fully. Ideally, he would be struck down and perish on the spot, which would be most gratifying. He immediately changed his demeanor, hands on his hips as he shouted orders. As a scion of the Kong family, it is better to be beaten to death than a plead for mercy or surrender. Kong Xian, go f. A few servants rushed forward, hastily pulling Kong Yud away amidst the astonished gazes and murmurs of the crowd. Kong Xian advanced with determined steps, causing the throng before him to part like the tide. All eyes were fixed upon him, filled with a mixture of disbelief and ridicule. Strangely enough, upon witnessing this scene, a wave of emotion surged within Kong Yud, compelling him to fight back tears. In truth, he was the one who understood Kong Xian the most. His anticipation for Kong Xian far outweighed any concern. Yet, as a devoted servant, he could not bear to see his master suffer. My lord, you must prevail. Kong Xian, beaming with a carefree smile, ascended the stage, bowing to all directions. Ahem, greetings everyone. Allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Kong Xian, the hereditary marquis of Kaiping. I have met with the prince, esteemed lords, and all the venerable elders present. Observing Kong Xian's seemingly carefree demeanor on the platform, many in the awning could not help but chuckle. To laugh in the face of death, this lad must surely be a few screws loose. Behind the pearl curtain, within the drapery, a soft gasp escaped. Isn't that Kong Xian? Princess Xiao Wei's cheeks flushed slightly. Kong Xian radiated youthful vigor. Though his skin appeared somewhat sun-kissed, his eyes sparkled with a captivating brilliance. She had known him since childhood, often trailing after him, calling him Xiange. However, as they grew older, propriety dictated a distance between them that in the depths of the palace. She had also heard of the drastic changes within the Kong family, particularly concerning Kong Xian's prolonged stupor, as if he had vanished from existence. The marriage proposal had not been mentioned thereafter. Yet today, witnessing Kong Xian's appearance, though seemingly frivolous, exuded an undeniable cleverness that belied any semblance of foolishness. Could it be that if a fool could suddenly improve, there might be hope for others as well? Princess Xiao Wei felt her heart stir, her gaze now lively and filled with interest. Kong Xian, how you've grown. The Prince Ning's eyes glimmered with recognition as he lightly nodded. Black Lord, I speak of him. Zhuge, the owner of the treasure pavilion, leaned in to whisper to Black Lord. Black Lord's interest piqued, having heard of several exquisite spirit herbs sourced from Kong Xian. Elder Zhou from the Wanxian sect, the most accomplished practitioner present, discerned something extraordinary from Kong Xian's demeanor as he ascended the stage, prompting a soft "oh" of intrigue. Xianer, you've truly come to the arena? You should withdraw at once. This is not a place for jest. Kong Muji, disregarding his status, urgently called out. Kong Xian, feigning shyness, scratched his head and replied, Grandfather, this person tarnishes our Kong family's reputation. As the last hope of the Kong family, I must step forward. Moreover, I am merely reclaiming what rightfully belongs to me. Kong Muji felt as though he were preaching to the wind, his irritation evident as his beard bristled. Kong Laoxiang, let us not disrupt the rules. Indeed, now that he had taken the stage, the other clan leaders restrained Kong Muji. Eager for the unfolding spectacle that this moment, Kong Liang had awakened beside the platform. Though half his face was bruised, he was still alive. Seeing Kong Xian's arrival, a mix of shock and resentment filled his heart. To practice martial arts, one must endure rigorous training. A fool has not even sought a master. What skill could he possibly possess after a month of aimless practice? I could easily send him sprawling with a single hand. Does he truly dare to step onto the stage and meet his demise? Not to mention facing Chao Qing, he wouldn't even stand a chance against the first challenger, Luo Chong. Chao Qing regarded Kong Xian. A flicker of genuine malice gleaming in his eyes, he had already dealt a heavy blow. Yet here stood this fool. If he were to show mercy, countless fools would soon follow to end the ensuing chaos. He pondered whether to use Kong Xian as an example, striking him down in a single blow to serve as a warning to others, dissuading them from appearing before him again. With this thought, Chao Qing's expression darkened. That moment, Kong Xian declared, "Chao Qing, I see your martial skills are rather mediocre. However, recognizing your efforts, should you bow and apologize, retracting your earlier slander against the Kong family? I may choose to end this here." Chapter 15. A clash of titans ended here. Chao Qing scoffed. All of you from the Kong family wish for a gentle resolution. I fear such a scenario is a mere fantasy. Kong Xian, I will take your life with my own hands. Prepare to witness. With a flicker of cold light in his eyes, Chao Qing stomped his foot, his form becoming ethereal and unpredictable. Ghostly foot technique. Each step seemed capable of shattering the void. In 3 strides, he soared into the air, his feet leading the charge toward Kong Xian with ferocious intent. A torrent of internal energy erupted from him, enveloping his legs in a swirling white mist. The Ghost King's shadowless kick. His legs struck in rapid succession, unleashing a relentless barrage aimed at Kong Xian's chest. The sheer force of his kicks caused the air between them to tremble. This technique is excessively fierce. Could it be the legendary shadowless kick of the scattered arts? How could he possibly wield it? What was even more astonishing, the prowess of a peak master in the realm of divine power was vividly and forcefully showcased. Upon witnessing this move, all the young dreamers who aspired to challenge him on the stage could not help but gasp in astonishment. This technique was overwhelmingly powerful. If it were to be faced by oneself, resistance would be utterly futile, leading to certain demise. Alas, the opportunity for mercy was extended at the very beginning, yet you failed to cherish it, remarked Kong Xian with a nonchalant demeanor, with a gentle flick of his index finger. The peacock nodded. This seemingly soft gesture resembled a gentle spring breeze. However, Chao Qing, with widened eyes, observed clearly, only to have his countenance turn as pale as death. Disastrous. The oppressive force emanating from Kong Xian's fingertip was akin to a millennia-old iceberg rising from the depths of the North Sea. Thunderous and overwhelming. The pointed tip transformed into the very tip of his finger, advancing towards him. The icy peak was not inherently terrifying. What instilled fear was the terrifying pressure, robust as an ancient glacier. Advancing towards him, awakening an instinctual dread of death. Chao Qing's heart raged with curses as his fear escalated to its zenith. Desperately, he forced his legs to contract and kicked out, with his left foot stepping on his right. He executed the arcane technique of ghostly foot crossing, creating ripples in the air between the two. His body sprang forth like a coiled spring, hurtling away with a speed surpassing his approach. To all witnesses, it resembled a lost dog, tail tucked, fleeing in a panic without a clear path. As the crowd marveled at Chao Qing's ignoble retreat, Kong Xian's wrist advanced slightly forward. Did you think you could come and go as you please? His inner power, as pure and dense as a mighty torrent, shot forth from his fingertip like a streak of lightning. It ignited the air with a thunderous explosion. Bang! The entire arena trembled, dust from every crevice soaring high. The internal energy surged like electricity, erupting forth. When Chao Qing turned to look, he was so terrified that he nearly lost his composure. In his panic, he could not help but exclaim an obscenity. Chao Qing had mastered the ghostly foot 7 techniques, a skill capable of elevating one to the ranks of the utmost martial experts. Yet, how could Kong Xian, a mere mortal, wield such a heaven-defying technique? Was this truly a contest of martial prowess? It felt more like a celestial battle. Impossible. I must be seeing things. My goodness, this is terrifying. Is this not akin to the legendary 6 Meridians divine sword? Below the arena, every martial practitioner had their eyes wide open. The expressions of those within the pavilion were filled with shock. Kong Xian's simple flick of his finger, seemingly as tranquil as water, bore the weight of an iceberg crashing down, evoking a sense of imminent doom. Chapter 16. A point to conclude, Chao Qing had retreated to the very edge of the stage in a flash. his face contorted as if he had just been force-fed excrement. Even the most renowned elderly heroes, whose internal power could project a distance of a yard, were deemed unparalleled. Yet, Kong Xian's fingertip emitted a radiant white light. What was its true intent? 3 yards, 5 yards, 7 yards? If Chao Qing continued to evade, he would inevitably fall off the stage. This cannot be happening. Chao Qing, with nowhere left to flee, roared in frustration, kicking out with fury. This kick, star kicking the Dipper, encapsulated years of relentless training. Even a tombstone atop a grave mound would shatter under its force. However, this kick, despite summoning a fierce wind, met Kong Xian's pure white fingertip like an ant attempting to shake a tree. Ah! Chao Qing screamed in agony as he plummeted from the air, crashing down onto the stage. The onlookers gasped in horror. They beheld Chao Qing's right foot, his entire right leg from calf to thigh, marred by a deep gash, as if sliced by a razor. His bones were exposed, flesh mangled. This was the result of a clash with Kong Xian's fingertip from 7 yards away. It was unimaginable. Had it struck him directly on the forehead, his skull would have surely exploded like a firecracker, scattering crimson everywhere. Too formidable. At that moment, Chao Qing's face turned ashen, while rising in his throat. He could not utter the words of surrender. Yet he could not escape the arena, filled with resentment. The arena merely marks the beginning. The first step towards the heavens. He must grow stronger. He must seek out his destiny. Everything pertaining to the great Xiong dynasty. The intrigues of the court, the power struggles of the 4 great families, the royal alliances. These are trifles, too diminutive for him to speak candidly. They are akin to performing rituals within a snail shell. In the realm of the void, the skies are vast and the seas boundless. The 10,000 Immortals sect, revered by 6 major dynasties and 12 medium-sized ones, stands tall. Here, the Great Xiong dynasty is but one of those middle-tier powers. Thus, this arena is his pathway to pursue that drop of blood in the sky, that meteor streaking across the firmament, that threshold where he glimpses the divine radiance of 5 colors. Today, he must step beyond this threshold. Gods block gods. Kong Xian's gaze swept across the assembly below. Beneath the high platform, the talented youths who had signed their death warrants and were ready to ascend the stage had already bowed their heads in deference to this young man. Deliberately avoiding his gaze, Kong Xian looked towards the officiant at the side for help. The officiant, still in shock, blinked widely before finally regaining composure. Clearing his throat, he called out, "Is there anyone else who wishes to challenge Kong Xian?" He repeated the question thrice, yet silence reigned. Just as the officiant was about to declare Kong Xian the victor, a voice finally responded, "If that is the case, it is my turn to take the stage." From the Hua family, a figure stepped forward, already atop the arena. Hua Inghong, the disciple of the long-browed Taoist, the predetermined contender for today's arena, a peak master of the dominance body realm, the strongest son of the 4 great families. The last card of Grand Master Hua Inghong, he slowly approached the center of the arena, cupping his hands and greeting, "Brother Kong, Hua Inghong of the Hua family comes to seek your teachings." Please, Chapter 17, Pinnacle of Martial Arts, Dominance Body Realm within the pavilion, all eyes reignited with excitement. The martial arts arena does not pursue the goal of taking lives. Hence, the use of weaponry is strictly prohibited. Yet, who could have imagined that mere fists and feet could inflict injuries that blades and axes could scarcely achieve? Fortunately, each family has esteemed masters who provide healing remedies and celestial techniques, their effects far surpassing those of mundane medicine. Thus, while the injuries to the young talents cause concern among the heads of the 4 great families and other prominent figures, the pain does not compare to the agony of losing a limb. At this moment, particularly Grandmaster Hua's eyes sparkled with fervor. Hua Ingxiong would undoubtedly prevail. Through the private introduction by the long-browed Taoist, Elder Zhou of the 10,000 Immortal sect had already given a discreet nod, confirming Hua Ingxiong as the sole disciple to be accepted during this recruitment by the 10,000 Immortal sect. The Hua family, having risen above the Kong family after their decline, had long since eclipsed the Kong, Zhao, and Yin families. Losing? Impossible. On the stage, a glacial chill emanated from Hua Ingxiong's eyes. The glory that rightfully belonged to Hua Ingxiong could not be snatched away by a fool like you. if I do not strike you down with a single blow. My prestige will remain unproclaimed." With this thought, a murderous intent radiated from Hua Ingxiong. Suddenly, his hand snapped from within his sleeve, launching an object with the swiftness of a shooting star, piercing through the fabric. This attack came unexpectedly and from a remarkably close distance, rendering defense nearly futile. As the spectators finally processed the scene, none could suppress their astonishment. A faint azure light enveloped Kong Xian's form. And at the center of this light, a brilliantly shining gemstone was repelled. A diamond, that exquisitely sharpened diamond, the size of a broad bean, buried itself deep into the protective barrier. Ripples radiated outward from the diamond's core. The sight was extraordinarily bizarre. The diamond, known for its unparalleled hardness, was seemingly indestructible. Moreover, this diamond had been launched with a tempestuous force, spinning rapidly, yet could not breach the azure barrier before Kong Xian. Could even this formidable flick of the finger be thwarted? Such prowess is reminiscent of a legendary monk, a veritable dominance body master. All who had registered for the challenge felt an overwhelming sense of dread. The other family heads, who had previously harbored a sliver of hope, their final semblance of dignity resting on Hua Ingxiong, began to worry. The three remaining families wished to topple the Kong family once and for all. Yet, witnessing this strange scene, unease settled in their hearts. Could Kong Xian's inner power truly coalesce into an internal energy barrier? Could Hua Ingxiong genuinely emerge victorious? Kong Xian plucked the diamond from the air and coldly inquired, "Is it the rule of the arena against the use of weaponry? Is it permissible to employ hidden weapons for an ambush?" Hua Ingxiong's countenance darkened. "This is merely a diamond, a gemstone. What constitutes a weapon?" "Oh, I see. A gemstone that is this your token of respect for me. However, I am not one to easily accept gifts." Kong Xian's demeanor shifted to one of contemplation as his fingers poised a flick. "What?" Hua Ingxiong instinctively sensed danger. He spread his arms wide, executing an eagle stance as he leaped backward. In an instant, he retreated a full 5 zhong, cold sweat oozing from his brow. Although he was confident of defeating Kong Xian, he could not muster the speed to conjure an energy barrier that swiftly. Kong Xian's mere energy had already penetrated 7 zhong. If a stone were to be propelled at this moment, its lethality would surpass that of the earlier illusory energy projection by 10-fold. At this juncture, a scornful smile graced Kong Xian's face. His earlier gesture to flick the diamond was merely a ruse to intimidate him. Seizing the opportunity, Hua Ingxiong steadied his stance, sinking his weight, palms thrusting forward. Preserving his life took precedence. He had to be cautious. From the core of his palms, a protective light began to manifest, a golden barrier. This barrier, dense and formidable, appeared more exquisite than Kong Xian's. This spectacle left all onlookers in awe. His barrier radiated pure terror. This was certainly not mere martial prowess. Good heavens! Could it be spiritual energy? Indeed, this was undoubtedly a divine ability from the energy condensation realm. Fortuitously, they had refrained from stepping onto the stage. Engaging with such divine beings would surely spell doom. The onlookers, including Ling Deng and other wandering cultivators, were rendered speechless by Hua Ingxiong's display. Only the long-browed Taoist wore a proud expression. Hua Ingxiong had recently ascended to the first layer of energy condensation, utilizing the sparse spiritual energy within him. Spiritual energy. This is the essence absorbed from the heavens and the earth by cultivators, containing the quintessence of the sun and moon, a product of the cosmic cycle that is incomparable to the internal force cultivated in isolation from the external flow of energy by martial practitioners. Now, Hua Ingxiong's cultivation in the energy condensation realm rendered him a formidable presence on the mundane arena. Anyone he faced could only blame their misfortune. Kong Xian tossed the diamond between his hands. Recalling something, he asked, "Oh, by the way, may I inquire about something? I have heard that your Hua family possesses a peculiar poison named the 7-day death powder. 5 years ago, my grandfather inexplicably fell ill. I wonder if it has any relation to your family's poison." Upon hearing this, Hua Ingxiong's pupils constricted sharply. Indeed, 5 years prior, in the midst of courtly strife, it was they who had secretly poisoned Kong Muji's water. Logically, he should have succumbed within 7 days. Yet somehow, he had merely fallen into a deep slumber, his mind clouded, without meeting his demise. Nevertheless, Grand Master Hua's objective had been achieved. The noble Kong had retired, and the power of the prime minister was divided. From then on, Grand Master Hua's family dominated the court. However, this matter had always been a closely guarded secret of the Hua family. Only a select few were privy to it, and it was impossible for it to leak out. How did Kong Xian come to know? Hua Yingxiong gritted his teeth. You may as well inquire with the king of hell. So, you concede, a tempest of wrath surged within Kong Xian. When he treated his grandfather's illness, he had detected signs of poisoning, reminiscent of a toxic reaction recorded in the Qingzi Ju and Honglu Jing. Thus, he had instructed Kong Yu to investigate discreetly, leading him to suspect the Hua family. The Hua family's poisoning of Kong Muji had indirectly influenced Kong Xian's own fate. Had his grandfather not been poisoned, he would not have endured 5 years of hardship and scorn. With this in mind, old grievances and new enmities surged within him. Today, mercy was not an option. Kong Xian raised his hand and flicked his fingers. The diamond shot back with an even greater speed, instantly hurtling towards Hua Yingxiong. This was no ambush. It was a direct confrontation. Bang! The tremendous force collided with the protective shield woven from Hua Yingxiong's spiritual energy. The impact sent him staggering back 3 steps. His complexion paling, Kong Xian's internal power could reach such terrifying heights. He was but in the first layer of energy condensation. The protective barrier in his hands quaked violently. The diamond, both incredibly hard and exceptionally brittle, shattered with a resounding crash. The pea-sized fragments transformed into a cloud of dust. Daha! You stopped it. Within the pavilion, Grand Master Hua, witnessing this turn of events, could not help but exhale a sigh of relief. His heart finally at ease as he clapped and cheered. In my household. Huangxing had yet to finish his words when suddenly, from behind the swirling dust, a figure shot forth with a speed surpassing that of a diamond. Amidst the shattered dust of the diamond, Kong Xian's face abruptly materialized before Huangxing. Kong Xian raised his right arm high, extending his middle finger and aligning it with his index finger to form a sword. He swung it downwards, wielding his finger as a blade. From the tip of his finger, a pure white sword aura cleaved through the air. This is it. Huangxing instinctively raised his hand to defend. Boom! Accompanied by a deafening roar. The shockwave from the impact sent the nearby crowd on the arena staggering back several steps. People tumbled in disarray, their faces etched with horror. What kind of terrifying force could knock them down all at once? Chapter 18. Qi Condensation Stage. How could this be possible? The barrier of spiritual energy that Huangxing had erected with both hands was utterly obliterated under Kong Xian's strike. His eyes brimmed with disbelief. He had just broken through to the Qi Condensation Stage. How could Kong Xian, utilizing his inner strength, dismantle his defenses? The sword aura descended upon him with an overwhelming force, reminiscent of an ancient ice mountain. I never imagined you had secretly trained to such an extent. How despicable. Huangxing snorted coldly, changing tactics to confront Kong Xian once more. Boom! 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 On the arena, a series of thunderous sounds erupted. Kong Xian maintained his previous stance, gradually bringing his right hand down. His expression was resolute, unwavering as a mountain. Kong Xian had harnessed over 150 years of inner strength to its zenith, concentrated at his fingertips. Had he not merely reached the pinnacle of martial arts, but instead entered the Qi condensation realm, Huangxing would have been defeated long ago. Huangxing attacked from the left to the right, from the ground to the air, likely showcasing his entire lifetime of learning within just a few breaths. The more he fought, the more alarmed he became. With each strike, he could sense that Kong Xian's strength was far inferior to his own. Yet he was unable to shake Kong Xian in the slightest. Kong Xian showed no signs of yielding. His swordplay allowed him to gain the upper hand in their exchanges, wielding his fingers as a sword. Blood would spill 5 steps away. What kind of technique is this? Huangxing exerted every ounce of his might. Having recently stepped into the Qi condensation realm, the meager energy he had cultivated within was nearly exhausted. This is not good. That I cannot withstand much longer. Kong Xian's sword fingers finally struck down upon his head. Huangxing could only grit his teeth and force his arms to block. Crack! The bones of his arms shattered under the tremendous pressure, heavily pressing against his head. His feet could not bear such overwhelming force either. The wooden boards of the arena splintered beneath him. It was as if a hammer effortlessly drove a nail. The two fingers struck down with the force of a collapsing cliff from Mount Hua, pinning Huangxing forcefully beneath the arena. With a thud, Huangxing was struck down, blood oozing from his 7 orifices. His life extinguished. Victory was decided. Kong Xian triumphed. The steward on the sidelines immediately reacted, announcing the victory as secondary. The priority was to organize a rescue for Huangxing. Although I've already accumulated sufficient experience in practical combat on the arena and have stepped into the realm of qi condensation. This is merely the beginning. Upon entering the mountains, I should minimize my interactions with Xiao Wei, refrain from indulging in matters of the heart, and devote my thoughts to cultivation. With that said, let us each exchange a few words before we embark on our journey back to the mountains. Chapter 19. Bowing to the sword at the renowned mountain, Lord Ning remarked, Elder Zhou, since it is a rare occasion for you to descend the mountain, should we not linger a few more days? My royal brother has personally summoned the finest mountain delicacies from the borders, which will arrive tomorrow. The imperial kitchen will prepare a grand banquet in your honor, as my brother wishes to host you himself. Zhou Xiaka replied, such worldly pleasures should be avoided. One must not be enamored by the delicacies of the mundane world. As he spoke, he glanced at Kong Xian and Xiao Wei, instructing them to bid farewell briefly before setting off. Kong Xian and his grandfather parted with tearful eyes, a sentiment that goes without saying. Due to Kong Xian's outstanding performance today, the Kong family has once again risen to prominence, even in Kong Xian's absence. No one would dare to bully the Kong family. There remains a lingering concern for his eventual return. Kong Yid clung to Kong Xian, his eyes brimming with tears and unable to utter a single word of retention. He understood what the young master truly desired. The vast sea allows fish to leap, and the high sky permits birds to fly. His own reluctance was merely a shackle and burden for Kong Xian. Kong Xian presented him with 50,000 taels of silver notes as a token of gratitude for their unwavering bond over the years. In the future, if he wished to remain with the Kong family, he could do so. If he found himself unhappy, this sum would ensure a comfortable life elsewhere. As Kong Xian was about to return to report to Elder Zhou, Master Zhuge suddenly approached, respectfully saying, Young Lord, may I have a word with you? This is our esteemed district manager He, who oversees dozens of branches of the treasure pavilion across 6 dynasties. Following his gaze, Kong Xian spotted the elegantly dressed manager He, standing with his hands clasped behind his back. Manager He, the district manager of the treasure pavilion, had heard that several exceptional spiritual herbs acquired here were sourced from Kong Xian. Thus, he had come specifically to observe his arena combat. Indeed, Kong Xian did not disappoint him in the slightest. In just 1 month, he had remarkably transcended 5 realms of martial arts. Furthermore, before everyone's eyes, he had traversed an abyss that many could never cross in their lifetimes. Entering the realm of qi condensation, he is undoubtedly a rare star of tomorrow. Kong Xian approached Manager He, who bore an expectant gaze. Manager He got straight to the point. Young Lord, I have heard that you possess quite a few premium spiritual herbs. Might I inquire if you have any available for sale? Indeed, I happen to have a few. Kong Xian thought to himself that this journey into the mountains would likely incur significant expenses. Having successfully achieved qi condensation, spiritual stones would become essential consumables in the future. Moreover, the vast consumption of spiritual stones by the Heaven Knows Earth Witness entity is well known. Selling a bit more would be beneficial. Since Manager He was a high-ranking official of the Treasure Pavilion, selling directly to him would likely yield a greater profit. Kong Xian promptly retrieved the last 6 premium spiritual herbs from his storage pouch. Presenting them one by one, the first 2 herbs elicited no surprise, but as he revealed the 6th, even Elder Zhou Xiaka's expression shifted slightly. Where had Kong Xian acquired so many premium spiritual herbs? Such quality could hardly be found in the mundane world. Even in their own Wanxian sect's meticulously cultivated herb garden, encountering such exceptional quality herbs was a rare occurrence, taking years to find even one. Zhou Xiaka thought to himself, I would have preferred not to see this. You sold them all right before my eyes. Clearly, you entered the immortal mountain with my assistance, yet you show no awareness of filial piety. It truly seems you do not regard me highly. With the transaction settled, Kong Xian received over 2,000 spiritual stones for the 6 herbs, blissfully unaware that his recent entrance had already tarnished Elder Zhou's impression of him. Manager He then produced a wooden token from his waist and presented it to Kong Xian. Kong Xian, this is the ebony token of our treasure pavilion. With this token, you may freely enter any treasure pavilion branch across the realm, enjoying unrestricted passage. Additionally, you will receive a 10% discount on all purchases. Oh, is that so? Kong Xian exclaimed, feeling as if he had struck gold. He could now buy low and sell high, effortlessly amassing more spiritual stones, which excited him immensely. Meanwhile, Zhou Xiaoke's expression darkened further. The ebony token could only be issued by the 6 district managers. Entering the treasure pavilion with this token meant that even the branch leaders would have to greet him as an esteemed guest. Regardless of the calamity he faced, as long as he possessed the ebony token, he would be under the protection of the treasure pavilion. And no matter how powerful the pursuers, they could only stand outside, unable to force their way in, or else they would declare war on the pavilion. As an elder of the Wanxian sect, Zhou Xiaoke himself lacked an ebony token. What merit did this young lad possess to warrant such a privilege? This was indeed rather ostentatious. Manager He, unaware of the origins of Kong Xian's spiritual herbs, nonetheless recognized his immense potential. The ebony token was precious. Even the 6 district managers could only issue 1 per year. Each token's issuance severed the hopes of many surrounding individuals for an entire year. Manager He displayed no hesitation on his face. Partnering with someone whose future is boundless would undoubtedly be a tremendous boon for the treasure pavilion, particularly if it led to exclusive dealings in spiritual herbs. Engage in grand business. One must invest capital. On Xiaowei's side, Lord Ning had already made all necessary arrangements. Elder Zhou had quietly accepted the royal family's generous gifts. Kong Muji, well versed in the intricacies of human relationships, had also arranged for 100,000 silver taels to be sent as a gift to Elder Zhou. Elder Zhou accepted it discreetly, concealing any change in his demeanor. Clearing his throat, he announced, "Cough, my 2 disciples, the time has come. Let us return to the mountain." Yes. The 2 exchanged brief farewells, reluctant to part. As they reached an open area, Zhou Xiaoke waved his hand, and Kong Xian felt as though he were floating on clouds. With Elder Zhou leading the way, they soared through the air. Uncertain how much time passed, Kong Xian suddenly found himself in a secluded, ethereal mountain. Within this realm, he was unaware of its majestic grandeur. This place was the sword-bowing hall of the Wanxian sect, located at the peak of Bo. Follow me inside. Bo Peak, sword-bowing hall. The place where disciples officially register with the sect. The grand hall surpassed even the magnificence of a royal palace. However, there were no dragon thrones or emperors here. Only a single sword. This sword, larger than any statue in a temple, shimmered with divine light. Had it not been for the eaves overhead, it would have nearly illuminated the heavens. A sword tip plunged into a blazing magma furnace, flames surging fiercely, yet the sword remained impervious to the heat. Thick chains of obsidian, as wide as a person's waist, wound around the sword, creating an air of mystery. Elder Zhou. Upon the trio's entrance, a disciple from the sword-bowing hall stepped forward to pay his respects. Wang Zhong, these 2 are the disciples I brought back. Please assist them with their registration. Zhou Xiaoke said as he walked straight into the inner courtyard. Yes, the disciple Wang Zhong replied respectfully. Once Elder Zhou had distanced himself, he approached Kong Xian and Xiaowei, introducing, "When disciples enter the mountain and behold this sword, none are left unshaken. This sword is called 9 Heavens Cloud Movement. It is our Wanxian sect's treasured artifact. Across the land, only the Merit Treasure Mountain of the Buried Temple could be compared to it. It is said that this sword commands the world, and none dare defy it." That is an exaggeration. However, when our founding ancestor wielded this sword, all sect elders bowed to its might. "Greetings, Brother Wang. I am Kong Xian." Kong Xian hurriedly bowed. "Greetings, Brother Wang. My name is Xiaowei." She added, "There's no need for excessive courtesy. Please follow me." Seeing Wang Zhong's amiable demeanor, Xiaowei inquired, "Brother Wang, how can such a powerful divine sword be displayed so casually here? Are you not concerned about it being stolen by ill-intentioned individuals?" "Little junior sister, You are truly amusing. Have you heard of Journey to the West? Ah, I have heard people speak of in the palace. Wang Zhong was not surprised by our mention of the palace. Regardless of one's mundane origins, all must start anew upon entering the mountain. Brother Wang continued. The book states that consuming Tangsang's flesh grants immortality, and eating ginseng fruits also bestows eternal life. What do you suppose is the reason that monsters seek to consume Tangsang, yet none dare to snatch ginseng fruits? Kong Xian immediately understood. Perhaps there had been monsters that once attempted to seize the ginseng fruits. But their fate was easily predictable. Just as everyone knows that money lies on the bank counter, only the brave would dare to take it. The Wanxian sect decision to display the sword publicly was not merely a show of strength, but a testament to their overwhelming confidence. Kong Xian could not help but develop a newfound understanding of the sect's formidable power. His hopes for the future soared to great heights. Thank you, Brother Wang, for clarifying. The first task upon entry was to bow before the divine sword. Yes, Chapter 20. Tsulan Peak. After navigating through a series of 36 complex procedures, Kong Xian and Xiao Wei finally completed their registration. They received disciple robes, identity tokens, storage pouches, mountain rules jade slips, and officially became outer disciples of the Wanxian sect. Brother Wang led them to the outer elder's chamber. From behind the wooden door, Brother Wang respectfully announced, Elder Yin, 2 new disciples have registered. After a brief moment, an aged voice responded. According to the divination, Xiao Wei shall be taken to Iron Hoof Peak, while Kong Xian will be led to Emerald Mist Peak. Wang Zhong replied, Yes, Kong Xian, concerned that Xiao Wei would be by his side, found many matters inconvenient. Upon hearing that the two would be assigned to different locations, his expression relaxed somewhat. However, Xiao Wei felt a twinge of reluctance. Pouting as she looked at Kong Xian, We have just arrived at the mountain. Must we part so soon? Kong Xian replied softly, As we have just entered the sect, we must abide by the rules. Sigh, very well. If you have the time, be sure to visit me at Iron Hoof Peak. A dignified senior sister, in charge of welcoming newcomers, beckoned her to follow. Kong Xian, observing Xiao Wei's reluctance, recalled her clingy demeanor from childhood and promptly urged, You should go now. We shall see each other again. Brother Wang said, All right, Kong Xian, it is time for you to embark on your journey. Yes, Kong Xian followed Brother Wang toward the teleportation array located halfway up the mountain. Inside the elder's chamber, Elder Yin Kashio, responsible for the registration and allocation of disciples, glanced curiously at Zhou Xiaka beside him. Holding Kong Xian's completed profile, he mused, logically, this young fellow possesses extraordinary talent and should have been assigned to the finest Iron Hoof Peak. Old Zhou, why did you insist on this arrangement? Zhou Xiaka replied with a hint of derision. A rough gem needs much honing. My arrangement is for his own benefit, within the 10,000 Immortals sect. New outer disciples are primarily directed to 3 main peaks, ranked from least to most favorable. Emerald Mist Peak, Xianlin Peak, and Iron Hoof Peak. Disciples brought back by elders are generally those of exceptional talent and status. Entitled to directly enter the most favorable conditions for cultivation at Iron Hoof Peak, at the very least, they would be assigned to Xianlin Peak. That IT is rare for anyone to be sent to the resource-scarce Emerald Mist Peak. Is it truly for his benefit? Yin Kachio shot a glance at Zhou Xiaka. I have not seen you show such favor to the others you brought back. However, it was merely the allocation of an outer disciple, inconsequential to the lofty elder. Yin Kachio saw it as a mere favor. Why not indulge? Kong Xian followed Wang Zhong and arrived at a teleportation array. Wang Zhong said, Kong Xian, this is where we part ways. Once you reach Emerald Mist Peak, someone will be there to welcome you. Use the Sex Jade Tablet to activate your next destination. Thank you, Brother Wang. Kong Xian felt a surge of excitement. The 10,000 Immortals sect spanned vast territories, with the Bayou Mountain range stretching for thousands of miles. Each mountain served as a boundary, dividing the surrounding mundane world into 6 major kingdoms, alongside several smaller ones, with 108 renowned peaks and countless gorges and valleys. Emerald Mist Peak was not far off. However, newly admitted disciples could not traverse the air and were at risk of perishing on their lengthy journey by foot, which could take 3 to 5 months. Thus, teleportation was their only option. Holding his waist token, Kong Xian nervously placed it upon the sensing stone and a radiant light enveloped him. The formation activated smoothly. After a lengthy period, when he opened his eyes again, he found himself in a new realm, on a nearby towering cliff. 3 large characters were inscribed. Emerald Mist Peak. A faint light shield enveloped the entire mountain and its surrounding ranges for 100 miles. Gazing upward, he saw hundreds of small courtyards dotting the hillside, arranged in an orderly fashion. Numerous pavilions and towers adorned the mountainside, exuding an air of tranquility and elegance, leaving one feeling refreshed and invigorated. Kong Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of yearning. This was indeed the 10,000 Immortals sect. To cultivate here was a stepping stone to a new realm. "Hey, newcomer, do you have any acquaintances here?" A chubby fellow lounging on a boulder was awakened by the light. With a friendly smile, he approached Kong Xian, introducing himself. "Hello. I hail from the Great Xiang Kingdom. My surname is Duan, and my name is Yufeng." As in jade tree standing in the wind. "I ask your name?" Kong Xian cupped his hands and replied, "Oh, we are fellow countrymen. I too come from the Great Xiang Kingdom. Brother Duan, you truly live up to your name. It is a pleasure to meet you. I am Kong Xian, and I hope you will look after me in the future. You are quite the charmer. This is my first time hearing someone praise my look since I've been at Emerald Mist Peak. Come, I will show you to your residence and explain the rules here. I work for the deacon, so guiding you costs nothing." Ah, Kong Xian was taken aback. It seemed the deacon disciples did not personally attend to newcomers, but instead hired this chubby fellow as a helper. The chubby one laughed. "Usually we have no place to cultivate. Helping the deacon welcome newcomers and earning some spirit stones is quite a lucrative side job." Noticing the odd expression on Kong Xian's face, he chuckled. "What else with that look? Follow me, and you'll understand everything along the way." Kong Xian followed Duan Yufeng along a winding mountain path. The chubby fellow was remarkably fit, likely accustomed to the terrain. The path ascended and descended steeply, yet he showed no signs of fatigue. Along the way, Kong Xian observed many fellow disciples meditating in caves carved into the mountainside, resembling serene bodhisattvas detached from worldly affairs. Kong Xian remarked, "The mountain life is so carefree, akin to immortals. These seniors truly possess elegance, choosing such tranquil spots for their cultivation." You're thinking too much. I'm not trying to scare you. But here at Emerald Mist Peak, it can be even harsher than many places below. Do you find it elegant? Come, let me show you the reality. The chubby fellow led Kong Xian towards an ancient, elegant red pavilion. Inside the pavilion was a well, beside which sat a tall senior brother in meditation. Before they could approach within 10 zhang, the seated brother suddenly shouted, "Stop right there! Anyone who takes another step forward will be killed without mercy." "Get lost." The chubby fellow shrugged. Accustomed to such reactions, he quickly pulled the furious Kong Xian, who was brimming with indignation, to retreat. After a considerable distance, the chubby one sighed and chuckled. "See, this is what you consider peaceful times." Kong Xian's brows remained tightly knit. Who had he offended? He merely wished to sit in the pavilion for a moment. "Brother Duan, why was that person so rude just now? Is he typically unwell? Or did he forget to take his medicine today?" "Don't call me Brother Duan. I'm not used to it. Just call me Fat Lord or Little Fatty like everyone else." The chubby fellow took the earlier incident in stride. He pointed at the towering verdant peaks behind them. "Look, Emerald Mist Peak may seem serene, but it is actually the most resource-scarce cultivation area for our 10,000 Immortals sect. Sigh, it's a case of too many monks and too little rice. Those you saw meditating in the pavilions and caves are not indulging in elegance. They're monopolizing the precious resources of the spiritual springs. You still don't grasp the severity of the situation. Without the spiritual springs to aid us, we may cultivate until death without achieving the second layer of qi condensation." "What? They are monopolizing the spiritual springs." Kong Xian's eyes flashed with indignation. "Kong Xian, now that you have stepped into qi condensation, you should understand that we cultivators, through our practice, are seizing the natural spiritual energy of the world, contending against heaven and earth. The essence of cultivation lies in this very spiritual energy. Currently, with its scarcity, aside from limited medicinal pills, we can only rely on the spiritual springs at Emerald Mist Peak. Overall, while the 10,000 Immortals sect is indeed a place of great fortune, it is but a thin pancake with varying thickness. The spiritual energy at Emerald Mist Peak is the thinnest compared to other areas. Only the numerous spiritual springs hidden within the mountain range can emit a more concentrated spiritual energy. Cultivating beside a spiritual spring allows for progress far quicker than in other places, at least 10 times faster. So now you understand why that person had such an attitude earlier, right? After listening to all this, a chill crept into Kong Xian's heart. Beneath the surface of this seemingly peaceful existence lay the ruthless competition for resources, a self-serving endeavor that concealed deadly traps. Cultivation is arduous. Once entering the immortal gate. Where is the tranquility of days? Chapter 21. The Law of the Jungle. The stronger grow stronger. There are over 10,000 disciples at Emerald Mist Peak, yet there are fewer than 1,000 springs. The springs you see are all monopolized by those at the second layer of qi condensation, obtained only after fierce battles that left them bloodied. You have just entered. The tough days are still ahead. Hee hee. Let us endure together. The chubby fellow's words carried a sense of resignation, yet his attitude was surprisingly open-minded. Kong Xian understood. The spiritual springs were the core resource of Emerald Mist Peak, the surrounding pavilions. Bridges, flowing water, ancient trees, and various elegant surroundings were not for self-cultivation, but rather for monopolizing resources. The strong could claim a spring for themselves, while the weaker would band together in groups to take turns cultivating at a single spring. If he wished to establish himself at Emerald Mist Peak and secure a spot by the most abundant spiritual spring, it was absolutely essential. Otherwise, relying solely on the exceedingly thin natural spiritual energy would result in a cultivation speed at least 10 times slower than those monopolizing the springs. When would he ever rise above? If he couldn't cultivate beside a spiritual spring, the more he practiced, the greater the gap would become with others that it would be tantamount to an eternal struggle. In light of this, it was imperative to devise a plan early on. Kong Xian, I perceive the thoughts that occupy your mind, that it is entirely natural to feel discontent and resentment. Every newcomer harbors such sentiments upon their arrival here. However, I advise you to momentarily relinquish these feelings. Those seniors who dominate the spiritual springs possess a formidable cultivation, largely at the second level of qi condensation that I in our esteemed Wanxian sect. Attaining the second level of qi condensation grants one the privilege of accessing the scripture pavilion to acquire technique. The overwhelming advantage of their realm, coupled with the application of their techniques, results in a stark disparity in strength compared to those at the first level of qi condensation. The seniors at the second level are not individuals that a mere novice like you can provoke or comprehend. Alas, all who come to cultivate at our Chuilan Peak are individuals burdened by hardship. For us, the future is encapsulated in a single word. To endure it, we must persevere until they ascend to the third level and depart from Chuilan Peak. Only then will the more seasoned and stronger individuals have a chance to ascend and claim the vacated spiritual springs. As a newcomer, your needs for spiritual energy are paramount, since we share a common origin. I see that you are quite perceptive. Allow me to guide you to the courtyard now. Tomorrow morning, I shall arrange for you to have a position by the spiritual spring, allowing you to sit there for a few hours. Kong Xian was taken aback. Is that feasible? Absolutely. I, the esteemed fat lord, hold considerable influence at Chuilan Peak. As he spoke, the plump fellow led him to a cave not far from the courtyard area. Pointing at the cave entrance with his thumb, he boasted, "Behold, this is the location of the spiritual spring where I shall bring you tomorrow for an experience. Remember the way. I shall await you here at dawn. If you refuse again, you shall not be deemed a man." Kong Xian replied, "Then I must extend my gratitude to you. Fat brother, no need for thanks." As they walked, the rotund fellow regaled him with tales about the people and events of Chuilan Peak. Eventually, they arrived at the courtyard marked on Kong Xian's jade slip. Although it was the most modest accommodation at Chuilan Peak, all who dwelled there were official disciples of the Wanxian sect. The courtyard, though small and unadorned, was well kept by spirit servants, ensuring that all arrangements were meticulously attended to. Daily living and dining were not a distraction. Remember to come to the cave entrance tomorrow morning. I will take you to experience the spiritual spring. Thank you, fat brother. After bidding farewell to the rotund fellow, Kong Xian closed his door and began to meditate on the qi condensation techniques imparted at the onset of his training. He sought to attune to the spiritual energy of the heavens and earth As he engaged in the qi condensation technique, he felt a subtle yet resilient energy within his dantian responding to the air around him. As his technique circulated, he was able to extract faint traces of spiritual energy from his surroundings. That moment, he experienced an epiphany, the capacity to perceive and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, as spoken of by the adept, is what constitutes one's innate talent. The better the talent, the more one can sense and swiftly absorb the spiritual energy in their surroundings. Conversely, poorer talent results in diminished perception and absorption capabilities. Given the same duration of practice, those with superior talent will inevitably widen the gap over time. Based on Kong Xian's estimation, with his current talent and without the aid of a spiritual spring, it would likely take 1 to 2 years to reach the second level of qi condensation. As for breaking through to the third level, the required spiritual energy would be several times that needed for the second level, suggesting an even longer duration to hasten this process. One must occupy a spiritual spring, otherwise the path to strength appears interminable. Contemplating this, Kong Xian felt a surge of indomitable will arise within him. The regulations at Chuilan Peak are indeed perplexing. Those who monopolize the spiritual springs cultivate at a pace tenfold that of others. If one possesses superior talent, their speed is further accelerated. This leads to an ever-widening chasm between the strong and the weak. The differentiation of tiers and disparities will only intensify as time progresses. The longer one delays their breakthrough, the more disadvantageous it becomes. Yet the more one yearns for an early breakthrough, the more unrealistic it seems. Without reaching the second level, one cannot obtain the sex techniques. Without techniques, one cannot compete with the other seniors. If one cannot compete with the seniors, how can they secure a spiritual spring? Without access to a spiritual spring, how can one acquire the spiritual energy necessary to ascend to the second level of qi condensation? Ultimately, it resembles an inescapable cycle of stagnation. The path for disciples at Chuilan Peak offers no alternatives. They can only endure in a methodical fashion. On his way back, Kong Xian noticed many elderly seniors with white hair and beards. They were now aged and stuck at the first level of qi condensation. Filled with frustration, individuals like them, who were unable to compete in their youth, found themselves increasingly outmatched as their cultivation time increased. Witnessing such circumstances served as a stark reminder for Kong Xian. This system resembles the law of the jungle. The weak are devoured by the strong, devoid of any semblance of fairness. Regardless of his circumstances, tomorrow he would first accompany the rotund fellow to experience the spiritual spring. The following day, Kong Xian arrived early at the cave entrance as instructed by the rotund fellow. Just as he was about to enter, he overheard voices. One voice was laced with hostility. "Fatty, do you really think of yourself as someone significant? This spiritual spring belongs to the 15 of us collectively. Each of us is entitled to only 2 days per month that you've already brought 2 people this month. Do you seek to extend your time?" Another voice chimed in. "Exactly. You're a waste. I hardly know how to address you. Instead of focusing on your own cultivation and improving your strength, you waste your days trying to save face. Let us be honest. Aren't you just a lackey? Where's the honor in that?" Indeed, those who could be found at Chuilan Peak were typically the children of impoverished families without any influential backing. Those with connections would never find themselves enduring hardship in such a place. What good would it do to curry favor with these people? The rotund fellow pleaded, "Brothers, Kong Xian is truly my fellow townsman. I cannot simply abandon him this time. How about this? I will forfeit my opportunity for next month that I will only claim 1 day next month. We are all brothers, so please help me out." This precedent cannot be set. If the rules are broken, chaos will ensue. Indeed, it's either a yes or a no that if you wish to use the spiritual spring, apart from the agreed-upon dates of the 3rd and 18th. You may sit elsewhere. Inside the cave, several brothers cast cold glances at the rotund fellow. For their group, each individual only had 2 days of cultivation each month. Time spent by the spiritual spring was incredibly precious. Every moment counted. The rotund fellow's desire to relinquish his time for Kong Xian was nothing short of a fantasy. Upon entering the realm of qi condensation, Kong Xian's senses surpassed those of ordinary individuals. He overheard every word of their conversation outside the cave, and his feelings towards the rotund fellow deepened. Unsure of whether to feign ignorance or acknowledge that he had overheard everything, he watched as the rotund fellow emerged from the cave. His face flushed. When their eyes met, the rotund fellow initially hesitated before smiling and wrapping an arm around Kong Xian's shoulder, saying, "Kong Xian, I must apologize today. I had another brother who was already scheduled in here. I completely forgot. There's a bit of a scheduling conflict. But no worries. I shall take you to another location. I assure you, you will be seated beside the spiritual spring today." Chapter 22. Envy and jealousy. Kong Xian understood his predicament and replied earnestly, "Fat brother, aside from relying on the spiritual spring, do we truly have no other means to enhance our cultivation? There are alternatives, but for the disciples of Chuilan Peak, they are rather impractical." Kong Xian's interest was piqued. "Oh, how impractical. Why not enlighten me?" "The alternative is quite simple. It requires spending spirit stones to purchase medicinal pills from the alchemy room." Kong Xian hesitantly inquired, "Are the pills expensive? For disciples from other peaks, they wouldn't be considered overly costly. Especially for those of noble lineage, supported by significant families or royal connections, acquiring spiritual medicines is rather easy. After all, the Dingling Dan is the most fundamental entry-level pill for the qi condensation stage. Our sect cultivates the raw materials, and the refinement process is straightforward. Hence, it is produced in bulk. Keeping prices low, each one only costs 4 spirit stones. Kong Xian's eyes lit up. This price was not exorbitant. It was evident that the sect's foundation was profound, and they took considerable care of the qi condensation disciples. Perhaps it was true that such basic medicinal pills, merely effective during the early stages of qi condensation, should not be priced excessively. Kong Xian inquired, "I wonder how effective the Dingling Dan is?" The rotund fellow licked his lips, looking somewhat disenchanted. "Alas, I have never consumed one myself. I have heard it said that one can replenish the spiritual energy equivalent to 15 days of arduous training beside the spiritual spring." Kong Xian clapped his thigh. "Ah, this simplifies matters. As long as I can obtain 8 spirit stones each month, I won't even need the spiritual spring, right?" A long-lost smile finally graced his face. At that moment, he regained the cheerful demeanor of the young lord from the Kaiping Marquisate. "Kong Xian, do not be too naive. Disciples at Chuilan Peak are only allocated 3 spirit stones per month. In a month, it's impossible to afford even 1 Dingling Dan. Furthermore, spirit stones cannot solely be used for purchasing Dingling Dan after buying them. Would you not also consider the need for pills for healing injuries and other contingencies? Furthermore, this is merely the first layer of qi condensation. When one reaches the 3rd layer, one may purchase magical items and spells, and there will be ample opportunities to spend money then, as disciples at the lower tiers of Chuilan Peak. How can we possibly afford to purchase elixirs from the alchemy room? Who says we cannot? Take me and have a look," Kong Xian urged, a smile gracing his face, brimming with anticipation they sell various spiritual herbs in the alchemy room. "Aside from elixirs," the chubby boy grimaced, "they do sell them, but what does it have to do with us? Although you share the surname Kong, your fate is rather unfortunate. If you were born into the Kong family of the Kaiping Marquis in the capital, with 8,000 taels of silver each month, you wouldn't have to worry about such trivial matters." He regarded Kong Xian with skepticism, suspecting this compatriot might be even more of a pretender than himself. At that moment, they were all clad in disciple robes. "However, I must be overthinking it that if you truly came from the Marquis' residence, how could you possibly be assigned to this desolate Chuilan Peak?" "How would I know?" Kong Xian could only manage a wry smile. "Let us go. I'll show you the way to the alchemy room." The chubby boy, feeling somewhat disinterested, thought it better to accompany him than to remain idle. As the two conversed, they soon arrived at the alchemy room of Chuilan Peak. Due to the general poverty of the disciples, business at the alchemy room was rather sluggish and could see the entrance. A duty disciple, chewing on a blade of grass and leaning against the doorframe, appeared utterly bored. "Brother Gua, I brought a new junior disciple to have a look," the chubby boy greeted him. Brother Gua didn't even bother to lift his eyelids, merely muttering, "They can look, but tell him not to touch anything. The items in the alchemy room are quite valuable." "Understood," Kong Xian continued walking without a pause. Stepping into the alchemy room that on the main counter, prominently displayed, was the Ding Ling Dan. Additionally, there were several healing elixirs, as well as those that temporarily enhanced attack, defense, and speed. Battle Wool Dan, Iron Armor Dan, Swift Dan, and others. There were also elixirs that increased resistance to magical attacks. Water Avoidance Dan, Wind Stabilization Dan, Fire Avoidance Dan, and Lightning Avoidance Dan, among others. The variety of elixirs left Kong Xian in awe. So this is the Ding Ling Dan. Kong Xian walked directly to the counter, showcasing the Ding Ling Dan. Each Ding Ling Dan was housed in a wooden box the size of a jewelry case. Suddenly, Kong Xian furrowed his brow. Why do these elixirs appear to be of rather ordinary quality? If I were to purchase one and then use Tianji Di Jian to refine it to perfection, I wonder if the efficacy would improve. With this thought, he could not help but swallow hard, eager to validate his hypothesis. Thus, he reached out to take one of the wooden boxes. Brother Gua, who had been watching them from the entrance, quickly approached, eyeing the situation with suspicion. "Hey, I'm talking about you. Don't just grab anything. If you haven't bought it, don't touch." Kong Xian inquired, "How many Ding Ling Dan are there?" Brother Gua retorted irritably. "Haha, why do you ask? Are you trying to jest with me? There are over 100 on the counter. Can you afford them?" Oh, without another word, Kong Xian began grasping handfuls of spirit stones from his storage bag. "Counting the Ding Ling Dan on the counter, I'll buy them all." What? Brother Gua nearly had his eyes pop out when he saw Kong Xian placing over 100 spirit stones onto the tray and continuing to extract more. Carrying such extraordinary wealth is indeed a superpower. Wealth aside, especially given Kong Xian's promptness in producing spirit stones that a child from an ordinary family would never act so decisively without blinking. In truth, Kong Xian felt quite pained over the spirit stones. However, considering the substantial increase in the spiritual energy within him should he buy them, he felt more at ease. Moreover, the duty disciples here merely monitor the goods for the sect. Each item has a fixed price. Brother Gua had no authority to grant any discounts in such a scenario. Discounts were out of the question. What was needed instead was a tip. Brother Gua's attitude shifted dramatically. Rubbing his hands together, he asked somewhat flatteringly, "Forgive my curiosity, but may I know your name?" "Junior Disciple? I am Kong Xian." Kong Junior Disciple. The alchemy room distributes elixirs based on the sales volume from each peak. Due to the dismal sales at Shuilan Peak recently, only 150 Ding Ling Dan are allocated each month, that a few scattered ones have been sold, leaving 124 remaining. However, I am merely serving the sect. Not a single spirit stone goes into my own pocket, so even if you buy more, there are absolutely no discounts. All right, I'll buy them all. Here are 500 spirit stones. Consider this as an extra for your first meeting. Brother Guo was taken aback, excitedly exclaiming, "Ah? Thank you, Kong Junior Disciple. I'll help you count them right away." "No rush. Do you sell any spiritual herb for alchemy?" Kong Junior Disciple. "You jest. All disciples at Shuilan Peak are merely at the first and second layers of qi condensation. Their cultivation is just beginning. How could anyone here possibly understand alchemy? Therefore, spiritual herbs are generally not sold here, though occasionally a few may be available. If there are any next time, please set them aside for me." While speaking, Kong Xian continued to extract spirit stones. "Here are another 100 spirit stones. Brother Gua, please select a few suitable elixirs for me from the various types on the counter, and need to give me change. Kong Junior Disciple, you truly are extravagant." Brother Gua swallowed hard at these words and couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. He had only received a few extra spirit stones each month as a duty disciple. The amount of spirit stones Kong Xian was casually dispensing could easily sustain him for a month or two. Junior Disciple. "These are all yours. I'll preserve the Ding Ling Dan for you in ceramic vials. 10 per vial. This way, it'll be more convenient for you to store and use." Brother Guo presented a large tray. Besides the ceramic vials, the other various auxiliary elixirs were still in small boxes, meticulously wrapped in oil paper. This scene left the nearby chubby boy utterly dumbfounded. 600 spirit stones. He had never witnessed such grand spending in his life. "Kong Xian, who exactly are you?" "Thank you." Kong Xian waved his sleeve, collecting all the elixirs. Keeping wealth hidden is wise. He left only a small ceramic vial containing 4 Ding Ling Dan. Shaking the vial, and listening to the sound. He directly handed it to the chubby boy. "Here, Brother Fat, this is for you." "Huh? For me? Of course. If it weren't for your assistance, I wouldn't know how many detours I would have taken. We are both from the same hometown, so there's no need to stand on ceremony. Although my spirit stones are limited, I am willing to invest my heart and soul into this friendship. Take it." Kong Xian winked at him, easing the chubby boy's tension. .4 Ding Ling Don represent a considerable fortune for any disciple at Chui Lan Peak that it would take half a year to accumulate enough wealth to purchase them. Seeing the chubby boy hesitate to reach out, Kong Xian chuckled. "If you refuse to take it, I shall give it to someone else." "I'll take it. I'll take it." The chubby boy mustered his courage to accept the ceramic vial. Patting his chest, "All right, I, Fat Lord, will take good care of you in the future. While you cultivate at Chui Lan Peak, you can rest assured." Though he spoke confidently, his conviction was evidently lacking, given Kong Xian's formidable financial prowess. It would be intriguing to see who would end up looking after whom in the future. Brother Gua, lingering nearby for a while, finally asked, "By the way, Kong Jr. disciple, do you plan to consume all these elixirs by yourself?" Kong Xian replied, "Yes." His brother Gua initially felt a twinge of envy. What kind of family is this? They treat elixirs as if they were mere meals. How enviable, jealous, covetous. Chapter 23. Consumed a little dingling. Damn, brother. Gua shook his head. Dismissing the strange thoughts, he cautioned, "Kong Xian Jr. disciple, as the saying goes, all medicines have their poison. Although the sect produces them under strict standards, if you intend to consume so many at once, I cannot guarantee there won't be any side effects. After all, I have yet to hear of anyone at Chui Lan Peak having consumed them in such a manner. Furthermore, I must remind you that if your cultivation relies solely on the potency of these medicines, it may not be a good thing. That it could very well lead to your body becoming dependent on the drugs, consequently diminishing your ability to perceive and absorb the surrounding spiritual energy." "Understood. Thank you." Kong Xian expressed his heartfelt gratitude. The two strolled back down the mountain path, appearing as if they were merely passing the time. The chubby boy, unusually light on his feet, wore an expression of joy akin to having tasted honey. Behind him, Kong Xian strolled like a young master, hands clasped behind his back, humming a tune, his gaze drifting over the flowers and birds on the mountains, leisurely meandering to the entrance of the cave where the chubby boy resided. Two senior brothers were watching them. Upon witnessing the two exuding such vitality, the two senior brothers frowned, their expressions shifting from vigilance to disdain. It seemed the chubby boy had encountered setbacks elsewhere, leaving him utterly defeated. Indeed, now that he had arrived at Chui Lan Peak, he could only blame his unfortunate fate. One should have been prepared to languish for the past 2 years. I find this newcomer rather foolish. Yet he still manages to smile. That's impressive. Making merry in the midst of hardship, I suppose. Returning to his dwelling, Kong Xian eagerly shut the door behind him and retrieved the Tianji from his storage bag. He opened a porcelain vial and poured in 10 elixirs. Then, tentatively, he added spirit stones. His astonishment. The moment he placed the 5th stone inside, the power of time manipulation from the extraordinary artifact was activated. Witnessing this, Kong Xian couldn't help but feel a surge of anxiety. Could just 5 spirit stones truly be enough to enhance the efficacy of these spirit-fixing elixirs? In truth, his concerns were unfounded. Spirit stones inherently contain the essence of heaven and earth. The Tianji merely harnessed the spiritual energy from the stones to activate the latent temporal power within the elixirs. Thus, since both were sources of spiritual energy, and given that the spirit-fixing elixirs were merely of the most rudimentary grade, the consumption would naturally be minimal. Kong Xian picked up a refined spirit-fixing elixir from the treasure mirror. In comparison to the original, its appearance and fragrance were worlds apart. He pondered how much spiritual energy would be absorbed from consuming this enhanced elixir. Would it propel him directly to the second layer of the Qi condensation realm? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, he placed the elixir into his mouth. It dissolved instantly, and a gentle wave of spiritual energy began to spread within him. Hastily, Kong Xian activated his internal Qi cultivation method, rapidly absorbing this exceedingly pure spiritual energy. Half an hour later, Kong Xian opened his eyes, feeling his internal spiritual energy replenish significantly. Compared to the exhaustive meditation of the previous night, the increase in his internal energy was more than 100-fold. Indeed, he had made considerable progress. The ability to sense such a monumental advancement was merely due to the earlier meager accumulation. Looking back, 150 years of internal power had only served to shatter the void, establishing his unique Dantian Qi. Within that Qi, only a trace of his initial awareness remained, alongside the minute accumulation of spiritual energy from yesterday's practice. That it was akin to having but a few drops of water in a vessel. The spirit-fixing elixir had effectively doubled that quantity, representing a substantial increase. Yet, Kong Xian felt a twinge of frustration. It seemed he had miscalculated his own cultivation level. With the infusion of true energy from the spirit-fixing elixir, he finally grasped the true capacity of his qi. It was certainly not a mere two-tail cup, but rather akin to a large fish pond spanning several feet. Thus, the two tails of spiritual energy added to the small pond of his qi felt almost negligible. The relative increase was significant, but the absolute amount was scant. Kong Xian couldn't help but feel overwhelmed. Was this truly the first layer of qi condensation? Was cultivation this arduous? Yet, many individuals on Chuilan Peak had already attained the second layer of qi condensation. Was it not said that one spirit-fixing elixir could equate to half a month's worth of energy from a spirit spring? How had they achieved such feats? Or was it that he alone faced this struggle, while others traversed a smooth path? Regardless, he resolved to continue his efforts without dwelling on these thoughts. The road ahead was wide, and he must press on, and no matter how arduous the journey, surrender was not an option. With that in mind, he seized the remaining exquisite spirit-fixing elixirs from the treasure mirror and swallowed them whole. The following morning, Kong Xian awoke from his cultivation, letting out a contented belch, the lingering taste of spiritual energy still resonating in his throat. During the night, he had consumed 100 refined spirit-fixing elixirs. Despite this astonishing quantity that would be unfathomable to others, his qi was now only filled to about 1/3. It was worth noting that on Chuilan Peak, obtaining over 100 spirit-fixing elixirs took an entire month. Even with spirit stones as a means to accelerate his progress, it would take at least 3 months to fully fill his qi. The remaining 20 elixirs held little value in terms of enhancement, and he had no desire to consume them for the time being. Fortunately, the qi cultivation techniques from his sect had become quite familiar after the previous night's practice. However, compared to the energy absorbed from the spirit-fixing elixirs, the spiritual energy present in the room now seemed exceedingly meager. Spirit springs. They were truly essential. Yet, with his current level of cultivation, he lacked the confidence to challenge those senior disciples who had long occupied the spirit springs with their refined techniques. As a newcomer to the sect, Kong Xian chose to refrain from taking unnecessary risks. Should he rashly challenge them and face defeat, he could not accept such reckless behavior. Knowledge of oneself and one's adversaries leads to victory in every battle. Thus, he resolved to observe and learn more. The thinness of the spiritual energy in the air left Kong Xian disinterested in meditating within his room. He stepped outside, his gaze settling on the mountains. Chuilan Peak soared majestically to the heavens, its verdant slopes stretching endlessly. Supporting his chin with his hand, Kong Xian mused, in such a vast sect as the Wanxian sect, Chuilan Peak stands so imposing. Could it be that all the spirit springs here have been discovered and claimed? I refuse to believe it. There may yet be undiscovered spirit springs hidden within these mountains that I, Xiaoho, shall seek them out. With no other plans before the next month's replenishment of medicinal supplies, he decided to ascend the towering peak without meeting his chubby companion. Kong Xian ventured out early and returned late each day in search of spirit springs. By the 4th day, he had journeyed farther than ever, often not returning to rest at night. After all, disciples practicing on Chuilan Peak relied on their own determination and resourcefulness. There were no mandatory gatherings or forced teachings. The path to liberation from suffering depended solely on personal initiative and diligence. That on the 7th day, Kong Xian found himself several mountains away from the western base of Chuilan Peak, a desolate area devoid of human presence. It would take him 3 or 4 days to reach the clustered dwellings near the main peak. After traversing a vast bamboo grove, he stumbled upon a massive boulder jutting out from the mountainside. Standing 100 feet tall, as dusk approached and the sky darkened, he caught sight of the sun setting in the west, draping him and the surrounding mountains in a golden hue. The rare and breathtaking scenery lifted his spirits. Kong Xian kindled a fire and began to carefully roast a wild chicken that he had cleaned by the stream. Despite being a scion of a noble family, he possessed remarkable practical skills. His keen intellect allowed him to learn quickly, and each endeavor became an opportunity for improvement. From hunting and cleaning to roasting, each subsequent attempt displayed marked progress. As day turned to night, the moon rose like a luminous disk. The sky was not black, but rather a deep azure. The mountain winds rustled the bamboo shadows, creating a serene atmosphere. The golden rays of the sun and the silvery moonlight alternated upon him, embodying the essence of both day and night. The fire had dwindled to embers, producing the perfect heat for roasting. The aroma of the chicken wafted through the air, and despite his fruitless search for spirit springs over the past few days, Kong Xian felt no despair. After consuming this roasted wild chicken, he was certain fortune would smile upon him, guiding him to the finest spirit spring hidden within the mountains. Just as he was about to indulge, he heard a voice exclaim, Who is cooking something delicious here?" A figure emerged from the bamboo grove, drawn by the enticing aroma. A man clad in black stumbled forth, causing a commotion that startled numerous birds and insects from their slumber. "Oh, little fellow, your chicken smells divine. Old Senior here is feeling peckish and wishes to partake." The man approached with an air of familiarity, calling out as he came closer. This was the Lan Peak area, under the watchful eye of the sect, where no lethal dangers lurked. Thus, although Kong Xian was surprised to see the man, he felt no fear, only a wry smile upon his lips. Encountering a high-ranking individual while cooking chicken, such a trope was far too cliché, even for storytellers. However, it was clear that this encounter would differ from those recounted in tales. Kong Xian cast aside his wandering thoughts and scrutinized the newcomer. The man appeared to be over 60, with a mix of white and black hair cascading freely, resembling a formidable gray lion. His features, including prominent eyes and a broad nose, bore the marks of time, etched with deep lines. His visage initially gave an impression of ferocity, yet his current expression was one of mirth, creating an ambiguous aura of righteousness and wickedness. Kong Xian initially suspected the man was inebriated, but as he drew nearer, he realized the individual was, in fact, a limping elder. While a limp might be seen as a flaw, it added an air of mystery and depth to his character. In truth, in this desolate mountain, the manner of his arrival and his unusual appearance led Kong Xian to perceive him as a true recluse of the world. The elder crouched down, eyeing the roasted chicken with palpable excitement, rubbing his hands together in anticipation. This chicken is a feast for the senses, truly exquisite," he exclaimed, licking his lips. Kong Xian respectfully inquired, "Might I ask how to address you, esteemed elder?" The elder replied, "Refer to me as Elder Mangsu." "Come, little one, share half of that chicken with me." Kong Xian, unhurried, responded, "Elder Mangsu, since this is our first meeting and such a fortuitous encounter, I wonder what rewards you might bestow upon your junior." Well, you haven't even allowed me a taste of your chicken, and you're already asking for a reward." Elder Mangsu chuckled, revealing a crooked grin. He scratched his head, contemplating, then waved his hand dismissively. Forget it. I shan't take your food for nothing. Consider it a concession to you." With piercing eyes, he fixed his gaze upon Kong Xian, who felt as though he were being scrutinized by a jolt of electricity, as if the elder could see straight through him. "You, little one, possess astonishing potential." The man's expression was stern as he stroked his tangled beard, gravely inquiring, "Young one, how long have you been cultivating on Lan Peak?" Kong Xian clasped his hands together and replied, "If I count carefully, it has been 7 days since I entered the mountain gate." He lowered his head, thinking to himself, "However, during these few days, I have merely been wandering outside, hardly engaging in serious cultivation. It is utterly impossible." Elder Mangsu has discerned that the techniques within Kong Xian are remarkably pure. Clearly, he is practicing the foundational method of the Wanxian sect. This technique is exclusively reserved for the official disciples who ascend the mountain. Even if an elder descends, it cannot be disseminated below. The spiritual energy within him, if he were an ordinary disciple, would have taken at least 1 to 2 years of cultivation to attain. Having only been on the mountain for 7 days, how could this be possible? Moreover, his first level of qi condensation reveals a scale so immense it is astonishing, 100-fold of that of an ordinary person. Such aptitude and potential for future breakthroughs are simply unimaginable. The junior dare not conceal anything. In truth, I have had some fortuitous encounters and have consumed a few medicinal pills that You have ingested medicinal pills? Elder Mangsu turned his face away, his expression shifting several times. Kong Xian's words had stirred within him an exceedingly significant concern. With his back to Kong Xian, a hint of a cold, merciless smile crept upon Elder Mangsu's lips. As he made a decision that would determine Kong Xian's fate that moment, Kong Xian asked from behind, "Elder, if you are unwilling to bestow a reward, that is quite all right. Please, first taste my roasted chicken. After you have eaten, if you are gracious, please guide me to a place where a tranquil spiritual spring suitable for cultivation resides. I would be immensely grateful." Upon hearing this, Elder Mangsu let out a hearty laugh. Turning his body, the black robe swirled around him, exuding an overwhelming presence. The spiritual energy of Chuilan Peak is rather insipid. Alas, I have little regard for it. Since we are so fated, I shall naturally offer you a reward. As Elder Mangsu spoke, he flicked his wrist, causing a stream of light to transform into a flower. The flower's core trembled, instantly releasing a rich, dark fragrance. Upon inhaling it, Kong Xian felt his heart lighten, and he became utterly calm. Looking again at the flower, it resembled a camellia, yet its petals sparkled like crystal, swaying with vibrant colors. Clearly not an ordinary specimen. Behold, this is the nourishing spirit flower. It grows on cliffs over 1,000 feet high and blooms only once every 300 years. Nourished by the essence of the sun and moon, if refined and absorbed, it greatly aids cultivators in solidifying their foundations and rapidly advancing their skills. Each bloom is enough to incite fierce competition among immortals. Had I not intervened personally, you would not have been able to enjoy it. As he spoke, Elder Mangsu pointed to the specks of bloodstains newly acquired on his clothing, seeking to prove the flower's rarity. His pride was evident. Kong Xian's eyes lit up. Although Elder Mangsu's words contained a hint of boastfulness, he was no fool easily duped. The nourishing spirit flower before him, in terms of type and quality, was indeed far superior to any spiritual herbs he had previously encountered. Should there be a chance for time to reshape itself, it might fetch an astronomical price in the future. With this thought, a shrewd glimmer sparkled in Kong Xian's eyes, and he excitedly rubbed his hands together. "Elder, is this for me?" Elder Mangsu regarded him, thinking him to be a greenhorn, with a proud curl of his lip. He declared, "Of course, not only shall I grant you the nourishing spirit flower, but I shall also impart to you a technique." "Oh?" Kong Xian couldn't help but slightly furrow his brow. He believed in the notion of falling pies from the sky, but was cautious about the implications of such a generous offer. "The technique I shall bestow upon you is called the Great Furnace Sutra." The Great Furnace Sutra? Upon hearing those 3 words, Kong Xian's brows knitted once more. Elder Mangsa chuckled. "Are you astonished by these 3 words? To become a furnace oneself is to refine all things, to forge the 5 elements, to temper the sun, moon, and stars. You are fortunate. This Great Furnace Sutra that I am about to impart is unique in the entire Wanxian sect." Kong Xian maintained a smiling demeanor, yet internally he was tumultuous. The Great Furnace Sutra, was it not the alchemical secret method contained within the first azure light that had manifested upon his awakening? How could Elder Mangsu possess knowledge of it? Yet the method in his mind pertained only to alchemy, not to cultivation. Moreover, if this secret method were truly so extraordinary, could it be so easily imparted for merely half a roasted chicken? Let us hear him out for now. The Great Furnace Sutra, as the name suggests, uses the body as a furnace to smelt the world. Now let your center of gravity sink, steady your stance, raise your heels, and place your toes on the ground. This forms the dual feet as furnace, the foundational stance for cultivation. Prepare your posture. Now, I shall impart the method to you. Elder Mangsu, brimming with enthusiasm, began to teach the core principles step by step. Kong Xian listened, confirming them against the Great Furnace Sutra in his mind, that he realized that this old fellow's version of the sutra had numerous discrepancies. Most absurdly, the incantations he taught essentially instructed him to visualize himself as a furnace. Diverging thematically from the original sutra's focus on how to operate the alchemical furnace, as Kong Xian pondered, a sudden shock seized his heart. He recalled a nefarious alchemical technique recorded within the Great Furnace Sutra. Human furnace pill. This shameless old man. Could it be that while seeming to impart a technique, he was actually attempting to execute this rare and wicked method? The so-called human furnace pill involves deceiving others, using them as one's human furnace. Under the pretense of teaching a technique, the actual goal is for the individual to learn how to refine medicinal herbs using their body as the furnace. The human furnace practices while simultaneously consuming various spiritual herbs, using their body as a furnace to help refine pills. Such human furnaces actively cultivate, incomparable to any ordinary alchemical furnace. However, once the pills are successfully refined, the human furnace meets its end. It is inevitable that they will fall victim to being devoured by the practitioner. This technique is exceedingly cruel and is commonly employed by powerful beings in the Golden Core stage. For at this stage, these experts have yet to reach the nascent soul stage and cannot shed their primordial spirit to seize another's body for reincarnation. They can only rely on consuming human pills to achieve a similar effect. Elder Mangsu, old, ugly, and limping, Kong Xian harbored serious doubts that he was scheming against him. Damn it, if that were the case, how could this be considered fortune? What a stroke of ill fate, truly. Young one, why are you sweating? Is the method I am teaching too obscure? Would you like me to speak more slowly? Chapter 25. Human Furnace Pill. The incantation is not difficult at all. I have memorized everything you've said. Please continue. Kong Xian felt beads of cold sweat forming on his forehead, yet his mind was already made up. Elder Mangsu failed to notice his change in demeanor. He was entirely unconcerned, unable to imagine. After all, in his eyes, Kong Xian was merely a lowly insect at the first level of qi condensation to him. It was akin to a lion disregarding an ant. Thus he casually inquired, "Oh, you've memorized it? Then what was the previous line?" Kong Xian shook his head and confidently replied, "Elder, you just said, cut off the ignorance, decisively measure the great furnace of all sentient beings." The original Great Furnace Sutra resided in Kong Xian's mind, and he was naturally familiar with it, reciting a string of verses flawlessly. These incantations, though obscure and convoluted, he could recite with greater fluidity than Elder Mangsu himself. Upon witnessing this, Elder Mangsu's eyes widened in astonishment. His heart surged with excitement. This young lad's talent was too extraordinary. Not only was his cultivation speed remarkable, his Qi scale was otherworldly, but even his memory was astonishing. Well, there are a few errors, but they do not detract from the overall brilliance that you've misremembered with the heart. Fire flows as with the furnace, fire flows and similar. There are a few more lines to remember. Kong Xian glanced at the roasted chicken upon the fire. "Elder, shall we not eat something first? This roasted chicken is particularly sensitive to cooking time, that, if overcooked, the meat will lose moisture, turning from tender to dry and tough. The taste will be quite lacking." Elder Mangsu burst in a hearty laughter. "Ha ha, splendid. A promising disciple indeed. The Great Furnace Sutra I impart to you also emphasizes the importance of timing. If you can grasp this principle, your future will be limitless. There is no hurry for the roasted chicken. First, consume this flour." Kong Xian exclaimed. Eat the flour now. I would prefer to take it back, and tomorrow morning, after bathing and offering incense, brew a pot of fragrant tea with mountain spring water to enjoy it." Would tea that be better? Kong Xian's thoughts were that bathing and offering incense were mere pretexts. Eating it directly seemed far too wasteful. If he could take it back, even if he had to eat it, he could enhance its quality beforehand. Elder Mangsu shook his head. You'll come to understand in time. The true path does not lie in rituals. What use are these mundane ceremonies? They are more akin to deceiving oneself than to appeasing spirits. You must consume this flour before me, that I shall teach you how to refine the medicinal essence using your body. Sigh. Very well, Kong Xian, with a face full of regret, reluctantly agreed, he thought to himself. This old rascal must have ulterior motives, scheming to devour me in the end. Humph! I, little lord, will swallow you instead. Once I consume this flower, it will surely benefit my body, even if you are as crafty as a fox. In the end, you'll be the one drinking my foot-washing water. Resolutely, he snatched the flower and, in a fit of pique, stuffed it into his mouth, chewing it like a cow munching peonies. Ha! That is more like it. Elder Mangsu, seeing him consume the nourishing spirit flower, wore a look of satisfaction. He had not been exaggerating. This flower was a principal ingredient for crafting high-grade, nourishing spirit pills on the shelves of the Rare Treasures Pavilion. A single flower was worth 3,000 spiritual stones, and yet it was rare to find. If outsiders were to witness Kong Xian devouring it in such a manner, they would surely be heartbroken. Such an extravagant waste. Kong Xian's lack of knowledge regarding the precious treasure could be overlooked, but what is truly perplexing is that Elder Man Su, fully aware of the rarity of this treasure, willingly plays the role of a mere vegetable for Kong Xian. His smile is imbued with an expression that seems to suggest it is only fitting. Were anyone to witness this, they would undoubtedly question whether Kong Xian's roasted chicken possesses the miraculous ability to extend one's lifespan, rivaling the legendary peaches of immortality. Otherwise, what could possibly justify his exchange of the concentrated spirit flower for such a dish? A captivating fragrance wafts from Kong Xian's lips, enveloping him in an intoxicating aroma. This flower's scent is utterly enchanting, with a lingering potency. The rich fragrance ascends directly to his mind, intoxicating not only the flower, but the very essence of those who encounter it. Were anyone else in his position, they would have succumbed to a stupor long ago. Before Kong Xian, a totem glows faintly, aiding him in maintaining his focus and composure. Elder Man Su barks, "Are you not practicing?" "Yes." Kong Xian cautiously begins to circulate the furnace scriptures within his body. Flames ignite from all directions, refining the concentrated spirit flower within his core. In an instant, a swirling mist of spiritual energy rises around him, enveloping his form like the ethereal smoke from an alchemical furnace. The richness of the emanating spiritual energy is astonishing. With his eyes tightly shut, Kong Xian becomes immersed in a state of self-forgetfulness, lost in the process of refining the celestial herb. Elder Man Su observes Kong Xian's tranquil demeanor, nodding in satisfaction. This young man, not only is he endowed with commendable talent, but his physique is also exceptional. Casually use him for alchemical concoctions would be a gross underutilization. This time, he intends to craft the most crucial Tai Wanbu Dan using him. The following day, Kong Xian opens his eyes, a flicker of divine light passing through them. From this rare, concentrated spirit flower, he has secretly reaped numerous benefits. According to Elder Man Su's teachings, all the medicinal potency will concentrate within his Dantian's Qi. When combined with the powers of other spiritual herbs, it will eventually coalesce into a human furnace pill within his Dantian. Having already mastered the furnace scriptures, he is intimately familiar with the process. Knowing Elder Man Su's intentions, he is also aware that he has yet to fully consume the formula. Thus, he remains unperturbed by any ill intentions from the Elder. The current alchemy is akin to him digging a pit for the Elder. While using his body as a furnace throughout the night, he deliberately ignores the areas where he feels something is amiss, choosing not to practice according to Elder Man Su's instructions. Instead of concentrating the medicinal power within his Qi, he disperses it throughout his body, leaving less than 10% within the Qi while adhering to the original texts. His actions flow seamlessly. Even Elder Man Su, with his remarkable cultivation, would find it impossible to discern his thoughts and actions. At this moment, as the sun rises, the clouds roll like waves, and a hint of crimson light ignites the eastern sky, evoking a sense of grandeur. The campfire has grown cold, and he is soaked from the morning dew. Elder Man Su, the flavor of last night's concentrated spirit flower was delightful. Do you have any more? Startled from his meditation on the cliff's edge, Elder Man Su turns, astonished in his silence that you've already refined the concentrated spirit flower so quickly. Kong Xian feigns innocence. Indeed, Elder, this flower tastes exquisite, and after eating it, I feel wonderful. My belly is warm and cozy. I could likely enjoy this comfort for 72 hours. Elder, I wish to partake again. Have a heart. Elder Man soon nearly spits blood in exasperation. Nonsense! Did I not tell you the extraordinary origins of this flower? How could there be more? Yet, despite his words, he stands up with a smile that he approaches and solemnly states, "However, considering the delightful flavor of your roasted chicken, come again tonight. As per tradition, you shall prepare me roasted chicken, and I shall treat you to another rare delicacy from the world." Seeing Kong Xian's hesitant expression, Elder Man Su begins to doubt himself. Elder Man Su, naturally suspicious, starts to concoct various scenarios in his mind. This should not be so. His furnace scriptures were obtained through serendipity, a unique text passed down from a predecessor. Not to mention the Wanxian sect, there should not be anyone else in the world who possesses such knowledge. How could this young lad possibly suspect him? He inquires, "What is that expression on your face? Are you dissatisfied with something?" Kong Xian shakes his head, and, after a moment, softly replies, "Elder, if I were to roast 2 wild chickens for you tonight, could you treat me to 2 rare treasures?" "You little rascal, can you manage to refine that much?" Elder Man Su bursts into laughter, filled with affection for Kong Xian. "This lad is truly endearing. From this night onward, you shall come every evening, and I will treat you to a full 81 varieties of heavenly materials and earthly treasures." Kong Xian exclaims with delight, "Excellent. It's a promise. Let us seal it with a pact. If I receive one less than promised, I am but a little dog. If you fail to give me what I seek, you are the little dog." Relying on his status as a junior, he audaciously extends his hand for a pact. "Umph." Elder Man Su gazes at him, affectionately extending his hand to seal the agreement. This is not merely the nurturing and affection of a mentor for his disciple. It is a tender fondness for the exquisite dishes he has painstakingly prepared. In the ensuing 20 days, Kong Xian remains at the roasted chicken plateau, a name he has coined for this location. Each day, his task is to catch wild chickens and roast them over an open fire, trading them for Elder Man Su's rare delicacies. The 20-plus dishes he has consumed so far are all quite rare and of considerable value, far surpassing what ordinary cultivators, let alone the true elite of sects or noble families, could ever hope to experience. That, if this tale were to spread, it would surely terrify many cultivators below the golden core stage. With his understanding of the furnace scriptures, Kong Xian has begun to deduce the approximate formula based on the ratios of these heavenly materials and earthly treasures. This old rogue is indeed audacious. The composition of these medicines leads to but one conclusion. He must refine himself into the Tai Wanbu Dan, a culmination of 81 heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Returning to Unity Point one day, Elder Man Su gazes at Kong Xian with immense satisfaction. Since enduring a fierce battle with his rival years ago, he suffered grievous injuries, leaving his golden core with irreparable cracks, nearly leading to its explosion, that he can no longer continue to cultivate or break through to the nascent soul stage. Without a tremendous opportunity, he will soon meet his end, awaiting death. But now, he has encountered such an exceptional human furnace in Kong Xian. His future is once again filled with hope. He has brought forth all his treasured items. If that is not enough, he will find a way to utilize anything that can aid him. His goal is clear. He must refine Kong Xian into that pivotal pill. Everything else pales in comparison. On the day the pill is completed, consuming Kong Xian will not only heal his previous injuries, but will also lead to a significant breakthrough. Stabilizing his golden core at the late stage, he may even hope to ascend to the nascent soul realm, though it may not compare to those above the nascent soul who can seize control and begin anew. The effects achievable by the Tai Wanbu Dan are already the pinnacle of the golden core realm. Young lad, cultivate diligently. I shall need to venture out for a few rare spiritual herbs. 10 days hence, we shall meet again at the roasted chicken plateau. With that, Elder Man Su's figure dissipates like smoke, carried away by the wind. Kong Xian bows in farewell and hums a tune as he makes his way back to the peak of Chuilon. During this time, he has utilized the furnace scriptures to refine over 20 rare medicinal herbs, providing him with a tremendous influx of spiritual power. If all that potency were to be converted into spiritual energy, it would not only benefit a novice at the Qi refinement stage, but would also significantly aid even a golden core elder. Each herb's potency is sufficient to overwhelm his small Qi Si at the Qi refinement stage. Fortunately, Only a small fraction of the medicinal power has been transformed into spiritual energy absorbed by Kong Xian's Qi Si. The majority of the medicinal effects have directly merged into every part of his being. The fusion occurs within his organs, limbs, and all bodily components. The immense medicinal power varies daily, yet each time it begins from within, nourishing him from his internal organs, through his meridians and blood vessels, to his muscles and skin. Alternating between warmth and cold, it continually replenishes and nurtures every cell in his body, much like the previous experience of rebirth through fire during his body refinement. This time, the process unfolds from within rather than externally. Moreover, the medicinal herbs, though their effects are each unique and overwhelmingly potent, find no resistance within his already refined physique, which is bursting with vitality. Each time he refines a spiritual herb, he does not endure the excruciating pain he faced during his previous body refinement. Instead, the benefits are remarkably pronounced, though Kong Xian's realm has not yet advanced. The improvements within his body have been consistently occurring, albeit subtly. This aligns perfectly with his character. Kong Xian firmly believes that, considering his current internal and external refinement, his physical strength must be extraordinarily formidable. Even without condensing spiritual energy for defense, his body could withstand a blow as fierce as the devastating strike from Hua Ying on the arena, without succumbing to death. When he first arrived at Yejiping, he ambled along the way, taking 3 days to reach his destination. However, on his return journey, he walked with the swiftness of the wind, not intentionally rushing, yet he managed to return in just half a day. Remarkably, he did not feel fatigued at all. His physical condition had improved exponentially compared to before. One could only wonder how formidable he would become once he consumed all the rare treasures from his ancestral home. The old man has 81 heavenly materials and earthly treasures. After all, these combined could provide the old man with the ability to restore his golden elixir, stabilize his cultivation, and even break through his current realm. Contemplating this, Kong Xian felt a surge of joy within, and a smile lingered on his face. In the distance, Kong Xian spotted the entrance to the courtyard, where a small, plump boy was shielding his eyes from the sun. Looking around eagerly, he seemed like a statue of longing, desperately awaiting the return of his beloved master through the tumultuous waves, hoping for a safe arrival. Finally, he caught sight of Kong Xian, who was approaching with a cheerful demeanor. "Oh, Brother Xian, where have you been all this time? I've missed you to death," the chubby boy exclaimed, rushing over with exuberance, enveloping Kong Xian in a warm embrace. The heartfelt exclamation of Brother Xian was genuine, and his eyes glistened with unshed tears, overwhelmed by emotion. Kong Xian gently pushed him away and inquired, "What's wrong? Who bullied you, my little fatty? Now that Brother Xian is back, I'll help you seek vengeance." The chubby boy beamed with excitement and replied, What are you talking about? I've already reached the second layer of Qi condensation. From now on, in our Chuilan Peak, I can walk with my head held high. Anyone who thinks they can bully us better think twice." Kong Xian was astonished. "What? You've progressed so quickly in your cultivation." The chubby boy expressed his gratitude. "That's all thanks to your spirit-stabilizing pills, Brother Xian. Without them, I can't even imagine when I would have broken through to the second layer of Qi condensation." Kong Xian was still in disbelief, for spirit-stabilizing pills enabled you to break through to the second layer? "No, it was only 2. The chubby boy clarified that I consumed 2 spirit-stabilizing pills, which replenished half of my Qi Si, allowing me to enter the second layer. Besides, I already had a solid foundation. I've been cultivating for over a year." He continued, "Yesterday, I even visited the scripture pavilion and retrieved a new technique. Once I master it, you'll truly see my prowess." The chubby boy winked, brimming with pride. "What?" Kong Xian was taken aback by the density of the information. 2 spirit-stabilizing pills replenished half of his Qi Si. The pills he had given the chubby boy were merely 4 unrefined ones. Could it be that the spirit-stabilizing pills were more effective in their original form than after being refined through celestial means? That was inconceivable. But how could it be that he had consumed 100 pills and yet the disparity between individuals could be so vast? "Brother Xian, where have you been all this time? You seem to have lost weight. Are you lost in thought? Do you realize what you've missed?" Kong Xian asked. "What have I missed? It's my fault for not being clear from the beginning." The sect distributes spirit stones on the 9th of every month. You missed the last distribution, the chubby boy lamented. Kong Xian's expression immediately turned despondent. Didn't you collect them for me? The chubby boy sighed. I wish I could, but the rules of Chui Lan Peak don't allow me to collect for others. Oh no. 3 spirit stones. All 3. I've missed them just like that. Kong Xian exclaimed, feeling as though he had lost a fortune. While the chubby boy struggled to comprehend his distress. Was this the same Kong Xian who had previously nonchalantly pulled out hundreds of spirit stones without batting an eye? Why was he now so upset over just 3? The chubby boy observed Kong Xian's near tears, feeling a pang of sympathy. Brother Xian, since you care so much, I still have 2 of the ones you gave me. How about I return 1 spirit-stabilizing pill to you? No. How could I take back what I gifted you? Besides, your return is not the same as me missing out on what belongs to me. Kong Xian firmly refused. Although he possessed many spirit stones and willingly gifted pills to the chubby boy as a gesture of friendship, the spirit stones distributed by the sect belonged to him. The feeling of having missed out on them was akin to being robbed. It was entirely different. Even if someone had stolen money from him, it would be unreasonable to expect his friend to compensate him. Such consolation was unacceptable to Kong Xian. However, the chubby boy could not grasp this sentiment. He waved his hand in front of Kong Xian. Come on, Brother Xian, it's all right. The next spirit stone distribution is only 3 days away. Just don't miss it again. We have plenty of time ahead. All right, let me tell you something serious. Many of our fellow brothers are looking for you. Kong Xian, slightly recovering from his distress, asked, Oh, someone is looking for me. Who? He had hardly interacted with anyone else on the mountain apart from the chubby boy. Well, ever since you bought up all the spirit-stabilizing pills last time, the pill house has yet to restock that. I'm not sure what issues they're facing, that I heard through the grapevine that the sect's medicine vault has been robbed consecutively for several days. By the time it was discovered, many rare spiritual herbs had been lost, such as the fairy Yao Ling pearl, dragon horngrass, and others. This has infuriated the elder of the pill furnace, halting the distribution of pills. I'm not sure how true this news is, the chubby boy casually remarked. They were at the bottom tier of Chui Lan Peak, barely above the status of errand boys, so the hearsay might not be reliable. However, upon hearing the names of the spiritual herbs, Kong Xian felt his ears heat up. How could it be that the very herbs the chubby boy mentioned were ones he had indeed consumed recently? Could it be that Elder Mangsu had stolen from the sect's medicine vault for the sake of his elixir? What audacity! Ha! Who would have thought? All these benefits ultimately fell into his lap. With this thought, a smile crept onto Kong Xian's face, which he struggled to suppress. Chapter 27. Why distinguish so clearly? It's precisely because everyone has been unable to purchase spirit-stabilizing pills at the pill house that those seeking to enhance their spiritual power have come looking for you. Oh, is that so? Kong Xian's smile widened. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity, inexplicably making him a coveted commodity. Although the disciples of Chui Lan Peak were impoverished, with the right maneuvers, he could seize a considerable advantage. The chubby boy said, Brother Xian, when do you think it would be convenient to arrange for them to come and speak with you one by one? Kong Xian mused. The chubby boy's actions were clearly aimed at bringing business to himself. Viewed from his perspective, he was indeed a lucky charm for Kong Xian. Since the chubby boy valued Face so much, if he did not support him, who would? Kong Xian readily agreed. All right, since they are your friends, I will naturally receive them, that I'll wait for you in my courtyard. By the way, spread the word that I am currently focused and wish to see no guests aside from those you bring. Brother Xian, you truly are a great brother, the chubby boy exclaimed, his excitement palpable. The transformation from referring to Kong Xian as a junior to calling him Brother Xian came from the heart. Kong Xian's statement meant that for the foreseeable future, anyone wishing to purchase spirit-stabilizing pills from him would have to go through the chubby boy. Who would dare to disrespect him then? Wait here, Brother Xian. I'll go run the business for you right now. Moments later, the chubby boy brought in a composed senior brother in his 30s to Kong Xian's tranquil chamber. The chubby boy introduced, Brother Xian, this is senior brother Jin Huan. Kong Xian, sitting cross-legged on his bed, slightly opened his eyes upon hearing this. Greetings, senior brother Jin. Please have a seat and enjoy some tea as if you were at home. Don, do you like tea? How about some fruit instead? Having said that, he neither served tea nor poured water, simply maintaining a pleasant smile, patiently awaiting Jin Huan to state his intentions, so he could set his price accordingly. Jin Huan had never encountered someone so insincerely polite. Kong Xian truly embodied the sentiment that as long as he was comfortable, the discomfort belonged to others. Jin Huan, not wishing to be rude, slightly cupped his hands and said, "Junior brother Kong Xian, please don't be so courteous. I would come here without good reason that I heard from junior brother Duan that you recently bought a batch of spirit-stabilizing pills and might still have some left. I wonder if you would consider transferring one to me at the original price. I am currently at a critical juncture in my breakthrough and am in dire need of this pill. If you could assist me, I would be immensely grateful. I genuinely regard you as my brother, and should I achieve success, I will not forget your kindness." After hearing this, Kong Xian couldn't help but smile. The spirit-stabilizing pills on Chui Lan Peak were all in his possession, and they were scarce. Only 20 remained, although he had yet to use any magical treasures to enhance their efficacy. They were still considered hard currency. To paint himself a favorable picture with sweet words and expect to have Kong Xian transfer them to him at the original price? He must be underestimating Kong Xian's intelligence. Kong Xian responded with an enthusiastic smile. "Senior brother Jin Huan, you are being overly formal. Let us not talk about original prices. Discussing money can strain our friendship, since you regard me as a brother. It wouldn't be a problem for me to gift you 3 or even 5. "Oh, is that so?" Kong Xian boldly declared, and Jin Huan truly dared to listen. Upon hearing these words, his eyes instantly sparkled with a green light. Kong Xian continued, "Of course, from now on, the spiritual spring of senior brother Jin will also belong to me. I will come and go as I please. If I were to share it with others, the time I occupy will simply be charged to senior brother Jin's account." Jin Huan, upon hearing this, felt as though he had swallowed a green-headed fly. He had underestimated Kong Xian. How could he be so sharp-tongued? Jin Huan sighed, his expression growing considerably serious, and said, "Junior brother Kong Xian, are you jesting? You intend to exchange my spiritual spring for your spirit pills? Wouldn't that mean I am at a disadvantage?" Kong Xian laughed heartily. "Senior brother Jin, you are being overly formal. We're like brothers now. Why should we be so calculating?" "Oh, what is wrong? Is senior brother Jin unhappy?" The smile on Kong Xian's face grew even broader as he chuckled. "Ah, senior brother Jin, I knew all along you were joking with me, so I decided to play along." Nearby, the chubby boy was taken aback by Kong Xian's eloquence. Xiangu is indeed a master of words. He is certainly not one to suffer losses. Perhaps this little exchange could be memorized over 3 months. Enlightened, he quickly asked, "Xiangu, since we are all comrades, what do you think would be fair? Why don't you suggest something?" Kong Xian replied, "Chubby boy, you know well that although I have many spirit pills, each one holds great sentimental value for me. They are all exceedingly precious and especially useful. Even a landlord has no surplus grain. However, considering that senior brother Jin regards you as a brother, I cannot disregard your face. Since you have spoken on his behalf, I will definitely give him 1 spirit pill. As for discussing money, that would hurt our feelings. That if you want me to raise the price, I cannot bring myself to say it. Therefore, I will simply gift this spirit pill to senior brother Jin at its original price. I think, without a token of appreciation from senior brother, he would feel uneasy. So, let me sit by senior brother's spiritual spring for a few days as a small token of comfort." Upon hearing this, the chubby boy excitedly slapped his thigh and exclaimed, "Indeed, the spirit pill is now the most precious item on Chui Lan Peak. Everyone counts. Just a few days ago, there was an elder Wu who, upon hearing someone wanted to buy a spirit pill, pulled one out and demanded 10 spirit stones for it. Some people, in their desperation to break through, spent a fortune to buy it on the spot. Xiangu, you are truly generous to me. I am genuinely flattered. Just to sit by the spiritual spring for 3 days and nights is the most equitable arrangement." Jin Huan, upon hearing this, wore a bitter smile. Now, a single spirit pill is already hard to come by. The request to sit by the spiritual spring for 3 days is indeed not excessive. Asking to sit for half a month would not be unreasonable either. After all, when cultivating by the spiritual spring, the absorbed spiritual energy accumulates slowly. In contrast, a spirit pill can instantly provide the energy equivalent to half a month's worth, especially when practicing techniques or breaking through realms. This rapid and substantial replenishment of spiritual energy is crucial. Jin Huan's spiritual spring had been dug out by 5 people together. Each month, he could only sit for 6 days. Relinquishing 3 days would indeed be a sacrifice he could manage. Kong Xian, understanding his predicament, said, "Senior brother Jin, if this is difficult for you, why not go back and think it over? After all, we are here to be friends, not to engage in hard bargaining that if a deal cannot be struck. Let us maintain our camaraderie. However, I must say this up front. Next time senior brother comes, I may not have any stock left." Upon hearing this, Jin Huan decisively replied, "Well then, I sincerely thank you, both junior brothers." He then readily produced 3 spirit stones to hand over to Kong Xian, purchasing 1 spirit pill. Additionally, he gratefully turned to the chubby boy, offering him 2 spirit coins as a token of appreciation. The spirit coin is the smallest unit of currency, smaller even than a spirit stone, where 1 spirit stone could be exchanged for 10 spirit coins in a grand sect like Wan Xian Zone. Such currency is only used among the lower disciples at places like Chui Lan Peak. All 3 were delighted. Kong Xian then inquired, "I wonder when I can visit senior brother Jin's spiritual spring?" Jin Huan replied, keeping his word, "Junior brother Kong Xian, the spiritual spring will be free tomorrow. At the hour of Chun, I will personally guide you there." Kong Xian clasped his hands and smiled. "Oh, thank you. Senior brother Jin, you truly are a busy person. Not even stopping for tea. You must be on your way. Chubby boy, I leave the task of seeing him off to you." The 2 exchanged a glance, both wearing a wry smile. However, the chubby boy gradually began to adapt to Kong Xian's rhythm. He quickly cheerfully remarked, "Senior brother Jin is truly a model for us, spending all his time on cultivation, not wasting a single moment. Time is money, so we shall not delay your training. Please." After saying this, he led the still bemused Jin Huan out of the room. Chapter 28. The first taste of the spiritual spring that evening. The chubby boy successfully negotiated 3 transactions for Kong Xian. Each deal allowed Kong Xian to sit by the spiritual spring for 3 to 5 days. The chubby boy also received 6 spirit coins as a token of appreciation. His admiration for Kong Xian grew even deeper. "Xian Go, I think I'll resign from the welcoming duties and focus solely on working with you from now on." He had been assisting the disciple in welcoming new arrivals, taking only 4 days off in a month, and earning a meager 6 spirit coins as a monthly stipend. However, following Kong Xian was akin to a streak of good fortune. Earning money was secondary. The key was gaining respect. Kong Xian's rule of not entertaining guests had turned the chubby boy into a sought-after figure. Even when he greeted others with a smile, he was often looked down upon. Yet today, those very people approached him with beaming smiles, lavishing him with compliments. Their flattering words made his ears feel quite overwhelmed. The chubby boy, easily satisfied, felt that life was indeed fulfilling, with no further desires. He was brimming with anticipation for a bright future. Kong Xian poured cold water on his enthusiasm, saying, "What are you thinking? While easy money is great to earn, it is not infinite. As your brother. Let me be frank with you. My spirit pills are truly running low. In a few days they will be sold out, and after that I won't be able to sustain you. Besides, I, Xiao Ho, am merely skimming the surface at Chui Lan Peak. How can this be a long-term situation? Who knows when I might break through to the 3rd layer of qi condensation and leave this place? You should stick to your welcoming duties." The chubby boy replied with a chuckle, "Hee hee, then let us take it 1 step at a time. In any case, Xiangu, rest assured, as soon as you have any instructions, I, Fat Lord, will be the first to plunge into the fire for you." The following day, Kong Xian followed Jin Huan to the spiritual spring they occupied. This place was also a cave, but it was far quieter than the one where the chubby boy and others were. I wonder if junior brother Kong Xian is familiar with this spiritual spring? Our spiritual spring, in terms of the density of spiritual energy and its natural location, is far superior to that of the chubby boy and his companions. You will see once we arrive. After traversing a passageway approximately 5 zhang deep, they entered a stone chamber the size of a bedroom. In one corner of the stone chamber, the spring source emanated spiritual energy like wisps of green smoke, gradually dispersing around it. This spiritual energy, once released, coalesced rather than dissipating, gathering within a radius of 1 zhang. A small light barrier covered that area, likely the simplest gathering formation from their sect. It prevented the overflowing spiritual energy from scattering everywhere and allowed it to remain close to the spring's source. In fact, this gathering formation often seemed unnecessary, as there were always people present to absorb spiritual energy for 12 hours a day, making it impossible for any to go to waste. In the center of the light barrier lay a rather dirty mat. Kong Xian looked at the mat without a hint of disdain, rubbing his hands in anticipation. "So, may I?" Jin Huan replied, "Junior brother Kong Xian, for these 3 days, you can sit in peace, my fellow disciples, and I will stand guard outside the cave to ensure you are not disturbed." "Thank you, senior brother Jin. You may leave now." After Jin Huan exited, Kong Xian promptly seated himself on the mat within the gathering formation, beginning to channel his energy and absorb the abundant spiritual energy of heaven and earth. After a short while, Kong Xian opened his eyes. Something felt amiss. He was operating the entry-level technique of the Wan Xian sect to absorb the spiritual energy from heaven and earth. He had anticipated that being near the spiritual spring would allow him to draw in copious amounts of energy to rapidly replenish his qi. However, the sensation he was experiencing was hard to describe. The technique of qi condensation was not yielding the storm-like influx he had expected. Even sitting right next to the spring, the absorption rate felt more like a gentle drizzle. At best, it matched the slow and steady release of spiritual energy from the spring's source. It seemed as though whatever he could absorb was precisely what the spring produced, neither more nor less. No wonder those senior brothers monopolized the spiritual spring. Once seated, they were unable to move at all. The absorption rate was so sluggish that it effectively left them trapped. However, Kong Xian let out a bitter laugh, realizing that he could hardly blame others. If there were anyone to blame, it could only be himself. Start off by consuming 100 spirit-settling pills, along with 20 varieties of potent heavenly materials and earthly treasures for enhancing spirit and refining the body, would surely be unparalleled in a grand sect like the 10,000 Immortal sect, both in ancient and modern times, if he had not encountered any fortuitous events and had merely sat in meditation in his room. Comparing his current sensations, he would find the spiritual energy of this place's spiritual spring to be exceedingly rich. Despite practicing for half a day, Kong Xian still felt something was amiss. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration struck him. What if he cultivated using the methods from the 2 versions of the Honglu Sutra as a reference, and employed the technique of devouring medicinal herbs to absorb this spiritual energy? He decided to boldly attempt it. No longer sitting cross-legged, he stood in a stable posture, bending his knees and lowering his center of gravity, raising his heels high, using his body as a furnace. He aimed to consume the creations of heaven and earth. As the heart method operated, the tranquil spiritual spring and gently drifting spiritual energy seemed to suddenly respond. The leisurely swirling mist within the gathering spirit array began to tremble lightly. The calm spiritual energy within the array was activated by Kong Xian. No, it was not only within the gathering spirit array. Even the spiritual energy emanating from the spring began to resonate intensely with the operation of Kong Xian's Honglu Sutra. The sensation was akin to the foreboding tremors of a 1,000-year glacier before an avalanche. As Kong Xian's technique progressed, the vibrations of the surrounding spiritual energy grew increasingly intense. In a fleeting moment, the resonance reached a critical point. The spiritual energy surged forth like an avalanche, rapidly forming a torrent of energy. This torrent of energy, akin to a cascading avalanche, had a clear destination: Kong Xian's mouth. To devour, to gulp it down. Finally, Kong Xian felt the heavenly spiritual energy flowing into his body like a relentless stream, surging in at an astonishing speed. The rate of drawing in spiritual energy was far beyond 100-fold compared to before. In the span of a single incense stick, the abundant spiritual energy within the gathering spirit array was entirely depleted. The scene unfolding around Kong Xian became exceedingly bizarre. Anyone witnessing it would surely be left agape. For at that moment, the spiritual energy emanating from the spring, usually akin to a thick incense stick, now surged forth with a richness comparable to 100 incense sticks bundled together and ignited, releasing a smoke that resembled the girth of a waist. This waist-thick spiritual energy surged like water, flowing at an incomprehensible speed. It felt as though a dam had burst. This mass of spiritual energy, dense yet not dispersing, formed a celestial river in the air. All of it was consumed by Kong Xian, leaving nothing behind. Within Kong Xian's body, the spiritual energy far surpassed that of the spirit-settling pills, flooding in with overwhelming force, causing his body to shudder. If not for the dual refining rebirth his body had undergone, which endowed him with immense vitality and resilience, any disciple of the 10,000 Immortal sect at the first level of qi condensation would have surely exploded from sheer influx. Within Kong Xian, the Honglu Sutra continued to absorb and integrate. 3 days later, Kong Xian's mind erupted with a sudden realization. He felt as though his body had become weightless. The spiritual energy within him no longer existed as mere wisps but intertwined. Forming a stream akin to a brook, the spiritual energy flowed like a stream, purging impurities. Could this be the second level of qi condensation? Kong Xian opened his eyes, disbelief etched on his face, and glanced down at his body. He expelled some black substance once more, this time far more potent than before. After a careful assessment, he confirmed that he had broken through from the first level of qi condensation to the second. Ha ha, I, little Marquis, am now a second-level immortal in qi condensation. Upon entering the second level, outer disciples became eligible to select a genuine sect cultivation method from the scripture repository. With diligent practice over time, he would surely be able to compete with those senior brothers who occupied the spiritual springs one by one. With this thought, Kong Xian silently rejoiced. The spiritual spring truly was a marvelous treasure. Unfortunately, those who monopolized the resources would be unable to enjoy its benefits. Filled with excitement, Kong Xian walked a few circles within the stone chamber, unable to conceal his delight at the changes in his internal spiritual energy, joy radiating from his face. However, he soon noticed two peculiar and unsettling matters. Had he stirred up trouble? Chapter 29. The True Sutra of Stealing Fire. This was serious. Kong Xian gazed at the situation before him, instinctively scratching his head. The flow of spiritual energy seeping from the spring was now several times thicker than before he had absorbed it, resembling the aftermath of an overzealous water pump having been excessively drained. Yet, Kong Xian harbored a sense of foreboding, that he felt that the spiritual spring was on the verge of exhaustion. The state of the spring resembled that of a downcast scholar who had just endured the entanglements of a ghostly woman, his vitality nearly drained. Could it be that his 3 days of meditation had depleted the spring's energy for the next 3 to 5 years? Deep down, he sensed that if it could not sustain itself for another year, this spiritual spring would be completely exhausted. After that, any attempt to rejuvenate it would take at least 3 to 5 years. Fortunately, divine providence had spared him. The spring had not completely dried up in his presence. Otherwise, he would have found it impossible to explain. Another strange occurrence was that, for some unknown reason, while he was absorbing the heavenly spiritual energy, a rich medicinal fragrance emanated from around his body. Akin to the smoke from a pill furnace, this medicinal aroma was precisely captured by the gathering spirit array, enveloping the entire stone chamber in a dense mist that lingered for an extended period. As Kong Xian hesitated, pondering how to explain this, he heard a voice calling from outside the cave. "Xiange, are you still inside? It's time to go. Today is the day for distributing spirit stones." "I am here to take you to get your spirit stones." It was none other than the chubby Duan Yufeng's voice. Before Kong Xian could take any action, the chubby fellow had already led Jin Huan and a few others into the passage. "Xiange, your harvest these past few days must have been quite impressive, right?" "What the heck?" Upon seeing the scene before him, the chubby boy's jovial tone transformed into one of astonishment, his jaw nearly dropping. "What the heck?" Immediately, the others behind him gasped in shock. The chubby boy exclaimed, "So much spiritual energy! Is this medicinal aura? My heavens! Xiange, what on earth happened?" Kong Xian smiled awkwardly yet politely. "Perhaps it's because I previously consumed 100 spirit-settling pills. Therefore, while cultivating in the spiritual spring, the medicinal aura inadvertently emanated some." As for the specifics, Kong Xian himself could not clarify. However, he was certain that it had nothing to do with the spirit-settling pills, but rather with the heavenly materials he had consumed. Nonetheless, it was well known that he had purchased over 100 spirit-settling pills. The details of the heavenly herbs he had consumed, however, were not to be disclosed to outsiders, for Jin Huan and the others. This abundant medicinal aroma was simply irresistible. They held no doubts whatsoever. After all, within the entire sect, no one had ever been reported to emit such a rich medicinal aura. The only possible explanation for Kong Xian's ability to release such an extraordinary medicinal fragrance was that he had consumed an excessive amount of spirit-settling pills. The key point was that this bizarre phenomenon had never been witnessed before. If one were to meditate amid such medicinal vapors, it would undoubtedly be far more effective than swallowing spirit-settling pills. Jin Huan and the others appeared to see a treasure mountain before them, their faces painted with excitement. I can't be mistaken, right? This medicinal aura, its richness is simply intoxicating. It seems that meditating in here would surpass the benefits of consuming several spirit-settling pills. Xiangu, you're truly incredible. Did you come to bestow blessings upon us? Jin Huan grasped Kong Xian's sleeve, overwhelmed with excitement, and at a loss for words. Nothing. Kong Xian's mind was in turmoil, but his expression remained calm. In this spiritual spring, Kong Xian began, drawing everyone's attention to the previously overlooked spring. The flow rate has increased. This is such a delightful surprise. Xiangu, you truly are a celestial being. Instantly, Jin Huan and the others exchanged astonished glances, and in their eyes, joy and desire were unmistakable. Xiangu, I truly failed to attend to you properly today. Jin Huan gritted his teeth, suppressing his excitement, and directly emulated Kong Xian, issuing a polite dismissal. I must repay you in the future. Xiangu, you are like a true elder brother to me. Kong Xian was more than eager to leave and quickly followed the chubby boy out of the cave. Jin Huan added, brothers, please step out as well. This abundant medicinal energy is something I work tirelessly to bring Xiangu back for my own enjoyment. Jin Huan, your words are too formal. We are brothers. We shouldn't tear each other apart over such trifles. You've already meditated for 3 days. It's my turn now. Everyone, we 5 brothers swore an oath to become sworn brothers, united in life and death. We agreed to take turns enjoying the spiritual spring because its resources were limited to one person. Given today's unexpected bounty, the energy is far too abundant for one person to absorb. If left for too long, it would simply dissipate into the air. What a waste that would be. I propose that we join forces and meditate together to share in this fortuitous event. Indeed, that sounds wise. Well then, so be it. In a state of helplessness, Jin Huan could only grit his teeth and comply. Kong Xian followed the chubby boy to the steward in the square to verify their waste tokens, successfully receiving this month's 3 spirit stones. Though not a significant amount, even the legs of a mosquito are meat. Once he received this month's spirit stones, Kong Xian found himself eagerly wishing for time to pass swiftly, longing for the arrival of next month. Having reached the second layer of qi condensation, he now possessed the privilege to select a technique. The path ahead appeared promising. All he needed to do next was to diligently practice the sex techniques. And when the time came, he would be forced to seize opportunities with vigor. What was there to fear about the lack of spiritual springs? With ample spiritual energy to nourish him, he would undoubtedly cultivate to the 3rd layer of qi condensation in no time. At that point, he could leave the Talon Peak and embark on his training at the more resource-rich Xianlin Peak. One step at a time, he could achieve it. A radiant joy spread across Kong Xian's face. Resolutely, he declared, Chubby boy, hurry and take me to the Sutra Pavilion. The chubby boy, his face a mask of shock, exclaimed, What do you want to do at the Sutra Pavilion? Wait, Xiangu, you've reached the 2nd layer of qi condensation. You're reprogressing far too quickly. Kong Xian replied with a faint smile. Do you think I have any sentimental attachment to Talon Peak like you? The chubby boy recalled his earlier words about wanting to earn a few more spirit coins each month by following Kong Xian. And he felt a twinge of shame, breaking into a foolish grin. Before encountering Kong Xian, he had allowed the ambitions of many on Talon Peak to wither, living day by day in a state of complacency. The chubby boy, too, had been forced to focus on meager gains. Had he not possessed a resolute will, he would never have contemplated long-term plans. He felt fortunate to have met Kong Xian. Perhaps this very encounter would be enough to alter the course of his life. Atop Sulan Peak, the Sutra Pavilion was conveniently located near the alchemy chambers. Naturally, this pavilion, like the alchemy chambers, only catered to the needs of entry-level disciples. The advanced techniques of the sect, along with its esoteric secrets, were entirely absent. The available selections were merely suitable for newly initiated disciples of qi condensation. However, Kong Xian was indifferent to the limitations. For him, the mere opportunity to learn a technique would significantly enhance his strength. He had risen from the mundane world and was uncertain whether his swordsmanship would prove lethal against genuine techniques. Yet, if it did not, his fate would be sealed. With this technique in hand, his power would undoubtedly soar. Thus, he awaited eagerly as the two entered the Sutra Pavilion after verification of their identities and cultivation levels. Disciples of the second layer of qi condensation could freely receive one technique. During their time there, disciples could peruse the shelves, but they were forbidden from taking any books away. The immense expanse of the Sutra Pavilion was filled with countless secret texts. Many disciples were seen diligently memorizing in front of various shelves. Kong Xian's eyes glistened at the sight of the titles on the shelves, each one tantalizing. He wandered to a corner, where a book titled The True Scripture of Fire Theft, starkly different from the others, caught his attention. This book seemed out of place among the upright names of various techniques nearby. Upon picking it up, he noticed the cover was smudged with fingerprints, indicating it had been repeatedly handled. The theft of indestructible divine fire, refining the universe's furnace. The words on the cover exuded an air of intrigue. However, upon opening it, the first line suggested the need to continue the heart method of the grand furnace. This introduction felt disjointed, lacking the gradual progression typical of other secret techniques. Thus, it had been relegated to a more obscure position on the shelf. Upon reading those words, Kong Xian's heart stirred. Could this possibly align with his own grand furnace scripture? The more he read, the brighter his eyes became. Instinctively, he decided to select this true scripture of fire theft. Xiangu, are you sure you want that one? The chubby boy, holding a copy of the highly sought-after flying sword technique, was taken aback. However, Kong Xian had already found his treasure, suppressing his excitement as he said, I've made my choice. Let us go, chubby boy. I need to return and practice. Chapter 30. Fire Mouse. The initial pages of the true scripture of fire theft contained an attack-type technique called Firebird Technique, suitable for practitioners of the second layer of qi condensation. The latter part of the book included the secrets of fire theft, appearing to resemble the grand furnace scripture's ability to devour all. This true scripture of fire theft was indeed a method to steal others' talents and permanently enhance one's own. Stealing talent? Kong Xian pondered, bewildered by how such an extraordinary text could reside in the Sutra Pavilion of the esteemed Wanxian sect. It seemed there were deeper implications that he could not yet fathom. Thus, he resolved to take this true scripture of fire theft back with him. Upon returning to his room, Kong Xian diligently memorized the methods of the Firebird technique. Following the instructions, he raised his right palm upward, fingers slightly spread, controlling his spiritual energy according to the incantation, and waved it forward. In that instant, the spiritual energy within him surged forth, manifesting sparks like fireworks in the air above his right hand. He immediately felt the temperature in the room rise significantly, with steam billowing from his palm. For Kong Xian, who was attempting to cast a technique for the first time, although he did not successfully conjure a firebird immediately, his heart was filled with immense excitement. Growing up as an ordinary mortal, was this not the kind of ability one would associate with deities? He, too, could wield fire from thin air. Ah, I am truly becoming an immortal. Kong Xian reveled in his excitement, quickly centering himself to practice once more. The Firebird technique consumed a considerable amount of spiritual energy. Fortunately, Kong Xian was inherently resilient and never gave up. He was determined to push through any obstacles in his cultivation. He paused briefly before continuing his practice. Time passed gradually until midnight, and after countless attempts, he finally grasped the technique's essence. Silently, he moved to an isolated area. Raising his right hand as if cradling something, he swiftly swung it forward. As he waved his arm, countless strands of spiritual energy coalesced into fiery lines, rapidly gathering from his body and arms toward his palm. In his hand, a fireball began to form. With a resounding crackle, the core of the fireball was as white as snow, radiating an intense heat. At that moment, Kong Xian's internal spiritual energy surged uncontrollably, depleting a significant portion of it. His complexion paled slightly, yet his eyes shone ever brighter. A smile crept onto his lips as he fixed his gaze upon a tree 3 zhang away, roughly the size of a bowl. With a swift flick of his hand, the crackling fireball shot forth. Instantly, the fireball sprouted wings, resembling a sparrow in size, and flew toward the tree. However, as it unfolded, the firebird faltered, barely flying a zhang before plummeting to the ground. Fortunately, it did not extinguish. Instead, it raced along the earth. It appeared rather peculiar. Though it was called a firebird, it resembled more of a fire mouse. With a loud crash, the fire mouse collided with the tree, erupting into a spectacular blaze. The flames, empowered by spiritual energy, were far beyond the capabilities of mundane fire. In mere moments, the stout tree was reduced to ashes. Kong Xian waved away the smoke from his palm, pondering the effectiveness of his firebird technique. While its transformation into a fire mouse was somewhat unrefined, aesthetics mattered little. Perhaps this very fire mouse could yield unexpected advantages in combat. With this technique at his disposal, Kong Xian's confidence surged. Given a little more time to refine his skills, he could firmly establish himself on Solon Peak. As time flew by, another week passed. During these 7 days, Kong Xian sold the spirit-fixing pill at its original price, based on the previous transaction facilitated by the chubby boy, and practiced freely at other spiritual springs. Armed with the experience from his first attempt, Kong Xian no longer needed to spend 3 to 5 days at the spiritual springs. For an average spring, he reduced his time from 2 days to less than a day. He could extract the spring's essence as if he were a water pump, draining it to a near state of depletion. Fortunately, others remained oblivious to this phenomenon. They only knew that whenever they invited Kong Xian to meditate at their spiritual springs, the resulting spiritual energy gathered in their formations would be overwhelmingly potent, far surpassing the benefits of the spirit-fixing pill. Furthermore, after Kong Xian's cultivation, the flow of the springs would double. Such rewards were beyond anything he had previously dared to imagine. Thus, an increasing number of individuals flocked here, primarily hoping to purchase the famed spirit-calming pill. Yet their true desire was merely to invite Kong Xian to visit their spiritual springs. However, after that single night, Kong Xian vanished once more, leaving even the chubby boy unable to locate him. On the wild chicken ridge, the aroma of Kong Xian's roasted chicken wafted through the air. After a while, Elder Mangsu arrived, treading the wind with a pale complexion and blood-stained garments. He had gone to great lengths to procure 20 rare spiritual herbs in order to cultivate the Taiji Wanbu pill for Kong Xian. Upon his return, he was astounded by Kong Xian's remarkable progress, especially in the absorption of medicinal potency, which had accelerated significantly. Elder Mangsu felt an inner delight, recognizing that what he had discovered was indeed a natural furnace for alchemy. Despite enduring numerous hardships, including deceit and battles with formidable opponents, which left him with new injuries, seeing Kong Xian's increasingly radiant demeanor made it all worthwhile. This time around, the 20 types of rare herbs were consumed in just over 10 days. Once Kong Xian finished the spiritual herbs, he resembled a fledgling bird eagerly awaiting sustenance. Kong Xian had already sensed that Elder Mangsu's condition was not as robust as before. He was far weaker than he had once been. He thought to himself, if I don't outsmart this old tortoise who wishes to feast upon me, he will remain oblivious to who the true fool is. Elder Mangsu had initially planned to recuperate for a while, hoping to restore his dwindling cultivation before venturing out again in a few months. However, he could not resist Kong Xian's persistent coaxing, especially as Kong Xian argued that without new spiritual herbs, his own strength would gradually diminish. These words struck a chord with Elder Mangsu. Achieving the elixir was the most significant matter for him at present, and he could not afford to tolerate any imperfections. With that in mind, he begrudgingly dragged his wounded and weary body out once more, declaring, I shall return in 10 days. Upon returning to Solon Peak, the day for distributing spirit stones was fast approaching. Thus, having fully reaped the benefits over there, he now sought to gather more here. Xingo, you have returned, exclaimed the chubby boy, who spotted him from outside the courtyard, his expression immediately lighting up with excitement. Now, The chubby boy was particularly prudent around Kong Xian, refraining from inquiring about any secrets. Kong Xian candidly stated, "Chubby boy, I have few spirit-calming pills left. I fear I may not earn much this time." At this point, the assistance provided by the spirit-calming pills had become nearly negligible for Kong Xian. Moreover, having to purchase them made it an unwise investment on his part, reflecting on the 40 rare spiritual herbs consumed and the 6 spiritual springs drained. Those had all been free. In contrast, his previous extravagant expenditure of 500 spirit stones for 100 spirit-calming pills had yielded no significant progress. It had truly been a dismal investment. The chubby boy's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm. "Xian Ge, it doesn't matter about the spirit-calming pills. The alchemy room of the immortal sect has resumed distributing pills. They no longer need to seek you out for the spirit-calming pills." Oh, Kong Xian's brow furrowed slightly. If others were no longer coming to him for pills, he would miss out on many opportunities for free benefits. However, with his current cultivation level, he believed he possessed the capability to assertively position himself beside the spiritual springs. Contemplating this, his tenacity and determination became palpable. Those spiritual springs you once occupied, especially the renowned top 10 springs, were merely claimed by the strength of one's fists. Just wait, I shall sit by both the small springs and the 10 renowned springs. "Xian Ge, what's wrong? You seemed incredibly imposing just now." It was almost frightening. The chubby boy was clearly taken aback by Kong Xian's earlier aura. He swallowed hard and returned to the matter at hand. "Xian Ge, let me clarify. After you cultivated beside those 3 spiritual springs, the flow rate doubled, and they exuded potent medicinal energy. It has spread throughout the area. Jin Huan and the others have all experienced significant gains. This has effectively become your trademark." "Oh, is that so?" Kong Xian's murderous intent dissipated, and his brow began to rise. The chubby boy rubbed his hands together in excitement. "Those haughty seniors from Salon Peak are now humbly seeking me out. They're lining up, willing to pay any price, just to invite you to sit by the spiritual springs. Is that so?" Kong Xian stroked his chin, his expression shifting from resolute to cunning. It seemed he wouldn't need to fight for it after all. "They relining up for me? Ha! Such a bargain is hard to come by. I'll be waiting in my little courtyard. As per our usual arrangement, I will only see those you bring. Everyone else is off limits." "That's exactly what I was waiting to hear." The chubby boy understood perfectly, his excitement propelling him to dash off to gather more people. Chapter 31. If you come, then come, but why bring anything? "Xian Ge, this is Brother Liao Cheng, the current master of the esteemed Qingfeng Spring, one of Solon Peak's top 10 springs." The chubby boy introduced a middle-aged senior, who appeared quite reserved. On the bed, seated cross-legged, Kong Xian opened his eyes with a smile. "Brother Liao, you are too kind. Why bring anything at all?" Brother Liao Cheng, clearly empty-handed, felt his ears flush at the remark. The rumors of Kong Xian's cunning and penchant for taking advantage of others were evidently true. Yet, what did it matter? In the end, he would surely benefit even more. During my first meeting with junior brother Kong Xian, I should have extended more hospitality and courtesy. However, I was in seclusion and could not attend to matters. So, I hope junior brother will not take offense. It would seem rather rude if I met you without offering a token of goodwill. With that, he tapped his storage bag, and a low-grade flying sword appeared in his hand. "This flying sword is a gift for you, junior brother Kong Xian." Wow, a flying sword? Such a rarity at Solon Peak. The cheapest sect flying sword costs at least 20 spirit stones. The chubby boy's eyes glimmered with excitement. He quickly caught Kong Xian's glance and stowed the flying sword behind him. "How generous! Thank you, Brother Liao Cheng, for your gift." Kong Xian was in high spirits. Having received a favor, he felt compelled to be gracious. "Brother Liao Cheng, if you're facing any difficulties, please do not hesitate to speak. Whatever I can assist with, I will wholeheartedly oblige." Brother Liao Cheng was indeed struggling, having reached the pinnacle of the 2nd level of qi condensation, but requiring abundant spiritual energy to break through and leave Solon Peak. Over the past few months, he had consumed 3 spirit-calming pills, yet still found himself lacking. Desperate, he sought out the legendary Kong Xian, known for exuding rich medicinal energy. However, this little trickster was far too clever. "I've given you a flying sword. yet you still fail to appreciate my kindness? Brother Liao Cheng's mouth twitched in frustration, though he could only force a smile. Junior brother Kong Xian, I'm on the verge of a breakthrough and will soon leave Salon Peak. I heard you are new here and lack the aid of spiritual springs for your cultivation, thus making slow progress. Therefore, I plan to gift you my Qing Feng spring as a parting present. Suddenly realizing, he added, oh, right, junior brother may not yet know where Qing Feng spring is located. How about this? Tomorrow morning, I invite you to sit by my Qing Feng spring and experience firsthand the difference between the top 10 springs and ordinary ones. Ha ha! Kong Xian nodded, his tone remaining unperturbed. Brother Liao Cheng, your goodwill is truly rare. However, I am currently engrossed in comprehending techniques, and I have no interest in sitting by the spiritual springs. Perhaps if you would like to consider this parting gift. It might be better suited for the chubby boy. These words nearly choked Brother Liao Cheng. The Qingfeng Spring was one of the top 10 springs at Solon Peak. Countless people coveted it. If not for his extraordinary talent and formidable cultivation, which had allowed him to dominate his peers, he would not have deterred others from encroaching upon his territory. How many lives have been lost over this spring? For Kong Xian to decline such an offer was simply unfathomable. Junior brother Kong Xian, Xiangu, even the chubby boy was astonished by Kong Xian's refusal. Kong Xian's voice was neither too loud nor too soft, seemingly muttering to himself, yet intended for others to overhear. Sitting by the spiritual springs would waste my time and hinder my cultivation. Brother Liao Cheng's consideration weighs heavily on my heart. He might feel compelled to bestow even more gifts upon me. The key point is, you don't even know what I like. Rather than purchasing gifts I do not desire, it would be better to leave me 10 spirit stones. I can procure what I like myself. Alas, Brother Liao Cheng's face turned pale. Internally, he raged with frustration that I'm merely inviting you to sit by the spiritual springs. I've already given you a flying sword and promised the spring as a gift. And you ask for spirit stones? How can you even voice such an outrageous request? It's all been said already. Unbelievable. I've never encountered such shamelessness. The chubby boy interjected, Brother Liao Cheng, we practitioners are in a race against time, with our limited lifespans contending against the heavens. Time is indeed money. We cannot afford to waste it, that if you feel particularly troubled, perhaps it would be best to let it go. Kong Xian added, indeed, if Brother Liao Cheng finds it difficult, I shall forego the 10 spirit stones. However, this flying sword is a gift from you, Brother Liao Cheng, as a token of our first meeting that I cannot return it. Otherwise, it would seem we lack proper etiquette and may tarnish Brother Liao Cheng's reputation. The chubby boy nodded in agreement. Yes, yes, such is the situation. Upon hearing this, Liao Cheng felt his head swell with indignation. Shameless, utterly shameless, he found himself in a predicament, forced to muster his courage and grit his teeth to inquire, I wonder, does junior brother Kong Xian have any other requests? If so, perhaps you could provide a list for me to peruse. Brother, to utter such words is quite presumptuous. I pride myself on being considerate and emotionally attuned. How could I possibly draft a list for you? A sense of humiliation welled up within Liao Cheng. He occupied one of the top 10 spiritual springs and was, after all, a prominent figure on Shuilon Peak. Who would dare provoke him? Today, seeking out Kong Xian felt akin to having one's head thrust into a chamber pot. In a fit of frustration, he extracted 12 spiritual stones from his storage pouch and forcefully pressed them into the pudgy boy's hand. Junior brother Kong Xian is right. I have no idea what he likes. These 10 spiritual stones are to compensate for the time wasted in inviting him to meditate by the spiritual spring AS for what he enjoys. I shall procure it myself. He added 2 extra stones. Naturally, as a tip for the little chubby boy, he glanced at the boy with pleading eyes, hoping he would say a few kind words on his behalf. Xiangu, since brother Liao Cheng is so sincere, why not take a moment to visit him? Kong Xian nodded. Ah, such righteousness from brother. I shall pay him a visit tomorrow. Liao Cheng's action set a precedent for others. To invite Kong Xian to sit by one of the top 10 springs would require at least 30 spiritual stones. For the other mid-tier springs, Kong Xian would demand anywhere from 10 to 20 stones, depending on the visitor's likability. Originally, one could hardly secure a place at these springs. Now, Kong Xian was simply inundated with requests. With limited time, he worked tirelessly to amass wealth. In a single night, Kong Xian collected over 1,000 spiritual stones, along with 12 flying swords, various magical artifacts, and more than 140 pills. The little chubby boy, standing in Kong Xian's wake, was particularly enthusiastic. When dawn arrived, delivering the last wave of guests, he had already accumulated around 200 stones as tips. This was a sum he could hardly have imagined. A true windfall that made him feel the thrill of overnight riches. The boy was so delighted that his hands couldn't help but dance in excitement. During the remaining time, apart from some delay in collecting his sect's spiritual stones, Kong Xian spent the rest of his time meditating at various springs on Chui Lan Peak. Springs that had previously shooed him away were now lined up for his presence in just 5 days. Kong Xian had drained over 10 springs, his cultivation nearing the third layer of qi condensation. One more spring would enable him to confidently break into that realm. As the hour approached midnight, he emerged from a particular spring. Having entertained 3 groups that day, his internal spiritual energy at an all-time high, he contemplated returning to refine the Firebird technique when, walking alone along the cool stone path, he paused abruptly, his eyes narrowing at something in the nearby thicket. A figure emerged from behind a large tree, tall and imposing, exuding an air of arrogance. This person was no novice. He was also nearing the third layer of qi condensation. Coldly observing Kong Xian recognized him instantly. It was the same individual who had scolded him and the pudgy boy while they were at the Red Pavilion. That man was named Fu Guoqiang, the tyrant claiming dominion over the Red Pavilion Spring. Leveraging his superior cultivation, he was notorious for his ruthless demeanor, having severely injured several fellow disciples on Chui Lan Peak. Had the pudgy boy not pulled him away on his first day, Fu Guoqiang might have acted out without hesitation. Seeing him blocking the path at this late hour, Kong Xian steadied himself, smiling as he greeted, "Ah, Brother Fu, is that you? Since you know me, there is no need for further pleasantries. Have you heard of the Red Pavilion Spring? I am willing to purchase it for 1,000 spiritual stones." Fu Guoqiang's voice turned icy, while Kong Xian had become a rising star on Chui Lan Peak. Attracting throngs of admirers, Fu Guoqiang had been in the sect long enough to discern that despite Kong Xian's exceptional talent and wealth, he lacked any foundational support within the sect. He reasoned that troubling Kong Xian would not lead to serious repercussions. "I waited here specifically for you, hoping you would be wise enough to understand. You are a clever individual and should realize that in a place like Chui Lan Peak, grievances have nowhere to be aired." Kong Xian could only smile bitterly upon hearing this. From the moment he arrived at Chui Lan Peak, he had understood that cultivation was a struggle against fate, filled with fierce competition, like the De Xiong dynasty. There was no such thing as peaceful coexistence, only endless conflicts, both overt and covert. Despite his initial advantages, he never let his guard down. Being too accommodating would only invite bullying. While everyone on Chui Lan Peak coveted the spiritual springs, fighting tooth and nail for them, he found himself in a unique position. Many disciples were willing to pay hefty prices to invite him to their springs. Fu Guoqiang, however, was akin to a toad yearning for a swan's flesh. His audacity to demand payment for the Red Pavilion Spring was laughable. This was clearly an attempt to rob him. It seemed he had been too accommodating, allowing this fool to think he could take advantage of him. It was time for others to realize the extent of his prowess. This fellow before him was just the right candidate to establish his reputation. However, such displays of power must be public. Kong Xian mused, unable to suppress a gentle smile. "Brother, your generosity is overwhelming. To offer me the Red Pavilion Spring and 1,000 spiritual stones, how could I possibly feel deserving?" Fu Guoqiang sneered, "Junior brother Kong Xian, I believe you have misunderstood that. I shall repeat myself. I am selling you the Red Pavilion Spring for 1,000 spiritual stones. Then I shall take my leave," Kong Xian said, preparing to depart. "You cannot leave today. You are required to surrender all your spiritual stones and pills to me. From now on, you will follow my commands in secret. Each day, you will release your medicinal aura solely for my training. You will also share 9/10 of any benefits with me. To the outside world, we are fellow disciples. But privately, you will serve as my subordinate if you dare utter a single word against it. You will learn what it means to wish for death." Fu Guoqiang's eyes flashed with menace as he advanced toward Kong Xian. Recently, he had been close to breaking through to the third layer and required abundant spiritual energy to stabilize his cultivation. Rather than humbling himself before others, he preferred to seize what he desired. Kong Xian asked earnestly, Fu Guoqiang, have you considered the consequences of fighting within the sect? Ha ha! Fu Guoqiang erupted in laughter. Kong Xian, have you not heard the saying? On Chuilan Peak, a man is worth less than a dog. Sect rules? Huh. Those rules do nothing to control this rabble. Even if I were to injure you, or worse, turn you to ash and cast you over the cliff, no one would dare hold me accountable. Is that so? Kong Xian nodded, contemplating the implications. If you fear death, then matters will be simpler. Come with me. Let us first visit my spiritual spring, and I shall enjoy your medicinal aura. Should you utter a single word against it, you will understand what it means to be unable to escape death. Fu Guoqiang's disdain was palpable as he leaned closer, his right hand lunging toward Kong Xian. Kong Xian's countenance shifted to one of alarm. The fear on his face brought Fu Guoqiang a sense of satisfaction. He relished witnessing the vulnerable expressions of the weak. He imagined Kong Xian would soon be trembling before him. Just as he savored this moment, as they drew near, Kong Xian's fear vanished in an instant. Raising his right hand, he swiftly unleashed a fiery spark the size of sparrow, radiating scorching heat as it hurtled toward Fu Guoqiang's face. Kong Xian's heart raced. The emergence of the Firebird technique caught Fu Guoqiang off guard. In a moment of crisis, he retreated hastily, summoning his flying sword to intercept the fiery projectile. To his astonishment, the strike missed entirely. The Firebird Kong Xian had unleashed comically tumbled to the ground. Yet what began as a comical mishap quickly transformed into something eerie as the Firebird zipped along the ground like a fiery mouse, crackling with intensity and roaring toward Fu Guoqiang. Fu Guoqiang hastily maneuvered his flying sword to fend off the attack. But he found himself continuously retreating, utterly flustered. After a strenuous effort to counter the fiery mouse, the explosive sound sent his flying sword bouncing back several yards. As he glared at Kong Xian, who was fleeing into the mountains, his heart seethed with hatred. This brat had barely been at Chuilan Peak for a few days, yet had already reached the second layer of qi condensation. What fortuitous encounters had he experienced, and how many treasures did he possess? Fu Guoqiang's expression twisted with fury. He resolved that if he had to kill him today, he would extract every secret and opportunity from Kong Xian. As he strides forward with urgency, the mountain path grows increasingly desolate. This is the route that Kong Xian is well accustomed to, leading to Yejiping. Though Fu Guoqiang possesses profound cultivation, he is not as familiar with the journey. And as he watches Kong Xian weave in and out of the trees ahead, he finds it difficult to catch up. You little brat, this hillside is seldom trodden by human feet, yet it boasts excellent feng shui. The resting place you have chosen for yourself is quite commendable. Fu Guoqiang's voice drips with a chilling malice. Kong Xian maintains his rapid pace ahead, and in his determination to close the distance. Fu Guoqiang prepares to unleash a formidable technique. With a low growl, his physique instantly transforms, becoming larger and more muscular, each bulging muscle seemingly on the verge of tearing through his clothing. Sharp fangs protrude from his mouth, and his fingertips sprout claws. This is the unique technique he fortuitously acquired before entering the sect, the werewolf technique. This skill can be executed upon reaching the second layer of qi condensation, temporarily amplifying his strength several-fold. It is this technique that allows him to dominate the entirety of Chuilan Peak. Each time he employs it, he can only sustain the transformation for the duration of a single incense stick. Yet, the mere appearance of such transformation is enough to instill terror in his opponents. Thus, during every struggle for the Spirit Spring, it has proven to be remarkably effective, becoming Fu Guoqiang's most prized weapon. You little rascal, where do you think you're running? Your soul shall be lost here. The explosive power of Fu Guoqiang's enhanced physique propels him forward with ferocity. He kicks off the ground, sending dry twigs and leaves flying as he leaps. His formidable strength making him resemble a wolf. This powerful physique grants him astonishing combat prowess, boosting his speed by 30%. With a savage grin and gluttonous intent, he lunges towards Kong Xian. Beneath the moonlight, his sharp claws slice through the air, glinting menacingly. Fu Guoqiang is exceedingly adept in practical application of this technique. Based on past experiences, he surmises that Kong Xian is currently paralyzed by fear. His mind in disarray. There is no way he can escape his clutches today. Kong Xian, born a champion of the arena, perceives Fu Guoqiang's sudden transformation and dares not underestimate him. After waiting for a moment, he is relieved not to see Fu Guoqiang unleash a terrifying technique. If it is merely a physical enhancement and not some elemental technique, it does not seem quite so daunting. With this thought, Kong Xian's mind begins to formulate a plan. The spiritual energy within him surges suddenly, invigorating his body and blood tenfold. The layer of crimson light begins to coalesce around him. He forcefully kicks against a large tree ahead, compressing his form like a spring. Then, like a released spring, he propels himself upward. Even the stout trunk that bears the weight of a bear trembles slightly under the extraordinary force. The tree quivers. Kong Xian's body shoots forth like an arrow, altering his trajectory to fly backward. Fu Guoqiang, who had been convinced he was closing in, is filled with excitement as he envisions tearing Kong Xian apart. However, as he leaps into the air and his technique begins to wane, he finds himself with no means to leverage his strength. Then, the sword arrives, with his peak cultivation at the second layer of qi condensation. As the foremost expert of Chuilan Peak, Fu Guoqiang's spiritual power is formidable. Especially after transforming with the werewolf technique, his body is a force to be reckoned with. Even his fellow disciples wielding flying swords would struggle to harm him. Yet unexpectedly, he does not anticipate the tremendous force Kong Xian possesses. Before he can react, he feels a sharp blade pierce his abdomen. The icy sensation of the blade cuts through him, scattering his internal spiritual energy. What is even more bizarre is that he senses his own strength rapidly draining through the wound, as if some powerful force is siphoning it away. When he glances down in bewilderment, he catches sight of Kong Xian's resolute eyes, obscured by a crimson glow. With the sword as the sword, blood flows 5 steps, Kong Xian declares, yanking his sword freed. In an instant, he separates, causing Fu Guoqiang's pallid visage to fly backward. He loses control and tumbles into the thicket, rolling several times before coming to a shaky halt, injured gravely. Chapter 33. Werewolf Slaughter. Man slaughters wolf after landing. Kong Xian gazes at the flying sword in his hand, his excitement mounting. This time, he has utilized the flying sword gifted by Liao Cheng, executing a technique derived from the mundane martial arts, the second form of with the sword as the sword. This technique typically requires one to enter the realm of martial arts dominance and consumes a significant amount of internal energy. He feels the strike is fierce, yet he is never engaged in combat with a qi condensation practitioner, leaving him uncertain of its true power. Fu Guoqiang's murderous intent had been evident from the outset, prompting Kong Xian to expend a considerable amount of spiritual energy in his attack. To his astonishment, he truly managed to pierce Fu Guoqiang. At this moment, Kong Xian's confidence surges. The moment that sword pierced his opponent, it triggered the thief's fire scripture, but he distinctly feels that upon contact with Fu Guoqiang's blood, he siphoned a fragment of strength from him. Once absorbed, that strength seamlessly became a part of him. The energy drawn in is immediately transformed by the furnace scripture, permanently enhancing his own power. Kong Xian instinctively licks the corner of his mouth, the thrill of bloodlust unmistakable. Had he known that the second form of with the sword as the sword could inflict harm upon cultivators and that the thief's fire scripture would empower him the more he fought, he would have been grateful for the trouble Fu Guoqiang brought. Fu Guoqiang, both astonished and enraged, struggles to rise, but is thwarted by the excruciating pain in his abdomen. Brother Fu, shall we end this here? I bear you no ill will, and you need not trouble me further. Let us pretend we have never met. Kong Xian is in high spirits, unwilling to dwell on their conflict any longer. You little brat, how audacious of you to injure me. Do you think this will end here? Not only will I consume your heart today, but I will also hunt down your family upon my descent. I shall slay your father, dishonor your mother, and annihilate your entire clan to avenge this grievance. Fu Guoqiang's eyes blaze with rage. The humiliation of being bested by someone he deems insignificant, coupled with the agony in his abdomen, drives him to madness. quickly swallowing several healing pills to staunch his bleeding. He bellows and lunges toward Kong Xian, his fangs extending to 3 inches, as if he intends to tear into Kong Xian's neck. Upon hearing Fu Guoqiang's words, a glimmer of murderous intent ignites in Kong Xian's eyes. This man is incorrigible. He dares to provoke me, yet I extend him mercy in my moment of triumph. Yet he speaks such vile words. Taking several steps back, Kong Xian raises his sword without hesitation. Anger must be met with action. Kong Xian does not evade, instead choosing to engage Fu Guoqiang in close combat. Come at me. In his wolf form, Fu Guoqiang is nearly invincible on Chuilan Peak. Were Kong Xian to possess other refined techniques akin to the elusive fire mouse, he might need to exercise caution. But this fool dares to engage him in melee combat. He is essentially courting death. With a swift bite, Fu Guoqiang's fangs clash against the sword, refusing to relent. At this proximity, Kong Xian's demise seems inevitable. Werewolf slaughter. Fu Guoqiang's eyes blaze crimson, his face seemingly sprouting gray wolf hair. His sharp, hardened claws slice through the air, nearly rending the very fabric of reality. One claw aims to shatter Kong Xian's skull, while the other seeks to rip out his heart. Kong Xian exclaims internally, "This is splendid," as he releases his flying sword. With a flick of his storage pouch, another flying sword materializes, which he grasps firmly. The collision of the flying sword and the claws erupts in a flash of sparks, deflecting the assault. Fu Guoqiang's mind reels. A flying sword is ensnared in his jaws. How can there be another? Kong Xian immediately employs his exquisite swordplay, engaging Fu Guoqiang in close quarters. In an instant, they become entwined, exchanging blows in a flurry of sparks. The Fu Guoqiang's beastly transformation grants him unimaginable strength and speed. Yet the initial wound he sustained from Kong Xian's sword has left him at a disadvantage. Despite possessing celestial healing elixirs, he is still reeling from his early misstep. Kong Xian's techniques, movements, and the nimbleness of his flying sword consistently exceed Fu Guoqiang's expectations. As they continue their fierce duel, Kong Xian grows increasingly exhilarated. He has already spotted several opportunities to strike a fatal blow, yet he is not in haste to slay Fu Guoqiang. Instead, his eyes gleam with ambition. He intends to seize this rare opportunity to thoroughly practice the second form of with the sword as the sword, with the sword as the sword, and man as the target. Gradually, Fu Guoqiang's body accumulates wounds. And as time passes, the intervals between new injuries grow shorter. The continuous sword strikes leave him riddled with injuries. The pain is secondary. The sensation of being subdued by someone he views as an insect is intolerable. His complexion pales, and his expression turns horrified as he gazes at Kong Xian, his eyes ablaze with madness and fury. "You little brat, how dare you bring me to this state? I will annihilate your entire family. I will pulverize each and every one of your kin and swallow them whole. In this life and the next, we shall be irreconcilable." This is the first time Fu Guoqiang has faced such a significant setback after tyrannizing Chuilan Peak. Enduring the excruciating pain, he succumbs entirely to a frenzy of vengeance. At this moment, Kong Xian had truly gained the upper hand. Moreover, the opponent's provocative words only fueled his resolve. No longer courteous, he struck fiercely, driving his sword deep into the flesh, nearly severing Fu Guoqiang's arm entirely. Fu Guoqiang's cry was heart-wrenching. His expression had shifted from a fierce rage to an unprecedented terror. The severity of the wound siphoned away his strength, leaving him unable to maintain even his werewolf form. In that instant, he looked at Kong Xian, his eyes betraying a wavering resolve. His fate was sealed. Meanwhile, Kong Xian grew more formidable with each exchange. It was as if a wounded lone wolf had encountered a seasoned hunter. An indescribable dread enveloped him, replacing all previous bravado. Any thoughts of retaliating against Kong Xian evaporated instantly. Pain, fear, and injury caused his body to tremble. Instinctively, he recognized that staying could only lead to his demise. He had to flee. However, this was merely a temporary retreat. Once he healed, he vowed to exact vengeance, to flay Kong Xian alive and make him experience his suffering. Seeing Fu Guoqiang suddenly turn and flee like a lost dog, Kong Xian couldn't help but smirk coldly. Just moments ago, he had declared a fight to the death, and now he sought to escape? If he were to let him go today, how could that be? In their fierce confrontation, the balance of speed and strength shifted with each passing moment. For Kong Xian, catching up to the gravely injured Fu Guiqiang was as easy as turning a hand. There was no escape. Each slash of the sword was deeper, each strike more brutal. After a breath, in a pool of blood, Fu Guiqiang had breathed his last. The scene was chaotic, yet his unblinking eyes were filled with sheer terror and despair, evoking a chilling imagination of the fear he felt in his final moments. Kong Xian wiped the blood from his sword, feeling little conflict within. The law of the jungle, survival of the fittest, was a fundamental truth of the world. It was fortunate that he was the stronger one, that otherwise he might well have been the one lying in that pool of blood. Even if he had discarded his dignity to survive, living under Fu Guiqiang's twisted torment would have been a fate worse than death. Having grown up in the Marquis's residence, he understood that the so-called virtues of benevolence, righteousness, and propriety were mere deceptions used to control the common folk, whether it was a hawk seizing a rabbit or a wolf devouring a sheep. Such was the nature of life in the natural world, where the hypocritical judgments of law. Humans, first and foremost, were animals that if one wished to kill him, he would retaliate in kind to achieve great things. One must be rational, decisive, and act without hesitation. Should he show any mercy today, the consequences would be endless in the future. That he hoped that his sect would not pursue this matter. With these thoughts, Kong Xian quickly tidied the battlefield. He took Fu Guiqiang's storage bag, which contained a flying sword, 74 spirit stones, and a dozen pills. Quite a fortune. With a flick of his right hand, he unleashed the Firebird technique. Flames engulfed the remains, creating a thick smoke that obscured all traces. At this juncture, he could only act as circumstances dictated. Yet he also felt a sense of gratitude towards Fu Guiqiang, at the very least. He had revealed to Kong Xian that the sword techniques he had brought from the mundane world could indeed be fueled by spiritual energy, capable of shaking even seasoned practitioners. In that moment, a newfound confidence surged within him, a belief that he could overcome the greatest obstacles and survive. He must confront the Elder Mangsu. On the roasted chicken peak, Elder Mangsu returned half a day later than agreed. Kong Xian scrutinized him, noting that the old man's condition had deteriorated significantly. His injuries were more severe than before, giving the impression that he was barely holding on. Yet, upon seeing Kong Xian, a glint of greedy affection shone in his eyes, as if he cherished him like a precious gem. The more he displayed such behavior, the more repulsed Kong Xian felt. This was not the genuine affection of a mentor and disciple, but rather a greedy obsession with the elixirs and his own future. If it were anyone else, they would have no inkling that they were being refined into fodder for elixirs, their demise drawing ever closer. Chapter 34. I miss you. This time, Elder Mangsu returned with no less than 20 varieties of rare herbs and treasures. Following precedent, Kong Xian began to refine them one by one. In just 10 days, he had completely refined all 20. As he opened his eyes, the brilliance within them shone even brighter than before. Elder, do you have any of that snow lotus immortal fruit left? You're truly addicted, aren't you? Do you have any idea how rare these treasures are? Elder Mangsu sighed. The origins of these treasures were far from simple. His recent endeavors to acquire them had put him in peril multiple times, breaking numerous tacit agreements among practitioners and defying many taboos. He had even encountered a formidable foe from his past, losing a powerful magical artifact and barely escaping with his life. His current cultivation was less than a tenth of his peak strength. Elder, I can feel changes within me lately. Is it possible that I am on the verge of forming a golden core? Please procure some nourishing spiritual herbs quickly. I fear delays may hinder my progress. Is that so? Elder Mangsu sighed again. His own body was failing, yet he had no choice but to push forward, determined to refine Kong Xian into the Taiji Wanshin pill. Only then could he hope to rejuvenate himself and rapidly advance his cultivation. It was akin to a gambler at a table. Even with nothing left but a single pair of undergarments, he would wager it all, convinced that his next hand would be a winning one. In dire straits, even cornered beasts will fight back. With this in mind, he declared, "Little one, we shall meet again here in 20 days. Kong Xian frowned and asked, "Why must you take so long? Do you think I can afford to wait?" "Of course. Do you think I'm not anxious?" Elder Mangsu retorted angrily. "But do you believe these rare herbs are as common as cabbage? Just wait patiently for me. Please do not delay," Kong Xian muttered in frustration. "Of course it weighs heavily on my mind," Elder Mangsu shouted as he rode off on a cloud. "Recently, what news has emerged?" In the middle of the night, within the courtyard of Solon Peak, Kong Xian inquired of the chubby boy. The boy rubbed his eyes, sensing that this time Kong Xian was particularly discreet, and asked, "Brother Xian, why do you seem like a thief in the night? Returning in the dead of night isn't your style." Kong Xian replied, "My affairs are not something I can discuss." He felt a pang of anxiety. Still beneath the eaves, his strength was insufficient to defy the mountain-ass rules. He was somewhat nervous, fearing that the act of killing might have been reported. Thus, he had chosen to return stealthily in the dead of night. Fortunately, all seemed unchanged. The chubby boy, sensing the mood, refrained from further inquiries, saying, "Brother Xian, you may not realize it, but when you are here, the atmosphere at Solon Peak is entirely different. When you're present, everyone is amiable, vie to present gifts and please you, eager to invite you to the spiritual spring. The ambience is simply delightful. However, when you're absent, the competition intensifies and it becomes even more ruthless, especially the spiritual springs that you have graced. Their quality has surged dramatically. Many medium-grade springs are now nearly on par with the top 10 renowned springs. This has led to a series of bloody conflicts on Solon Peak." Kong Xian responded with an ode, and he anticipated that his unintentional actions would create such a storm, akin to the flutter of a butterfly's wings. However, Solon Peak resembled a wild kingdom. Perhaps the essence of the immortal sect was akin to raising goo, allowing nature to take its course. Only the strongest would ultimately emerge victorious. Furthermore, concerning Fu Guoqiang at Hongting Spring, it seemed he had either surreptitiously advanced to Xianlin Peak or something else entirely. He had recently vanished without a trace. Hongting Spring was already the finest of Solon Peak, ranking first among the top 10 springs. Many speculated that if they could seize Hongting Spring and subsequently gain your favor, the abundance of spiritual energy would be unimaginable. Thus, several of the most powerful factions engaged in fierce battles over its control. Now, the dust had finally settled. The new master of Hongting Spring was Brother Xu Yong. Kong Xian held little interest in who controlled Hongting Spring, casually inquiring, "Were there any casualties?" The chubby boy replied, "In these fierce contests, there were 7 or 8 who suffered severe injuries, with dozens more lightly wounded. However, I've heard that no one actually died at IS. That's so." Brother Xian, Solon Peak, and the Daxiang dynasty are quite similar, both existing in a state of the people do not report, and the officials do not care. Wrong. It should be that even if the people wish to report, the officials may not intervene. Even if there are deaths and injuries, the sect does not take it too seriously. After all, countless disciples enter Solon Peak each year. We are like seeds buried underground. Only once we sprout and emerge. At least reaching Xianlin Peak, will the sect pay us any heed? Until then, we are left to endure the daily indignities, with no recourse for grievances. Upon hearing these words, Kong Xian finally felt a sense of relief within himself. With a relaxed demeanor, he remarked, "I am a bit weary this evening. Let us resume our pursuit of wealth starting tomorrow." "Very well. I shall not intrude upon your rest. However, you have received a considerable sum previously, yet you have yet to visit the spiritual spring. Hence, I advise that we pay a visit to the spring in the coming days, that we can discuss business matters after we complete this batch. Our bargaining power will be significantly greater." Kong Xian gazed at the chubby individual with satisfaction, acknowledging that his manager was indeed commendable. Although his appearance was unremarkable, he possessed both intelligence and capability. His previous lack of success was merely due to not having the right guidance. The little guidance from Kong Xian revealed his remarkable aptitude, which only seemed to improve over time. Kong Xian nodded. "You shall handle all the arrangements. Thank you for your trust. Xian Gu." Kong Xian closed the door, his gaze transforming into one of unwavering determination, with his growth and the absorption of spiritual herbs. He was not only becoming stronger, but also drawing closer to his impending demise. The most pressing matter at hand was to prepare for the decisive battle with Elder Mangsu. It was akin to having a gray rhinoceros in the room. Everyone recognized the danger and understood that it would inevitably go berserk. There was no evading it. While he had been diligently digging pits for Elder Mangsu, urging him to venture forth despite his weary and wounded state, the reality remained that a withered camel is still larger than a horse. Elder Mangsu was a formidable golden core adept, surpassing Kong Xian by several realms in the grand scheme of the world. He was a powerhouse. The disparity in strength between the two was as vast as that between heaven and earth. To liken the elder to a lion would render Kong Xian nothing more than an ant. Even if the lion were mortally wounded and limping, a mere twitch of any part of its body could easily crush an ant, as effortless as flipping one's hand. Yet, at this juncture, what recourse did Kong Xian have? The Wanxian sect was a righteous sect. Elder Mangsu's methods of alchemy were exceedingly malevolent, deserving of scorn from the righteous path, but given his esteemed status as an elder, would the sect believe Kong Xian or him? Having grown up in a family at the pinnacle of power, Kong Xian had witnessed an abundance of light and darkness behind scenes. Harboring no doubts about the situation, perhaps if he were to report Elder Mangsu to the sect, the consequence would be an immediate obliteration of his presence, leaving no trace behind, as if he had never existed. In the realm of humanity, the darkness was far more terrifying than the natural selection of the blood-soaked world. Within the Wanxian sect, he had no powerful allies to rely on. Everyone was untrustworthy. He could only depend on himself. Currently, his storage pouch contained 13 inferior-grade flying swords. He had yet to ascertain their quality or the number of spirit stones required to enhance them. Thus, he decided to select the one that appeared the best before contemplating the use of Tianji Dijian. Suddenly, Kong Xian had a thought. He left his room and hurried toward the teleportation array. Who is outside? At the sword-knocking hall on the mountainside of Wanxian sect, a voice called out, "Brother Wang Zhong." "It is I." At that moment, the one peering through the window was none other than Kong Xian himself. Upon realizing that it was the steward disciple Wang Zhong on duty, he felt an immediate sense of relief. Fate has smiled upon me, he thought. Wang Zhong opened the door and, after a moment's contemplation, exclaimed, "Oh, you are Kong Xian." "Ah, Brother Wang Zhong, such a busy person, yet you still remember me," Kong Xian said, somewhat taken aback. Wang Zhong, who was responsible for the registration of disciples at the sword-knocking hall, had likely welcomed many new disciples over the past few months. That it was remarkable that he would remember their brief encounter. "How could I forget?" Wang Zhong replied with a wry smile. He had initially qualified for the prestigious Ironhoof Peak, but for reasons unknown, had incurred the ire of an elder and had been relegated to the least favorable Chui Lan Peak. Since taking on his duties, Kong Xian was the only disciple he had encountered. "Kong Xian, why have you come to visit so late at night instead of cultivating at Chui Lan Peak?" Kong Xian laughed heartily and replied, "Brother Wang, what could possibly bring me here? I just wanted to see you." Wang Zhong, despite knowing many individuals in his role at the sword-knocking hall, found this position to be somewhat lacking in prestige and compensation. Other disciples had little incentive to curry favor with him after the initial admission. Thus, when he saw Kong Xian, his interest was piqued. After all, he was on night watch, and sitting alone was rather dull. Wang Zhong, beaming with joy, opened the door wider and said, "You are most considerate. Come in and take a seat." Chapter 35. The forging of the divine sword within the sword-knocking hall, Kong Xian's gaze was irresistibly drawn to the divine sword. Jiu Xiao Yindong, as he beheld this sword, a peculiar allure stirred within his heart. He wondered if others experienced the same sensation. Seeing Kong Xian captivated by the sword, Wang Zhong kindly remarked, "It seems you did not get enough of the sword last time. Since the night is quiet, allow me to take you closer for a better look. Is that truly permissible?" Kong Xian inquired. His excitement palpable, Wang Zhong, already unlocking the enclosure, led Kong Xian closer to the divine sword. Towering several feet high, Jiu Xiao Yundong remained embedded in the fiery inferno, bound by several dark chains. The sword's tip was plunged deep into a colossal pyre, flames raging fiercely, having burned for countless seasons. This was Kong Xian's first opportunity to approach so closely, and he felt his heart and spirit stir in response. Upon his initial sighting of the divine sword, he had sensed a calling from deep within, and now, witnessing it again at such proximity, His heart raced uncontrollably. It felt as though a powerful resonance had formed between his blood and the sword. The totem in the center of his chest, resembling an eye, now radiated an intense heat. The sword, engulfed in flames, burned fiercely, particularly the small portion near the tip, which glowed a deep crimson. It resembled the process of forging iron, where intense heat and striking would often cause fragments to fall away. That moment, Kong Xian's eyes fixated intently on a small section, no larger than a palm, that had been dislodged from the sword. Uncertain of when it might fall, he swallowed hard, thinking to himself, "Today, I have truly come to the right place. Brother Wang, why is this unparalleled divine sword encased in fiery rock?" Wang Zhong explained, "It is said that the ancestor used this divine sword to slay demons, and it became tainted with some demonic energy to purge this malevolent essence. It has been subjected to flames for centuries. Brother, I would like to inquire, how often do we change the charcoal beneath the sword?" "My junior, this is no ordinary charcoal. It is lian, sourced from the mouth of the Valley of Flames. Each piece can burn for 5 years, producing heat 10 times that of regular charcoal. As luck would have it. Our next charcoal change is scheduled for tomorrow." Kong Xian mused. "I said I wonder how the sect deals with the charcoal remnants once they are changed." Wang Zhong replied, "That we do not know." Kong Xian noticed that in the corner there was a stack of rocks the size of large trunks, each emitting a faint yellow glow. Though devoid of flames, they exuded an intense heat, likely cooking an egg instantly upon contact. The air in the hall was filled with a faint, acrid scent of phosphorus. "So, this is lian," Kong Xian said. "Since you will be changing the lian tomorrow anyway, and since I cannot sleep tonight, why not let me assist you with the change right now?" Wang Zhong thought to himself that, as per tradition, he would need to help the rotating disciple with the charcoal change before he could return to rest. Rather than delaying the task until tomorrow, it would be more efficient to do it now with assistance. With this in mind, he nodded. "This task is indeed laborious. Should you wish to help, you must see it through to the end without faltering." Kong Xian's heart leaped with joy as he quickly replied, "Brother, you need not worry. I shall see it through." With that, the two began their work. Changing the charcoal for the divine sword was not a particularly complex task. They divided the charcoal surrounding the sword into 4 sections, removing the old charcoal from one side at a time, replacing it with new lian, and then proceeding to the opposite side, after several rotations. The lian was successfully replaced without extinguishing the flames that sustained the sword. With his current cultivation, Kong Xian found it effortless to assist with the task using a steel fork. However, the closer he approached the divine sword, the more intense the heat in his chest became. They worked tirelessly until the 4th watch, completing the change of all lian. Observing that Kong Xian was drenched in sweat, his clothes thoroughly soaked, Wang Zhong felt touched and said, "Kong Xian, you truly worked hard today. I have nothing of value to offer as a token of appreciation, but I can give you half a spirit stone." Kong Xian hurriedly waved his hands. "Brother Wang, we are like family. There is no need for such formalities. If you truly wish to show your kindness, just bring me a couple of bowls of water, and I would be immensely grateful." "Very well, my good brother. You are indeed loyal. Speaking of water, the well in the back courtyard is exceptionally pure. Please wait a moment. I shall fetch a basin of well water." Wang Zhong exclaimed joyfully and proceeded to fetch water. During the process of changing the lian, Kong Xian had certainly not worked in vain. From time to time, he stealthily struck the divine sword's blade with a steel fork. The minute remnants that arose from the blade fell into the embers beneath his relentless tapping. That moment, Kong Xian dashed to the recently extinguished pile of blazing rock and fire. Amid the rapidly cooling remnants, he soon discovered several fragments, varying in size and entirely unlike the ashes, emanating an extraordinary metallic luster. Upon seeing these ebony shards, Kong Xian's heart raced with exhilaration. Logically speaking, such an unparalleled divine sword must have undergone countless trials and tribulations during its forging. Even after further refinement in the furnace, there ought to be minimal impurities to be extracted. The presence of any shards at all was thus utterly beyond imagination. Without a moment's hesitation, Kong Xian reached out to grasp them. As he held those fragments in his hand, an odd sensation enveloped him, as if these shards resonated with something deep within his very bloodline. However, The essence was too profound for him to decipher. Suppressing his excitement, he swiftly collected all the fragments. Kong Xian, the well water has arrived. Thank you, Brother Wang, Kong Xian replied, taking a couple of refreshing sips to calm his nerves. Observing him gulping down the water, Wang Zhong expressed his concern. Drink slowly. Ah, how refreshing. Kong Xian wiped his face with his sleeve and returned the bowl. Brother Wang, too much cold water may upset the stomach. I must take my leave. Seeing that Kong Xian had assisted him so significantly, Wang Zhong naturally harbored no suspicions and personally escorted him to the door. This time, it must succeed, Kong Xian thought as he returned to his chamber. He retrieved a flying sword and placed it alongside the divine sword's molten shards into the Tianjidi Jian. Rubbing his hands together, he cautiously inserted a spirit stone. Whoosh! The spirit stone transformed into a torrent of energetic spring water. And suddenly, the Tianjidi Jian emitted a crisp explosion. Crack! As the thick smoke dissipated within the Tianjidi Jian, the shards of the divine sword had fused into a single piece. Resembling an iron ruler, measuring merely half a foot in length, devoid of any extraordinary luster. Nearby, the flying sword had shattered into several segments. Kong Xian's heart brimmed with uncertainty. Instinctively, he placed another flying sword into the Tianjidi Jian. As the spirit stone was set down, unexpectedly, crack, the previous scene repeated itself. This time, Kong Xian observed with clarity. The moment the shard from the divine sword merged with the flying sword, this inferior-grade flying sword was utterly unable to withstand the process. It immediately shattered into pieces. Kong Xian inwardly cursed, realizing the predicament he found himself in. Chapter 36. The black fragments. Kong Xian had set his sights on the divine sword, intending to extract something from it to merge with his flying sword. If he could elevate it to an unforeseen level, it might become his ultimate trump card when facing Elderman Su. Yet who could have anticipated that the inferior-grade flying swords in a storage bag were entirely incapable of enduring such refinement? On a brighter note, he had at least retrieved the shard from the divine sword and could preliminarily deduce that should these shards undergo refinement in the Tianjidi Jian, their strength would exceed all expectations. However, the dilemma arose. He possessed no flying sword worthy of such a fusion. All he had scavenged from Chuilan Peak were, without exception, inferior-grade flying swords, while they might suffice for mundane skirmishes. Attempting to merge with such a treasure would likely result in utter failure. Kong Xian picked up the half-foot-long black fragment. Its touch was neither metallic nor stony, but rather, it felt cold and comfortable in his hand. He struck it against the broken sword body, producing a crisp sound that hinted at its remarkable strength. With a slight exertion, he effortlessly created a fissure in the shattered flying sword, leaving himself unscathed. This object was extraordinary, so unassuming, yet could very well become his saving grace. The following day, guided by the rotund agent, Kong Xian traversed to various spirit springs to meditate. Departing the courtyard area, they journeyed several miles on the mountainside. Kong Xian observed a multitude of figures entangled in fierce combat, spells flying and blood splattering as cries of agony echoed. It was his first encounter with such an overt clash since entering the mountains. As they watched, suddenly someone dashed toward the path in a panic, pursued by a burly man who wore a sinister grin. "Brother, save me! Su! No one can save you now!" Kong Xian, not far away, witnessed the desperate figure falter on the mountain path, only to be impaled by the flying sword wielded by the burly man. Blood erupted like a fountain from the fallen individual, who convulsed a few times before slipping into unconsciousness. The burly man plundered his storage bag, preparing to return to the mountain when his eyes met Kong Xian's group. This unexpected scene caused Kong Xian's pupils to constrict. The mountain wind carried the stench of blood, invading Kong Xian's nostrils. The man, recognizing Kong Xian as the leader of the group, offered a slight bow before retreating up the mountain. This man was Xu Yong, the new master of Hong Ting Spring, as the rotund agent quietly informed. Another brother, leading Kong Xian to the spirit spring, lowered his head and explained, "Brother Kong Xian, it appears he is one of the 7 wolves of Chun Kingdom, thoroughly prepared to seize Hong Ting Spring. It seems they have failed. While spirit springs could significantly enhance cultivation, the peril of seizing or defending them was immense. Sacrificing one's life for the sake of cultivation, spirit stones, and elixirs seemed hardly worth the risk. Such scenes would undoubtedly dissuade those who lacked a fighting spirit, while igniting deeper ambitions in the resolute. Two other individuals, having narrowly escaped death, leaned on each other for support, clearly suffering from severe injuries. They stumbled down the mountain path and collectively helped the gravely wounded man to his feet. Upon seeing Kong Xian's group, one of the injured, a burly man with a beard, exclaimed, "Ah, you are Brother Kong Xian." Kong Xian had only been here for a few months. By the principle of arrival, he could hardly be considered a brother. Yet, the rules of Chui Lan Peak dictated that strength commanded respect. If one possessed ability, all would pay their respects, earning the title of brother. Otherwise, no matter how long one persevered, they would remain at the first level of qi refinement. The bearded man, upon seeing Kong Xian, wore an expression filled with the sorrow of a fallen hero, pleading, "Brother Kong Xian, could you possibly intervene on our behalf and help us exact vengeance on Xu Yong?" Kong Xian, hearing this, pursed his lips slightly. Such vendettas from the underworld were not something he could conveniently involve himself in. The other party was likely at their wits' end, seeking his aid as a last resort. Kong Xian replied, "This brother, your companion, is gravely injured. Perhaps you should first take him to receive treatment. Brother Kong Xian, I bow to you and implore your assistance." The rotund agent quickly interjected, Get up, get up. What kind of display is this?" But the rotund agent interrupted, "The path to power is inherently a struggle for dominance. If you cannot outmatch Xu Yong, you cannot blame anyone else. Should he continue to monopolize Hong Ting Spring, the gap between you will only widen in the future. As his cultivation surpasses yours, avenging yourselves will become even more challenging." The burly man and his companions, already in dire straits, felt a flicker of hope upon seeing Kong Xian, only to be met with the rotund agent's words. Not only did it lack empathy, but it felt as though salt had been rubbed into their wounds. Gazing at his severely injured companions and recalling his own grievances over the years, he suddenly felt utterly drained, bursting into tears. His wails were heart-wrenching and chilling. "Our brother Xian cannot directly intervene in your grievances. However, should you genuinely possess the intent, enhancing the quality of your spirit spring beyond that of Hong Ting Spring would be but a simple task for Brother Xian." The rotund agent's words illuminated a path for them. The bearded man immediately stifled his sobs and proclaimed, "As long as Brother Kong Xian agrees to help us improve the quality of our spirit spring, we will seek vengeance against Xu Yong in the future. The 7 wolves of Chun Kingdom are willing to offer generous rewards." "Indeed," echoed another companion supporting the injured, "we are prepared to provide 100 spirit stones." At this, the rotund agent's face lit up with excitement as he gave thumbs up. "Now you are talking. How outrageous! You truly have no shame." Just then, from the woods, Xu Yong, the victor from earlier, emerged. Although he held the advantage, seeing his adversary's seek help left him uneasy, prompting him to remain hidden in the bushes and eavesdrop. Now, witnessing his opponent's approach Kong Xian, despite his deep-seated hatred for Kong Xian, he felt an inexplicable sense of trepidation. He was unaware of Kong Xian's true strength, but offending him publicly would inevitably provoke the ire of all disciples from Chui Lan Peak. Xu Yong was no fool. His face shifted from fury to a solicitous grin directed at the rotund agent. "Brother Duan, I will offer 200 spirit stones, as long as Brother Kong Xian agrees to sit at my Hong Ting Spring first." Ah, the rotund agent suddenly found himself in a dilemma. "Brother, if he offers 200 and you cannot match his price, Brother Xian will have to go to Hong Ting Spring. You must tread carefully." "We offer 300. The leader of the 7 wolves gritted his teeth and continued to raise the bid. The chubby boy immediately turned to Xu Yong, exclaiming, "Brother, they bid 300, 300. Then I'll bid 400, 500. The leader of the 7 wolves spoke, and both men had already surrendered all their storage bags that we, the 7 wolves of the Chun Kingdom, live frugally. Our total assets amount to no less than 500 spirit stones. Yes, as long as Brother Kong Xian agrees to assist us, we will immediately have our brothers present all our assets from our storage bags." No matter how formidable Xu Yong was, he was but one person. How could he possibly outmatch the combined wealth of 7? At this moment, Filled with rage and humiliation, he drew his sword. "Damn it, you are utterly shameless. I'm not bidding anymore. I'm going to kill you." The battle at Haunting Spring was supposed to be straightforward. Victory was victory. Defeat was defeat. Yet, with the involvement of Kong Xian, the situation spiraled completely beyond his control. He abruptly turned, unleashing his fury upon Kong Xian. Chapter 37. The Little Overlord of Solon Peak, are you not just reeking of medicinal herbs? Do you truly believe everyone in Solon Peak must curry favor with you? You're like a single rat dropping that spoils the entire pot of soup. The long-standing rules of Solon Peak have been shattered by your mere existence. If I do not publicly teach you a lesson today, Solon Peak will never be at peace. Suddenly, his overwhelming pride made him feel humiliated. His hatred for Kong Xian surpassed even his desire to eliminate his previous adversary. With a fierce intent to kill, he charged directly at Kong Xian. As he drew near, Kong Xian, who had initially appeared as a carefree young master, even egging on the bidding alongside the chubby boy, raised an eyebrow and licked his lips with a hint of cunning. But in an instant his demeanor shifted before Su Yong's sword could reach him. He took a step forward, raising his right hand. A tremendous surge of spiritual energy erupted. Using his palm as a sword, he struck down decisively. Crack! A sharp sound echoed. Su Yong was overwhelmed by the immense spiritual power emanating from Kong Xian. Collapsing to the ground, unconscious, a fleeting ferocity flashed across Kong Xian's face. If you can't outbid your opponent, why direct your frustration at the seller? You, my friend, could use some improvement in your conduct. Now, pay your fines. He slightly bowed and collected the 2 storage bags from Su Yong. One of them had been seized from the severely injured man earlier. Kong Xian swayed, resuming his previous cheerful demeanor. This scene left everyone in the audience utterly stunned. Who was unaware that Su Yong had recently taken control of Haunting Spring, facing numerous challenges without suffering significant losses? His battle prowess was virtually unmatched below the 2nd level of qi condensation in Solon Peak. Yet, Kong Xian, with a single slap, had knocked him out before all eyes. Anxiety rippled through the crowd, as if they had personally experienced that slap. "Chubby boy, these gentlemen just bid 500 spirit stones. Right?" Kong Xian said somewhat bashfully, as if feeling a bit awkward. Yes, yes. The 2 remaining members of the Chun Kingdom's 7 wolves now appeared pale. After exchanging a glance, they trembled, their eyes filled with shock and terror as they looked at Kong Xian. "By the way, Brother Kong Xian, one of those storage bags was taken from us by Su Yong." Kong Xian's expression stiffened. "Oh, is that so? This storage bag was obtained from Su Yong. You all saw it clearly. It can be said that I acquired it through my own efforts. Are you implying you wish to take it back?" "Dare not, dare not." The bearded man quivered, hastily denying it. He was unaware of Kong Xian's prowess and thought he could easily reclaim it. Such naivety. Without hesitation, he slapped the storage bag, enduring the pain to extract all the spirit stones, respectfully handing them to Kong Xian. "Brother Kong Xian, we still owe you 400 spirit stones. By sunset today. We will surely gather and present them. Thank you for your consideration. I look forward to your next visit." Kong Xian chuckled, distributing a portion of the spirit stones to the chubby boy, his face still adorned with an innocent expression. This demeanor, in the eyes of everyone nearby, evoked the image of a formidable beast masquerading as an unsuspecting pig awaiting slaughter. Each person felt a shiver run down their spine. Kong Xian had finally established his authority in public. No one in all of Solon Peak dared to exhibit even a hint of arrogance before him. In fact, today's incident inspired many. Numerous disciples who had failed to secure the new, superior spirit springs began pooling their resources to invite Kong Xian to sit at their previously controlled old springs. Eager to enhance quality and exact revenge, the price to have Kong Xian sit at the spirit springs soared once again. As he walked along the path, he frequently encountered roadside auctions. Solon Peak had gone utterly mad. Under normal cultivation, the spirit energy flow from an ordinary spirit spring in Solon Peak for 3 years could elevate a person to the 3rd level of qi condensation. Generally, disciples who managed to seize a spirit spring would have the opportunity to break through to the 3rd level of qi condensation and leave this wretched place. Kong Xian had drained dozens of spirit springs, and his cultivation had steadily entered the third level of qi condensation. Now, his strength was vastly superior to before, that he was confident he could easily crush all disciples of Tsulan Peak. Not only in Tsulan Peak, but his cultivation level was also far beyond that of the other disciples at the third level of qi condensation in his sect. The capacity for absorbing spiritual energy determined the upper limit of spiritual power within one's body. His upper limit of spiritual power was 100 times that of others at the first level of qi condensation. The gap in strength between him and other disciples of the same rank continued to widen as his cultivation improved. Kong Xian's spiritual power enabled the fire red he unleashed to emit a brilliant white light, with temperatures likely nearing that of blazing magma. Another critical factor that could determine the outcome in battle was the recovery speed after depleting spiritual power. If both sides expended the same amount of third-level spiritual power, and one could recover in a single breath, while the other required 3 to 5 breaths, the former's combat capability would undoubtedly surpass that of the latter. In the Immortal Sect, once one reached the third level of qi condensation, they could participate in the moderately challenging Wooden Man trials. Successfully passing the Wooden Man trial would grant them the qualification to enter Xianlin Peak. Now, Kong Xian was the first in history to exceed the third level of qi condensation, nearing the fourth level, and yet he remained in the resource-starved Tsulan Peak. This was because here he could effortlessly reap the greatest benefits. Moreover, the matters concerning Elder Mangsu were unavoidable. Until they were resolved, hiding away would be futile. Is this the legendary Brother Kong Xian? He is truly magnificent. His cultivation is terrifying. Third level of qi condensation. He actually stays here in our Tsulan Peak. Indeed, we have never had a disciple above the third level of qi condensation willing to remain voluntarily. Only this Brother Kong Xian. Brother Kong Xian is shrouded in mystery. Simply a prodigy. You mustn't speak ill of him. Brother Kong Xian's continued presence here might be to revitalize the sect. I've heard that the medicinal aura he now emits is becoming increasingly potent. Who hasn't he benefited from him in Tsulan Peak? Yes. In order to assist us in our cultivation, he now tirelessly meditates at the spirit springs day and night. Hearing this brings tears to my eyes. He is truly a once-in-a-century good person. Kong Xian had, single-handedly, transformed the unspoken rules of the entire Tsulan Peak with his mere presence. The once fierce and tumultuous Tsulan Peak now radiated harmony. Every fellow disciple admired his abilities and respected his character, truly endearing him to all as a result. Troublemakers like Fu Guoqiang and Xu Yong had become scarce. Kong Xian's face was always adorned with a cheerful smile. Effortlessly accepting praise while draining the spirit springs of the entire mountain and extracting the wealth from all disciples' pockets. Truly remarkable individuals need not resort to violence. With a smile and an easy demeanor, they can seize all advantages. The key is that their approach is quicker than robbery, yet they are still beloved. As the appointed day with Elder Mangsu approached, Kong Xian continued to meditate tirelessly, draining the spirit springs of Tsulan Peak one after another. Not a moment could be wasted. Days passed, and with the enhancement of his cultivation, the speed at which he extracted spirit springs quickened. The nourishment from the spirit springs allowed his qi si to grow at an unimaginable rate compared to others. In the final 3 days, Kong Xian dared not waste a single moment. With each spirit spring drained, his cultivation advanced at a terrifying pace in the eyes of others. Yet, in truth, relative to the rate at which he absorbed spiritual energy, it was quite gradual, finally reaching the fourth level of qi condensation. On the wild chicken plain, a campfire blazed. Kong Xian held a piece of charcoal-like material, continuously poking at the fire on the fire. A chicken had been roasted to the point of overcooking that it should have been glistening with oil. But due to excessive roasting, it had lost too much moisture, appearing somewhat shriveled. Kong Xian gazed at the crescent moon overhead, pondering, where is that old tortoise? Why hasn't he returned? Could he have perished outside? That would be splendid. Cough, cough. At that moment, a familiar cough echoed from the direction of the woods. Kong Xian turned around, and an icy dread enveloped him. The elder of the man's Sioux tribe appeared to be in a remarkably enhanced state. Far surpassing his previous encounters on previous occasions, he had visibly weakened with each meeting. Yet now, he seemed to have regained a vigor reminiscent of their first encounter. How could this be? If his life were hanging by a thread, there might still be a glimmer of hope for him. But now, his opponent unexpectedly emanated a lion-like majesty. A mere insignificant ant. What could he possibly do to contend with such a formidable presence? Witnessing this, Kong Xian's heart swelled with genuine terror. Chapter 38. The showdown at Yijiping, little one. The old man has returned. Huh. Why do you look at me like that? The elder of man soon noticed a slight change in Kong Xian's expression, causing his brow to furrow in suspicion. Just as doubts began to form in his mind, Kong Xian hastily poked the embers with the iron plate in his hand and said, "Ah, you know to come back. Yet you don't even check how my chicken has turned out?" The elder of man stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Huh. I thought something serious had occurred. This is hardly worth a fuss. It was evident that he returned in high spirits this time. Kong Xian couldn't help but ask, "Elder, what remarkable experiences did you encounter outside the mountains?" The elder replied proudly, "Needless to say." Unwilling to give up, Kong Xian pressed, "Elder, did you bring back 20 kinds or 21 kinds? Little one, why are you so chatty today? Just focus on devouring the heavenly herbs. There is no need to ask further." As he spoke, the elder reached into the void and summoned a young Yinmi Luo herb into his hand, indicating he had no intention of divulging more. His gaze fixed on Kong Xian, brimming with anticipation. Kong Xian still wished to inquire further, but fearing the elder might grow suspicious, he reluctantly held his tongue. He accepted the herb with a wry smile, thinking to himself, "This is it. This old rascal won't even tell me how many herbs he brought back. Who knows if he might suddenly go mad? Perhaps before I can gather them all, he might just consume me whole." Kong Xian steeled himself. Each herb he ingested could very well be his last. He approached the task with utmost caution. Cough, cough. Suddenly, the elder of man, Su, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Kong Xian's heart raced at the sight. "Elder, what is the matter?" The elder glared fiercely at him and barked, "Eat your own." Kong Xian shrugged and swallowed the spirit herb in his hand. Observing Kong Xian deftly refining the medicinal power with a Hong Lu Jing, even the aura emanating from him during cultivation was now more refined than before. Witnessing these encouraging changes in Kong Xian, for a fleeting moment, the elder of man, Su, felt a flicker of emotion. This child was not only intelligent, but also possessed exceptional talent. He was genuinely endearing in every aspect. It was a pity that their timing was misaligned. If there ever came a day when he took on a disciple, having such a student to entrust his lifelong teachings to would indeed be a stroke of luck. Alas, you can only blame your own misfortune. Both of them were tumultuous within, yet outwardly, they maintained a harmonious understanding. The elder presented various precious materials, and Kong Xian consumed them one by one. For Kong Xian, this experience was less about alchemy and more about tempering his spirit. He felt his senses sharpening under the intense pressure of life and death. As night deepened, Kong Xian resembled a smoker, savoring the last puff, exhaling a dense cloud of medicinal vapor akin to the smoke released when a cauldron is unveiled. Upon opening his eyes, a divine light shone within them that he had just consumed the 80th type of spirit herb. At this moment, he had reached the peak of the 4th layer of the qi condensation stage. His bodily senses had greatly advanced. "All right," Kong Xian extended his hand towards the elder. "Elder, the final one, please. Little one, let me impart a principle to you." The elder suddenly sat cross-legged. "Over these past months, you have consumed 80 types of heavenly materials. Even the heirs of the 5 major sects could not hope for such abundance. Moreover, with your diligent cultivation, you will undoubtedly lay an unprecedented foundation for your practice. You might leap over the refinement stage and directly attain the golden core." As he spoke, the elder's gaze lost all trace of pity, replaced instead with palpable excitement. It was as though he were a famished gourmand, finally presented with a delectable feast after days of hunger. "The final type of herb I cannot provide you with at this moment. Cultivation is inherently defiant against the heavens. You should know that perfection is a rarity in this world. Our fateful exchange of resources ends here. Quickly follow the method I taught you and condense your golden core." Kong Xian's heart sank. What was meant to come would come. This old rascal was utterly untrustworthy. "Elder, we made a pact to consume all 81 types. Even one less is unacceptable," Kong Xian insisted. The elder's expression shifted slightly. Was this little brat implying he was nothing more than a dog? Elder, you have treated me so well that we are merely one type short. I cannot bear to see you reduced to such a state. There is no need to rush things. How about I take a loss and wait until you procure the final spirit herb to complete my cultivation? Woof! Suddenly, the elder opened his mouth wide and let out a bark. This unexpected display took Kong Xian by surprise. Was he really willing to act like a dog? Upon hearing this, Kong Xian shook his head in disbelief. He had assumed this person, of high status, would have some pride. Initially, he sought a pact in hopes of saving his own life, even if it meant dragging things out a bit longer. Who would have thought this old rascal had no sense of dignity at all? A tree that sheds its bark meets its end. A person without shame is invincible. The elder of Man Su beamed, now that I have willingly taken on the role of a dog. Little one, you may cast aside your distractions and concentrate on your cultivation. The path ahead is long and arduous. Today, you lay your foundation, which is your fortune. Hurry now, seeing that no matter how he pleaded, Kong Xian remained frozen in place. The elder grew impatient. Well then, let me assist you in channeling your energy. With that, he raised a hand, finger splayed, encasing Kong Xian within his grasp that a torrent of energy, as vast as the rivers, surged from his palm. Kong Xian felt as though he were being swept away by a tidal wave, suspended in chaos, like an infant adrift in a boundless sea. In an instant, he lost any possibility of resistance. The power of a golden core master was utterly terrifying, far beyond his imagination. The overwhelming force enveloped him, compelling his internal energy to flow forcibly. Even as Kong Xian faced the brink of death, he struggled fiercely. In his mind, an indomitable will clung to a singular thought. No, the elder of Man Su frowned slightly. How could this little one possess such a strong resolve? It seemed he would need to apply a bit more pressure. Just as the elder prepared to intensify his efforts, a sudden commotion echoed through the heavens and earth. Woof! What? This bark unexpectedly alleviated Kong Xian's burdens. The old rascal had already succeeded, so why mimic a dog now? Though he was still enveloped by the powerful spiritual energy, the pressure lessened significantly after the bark. He suddenly found he could open his eyes. What met his gaze nearly dropped his jaw in disbelief. The ground beneath the elder of Man Su had transformed into a blooming lotus. Upon closer inspection, however, it was not a lotus. Each pristine petal was lined with sharp teeth. It turned out that a massive, gaping maw, brimming with layers upon layers of jagged teeth, had erupted beneath the elder. Like a hunter's trap, it snapped shut with ferocity. Caught off guard, the elder of Man Su, a master of the golden core stage, quickly devised a response despite the sudden turn of events. He soared into the air like a firework, sitting half floating in the sky. Yet the enormous mouth that had emerged from the ground relentlessly pursued him, snapping shut just behind him. The resounding crash reverberated throughout the area, sending trees in the vicinity crashing to the ground. Chapter 39. Blood battle with Man Su. The monstrous maw that had emerged from the earth was none other than human-faced beast. Upon its entrance, its head exhibited a formidable ability. With a thunderous sound, the ground shattered, launching skyward as it pursued the elder of Man Su. However, despite the massive head, its body was only the size of 50 pounds. In that moment of ascent, the head resembled a gigantic tadpole, while its body appeared as a tiny tail, creating a comically absurd sight. Absurd as it was, no one dared to underestimate it. The elder Mangsu soared into the air as if his posterior were ablaze. Yet he remained unable to escape the voracious maw pursuing him in the course of half a day. He could only turn his form and strike downward with the palm. Instantly, a radiance coalesced in his palm, resembling a colossal shield adorned with intricate and profound runes. Even though the monstrous mouth chasing him was a full 10 feet wide, this shield expanded with the wind, reaching an astounding length of 100 feet. It met the fierce jaws of the beast, akin to colliding with the very center of an iron plate. Despite its sharp fangs, upon encountering this luminous barrier, it found no means to bite. In that fleeting moment, the enormous head began to deflate like a punctured balloon, rapidly shrinking while careening chaotically to the side. This seemingly erratic motion, however, curiously circumvented the light curtain, allowing it to lunge for another bite. The creature, bearing the visage of a dog with a human face, wore a ferocious expression as it opened its maw and let out a howl akin to that of a famished wolf. Ugh! The elder Mangsu bellowed in fury. What a stroke of misfortune! The black scoundrels of the Rare Treasures Pavilion are utterly inhumane. Was it truly necessary to unleash the soul-devouring beast just for pilfering his auction? In his tone, there lay a palpable trepidation towards the soul-devouring beast. The soul-devouring beast was indeed a rare creature reared by the Rare Treasures Pavilion. Though its physique was unremarkable, it possessed four significant advantages. Firstly, it exhibited unwavering loyalty. Having been raised from a young age, it would remain steadfast in allegiance, willing to engage in battle to the death for any task its master commanded. Secondly, despite its low intelligence and inability to communicate extensively with humans, it was a prodigy in cultivation, often requiring only 2 or 3 decades of training to reach the refinement stage. Some of particularly exceptional quality could even approach the terrifying cultivation level of a golden core practitioner. The third point was its adeptness at burrowing underground. Even in places with protective mountain restrictions that could thwart even the most skilled refinement practitioners, they could not hinder its subterranean passage. Most notably, the fourth advantage lay in its keen sense of smell. Once it caught a whiff of an opponent's scent, it could track them down to the ends of the earth. Thus, the Rare Treasures Pavilion had cultivated a number of these mystical beasts. Their prowess in apprehending thieves had instilled fear, deterring many from daring to provoke the pavilion. As the elder Mangsu attempted to shed this beast, he thought he had evaded it several times, never anticipating how formidable it truly was. The Wanxian sect was protected by a formidable array. Even the strongest practitioners outside could not easily set foot within the confines of Solon Peak. Yet, unbeknownst to him, this creature had stealthily infiltrated. The explanation was simple. The protective array had a powerful sensitivity to refinement practitioners, but it posed no hindrance to various flying creatures and beasts. Moreover, this creature could burrow underground, allowing it to infiltrate effortlessly and without a trace. At this moment, the elder Mangsu, in a state of panic, resembled a thief being pursued by a ferocious dog, his predicament utterly miserable. Though he initially appeared imposing, after unleashing several techniques in succession, his momentum began to wane. This outing to gather herbs had proven no more fortuitous than his previous attempts. In fact, it had grown increasingly arduous. In prior excursions, he had the advantage of resources, connections, and friends to exploit. He had deceived, stolen from, and swindled everyone he could trust. Those he had wronged were now reluctant to assist him, and rather than offer aid, they were more inclined to settle scores. This time, he found himself utterly at a loss. Reluctantly, he had resorted to robbing the Rare Treasures Pavilion's auction. Not only had he seized several rare spiritual herbs, but he had also acquired a precious healing elixir that greatly aided practitioners in stabilizing their cultivation. After refining his nearly shattered golden core with this elixir, he regained an extraordinary air of authority. Although the effects were formidable, he would require years of recuperation to consolidate the benefits. Thus, despite appearing in excellent condition, when pressed by the soul-devouring beast, the tenuous hold on his fractured golden core's effects began to falter. The more anxious the elder Mangsa became, the more unstable his breathing grew. The soul-devouring beast, moving like a wisp of black smoke, coiled around him like a dragon entwined around a pillar, persistently circling. In its growls, its claws occasionally lunged at his vital points. In a flash, it seized the opportunity to sink its teeth into the back of the elder Mangsu's heel. With a crunch, it shattered bone. The sound sent chills down the spine. Blood gushed from the beast's jaws. Yet, despite the cold sweat on his brow, the elder's face bore an icy determination. He sacrificed his already crippled foot. Retreating to advance. Ignoring the peril of a fatal bite, he aimed to slay the soul-devouring beast with a single strike. You dare to thwart my grand ambitions. I shall not allow it. He raised his hand, preparing to strike down upon the beast's head. Oh no, I am doomed. My stomach is swelling. I am finished. I shall explode. At that moment, Kong Xian felt a sudden alleviation of pressure, clutching his abdomen and rolling on the ground while wailing. What? The elder Mangsu's heart jolted. His attention shifted to Kong Xian in that brief moment of distraction. The soul-devouring beast clamped down on his heel, swallowing it whole without chewing. Then it raised its head and bit down on the hand he had lifted. Crunch! The elder's right hand was ensnared by the beast's serrated teeth, sending stabbing pain coursing through him. In his panic, he flailed his arm like a dragon dance, yet he could not shake it off. A bone-chilling cold radiated from the wound. The injury began to take on a corpse-like pallor. Damn creature! Enraged, the elder Mangsu plummeted like a bolt of lightning, smashing his hand down upon a massive boulder he had targeted. Boom! With a thunderous crash that shook the very earth, the entire Yijiping trembled violently. The massive cliff seemed on the verge of shattering from the impact, threatening to plunge into the abyss below. The soul-devouring beast, still clinging on, was met with this tremendous blow, lying amidst the swirling dust, uncertain of its fate. The elder Mangsu's right palm, along with his pinky finger, was bitten off by 3/4, leaving a horrific gaping wound. In a fit of rage, he glared at Kong Xian. Were it not for this little wretch's sudden outcry disrupting his concentration, he would not have fallen for such a trick and endured such suffering. He no longer had the patience to question whether Kong Xian's stomachache was genuine or feigned this moment. With limbs suffering unprecedented injuries, his internal energy was thrown into disarray. The locks securing his golden core were utterly shattered. The fissures in his shattered golden core widened to an unprecedented extent. The elder Mangsu's condition visibly deteriorated. His eye sockets darkened, his gaze grew murky, his hair turned the attention of elder Mangsu was entirely fixated on Kong Xian. He witnessed the latter's desperate struggles, yet remained utterly unconcerned. How dare this insignificant ant challenge a mighty lion? Even if the lion were gravely ill, is it not a gross overestimation? At that moment, a chilling sensation surged from the soles of his feet. The severely injured soul-devouring beast exerted its last ounce of strength, taking advantage of elder Mangsu's diverted attention to launch a sudden attack. Dark winds enveloped its form, and the soul-devouring beast raised its head high. Its eyes, blazing red as if dripping with blood, were filled with vengeful intent as it bit down ferociously. Crack! That bite from the side sank deeply into elder Mangsu's neck. The neck has always been a critical vulnerability for humans, even for a master at the Golden Core stage, unless one has achieved unparalleled feats in body refinement. No one can withstand such a strike from a soul-devouring beast at the pinnacle of essence refinement without severe injury. Crack! That was the sound of elder Mangsu's neck fracturing. Bang! This was the sound of elder Mangsu, in a fit of rage, delivering a lethal palm strike that shattered the skull of the soul-devouring beast. Both man and beast had resolved to fight to the death. At this moment, the hatred swelling within elder Mangsu seemed ready to pierce the heavens. Why must his life be so bitter? Why was it so difficult to consume a mere human pill? The icy chill radiating from his neck was rapidly sapping his consciousness. However, Kong Xian was already within arm's reach. He was confident that with his last breath, if he could just swallow Kong Xian, he would surely resurrect. His final breath transformed into an earth-shattering force. Ahead, for over 10 miles, sand and stones flew. Trees bowed under the pressure. The clouds in the air and the fog in the mountains formed a whirlwind of energy. The space before him twisted into a bizarre, enormous vortex. It seemed as if he possessed the power to consume all things in the universe. This was the aura of a golden core cultivator shaking the very heavens. In that fleeting moment, it was as if he were saying, "You have pushed me to this." Kong Xian focused his mind, his entire being appearing frenzied, his eyes ablaze as if they were not his own, having plunged into the path of madness. What is this? In an instant, Kong Xian was swallowed whole by elder Mangsu. The state Kong Xian had exhibited moments ago was clearly not right. Nevertheless, elder Mangsu remained unfazed, even dismissive. That moment, his last vestige of strength was nearly exhausted. 80% of his power had dissipated. A satisfied smirk graced his lips as he coldly scoffed. A mere disciple at the chi condensation stage dares to harbor rebellious thoughts against me, truly unaware of the grave danger they face. He had traversed the world, merciless in his judgments. Anyone who dared to look at him askance would meet immediate death, without exception. How dare Kong Xian adopt an offensive stance against him? with his golden core cultivation. Merely moving a finger could spell death for Kong Xian 100 times over. Yet, none of this mattered now, as long as he could fully digest Kong Xian within his belly with the last flicker of his strength. But an unexpected turn of events unfolded. This Kong Xian appeared to be somewhat extraordinary. The true energy within his belly clung tightly to Kong Xian like a pill, were it not for Kong Xian's arduous journey through martial arts. Having endured countless trials from the very foundation of his being, and having undergone dozens of rebirths, coupled with the reinforcement from medicinal and spiritual energies, not only would a cultivator at the qi condensation stage struggle against him, but even those far beyond his realm would find it challenging to match the tenacity of Kong Xian's physique. However, the overwhelming pressure inflicted intense pain upon Kong Xian, nearly rendering him unconscious. Within Kong Xian, a quarter of the future true energy of Lan Peak for the next 3 to 5 years had been drained, consuming a total of 80 rare heavenly materials. Unleashing a formidable energy akin to a treasure mountain from within his body. Gritting his teeth, Kong Xian resolutely held on .8 this moment. Even as an insignificant insect, he embodied the hardest ironclad spirit in existence. From the outside, the soul-devouring beast's head lay shattered, devoid of life. Elder Mangsu's eyes drooped, his vitality nearly extinguished, appearing as if he had already succumbed. Only a single breath remained, along with a flicker of will. Not dead yet, still capable of resistance. Elder Mangsu's remaining true energy began to constrict rapidly, launching a final assault against Kong Xian. Had it been anyone else, they would have perished countless times over. Kong Xian's mind screamed in despair. I cannot endure this. I'm truly going to die. Buzz. The totem mark on his chest, resembling an eyeball, emitted a blood-red glow as a surge of ancient power flowed into his body. A streak of azure light, seemingly from nowhere, extended like a tail, standing erect behind Kong Xian. In an instant, the azure light enveloped him, shielding his extraordinary physique from being swiftly melted into a puddle of blood. His consciousness began to blur, his body on the verge of rupture, teetering on the brink of death. The terrifying golden core powerhouse could easily obliterate him with just a breath. 2 individuals entered the room in a staggered manner. The first person, clad in a flowing black robe adorned with golden trim, exuded an air of solemnity and grandeur. His attire, though simple, conveyed a profound sense of dignity. He bore no headpiece, allowing his thick, flowing black hair to cascade behind him. This man was tall and robust, his muscular physique radiating an imposing presence. His face was resolute and strong, with deep, piercing eyes that instilled an intimidating sense of authority. He moved with a composed grace, each step steady and commanding, emanating an aura of leadership. Appearing to be around 50 years of age, his true age remained indiscernible. His speech was precise and uncompromising, leaving no room for disrespect. Moreover, he exuded a powerful and stable aura of cultivation, embodying the dignity that Kong Xian had never before encountered. The elder he introduced, Li Xianzheng, was a white-haired man dressed in a fresh and elegant white robe. A purple sandalwood hairpin adorned his snow-white hair. Presenting a striking contrast, he seemed to possess an ethereal quality, standing beside the black-clad figure with an air of cultured refinement, reminiscent of a sage from another realm. Li Xianzheng wore a gentle smile as he addressed Kong Xian. Kong Xian, why have you not yet paid your respect to the iron-faced elder of the Discipline Hall? Ah, the iron-faced elder, the Wanshan sect, with its profound heritage, governed over more than a dozen kingdoms, boasting a population exceeding 400 million. Even among the carefully selected disciples, there were thousands. The number of elder-level practitioners at the Golden Core stage was not insignificant. However, most were known merely by their surnames. For instance, the elder who brought him to the mountain, Zhou Xiaka, and the registration office's Yin Kichio, both refer to simply as Elder Zhou and Elder Yin, respectively. Few possessed titles of distinction. Beneath the sect master and the 4 great guardians were the 9 great elders, also known as the 9 divine powers, which included Elder Burning Heaven, Elder Subduing Demons, Recluse Yochi, Elder Heavenly Eye, Iron-Faced Elder, Elder Storing Scriptures, Elder of the 3 Calamities, Elder of Creation, and Elder of the Divine Turtle. These 9 divine powers oversaw the 6 major celestial palaces essential to the sect's operation: the Palace of Governance, the Palace of Discipline, the Palace of Golden Passage, the Palace of Enlightenment, the Palace of Universal Virtue, and the Palace of Heavenly Mechanisms. The 6 palaces were established with divided authority, ensuring the vast sect was managed in an orderly fashion. For instance, the Palace of Discipline, managed by the iron-faced elder, was responsible for enforcing the mountain's regulations. Thus, when he discovered an unusually fierce battle occurring within the sect's gates, he was the first to arrive at the scene. The Palace of Discipline governed 4 entities: the Hall of Mountain Rules, which established the sect's regulations and handled disciple grievances; the Hall of Supervision, which oversaw the mountain's patrols and daily rotations, as well as scrutinizing disciple behavior; the Hall of Heavenly Punishment, which managed the judgment and detention of disciples who committed transgressions; and the Hall of Heavenly Thunder, which presided over the execution platforms for lightning and fire punishments. Additionally, each of the 6 celestial palaces maintained its own medicinal immortals hall, alchemy chambers, and other supporting facilities. At this moment, Kong Xian found himself within the medicinal immortals hall of the Palace of Discipline. Kong Xian was astonished to realize that the black-clad middle-aged man before him was indeed the iron-faced elder of the Discipline Hall, Lei Tingqiu. His status was extraordinarily high. The 9 divine powers were figures so revered that disciples of the sect could only gaze up at them in awe. Despite having been in the sect for quite some time, he had never caught even a glimpse of one, that he never imagined he would meet one today. Suppressing his astonishment, Kong Xian clasped his hands and said, "Disciple Kong Xian pays his respects to the iron-faced elder and elderly. I am deeply grateful for the life-saving grace of both esteemed masters." The iron-faced elder Lei Tingqiu's gaze was sharp as lightning as he replied, "No need for formalities. That I must ask you, what exactly transpired?" Well, Kong Xian's mind raced. He immediately surmised that the commotion must have stemmed from his fierce battle with Elder Mangsu at Yijiping, which had undoubtedly attracted the attention of the sect. He recounted his background, how he ascended the mountain, and his fortuitous encounter with Elder Mangsu, laying everything bare. Naturally, he omitted his secrets. The iron-faced elder and Li Xianzheng listened intently to his account, occasionally exchanging thoughtful glances. They nodded lightly, interrupting only to pose questions when they found something unclear. They had already investigated and discovered that Kong Xian's body was extraordinarily resilient and possessed a remarkable amount of medicinal aura. It turned out to be the reason behind his condition that Li Xianzheng, one of the sect's foremost experts in pharmacology, promptly inquired about the spiritual herbs Kong Xian had consumed, their characteristics and appearances. Kong Xian answered each question diligently, mentioning several spiritual medicines, including some that had been stolen from the sect, as well as others that were relatively inconspicuous, listing over a dozen. Hearing Kong Xian's detailed account, Li Xianzheng nodded repeatedly, convinced of the authenticity of his narrative. It was evident that he was not fabricating his experiences. Lei Tingqiu, despite having cultivated for many years, still possessed a fiery temperament. He had been taken aback by the extent of Kong Xian's possessions when he examined them. How could a disciple from the Chuilan Peak have such an abundance of spirit stones? In truth, even a second-rate elder from the sect would not boast such wealth as Kong Xian. However, in Lei Tingqiu's eyes, the belongings of a disciple were still of little consequence. As for the other treasures Kong Xian possessed, Lei Tingqiu, with his Yuan Ing-level experience, could not discern anything particularly extraordinary about them. Lei Tingqiu directly questioned, "The spiritual herbs you consumed are indeed treasures, yet their medicinal properties seem incompatible. Merely relying on these would not suffice for you to survive against the Golden Core expert Elder Mangsu, let alone to counterattack." His gaze turned towards Kong Xian with a hint of expectation. As the Yuan Ing-level elder and one of the 9 great elders of the sect, he would not be overly concerned with the fortuitous encounters of a mere qi-gathering disciple. He possessed the temperament to appreciate such matters. Moreover, the more luck a disciple had, the more pleased he felt, for it signified the potential for the sect's growth. Have you heard of the soul-searching beast from the Rare Treasures Pavilion? Kong Xian elaborated on how he had deceived Elder Mangsu into becoming increasingly weaker with each outing, embellishing his tale to highlight his strategic foresight. His meticulous planning was evident. He thought several steps ahead with each move. As he recounted the final confrontation, his enthusiasm grew, portraying Elder Mangsu as significantly weakened and the soul-searching beast as a mere afterthought. He emphasized his own contributions, particularly his role in instigating the conflict that left both sides severely injured, allowing him to seize the opportunity as the fisherman who reaped the rewards. From a broader perspective, he had consistently encouraged Elder Mangsu to suffer injuries, diminishing the opponent's strength in finer detail. He had played a crucial role in diverting attention during the conflict, particularly during the final melee. Even after being consumed, he still exhibited remarkable composure. In the battle of wits and bravery, he had managed to turn the tables on his opponent, playing a decisive role. His courage was akin to the third prince descending to the mortal realm. Upon hearing this, Lei Tingqiuo's expression softened with a hint of amusement. Even if he did not fully believe Kong Xian's tale, he could not conceive of any other possibility. While inspecting the scene, he had indeed observed the remains of the soul-searching beast corpse. After all, Kong Xian was merely a fourth-layer qi gathering outer disciple. In the presence of a golden core powerhouse, even a single finger could obliterate him. For him to have survived such a fierce battle was nothing short of miraculous. However, there were no other survivors of the scene. He could not conclusively prove that Kong Xian was wrong. The two elders posed additional questions regarding certain ambiguities, such as why his spiritual power was so formidable and how he could consume so many incompatible spiritual herbs without suffering from poisoning or exploding. Kong Xian effortlessly provided responses, portraying himself as a novice utterly lacking in understanding. Any inconsistencies he could not explain, he attributed to Elder Mangsu. I suppose it could be due to the techniques Elder Mangsu taught me. He reasoned, knowing there was no way to refute his claims. As he continued, Kong Xian grew increasingly exuberant, adopting a demeanor of triumph. Suddenly, Lei Tingqiuo's expression shifted, and he interjected, Kong Xian, you have spoken at length. But do you not realize that there is no such person as Elder Mangsu among our sect's elders? Kong Xian was immediately taken aback, as if he had been jolted from the depths of water. This cannot be true. His disbelief was palpable, not a mere act. Elder Mangsu certainly existed. He had indeed received numerous heavenly materials and treasures from him, along with teachings of an unnamed alchemical technique. Can you not smell the fragrance of medicine on me? These are all tangible occurrences. They cannot be false. How could such a person not exist? Kong Xian found himself engulfed in self-doubt. Was it possible that everything had been a figment of his imagination? How could that be? Lei Tingqiuo furrowed his brow and asked, Kong Xian, you have known him for quite some time. Have you never harbored the slightest suspicion regarding his identity? Did you not perceive any abnormalities? Why did you not report it? Kong Xian was struck with a chilling realization. He had misunderstood. Lei Tingqiuo's implication was that Elder Mangsu was not an elder of the sect, but rather an impersonator from outside. Kong Xian furrowed his brow in deep thought. The notion that Mangsu might be an impostor had never crossed his mind. Observing the expression on Lei Tingqiuo's face, it was clear that he was not speaking carelessly. After pondering for a moment, he hesitantly spoke. As a mere outer disciple who has recently entered the sect, I consider it an immense fortune to have encountered an elder willing to impart skills privately. I would never dare entertain any ulterior motives, especially within the confines of the sect. Even if I had 100 lives, I could never fathom that even an elder could be masquerading as an external enemy. At this moment, facing the identities of the two elders, I naturally harbor no doubts in my heart. I implore Elder Tianyan to see the truth. Preposterous. Elder Tianyan interjected with a fierce reprimand. Indeed, Kong Xian's words reflected the common sentiments of humanity. Yet, the speaker's lack of intention was met with Lei Tingqiuo's ears, which felt as though he had been struck across the face. As an elder of the discipline hall, tasked with overseeing the rules of the mountain, it was utterly disgraceful that under his watch, an outsider could impersonate an elder and harm disciples at Solon Peak. If this were to be investigated, it would reflect poorly on his duty as the discipline hall's overseer. The fact that he only learned of this later was a blow to his pride, causing his face to flush with indignation. That I have already grasped the identity of this individual, and rest assured, I shall pursue this matter. Remember, this must not be mentioned to anyone. Kong Xian sensed that he had angered him and dared not lift his head, sticking out his tongue in contrition. Lei Tingqiu remarked, "You have narrowly escaped with your life this time. Consider yourself fortunate. Once you have healed, there is no need to return to Solon Peak. You may proceed directly to Xianlin Peak." At this, Kong Xian felt a flicker of dissatisfaction. After such a significant event, to simply dismiss it with a remark about his good fortune. After all, he had contributed to the sect by eliminating a formidable enemy of the Golden Core stage. With this thought in mind, even faced with the formidable presence of Lei Tingqiu, he could not help but ask, "Might I inquire what my reward shall be?" "You still seek a reward?" Lei Tingqiu's brow twitched with irritation. Since assuming the role of Elder Tianyin, he had never encountered a disciple bold enough to make demands in his presence. Did Kong Xian truly believe that after assisting the sect in vanquishing such a powerful adversary, there would be no acknowledgement from the sect? Kong Xian maintained a demeanor of reason, asserting, "If it weren't for my cleverness and bravery, that villain man Su would have surely overcome any other disciple. If I do not receive some form of reward, how can I muster the courage to confront future foes?" For a moment, Lei Tingqiu was at a loss for words. There was indeed a sliver of truth in Kong Xian's claims. It was unthinkable for any disciple, be it from Solon Peak or even those of exceptional talent from Xianlin Peak, to contend against a Golden Core expert. In light of this, Kong Xian's prowess could not be dismissed. However, did he truly expect another opportunity? That was rather audacious. After much contemplation, Lei Tingqiu resolved, "Very well, I shall make an exception and promote you directly to Ironhoof Peak. Consider it a stroke of fortune." "Is that all? You would send me to Ironhoof Peak?" Kong Xian's expression betrayed his dissatisfaction. I Xianjing quickly intervened, saying, "Kong Xian, the reward from Elder Tianyin is indeed quite generous. You have been in the sect long enough to understand what Solon Peak represents. To escape from such a quagmire and ascend to Xianlin Peak is already a great fortune. Now that Elder Tianyin has elevated you to Ironhoof Peak, should you not express your gratitude?" Kong Xian rubbed his nose with his index finger and retorted, "What is so remarkable about Ironhoof Peak? I shall reach on my own merit sooner or later. However, at present, I wish to return to Solon Peak. I have no desire to go anywhere else." Li Xianjing tugged at him, whispering, "Child, do not speak in anger. Are you perhaps longing for a particular senior sister or junior sister at Solon Peak? Matters of fate may not be so timely for you just yet." Kong Xian was not preoccupied with senior sisters or junior sisters. Rather, he was fixated on his spiritual springs. Currently, he was immensely popular at Solon Peak. A veritable sensation, until he had drained every last drop of spiritual essence from Solon Peak and emptied the pockets of every one of his fellow disciples. He had no intention of leaving. What difference would it make if he went to Xianlin Peak or even Ironhoof Peak? He would still be a newcomer there. Everyone would look down upon him. Everything would have to start anew. Upon his arrival, how could it possibly compare to his current standing at Solon Peak? What do you mean by that? Lei Tingqiu assumed he had misheard, his brow furrowing once more. Kong Xian stated, "I wonder if the elder could provide a different reward. After all, my abilities speak for themselves. Within 2 years, I could reach Ironhoof Peak through my own efforts. That would not be an extraordinary feat." You truly possess an audacious spirit." Lei Tingqiu regarded Kong Xian's proud demeanor with some semblance of admiration. Ironhoof Peak was home to the elite disciples of the sect. Those who were valued by the sect and obtained true celestial lineage could only emerge from among the disciples of Ironhoof Peak. It represented the future of the sect, not to mention the disciples of Solon Peak. Even those of Xianlin Peak, no matter how gifted, could not ascend to Ironhoof Peak without years of arduous trials. To think that he believed he could leap such hurdles in 2 years was indeed a display of arrogance. This Kong Xian, whether foolish or truly capable, was a curious case. In light of this, Lei Tingqiu decided, "Very well, take this." He produced a blood-red jade pendant from his robes. "This protective jade pendant shall serve as your reward." "Thank you for the generous gift, Elder." Kong Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he reached out to accept it. However, Lei Tingqiu pulled it back slightly, stating, "But I must propose a wager." "Oh, another wager? Within 2 years, if you can manage to enter Ironhoof Peak by your own merit, I shall provide you with an additional reward. But if you fail to do so within that time frame," Kong Xian interjected, "that goes without saying." Should I lose the bet, I shall kneel before everyone and offer you 100 respectful bows. Then leave the mountain in disgrace. That is settled then. Thank you. Kong Xian grasped the red jade pendant, feeling a surge of profound spiritual energy within. Today had proven to be exceedingly fortuitous. Elder Tianmian lay Tinkyuo, with his cultivation at the nascent soul stage, would be considered an unparalleled powerhouse anywhere in the world. Within the sect, he ranked among the highest echelons of strength and status. Anything he could pull from his own possession was bound to be an extraordinary treasure. With this thought, Kong Xian's mouth watered, overwhelmed with joy. Chapter 43. The needle of immortality seals the acupoint. Has fortune run out? When Kong Xian regained his senses, Elder Tianmian had already departed. The room was left with only the elderly Li Xianzheng. Never before had he encountered a disciple bold enough to wager with Elder Tianmian. This was a first in all his years. Li Xianzheng regarded him with exasperation. "Oh dear, you are completely dry. Quickly, put on your clothes." Kong Xian responded with a slight, "Oh," suddenly realizing a pressing concern. He had a totem shaped like an eye on his chest, which was his greatest secret and the source of his protective power. Why had the elders not noticed it, raising no suspicions? "Elder, have you seen this?" Kong Xian inquired, pointing to his chest as he donned a towel. Li Xianzheng replied, "You think I haven't seen totems before? Many of the various races across the several dynasties under our Wanjian sect bear them on their faces." Suddenly his brow furrowed. "Siki, are you peeking again? This is truly unacceptable. Tomorrow is your turn for the Wooden Man trial. Where is your focus?" The elder did not need to see. His divine sense swept through the beaded curtain, causing a female disciple to flee in flustered embarrassment. Kong Xian's face flushed once more. How had he been caught peeking again? He quickly donned the new disciple robes prepared for him. His storage bag, black iron ruler, and other personal belongings were neatly placed in a nearby basket. The elders had certainly inspected them and found nothing amiss. He let out a sigh of relief. Grinning widely as he hastily collected his things, Li Xianzheng asked, "Now that your cultivation has reached the pinnacle of the condensation stage, do you truly intend to return to Talon Peak?" Kong Xian exclaimed, "Is there a rule preventing me from returning if I exceed a certain cultivation level?" Li Xianzheng stroked his beard and chuckled. "Not all. Our sect only stipulates that once a disciple reaches the third level of condensation, they may apply to undergo the Wooden Man trial. Those who complete the trial will be promoted to Xianlin Peak. However, there is no rule mandating that disciples must leave." Kong Xian breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest. "What a close call. I thought there might be a rule preventing me from returning." "Well, as long as I can go back, that's all that matters. When the time is right, I will naturally leave Talon Peak to participate in the assessment. However, the timing is not yet right." Li Xianzheng's right eyelid twitched. Talon Peak was universally regarded as a desolate place. The resources there were the most meager in the sect that Tio illustrate. Disciples of Xianlin Peak received 3 times the amount of spiritual stones each month compared to Talon Peak, or 9 stones. Those at Iron Hoof Peak received 10 times that amount. 30 stones. Just from the distribution of spiritual stones, one could glean the disparity, the corresponding enhancements of the spiritual springs, alchemical chambers. And scripture pavilions are realms beyond the imagination of the disciples of Chui Lan Peak. Moreover, once a disciple enters Xianlin Peak, they are afforded even greater opportunities for training and a wider scope of activities. Who wouldn't strive to gain entry? That rascal Kong Xian. Sigh. Truly a rebellious spirit. Li Xianzheng delivered him to the entrance of the Medicine Immortal Hall and finally instructed, "Your physique is unique, and your injuries are no longer a concern. Additionally, do you emit medicinal aura when you absorb a substantial amount of spiritual energy?" Kong Xian immediately grew anxious. "Indeed, that is the case. Elder, does this significantly hinder my cultivation?" Li Xianzheng leisurely stroked his white beard and replied, "The medicinal aura you exude is merely the residual potency from your alchemical practices, condensing on the surface of your skin. When you inhale large quantities of spiritual energy, it will dissipate through your metabolism. Thus, it has a negligible impact on your cultivation." "That is reassuring." Kong Xian patted his chest in relief. "However, I have sealed your acupoints with my immortal needle, thoroughly remedying the issue of your medicinal aura leakage. You may leave." "What? Upon hearing this, Kong Xian exploded with fury. Elder, you just stated that the emission of medicinal aura has little effect on me. Why then do you take the extra step to seal my acupoints? Are you truly trying to ruin me? Kong Xian was on the verge of tears from his anger. Da-da. I took the extra step. Li Xianjun did not anticipate that his well-meaning assistance would elicit such a response. He could not fathom that his casual gesture could be perceived as a hindrance by Kong Xian. Preventing Kong Xian from emitting medicinal aura would indeed cut off his source of income. He began to wonder if perhaps there was some underlying ailment he had overlooked. What are you implying? He extended his hand, enveloping Kong Xian in a gentle stream of true energy, commencing his examination for any hidden afflictions. Kong Xian pleaded, Elderly, I know your abilities are great, but I truly do not wish for you to seal my acupoints. I am earnestly beseeching you, please allow me to return to my former state. If I cease to emit medicinal aura, I may very well perish. This is utter nonsense. After a moment, Elderly retracted his true energy. Even with his exceptional cultivation, witnessing Kong Xian's desperate demeanor stirred within him a desire to reprimand. You possess no hidden injuries. I was merely trying to help you, and you dare to accuse me? This matter ends here that I will not assist you in unsealing your acupoints. Dismiss that thought. Kong Xian was immediately engulfed in despair. He stamped his feet and beat his chest like a petulant child, lamenting, Oh, how unfortunate I am. Misfortune upon misfortune. It seems I am destined for disaster. The veins on Li Xianjun's forehead throbbed. He was usually gentle with his disciples, but today he was struggling to contain his frustration. Elder, you truly do not understand. My entire cultivation is reliant on the emission of medicinal aura. Sigh. It is futile to explain this to you. With your immortal needle sealing my acupoints, the medicinal aura cannot be released, and I fear it may impact my lifelong cultivation. What if I suddenly perish? Even if I do not, what if I am left with an ailment that resurfaces in the future, preventing me from breaking through? Wouldn't all my efforts be in vain? Elder, you have put me in this predicament without a word and expect to send me away. What more do you desire? Li Xianjun fumed, his patience fraying. Here I am, trying to help you, and you dare to accuse me? Kong Xian sighed, realizing the elder was genuinely upset, and decided to take a more conciliatory approach. Sincerely, he implored, Alas, I wonder if the elder might consider bestowing upon me a few of those miraculous herbs that can rapidly enhance cultivation. I shall consume them thrice daily after meals upon my return. Daha. You seek the finest elixirs and wish to consume them as meals. Li Xianjun was infuriated, exclaiming, Do you not have enough elixirs in your storage pouch? The quantity is nearly on par with that of an alchemical chamber in our sect. Li Xianjun found himself truly vexed by this situation. However, he recognized that he had acted somewhat presumptuously. Should this little rascal report him, it could lead to legal troubles he was not afraid of losing, but he dreaded the hassle. Being an introverted person, he disliked drawing attention to himself, fearing damage to his reputation. Kong Xian, in his stubbornness, replied, That is not what I meant, Elder. You were a witness to my wager with Elder Tai Mian. My confidence in entering Tai Ti Peak was predicated upon not having my acupoint sealed by your immortal needle. Now that you have undermined me, my chances of entering Tai Ti Peak have dwindled. If I lose the bet, can I truly hold you accountable? Li Xianjun struggled to suppress the urge to throttle him and took a deep breath. Elder Tai Mian, being both generous and competitive, undoubtedly held high hopes for this little rascal. He pulled out a vial of elixirs, gritting his teeth as he said, Very well. Here are a few progress elixirs. I shall gift them to you. Chapter 44. When heaven closes a door, I shall break through a wall. Progress elixirs are immensely valuable for disciples in the qi condensation stage. They are potent aids for disciples striving to break into the refining essence stage. If consumed during the breakthrough, the chances of success can increase by at least 20%. Even within the Wanxian sect, such elixirs are highly sought after. The alchemical chambers do not sell them. They are only bestowed upon disciples who have made significant contributions or are highly esteemed by the sect. This is a reflection of Li Xianjun's character. He wished to avoid any trouble. Rather than risk being dragged into a lawsuit by this little scoundrel, he would prefer to silence him with this vial of elixirs. Thank you, Elder. Kong Xian eagerly accepted the vial. Upon opening it, A fragrant aroma wafted forth that he squinted one-eyed to peer inside, discovering 5 elixirs within that he thought to himself, well, this somewhat compensates for my minor loss. Humph, Li Xianjun, with a fierce flick of his sleeve, turned away, thinking, the farther you are from me, the better. Do not ever appear before me again. To his surprise, as Kong Xian took a few steps away, he suddenly turned back with a grin. Elderly, if I do not see any improvement after consuming these, I shall return to seek your assistance. Ah, if that happens, I shall certainly provide you with thorough treatment. Even with his formidable cultivation, Li Xianjun was now so enraged that he clenched his fist, the sound of cracking knuckles echoing. The surrounding air crackled with energy, unleashing a tempest of wind and thunderous roars, accompanied by dazzling flashes of lightning. Startled, Kong Xian stuck out his tongue and fled in a panic. At Chui Lan Peak, numerous disciples gathered around the chubby boy, eagerly awaiting near the teleportation array. Is Xiangu returning today? Indeed. Is the news we received accurate? I'm quite worried about him. Ah, is the light curtain rising? Could it be senior brother Kong Xian? I sincerely hope he returns safely. Amidst their conversations, the air was thick with concern for Kong Xian's well-being. Greetings, everyone. Your beloved, handsome senior brother of Chui Lan Peak, the young Master Kong Xian, has returned. Before the light curtain had fully dissipated, Kong Xian's cheerful voice resonated. Everyone's spirits lifted. Senior brother Kong Xian. They eagerly surrounded him, led by the chubby boy, many of whom had greatly benefited from his kindness. Even those who felt he had led them astray were still fond of him, though they may have been misled. They genuinely appreciated him. Senior brother Kong Xian, we heard you encountered unprecedented formidable foes. Indeed, I heard you had a fierce battle with an outer sect expert at the Golden Core stage. It was not merely a fierce battle. It was a complete annihilation. I effortlessly dispatched the Golden Core expert without a scratch. The eyes of the crowd sparkled with admiration as they recounted his exploits. Even Kong Xian felt his face flush with embarrassment. Currently, with his acupoints sealed by the immortal needle, he would no longer emit any medicinal aura. He was not particularly pleased about it, and was contemplating returning the unused spiritual springs for a refund before participating in the Wooden Man trials. Suddenly, a new thought sparked in his mind, illuminating his expression, that he quietly inquired. Oh, is that so? Who did you hear it from? The chubby boy said so. The crowd pointed in unison at the chubby boy, who wore a proud expression, brimming with excitement. There's no doubt about it. I personally accompanied him to the Discipline Hall and the Medicine Immortal Hall to gather the finest information from my best senior sister. Immediately, someone pressed on. Senior brother Kong Xian. Is this true? Seeing the eager faces, Kong Xian nodded. Yes, indeed. Otherwise, how could Elder Tai Mian, one of our sect's 9 great powers, bestow upon me an unparalleled treasure? Kong Xian's nature is such that when he acquires something extraordinary, he cannot help but show it off. The secrets he previously obtained, the Qing character technique, the Hong Lu scripture, the treasure known as Heaven's knowledge, and the Iron Black Ruler, were all significant secrets he could not flaunt. However, he was now bursting to showcase the blood-red jade pendant gifted by an elder. Wow! As the crowd beheld him extracting the resplendent jade pendant, their eyes widened with astonishment. The 9 great divine beings, those exalted figures of the sect. It is said that each of them has attained the nascent soul stage, wielding powers capable of obscuring the heavens and altering the very elements. Moreover, they possess the ability to shed their nascent souls and be reborn through blood, each one comparable to a genuine celestial being. Alas, we, the disciples, are seldom granted even a fleeting glimpse of such grandeur. Who would have thought that our esteemed senior brother, Kong Xian, possesses such remarkable talents? It seems he has garnered the favor of Elder Tai Mian. In the future, will not senior brother Kong Xian soar to great heights within the sect? Senior brother Kong Xian, might we have the honor of borrowing this treasure for a closer look? Senior brother Kong Xian, could you share your remarkable tales with us? The chubby boy exclaimed, listen to me. Since senior brother Kong Xian has received the recognition of Elder Tai Mian, I foresee that he will soon ascend to the ranks of inner disciples and ultimately receive the true teachings of Elder Tai Mian. Becoming a direct disciple, he may even become his legacy disciple. mastering all of the elder's techniques, inheriting his mantle. At that time, senior brother Confucius shall command the winds and rains throughout the sect. Oh my! The crowd was further stirred, their minds swirling with excitement. Among the disciples of the sect, the most esteemed position is that of a legacy disciple. This title signifies the sole designated successor of an elder's teachings. A direct inheritor of all the elder's abilities, a legacy disciple holds a prestigious status, and if they are among the 9 great divine beings, their standing rivals that of a typical elder, or even surpasses it. Next in line is the direct disciple, who is someone privileged to receive the elder's authentic teachings. Generally, a legacy disciple will emerge from among the direct disciples. Thus, the enthusiasm grew as they gathered around Confucius, urging him to share his experience. Senior brother Confucius, please enlighten us on how to become a legacy disciple. Indeed, senior brother Confucius, share your journey with us. I would be content even to become an inner disciple. You are all my brothers, and since you wish to hear, I shall gladly share, Confucius declared, his camaraderie evident, his gaze directed at the chubby boy. The chubby boy immediately understood, exclaiming, "Ah yes, this is not a fitting place for such discussions. How about this? I shall rent the lecture hall for tonight. Let senior brother Confucius regale us in the hall." Excellent. The lecture hall can accommodate over 3,000 people. Indeed, now all who wish to hear the tale can join. The crowd enthusiastically agreed. The chubby boy added, however, renting the hall does incur some cost that I believe that senior brother Confucius will graciously cover these expenses. Upon hearing this, Confucius responded with delight, nodding repeatedly. How could I possibly accept such generosity, to share his tales with us, and yet expect him to bear the costs? That would be quite improper. Precisely. Senior brother Confucius has been so generous to us. We cannot let this go unacknowledged. After a moment of contemplation amidst the fervent crowd, the chubby boy proposed, what if each of us contributes a spirit stone as a token of appreciation for senior brother Confucius? Splendid. Indeed, if he has shared his tales, it is only right to offer him a token of thanks. The crowd once again echoed their agreement. Confucius chuckled, my dear chubby friend, we are all fellow disciples. We cannot accept payments from one another. Should word spread that we are profiting from our comrades, it could lead to misunderstandings. Instead, let each person contribute their own token of gratitude. Those who come to enjoy tea and tales tonight shall brew a pot of fine tea. And I leave the arrangements to you. Understood. Very well. The chubby boy eagerly affirmed, in Confucius' heart, he felt a surge of exhilaration. What a delightful venture this was turning out to be. The age-old adage came to mind. When one door closes, another opens. If the heavens shut a door in my face, I shall not hesitate to break through a wall. That evening, atop Chuan Peak, the lecture hall, typically reserved for teachings, was brimming to capacity, accommodating over 3,000 eager listeners. Confucius' storytelling event had generated an impressive sum of 3,500 spirit stones just from entry fees alone. Yes, he vividly recounted his contest of wits with Elderman Su. He would pause at pivotal moments, either to sip water or excuse himself briefly. The brothers seized these moments, their anticipation mounting, and could not resist showering him with generous offerings of spirit stones. Senior brother Confucius, please continue. We beseech you. Indeed, this is riveting. Do not pause. How can you leave us hanging like this? I shall part with all my spirit stones. Please continue. The disciples, enraptured by his animated storytelling, could hardly contain their enthusiasm, showering him with offerings. After the gathering concluded, the tally revealed that a staggering 5,600 spirit stones had been collected in a single night. Confucius received a tidy sum while distributing the remainder to the chubby boy and his newly formed team. The team was overjoyed, and Confucius realized that this storytelling endeavor was far more lucrative than the auctioning of spirit springs. This unexpected windfall lifted Confucius' spirits immensely, with the spirit spring's potency waning. He considered refunding those who had purchased its use. Thus, it was no longer his primary focus. Instead, he resolved to hold storytelling sessions every few days, with tens of thousands of disciples on Chuan Peak lining up to hear his tales, seeking guidance for their own lives. And even those who simply enjoyed his narratives, he found that many were willing to pay to hear him speak, even if they had already heard the stories before. His vivid storytelling style captivated audiences like no other. After hosting 3 to 5 sessions, the sign-ups remained overwhelmingly full. As he recounted the tales multiple times, they became increasingly polished. He even began to believe his own claims of being the reincarnation of Neza. Time flew by like the swift passage of seasons. 3 months slipped away in the blink of an eye. On Chuilan Peak, a select few, or rather a handful, had grown prosperous. Kong Xian, in addition to his own wealth, had elevated the fortunes of his chubby friend and his companions. In between storytelling sessions, Kong Xian sought out those who had previously benefited from his spirit spring, explaining his situation. He no longer emitted its potent energy and wished to refund them. However, they refused without exception. Even without the remarkable energy, the fact that the flow of the spirit spring had doubled after his extraction was undeniable. Kong Xian found himself in a predicament, reluctantly continuing to operate the spirit spring pump on Chuilan Peak. As he drained the spirit springs one by one, Kong Xian's cultivation steadily progressed to the 5th layer of qi condensation, but he now possessed an unimaginable reservoir of spiritual energy compared to others of the same level. To illustrate, while his chubby friend at the 2nd layer of qi condensation had a maximum energy capacity akin to a small pond, Kong Xian, having reached the 5th layer, had surpassed that to an expansive reservoir. In terms of casting techniques of the same rank, Kong Xian's output was truly extraordinary, boasting a 100-fold increase. However, this was merely the potential of his own cultivation and did not reflect the limits of the technique derived from the spirit springs. Although the hundreds of spirit springs seemed to emit only a whisper of energy during others' cultivation, Kong Xian drew upon them like a water pump, depleting years' worth of spiritual energy in an instant. With the cumulative energy now rivaling that of the vast ocean, Kong Xian's physical form could hardly endure such a torrent. Yet he absorbed this energy into his being. Gradually, he began to notice changes within himself. The excess energy began to coalesce around the totem on his chest, with each drained spirit spring adding a delicate stroke to the design. Over time, as he drained numerous spirit springs, a new, perfect tear-shaped pearl began to form beside his cut as the number of drained spirit springs increased. This pearl grew more robust than the one left behind by Elderman Su's golden elixir. Kong Xian's heart swelled with joy as he realized that the energy amassed from the hundreds of spirit springs on Chuilan Peak was akin to nurturing a powerful golden elixir cultivator. With this thought, Kong Xian felt a surge of excitement within. The vast reserves of spiritual energy that outsiders could scarcely fathom would undoubtedly prove invaluable to him in the future, as the audience for his tales dwindled. It wasn't due to a lack of interest, but rather a lack of funds. The resources of Chuilan Peak had been thoroughly exhausted. To grow stronger, one must strengthen their foundation. With 60,000 spirit stones in hand and a tear-shaped totem resembling the cultivation of a golden elixir master, Kong Xian's next move became clear. He must participate in the Wooden Man trials. The target was set, Xianlin Peak. Although life on Chuilan Peak is quite pleasant, it is fraught with significant limitations. For instance, the supply of cultivation techniques and elixirs is severely restricted. The alchemy chamber at Chuilan Peak lacks high-tier spiritual elixirs and does not offer any spiritual herb for sale. The scripture pavilion contains only low-level techniques, and the artifact pavilion stocks only the most inferior quality flying swords. In their leisure time, Kong Xian and the chubby boy often visit the scripture pavilion to read. Both have become well-versed in the flying sword technique, capable of wielding their spiritual energy to control the sword, delivering unseen strikes within 100 steps. However, more advanced techniques, such as the wind control technique available to those at the 5th level of qi condensation, are simply unavailable at Chuilan Peak. The wind control technique at the 5th level of qi condensation represents a clear distinction between the strong and the weak. Once a strong practitioner employs the wind control technique, they can ride the flying sword and soar through the air. Maintaining flight requires a substantial amount of spiritual energy. Although this is not true flight above the refinement realm, one cannot ascend higher than 100 zhong, nor can they truly soar through the 9 heavens in terms of speed. While they can match the flight of birds, they will never reach the swiftness of a startled phoenix or a streak of lightning. Yet for a qi condensation practitioner at the 5th level, Being able to fly is a vast improvement over scurrying on the ground like a mere hound. It marks a significant elevation in both speed and demeanor compared to those at the fourth level and below, who can only run on the ground. Moreover, by passing the Wooden Man trial, one can also receive a magical artifact for free. Who would ever say no to more magical artifacts? Of course, the initial conditions at Ironhoof Peak are considerably better. The Scripture Pavilion, Alchemy Chamber, and Artifact Pavilion all boast superior resources. Nevertheless, with his own strength, it is only a matter of time before he ascends. However, no one else has yet received the magical artifact Jade pendant bestowed by Elder Tai Mian. With this thought, Kong Xian ceased his aimless musings and felt invigorated at the prospect of the Wooden Man trial. Xiange, why don't you let everyone send you off? The morning breeze at Solon Peak was gentle and warm. By the teleportation array, only the chubby boy accompanied Kong Xian. Xiange, with your current popularity, if everyone knew you were leaving, all the brothers from Solon Peak would come out to bid you farewell for 10 miles. Just imagine how thrilling that scene would be. Kong Xian licked his lips and chuckled. What? Are we going to exploit them one last time for a farewell? Forget it. The chubby boy laughed heartily. Hee. Xiange suddenly not wanting to exploit others is quite a surprise. What are you thinking? I've always been upright. Kong Xian straightened his back and proclaimed with utmost seriousness, Moreover, I do this for your own good. He earnestly patted the chubby boy's shoulder, saying, Once I'm gone, no one will be there to shield you. If one day they come to their senses and can't catch me, they will only have you to bully. You would be in a dire situation, then let's spare them some trouble today and leave them with a good impression of us. Initially jovial, the chubby boy suddenly grew sentimental. Xiange, why didn't Ti think of that? Hearing you say this, I feel a sudden wave of fear. Chubby boy, I know you have learned celestial techniques in the Scripture Pavilion, and it's certainly not just an ordinary flying sword technique. Otherwise, you wouldn't be so engrossed in it every time we visit the pavilion. Moreover, those chosen by great masters to become disciples of the sect are certainly not idle. After all, when I, Xiaoho, first ascended the mountain, I also exerted an immense effort. Kong Xian patted the chubby boy's shoulder again, but this time he smiled. Once I'm gone, you don't have to keep pretending to be foolish. Now, whether in strength, wealth, or popularity, you have long since become a prominent figure. From now on, I will leave Solon Peak entirely in your hands. Thank you, Xiange. Without you, I certainly wouldn't be where I am today. The chubby boy's eyes instantly glistened with tears. His secret techniques were indeed remarkable, but without the exceptional cultivation conditions provided by Kong Xian, he might still be that boy struggling for resources, unable to see a brighter future. There was no way he could have made such swift progress to the pinnacle of the second level of qi condensation in just a few months. Kong Xian remarked, Hey, Solon Peak will be relying on you from now on, so be prepared. As they spoke, the light of the teleportation array began to glow. Kong Xian stepped into the array, his eyes filled with anticipation, sending you off for 1,000 miles. We must part ways eventually. Let's not dwell on the sorrowful farewells. I'll go and see what this Wooden Man trial is all about. You head back. The chubby boy watched Kong Xian's graceful figure vanish into the shimmering light. Feeling a sense of loss, he silently resolved, Xiange, I will definitely intensify my training and strive to catch up with you soon. Turning back, he gazed at Solon Peak, clenched his fists, and with a newfound determination. His demeanor shifted from one of naivety to one of resolute strength. Chapter 46. The Path of Necessity on the Summit of Sanyun Peak, within the Wooden Man Trial Hall. The Wooden Man Trial is one of the fundamental tests of the Wanjian sect. Today, coinciding with the first day of the month, marks the semi-monthly trial day. Disciples who have reached the third level of qi condensation are eligible to challenge it as one of the 5 major sects of the present era. Wanjian sect commands a vast territory, supported by over 400 million people from several dozen kingdoms. The Daxiang dynasty, where Kong Xian resides, is relatively insignificant in the grand scheme. Each year, numerous elders are selected by the sect to descend the mountain and bring back young talents. Besides being assigned to the 3 main peaks, some disciples are directly sent to other peaks for foundational training. A significant portion, even those with considerable talent, must first serve as menial disciples of the sect. They endure hardships greater than those of the disciples at Solon Peak. Some manage to cultivate to the first level of chi condensation and qualify to enter Solon Peak as outer disciples. Others, with a solid foundation, are permitted to return to their original peaks for further training after becoming outer disciples. Similarly, whether it's Solon Peak or other peaks, all disciples must endure until they reach the third level of chi condensation to have the opportunity to participate in the Wooden Man trial. This is a fair examination for all bottom-tier disciples and the necessary path for any disciple aspiring to ascend to Xianlin Peak or Iron Hoof Peak. To rise through the ranks, one must pass the trial. Kong Xian entered the waiting area of the mountain hall and found several individuals already congregated there. Judging by their demeanor, they were indeed remarkable talents, exuding an extraordinary aura. One gentleman, holding a folding fan, was fanning himself while scanning the surroundings, seemingly quite intrigued by the environment. "Hey, brother, is this your first time here?" "Huh." Kong Xian was momentarily taken aback before quickly responding, "Yes, it is my first time." Kong Xian had always been meticulous in his endeavors. When he resolved to participate in the trial, he solely focused on certain victory, never contemplating the possibility of failure. Thus, he found himself surprised by the other's tone. Could there really be individuals who might not pass and return for a second attempt? Upon uttering the words, he immediately felt it was a redundant statement that, of course, in a trial, there would be those who fail. It was just that he had always been so confident that he had never considered the feelings of those who might fail. The gentleman whispered, "Oh, of course, there are those who do not pass. If you fail, you must wait 3 months to try again. I arrived before you, and I can see several fellow disciples over there who are here for their second attempt." He pointed to a sister disciple nearby. Kong Xian couldn't help but follow his gaze and spotted a young female disciple, perhaps around 15 or 16, with a charming appearance. She had 2 adorable hairpins adorning her head and small embroidered balls hanging from her boots, making her look particularly playful and delightful. Her face was adorned with a sweet, dimpled smile, and her cuteness had already attracted the attention of several male disciples. "Let us go over and listen." Kong Xian found the gentleman's suggestion agreeable. "Indeed, that seems fitting. May I ask your name, brother?" "I am Wu Chong from the Dabawang dynasty, and my father holds the title of third-rank general." "And you, esteemed brother?" Wu Chong spoke with a hint of pride. The Dabawang dynasty, as Kong Xian knew from a young age, was a neighboring power to Daxiang in the southern region, significantly weaker in comparison to Wu Chong's lineage, being from the residence of a third-rank general, certainly provided him with a sense of pride. Kong Xian replied, "It is a pleasure to meet you, Brother Wu. I am Kong Xian, courtesy named Tianai, heir to the title of Lord of Kaiping in the Daxiang dynasty." He casually produced the imperial gold token and waved it lightly. Wu Chong was immediately taken aback, bowing deeply. "Ah, it is the young lord. Your father was renowned far and wide. His name alone could silence a crying infant." "Yeah, with your status, shouldn't you be allowed to directly enter Xianlin Peak?" Kong Xian replied, "Once one ascends a mountain, we are all fellow disciples. There is no such thing as a young lord." Wu Chong was drenched in sweat. He had intended to boast about his background, only to encounter such a low-key individual. Seeing Kong Xian's slight smile, seemingly unconcerned, he felt a bit more at ease. Wu Chong suddenly pondered, "Brother Kong, it seems I have heard your name mentioned before on the mountain." Kong Xian was not surprised by this. Solon Peak was certainly not a soundproof wall, that he whispered. "Let us go investigate some news." "All right." The two quietly conspired and stealthily approached, keeping a watchful eye on their surroundings. "Humph, it is not a matter of fear to share this with you. The assessment of the Wooden Man trial, despite appearing approachable for those at the third level of chi condensation, is, in reality, far from an easy feat. Who among you possesses the confidence to conquer the divine wood warrior? Senior sister, since you have participated before, do you feel assured that you can triumph over the divine wood warrior and pass the external examination this time?" "Of course, my previous failure was merely an accident. Allow me to enlighten you. The divine wood warrior is crafted from the frigid wood by the sex masters, impervious to blades and spears. Moreover, it is powered by a magic core, making its movements swift and its strength boundless. Do not be deceived by its wooden weapons. Though they may seem harmless, the frigid wood is as tough as iron, and the magic core harbors combat power equivalent to the pinnacle of the third level of chi condensation. To be struck by it is no trifling matter. The lovely senior sister continued with enthusiasm. Furthermore, you must all have been favored by the sex leader, learning the methods of celestial magic only after ascending the mountain. Right? Alas, while your techniques may be formidable, allow me to pour some cold water on your spirits. The inherent strength of the frigid wood is nearly on par with that of a martial arts grandmaster at the body dominance realm. Moreover, after refinement by our sect, its strength is even greater. Your physical prowess, however, is simply no match for the average martial artist. The challenge posed by the Divine Wood Warrior is indeed formidable. What? I heard that reaching the body dominance realm in martial arts renders one nearly impervious to harm. With the physical strength of the Divine Wood Warrior combined with the energy of the third level of chi condensation, is it not invincible? Indeed, we have only trained our chi, neglecting our physical conditioning. How can we possibly contend with it? In simpler terms, it would be futile to strike at it, as a single blow from it would spell our doom. For the first time, the crowd realized the daunting nature of the Wooden Man trial, and a sense of unease swept over them. A delicate junior sister, shaking the arm of senior sister Siki and acting coy, implored senior sister Siki, "My dear sister, do not keep us in suspense. The trial is about to commence. Please share the secrets to success with us." Siki? Hiss. That name sounds somewhat familiar. Kong Xian scratched his head, murmuring softly to himself. Upon hearing her, he felt a sense of familiarity in her voice, as though he had encountered it before. Yet, judging by her appearance and attire, he was certain he had never seen her. Senior sister Siki glanced back and immediately spotted Kong Xian and Wu Chong. The expressions on their faces were remarkably similar. Upon noticing her gaze, they both offered a dignified nod and a smile, an expression typical of young masters. Senior sister Siki felt at ease upon seeing Wu Chong, but when her eyes fell upon Kong Xian, she let out a shriek. "Ta-da!" Kong Xian, startled, she quickly covered her face and turned away, her complexion flushing from her cheeks to her neck. Kong Xian was increasingly perplexed. How could she recognize him at first glance? Despite him having never met her, moreover, why did she react in such a manner upon seeing him? Suddenly, Kong Xian recalled. "Ah, it's you," he exclaimed, his face turning crimson, instinctively covering his private parts while pointing at her. Exclaiming, "I remember now, you were the one who spied on me while I was bathing." Chapter 47. Following Elder Zhou's instructions, hearing this, senior sister Siki was thrown into a panic, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. The others were equally stunned. The atmosphere grew eerily quiet, and one could hear a pin drop. Wu Chong, reveling in the drama, hesitantly asked, She spied on you while bathing?" "Humph." Senior sister Siki, upon hearing this, felt a rush of shame and indignation. Wanting to disappear, she covered her face and dashed out, disappearing from sight. After a moment, the crowd finally reacted. The petite girl, hands on her hips, indignantly exclaimed, "Hey, what are you saying? Our senior sister Siki is as pure as snow. How could she possibly spy on you? Indeed, it's absurd. Our senior sister Feng is as innocent as a blank sheet of paper. How could she have spied on you? How shameless. I suspect you are intentionally causing trouble. Now that you've made her angry and driven her away, how will we pass the trial?" "Exactly. You've scared off senior sister Feng. Now we're all doomed," as they recalled the challenge ahead. The group turned their ire toward Kong Xian. Wu Chong, intrigued by the unfolding situation, asked, "Did that senior sister truly spy on you while bathing?" "Brother Kong, such accusations should not be made lightly." Sighing in resignation, Kong Xian lamented. He knew that while he was bathing in the hot springs of the medical immortal hall, it had to have been this senior sister Siki lurking behind the curtain. If it weren't her, how could she have reacted so dramatically and fled upon seeing him? The truth was undeniable. Yet there was no way to explain it. If the crowd publicly accused senior sister Siki of spying on him, it could tarnish her reputation as an unwed maiden, potentially driving her to despair. Reflecting on this, Kong Xian felt a profound sense of helplessness. Nevertheless, as he listened to the crowd's accusations, a scornful smirk crept across his face. A challenge is simply that, a challenge. Whether one can succeed is determined by skill, not by relying on others to impart some sort of cheating method. seeing the crowd's fervor and Kong Xian standing firm and unwilling to explain himself. Wu Chang quickly adopted a serious demeanor, pulling Kong Xian aside and stating loudly, "You must come with me at once. There are certain matters I need to clarify with you," assuming the role of the stern figure to assist Kong Xian. He looked at him with gratitude, fully aware of his intentions. Wu Chang leaned in closer, lowering his voice to ask, "Brother Kong, where do you usually bathe? Are there beautiful senior sisters or junior sisters watching? May I join you? How do they observe you? Could you share some details?" Kong Xian rolled his eyes, feeling that he would rather be fighting with that group than engaging in this conversation. Clang! At that moment, the two grand doors adorned with golden nails slowly swung open, revealing two tall figures clad in the attire of stewards, their expressions solemn. One of them announced loudly, "Today, the Wooden Man trial commences. All of you, please enter." Immediately, the disciples, their hearts racing with tension, stepped across the threshold. Among the two stewards, the one on the left held a palm-sized mirror. As each disciple entered, they were required to pass the mirror before them. Halt! Just as Kong Xian was about to step inside, he was stopped. The mirror reflected 3 beams of red light for others, but when it was directed at Kong Xian, it astonishingly revealed 5 beams. The two stewards exchanged incredulous glances. "Esteemed Junior, what is your name? Where do you hail from? You have reached the 5th level of qi condensation. Why have you only now come to face the Wooden Man trial?" Kong Xian quickly replied, "My name is Kong Xian from the Chuilan Peak. I had other matters to attend to, which delayed my arrival. I simply forgot." He from Chuilan Peak. How could anyone reach the 5th level of qi condensation from there? Who can endure at Chuilan Peak? Is it not common for those at the 3rd level to flee upon arrival? You claim you forgot. Does that make sense? Upon hearing his origin, the two stewards were visibly taken aback, both sensing the absurdity of the situation. Everyone knew that the training conditions at Xianlin Peak were vastly superior to those at Chuilan Peak, that it was inconceivable that someone could endure at such a place and achieve the formidable 5th level of qi condensation. Kong Xian shrugged, feigning innocence. "I didn't make any false claims. Your waist badge. Remain here. We must report to the examining elder." The steward on the left took Kong Xian's waist badge and entered to seek the elder's approval, while the other maintained order at the scene. In the back hall, 2 elders were seated on meditation cushions. If Kong Xian were to look, he would immediately recognize one as Elder Zhou, who had brought him up the mountain. The other, round-faced and plump, was Elder Huang Jiamo, the overseer of the Wooden Man trial. Typically, at least 2 elders oversee the Wooden Man trial to ensure fairness. Today, since another elder had prior commitments, Elder Zhou, being well acquainted with the other, willingly stepped in. "Elder Zhou, how many disciples do you think will become disciples of Xianlin Peak during this assessment?" "Elder Huang, the disciples participating this time possess commendable talent. Several have exceptional gifts and have already caught the attention of the sect's higher-ups. That I believe the majority will succeed. If they cannot even pass the Wooden Man trial, they will lose all face. If we encounter even a couple of geniuses today who can easily pass the trial, it would greatly enhance our reputation." Indeed, as they exchanged light-hearted banter, suddenly a steward rushed in, holding Kong Xian's waist badge. "Elders, a strange occurrence has arisen today. A disciple at the 5th level of qi condensation has come to face the Wooden Man trial." "What? 5th level of qi condensation? How could a disciple at that level arrive now?" "The disciple claims to be from Chuilan Peak." Elder Zhou and Huang Jiamo exchanged astonished glances, both taken aback. He says he forgot. While the qi condensation realm is the entry-level stage, advancing a level does not happen overnight. A disciple with above-average talent typically requires 1 or 2 years to progress from the 3rd to the 5th level. It is unprecedented for someone to wait until reaching the 5th level before attending a challenge, let alone claim to have forgotten. However, such an occurrence had never taken place before. Once a disciple encounters a fortuitous event, it ultimately reflects the blessings of the sect. Huang Zimik, known for his leniency, nodded and said, "Since he has already reached the 5th level of qi condensation, there is no need for him to participate in the trial. Simply allow him to pass and let him report to Xianlin Peak." "Present his waist token?" "Yes." The attending disciple complied, respectfully presenting the waist token. Huang Zimic was about to inscribe a talisman upon Kong Xian's waist token, signifying his passage through the trial and granting access to the restricted areas of Xianlin Peak. With this talisman, Kong Xian could thereafter navigate the relevant regions of Xianlin Peak without hindrance. Moreover, it would serve as proof for the distribution of spiritual stones on that day, a testament to acquiring sect resources. Suddenly, Zhou Xiaka raised his hand and interjected, "Elder Huang, hold on a moment." Zhou Xiaka's gaze was sharp as he noticed the name on the waist token. Kong Xian, he maintained his composure and remarked, "Elder Huang, today numerous participants have come for the trial that if we allow someone to bypass the process, it may adversely affect those nervous disciples preparing for the examination. While they may not voice their concerns, they will undoubtedly resent us for facilitating favoritism. I hadn't considered that. What do you suggest, Elder Zhou?" Zhou Xiaka pondered for a moment before saying, "I have heard that the divine wood automaton can also adjust its intensity by substituting the magic core. Correct? Why not wait until this disciple takes the stage, and we simultaneously elevate the intensity of the divine wood automaton to correspond with the 5th level of qi condensation? Wouldn't that be more equitable?" Upon hearing this, Huang Zimic nodded in agreement. Let us proceed as Elder Zhou suggests. Chapter 48. Divine Wood Automaton in the Woodman Trial Hall. Only Kong Xian remained at the entrance. "Kong Xian, the elders have verified your credentials. Follow me in for the assessment." As Kong Xian waited at the door, he was blissfully unaware of the events within the inner courtyard. Upon hearing that he could enter, he felt a sense of relief wash over him. Following the attending disciple, Kong Xian traversed through an exquisite garden adorned with artificial hills, fish ponds, and blooming flowers that surpassed even the grandeur of a royal garden. After passing through a gate resembling a city wall, he found himself in a vast open space. At the end of the plaza stood a magnificent hall, several times larger than the emperor's throne room. Only a celestial aura could account for the towering divine pillars supporting this enormous trial hall. The hall stood 30 zhang high, 50 zhang wide, and was 100 zhang deep. Standing within, one could not help but feel a sense of insignificance. Deep within the hall, there was an ancient, pitch-black window lattice, bizarrely large and covering the entire wall. Behind the lattice lay an abyss of darkness, seemingly connected to a cavern deep within a mountain. An unsettling aura seeped through the cracks of the window lattice, as if a multitude of savage, bloodthirsty eyes were silently observing everyone present. The entire hall exuded an eerie and terrifying ambience, akin to a place where demonic creatures were sealed away. Upon entering, the attendees felt their spirits stir with trepidation, instinctively fostering a sense of reverence. Was the divine wood automaton truly this fearsome? The atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive. Suddenly, a shout rang out from the attending disciples on either side. "Elders have arrived!" The unexpected exclamation startled many, causing them to tremble. 2 elders entered in unison, swiftly parting and gracefully landing atop elevated platforms on either side. The flickering candlelight obscured their features. "We welcome the 2 esteemed examining elders." The crowd bowed in unison. "We are grateful for your participation in today's assessment. Your presence here signifies that you are all exceptional disciples of our sect. If you can conquer the divine wood automaton before you, you shall pass the trial and officially become disciples of Xianlin Peak, soaring to great heights. However, I suspect some among you have merely heard of the name divine wood automaton without understanding its origins. It is imperative that I clarify this, lest you find yourselves perishing in the heat of battle without comprehension." The elder on the left, Huang Zimic, spoke coldly. "The divine wood automaton is powered by the magic core of the divine idol puppet. The divine idol puppet, rumored to originate from external star demons, is shrouded in mystery. These puppets are rare and scattered throughout the vast expanse of Guishu, composed entirely of celestial metals. They're controlled by the magic core. They are bloodthirsty and possess immense power. Typically, they lie dormant like a heap of scrap iron, but when a living being approaches, they are instantly activated, wielding boundless divine strength and a brutal nature, making them fearsome instruments of slaughter. Those at the level of qi condensation who encounter them will be utterly annihilated. Our divine wood automaton is a construct created by our sect's celestial masters, who, through unparalleled divine abilities, have vanquished the divine idol puppets, harvested their magic cores, and reshaped their forms using cold wood to forge these wooden puppets. What? The crowd gasped in shock. They had heard Sister Siki mention the magic core at the entrance, initially unaware of its significance. Now, upon learning it was the magic core of the divine idol puppet, their hearts filled with even greater fear. Kong Xian sensed instinctively that the divine wood automaton was not to be trifled with, likely surpassing any ferocity he had ever encountered. Do you believe that the path of seeking immortality is a smooth journey? Elder Zhou Xiaka snorted coldly, his icy voice reverberating through the hall. The path of the golden core is a road of no return. Only with unwavering courage can one slay myriad demons. Hesitation leads to despair, plunging one into the demonic path, where they shall be slain by malevolent thoughts. The Woodman trial is a test of your ability to conquer illusions and seek your true self. Overcoming the fears within your heart is the first step towards contending against heaven, fighting against fate, and defying the heavens. If you truly aspire to become disciples of Xianlin Peak, now is the opportune moment. Slay the wooden man and embrace the trial. His words resonated like thunder, echoing throughout the hall and striking the ears of all present. The trial begins. I will call names, and those who are named shall enter the trial. Wu Chang stepped forward, present. Upon hearing his name, Wu Chang was the first to take the stage. He stepped into the center of the hall, facing the ominous portal. As he entered, a faint quadrilateral light curtain enveloped the combat area. Kong Xian discerned Zhou Xiaka's voice and felt a surge of resentment. This man, petty and vindictive, had already caused him trouble upon ascending the mountain. However, at that moment, Zhou Xiaka's words ignited a spark within him. Indeed, the pursuit of the golden core requires relentless effort, not mere leisure or idle attendance. Instantly, a sense of fervor coursed through his veins. Summon the divine wood automaton. Huang Zimek and Zhou Xiaka, the two elders, raised their flags simultaneously, unleashing beams of brilliance that converged upon a locking mechanism at the center of the window lattice. With a series of clicks, the dark window lattice split open, revealing not a window, but an iron grate sealing a cavern of malevolent creatures. Beyond the iron bars lay a pitch-black entrance, and several pairs of crimson eyes flickered to life, coldly gazing in their direction. Suddenly, with a roar, a shadow burst forth from the cavern, landing in the illuminated arena. The divine wood automaton, standing at a height of 10 zhang. The divine wood automaton was entirely black, exuding an aura of weight and strength akin to iron. Its exterior was adorned with hard scales, each glimmering with a cold light, jutting outward like menacing spikes. It emanated a chilling and terrifying presence, capable of inflicting grievous wounds upon mere contact. Its facial contours were sharp, with jagged fangs protruding like blades. Two blood-red eyes radiated a fierce light, as if poised to rend all living beings into shreds. Sharp horns protruded from its head, wickedly pointed. Its arms resembled claws, glinting with a cold sheen. Each swing of its limbs unleashed a tempestuous wind, instilling dread in all who beheld it. Its sturdy legs demonstrated tremendous power. Having leapt several dozen zhang in a single bound, when it landed upon the solid ground, it felt as though the earth itself would shatter beneath its weight, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure. As it breathed, its wooden form crackled with explosive sounds, radiating a murderous intent. Upon its emergence, it instilled terror throughout the hall. With a sudden roar, it charged forth. Wu Chang found himself momentarily paralyzed by the divine wood automaton's ferocious and violent aura, causing his movements to falter. In his attempt to evade, the fabric of his shoulder was violently torn, leaving several horrific wounds. Had he not reacted swiftly, he might have met a grim fate. Witnessing such danger, many disciples gasped in astonishment. The divine wood automaton was like a demon of slaughter, mercilessly brutal in its assault. If the challengers were not careful, they could indeed face death in an instant. Was this trial truly so daunting? Within the illuminated arena, Wu Chang found himself fleeing from the relentless pursuit of the divine wood automaton. Its vicious strikes aimed to rip out his very heart. After evading for a while, Wu Chang realized that if he continued to flee, he would inevitably exit the light curtain and be declared a failure. Gritting his teeth, he summoned his resolve. After all, he was a disciple of the sect. A fierce aura of determination surged within him, reminiscent of a warrior wrapped in a shroud of death, ready to fight to the bitter end. He focused his thoughts. And in that instant, the elegant folding fan he carried was drawn to his waist. With a flick of his storage bag, a finely crafted flying sword appeared in his hand. Through countless battles, I shall don my golden armor. Wu Chang let out a long cry, his swordplay akin to a vast expanse of yellow sand, billowing smoke and flames, infused with the spirit of battle. In that moment, his fighting spirit eclipsed all fears, and he unleashed his full strength. A blade of light flickered amidst the swirling smoke of battle, appearing and disappearing. It sliced towards the Shunshu Qibing. Crack. The arc of the sword severed at the neck, and the head fell with a thud. The Shunshu Qibing raised a fist that nearly pierced Wu Chang's body. That critical moment, it halted just an inch away from him. Thud! Thud! Subsequently, the puppet collapsed to the ground, splintering into a pile of wooden fragments. Congratulations to Wu Chang for successfully slaying the Shunshu Qibing. Wu Chang. Welcome to Xianlin Peak. Chapter 49. Facing the challenge, Wu Chang gasped heavily, recalling the life-and-death moment he had just experienced. Beads of sweat rolling down his forehead incessantly. This moment, the pain in his shoulder intensified. He had narrowly passed the trial, leaving him with lingering trepidation. Observing Wu Chang's harrowing ordeal, the disciples present exchanged glances. Filled with hesitation, each strike of the Shunshu Qibing was lethal. How could one fight against it? You've passed the test. Come with me. The attending steward led him aside and opened the magical gourd bestowed by the sect. A stream of pure, white medicinal vapor poured forth from the gourd's mouth, swirling around Wu Chang's body, and instantly the wounds began to scab over. His complexion improved noticeably. Several stewards began to work. Some used specially crafted magnetic gloves to extract a magical core, composed of layers of concentric circles, suspended and intertwined, pulsating with a green, lightning-like energy from the wreckage. Others skillfully used wind bags to blow the debris aside, depositing it into a pit. All right, the next challenger is Zhao Yaji. Please welcome the Shunshu Qibing. The disciples responded. Another disciple stepped into the arena. The closed gate swung open once more, and the Shunshu Qibing lunged forth. Zhao Yaji hastily dodged, but it seemed his deep-seated fear slowed his movements just enough. He was suddenly seized by the Shunshu Qibing. In an instant, the puppet's mouth split grotesquely, stretching wide to reveal a maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. Capable of devouring a living being whole, with a mighty toss, Zhao Yaji was thrown into the air, flailing in panic. It aimed to hurl him into its meat grinder-like jaws, to be chewed into pulp. Enough, Elder Zhou Xiaka bellowed. With a flick of his flag, a beam of white light shot forth, severing the puppet's head. The disciple escaped the peril, panting heavily and drenched in cold sweat. Trial failed. Return in 3 months. Elder Zhou Xiaka announced coldly that I won't come back. I swear I won't. Zhao Yaji, as pale as a ghost, trembled as he left point one by one. Disciples took their turns. Some fought through injuries, while others narrowly avoided fatal blows, only to be saved by the elders. These brutal scenes sent chills down everyone's spine. I don't want to take the trial anymore. I want to withdraw. This is far too dangerous. I think being a salted fish is quite nice. Seeing the retreating disciples, Zhou Xiaka couldn't help but sneer inwardly. If they couldn't even slay a mere Shunshu Qibing, how could they hope to tread the path to the golden core? Next up, Kong Xian. Here I am. Kong Xian had already warmed up at the sidelines, and upon hearing his name, he stepped into the arena. Elder Zhou Xiaka stated, Kong Xian, since you have reached the 5th level of qi condensation, your assessment today will naturally be more challenging than that of your peers. Will you withdraw? Elder Zhou, your arrangements have always been consistent. I have no intention of backing down, Kong Xian replied with a slight bow. Zhou Xiaka chuckled coldly. Perceiving the young man's arrogance as a sign of defiance, he nodded, concealing his true thoughts. Since you have chosen not to give up, your courage is commendable. Now, unleash the Shunshu head. With a wave of the Elder-S flag, two beams of light shot forth. Boom! The gate swung wide, opened, in the dark cavern. A pair of unprecedented scarlet eyes glowed ominously. The roar reverberated thunderously, sending shockwaves through the air. Heavens, he is going to fight the Shunshu head. I've heard it's equivalent to the 6th level of Qi condensation. If the 3rd level of Qi being is already so terrifying, how frightening must the leader be? In the midst of rising panic, a colossal shadow flickered. As the onlookers beheld it, their eyes nearly bulged in terror. It was the Shunshu head, towering over T to others. The wooden leader wielded a sword. To himself, it made no difference whether it was the sharp claws of minions, the brawny limbs, or the blades and guns. Was it not all merely wood? It was simply a matter of differing forms. Having discerned this, Kong Xian felt no fear. Come on. After a breath, Kong Xian lunged at the wooden leader like a tiger. With a fierce blow, imbued with overwhelming spiritual energy, he struck down upon the leader's shoulder. Simultaneously, he raised his arm to withstand the leader's sweeping spear. In an instant, the two combatants clashed in a most brutal exchange. Despite Kong Xian's formidable physique, even he could not escape injury against such an extraordinary opponent. The wooden leader, with a sinister demeanor, had a cultivation level that overshadowed Kong Xian's in their melee. Kong Xian was battered, blood splattering everywhere, leaving the onlookers in shock. In that moment, he resembled a battle-hardened warrior, oblivious to pain and retreat. Even if his body were forged of iron, such a terrifying adversary would have surely shattered him. Yet, Kong Xian remained unbroken. Whenever he felt on the verge of collapse, he strategically withdrew, not for any other reason than to buy time to ingest another handful of elixirs. Good heavens, was he consuming pills or beans? I could hardly afford such a bounty. He must come from a family of extreme wealth. Indeed, if it were me, I would hesitate to consume even one healing pill. The disciples, witnessing his desperate consumption in the face of danger, could not help but swallow nervously. Kong Xian's ferocity was beyond absurd, and his opulence was equally outrageous. This trial was truly an eye-opener. Zhou Xiaka looked on with disdain, inwardly scoffing. With such a reckless approach, he cannot possibly endure without relying on magical artifacts. That wild flailing must have left him in a panic. Surely he has consumed all his precious elixirs. After all, he is merely a disciple at the 5th level of Qi condensation. Can his pills number in the hundreds? How can he still be eating? Kong Xian's physique seemed to transcend the limits of mortal strength, enduring the wooden leader's brutal assaults with only superficial wounds, untouched to his bones or organs. Moreover, the elixirs he consumed activated a potent life force, merging with the herbal power accumulated within him, rapidly circulating through his blood, penetrating to the marrow, healing his wounds, and further amplifying his vitality and strength. A green light flashed. His injuries were restored to approximately 50 to 60%. His combat prowess surged accordingly. Each punch he threw seemed to be fueled by inexhaustible spiritual energy with every strike. His vigor intensified, each blow more formidable than the last. He seized the opportunity to test the limits of his spiritual power. In the initial exchanges, he was engaged in a back and forth with the wooden leader. Yet, as the fight progressed, it became evident that he was steadily gaining the upper hand. Kong Xian was engaged in an unprecedentedly exhilarating duel with the wooden leader, who was equivalent to the 6th level of Qi condensation. Naturally, he grew more ferocious with each blow. When he could unleash 80% of his spiritual power in a single strike, that punch was sufficient to send the heavily built wooden leader flying. He crashed violently against the iron railing behind him. The ground trembled with the impact. The entire hall shook slightly. The wooden leader struggled to rise. That punch sent chills through the onlookers. If it had struck a fellow cultivator of the same level, it could have easily claimed their life. The glimmer in Zhou Xiaka's eyes shifted from contempt to envy. Yet, unbeknownst to others, this was still not Kong Xian's limit. At last, the wooden puppet, after enduring repeated blows, began to show signs of collapse. As time passed, its magical energy was nearly depleted, and its movements became increasingly sluggish. It swung its blade in vain. Kong Xian deftly evaded, climbing onto its shoulders, legs straddling its neck. And with hands gripping its jaw, he bellowed fiercely, "Sit down." With a powerful tug, he wrenched the massive head from its body with a resounding crack. It tore apart. A surge of green light erupted forth. Victory! Kong Xian had triumphed over the wooden leader without employing any magical swords or artifacts, relying solely on his physical prowess. Huh. You dare! At that moment, Zhou Xiaka, seated among the elders, suddenly shouted in panic. As if sensing some grave danger, no one anticipated that after triumphing over the wooden leader, Kong Xian would naturally land beside the magical core within the remnants of its shattered form. With a sharp mind, Kong Xian acted unexpectedly. He reached toward the gigantic magical core nestled within the leader's colossal remains. During their battle, the Fire Theft Sutra had not stolen any attributes from the opponent. It seemed that the true essence must be hidden within this massive magical core. Just then, Zhou Xiaka's voice of command rang out. Kong Xian's hand had already reached its destination. A cold smirk graced Kong Xian's lips. Oh, not even a little touch allowed. His fingertips grazed the gigantic magical core. The Fire Theft Sutra activated, drawing forth a mystical greenish-black magical energy from the core. As the core's emerald glow flickered and dimmed, a portion of its magical essence was siphoned away, permanently weakening it. The Fire Theft Sutra was a technique that robbed others of their attributes while benefiting oneself. That verdant magical energy coiled around Kong Xian's fingertips, hand and arm, slithering like a serpent. In an instant, it vanished from his form. Damn it! Zhou Xiaka's pupils constricted violently, and as he spoke, he had already launched an attack. A bolt of lightning shot forth from his hand. He was utilizing 70% of his power. With a thunderous roar, a streak of blinding light surged from his palm, aimed directly at the top of Kong Xian's head. No matter how strong Kong Xian might be, he was still merely at the qi condensation stage. He could not hope to evade such a thunderous strike from a golden core elder. Watch out, kid! Huang Zhimo furrowed his brow. He recognized that Zhou Xiaka had unleashed his full force without restraint. If this strike landed squarely on Kong Xian, he would be gravely injured. If not killed, it could very well shatter Kong Xian's qi, crippling his cultivation. Huang Zhimo hastily raised his hand, attempting to release a bolt of lightning to save Kong Xian, but it was too late. The bolts of lightning danced in the air, unable to intercept in time, just as Zhou Xiaka's lightning was mere 3 feet from Kong Xian's head. A brilliant red light erupted from Kong Xian's chest. The crimson radiance soared into the sky, transforming into a blood-red curtain. Like a mirror, it unfolded, instantly rebounding the incoming lightning. Zhou Xiaka maintained his previous stance, a cold smirk playing on his lips. In his mind, only feelings of dissatisfaction, jealousy, and hatred toward Kong Xian lingered. This brat was doomed. He anticipated watching Kong Xian being reduced to a cripple and expelled from the mountain. To his astonishment, the bolt of lightning ricocheted back toward him. Caught off guard, Zhou Xiaka's protective barrier activated automatically. Nevertheless, he was still struck by the powerful lightning, shattering his protective layer and causing him to tumble from the high platform. Rising to his feet, his hair was disheveled, and he appeared flustered, completely bereft of his former composure. Chapter 51. Entering Xianlin Peak, although Zhou Xiaka was not gravely injured, he had expended genuine energy. His face had turned pale as he exclaimed, "What just happened?" The scene before everyone was utterly unexpected. Previously, whenever elders intervened, it was to protect disciples from being consumed by the magical core. Yet in this instance, the elders' intervention seemed instinctively aimed at safeguarding the magical core. "Elder Zhou, you ambushed me from behind, and your attack was too heavy, wasn't it? How dare you ask me what happened?" Kong Xian felt a chill rise within him as he sensed the thunderous roars of electricity behind him. Had it not been for the blood-red pendant gifted by the Iron Face Elder, he would likely have fallen victim to Zhou Xiaka's treachery. Without hesitation, Elder Huang had already floated before Kong Xian, coldly declaring, "Elder Zhou." Zhou Xiaka retorted furiously, "Nonsense. Kong Xian, are you seeking death? I was saving you. The magical core harbors foreign magical energy that is beyond your comprehension. You despicable thief. How dare you use a magical artifact to injure me?" "Oh really? You were saving me. Then I thank you for your timely rescue today. If fate allows, I shall repay Elder Zhou in kind, Kong Xian replied with a cold smile, inclining his head slightly. As for the magical artifact, it was a protective talisman bestowed upon him by the Iron Face Elder. This treasure was unfathomably profound. How could I possibly wield it? If you feel dissatisfied, why not seek out the Iron Face Elder for an explanation? Zhou Xiaka's teeth ground together in fury. That insufferable brat, who knew what fortune had befallen him, had advanced to the 5th level of qi condensation in such a short time, enduring the blows from the wooden leader. That was already noteworthy, but how could he possess a protective artifact gifted by the Iron Face Elder? Such treasures, activated in times of life and death, could withstand even the might of a golden core cultivator. Such a high-tier magical artifact was something he yearned for. Moreover, possessing this treasure undoubtedly proclaims to the outside world that this young man has caught the discerning eye of the Iron-Faced Elder. With one of the 9 great divine abilities as his backing, is it not akin to striding confidently through the ranks of the Wuxian sect? How outrageous, since this is merely a misunderstanding. And fortunately, neither party has suffered harm. I believe we can let it pass. Huang Zimic's heart was equally shaken, yet he feigned an air of nonchalance on his face in addressing Kong Xian, who had been bestowed a treasure by the Iron-Faced Elder. His tone softened considerably. This was the first time he had heard of the Iron-Faced Elder granting treasures to disciples at the qi condensation stage. Kong Xian managed to cultivate to the 5th layer of qi condensation in one breath before participating in the trial. Could it be that he had been personally nurtured by the Iron-Faced Elder? Upon this realization, everything seemed to click into place. He cast a look of approval at Kong Xian and declared, Kong Xian, you truly are remarkable. I hereby announce that you have passed the trial. Quickly descend and let someone check you to expel the demonic energy within. Earlier, Elder Zhou genuinely meant well for you. Within the magic core lies the energy of external demons. Should this demonic energy invade your body, when you eventually transition from the qi condensation stage to the refinement stage, it would disturb your mind and heighten the risk of falling into madness. If that were to happen, your entire cultivation would be rendered useless. Thank you, Elder Huang. Kong Xian expressed his gratitude deeply, acknowledging the elder's earlier intention to save his life, and he bowed respectfully. Please hurry and check. At the sidelines, Kong Xian was enveloped by the white mist of the divine herb gourd. Instantly, the bruises that had covered his body healed significantly. He felt much better. The attendant disciples illuminated Kong Xian with the 3-faced demon lamp. Despite their repeated efforts, they could not reveal even a hint of demonic energy. The attendants stood dumbfounded, unsure of how to report their findings. And oh, demonic energy. So must you still insist on finding something on me? Kong Xian resumed his cheerful demeanor, stating, I have always been blessed with fortune. Is it strange that I am not tainted by demonic energy? If all is well, may I take my leave? Elder, since the 3-faced demon lamp has not detected anything. The two inquired of the elder. Zhou Xiaka flicked his sleeve dismissively. Huang Zimic replied courteously, In that case, Kong Xian, you may leave. Should you experience any discomfort, feel free to inform the Iron-Faced Elder. He will surely have a solution. Kong Xian nodded with a slight smile. The misunderstanding that he had a powerful backing in the sect turned out to be a rather delightful misunderstanding. With a beaming smile, he walked over to the spectator area for those who had passed the trial. Kong Xian, you are truly impressive. Wu Chong praised him sincerely, giving him a thumbs up. Kong Xian was indeed quite remarkable. The others nearby regarded him as a monster, their eyes wide with disbelief. Likewise, I have merely achieved a slight edge in martial arts due to my early training. Attaining the body of supremacy at just 15 is nothing extraordinary. Nothing extraordinary. The crowd broke into a cold sweat, their minds exploding with astonishment. Practicing mundane martial arts, reaching the pinnacle of mastery is something that few achieve even in their twilight years. Before ascending to the immortal mountain, we were all blank slates at 15. You reached the body of supremacy at that age, and you dare say it is nothing extraordinary? We are fortunate to have crossed paths today. Let us support one another in the future. Wu Chong quickly added, Of course, my good brother, I have decided to befriend you. Later, let's go to Xianlin Peak together. I want to be near you. Yes, yes, Kong Xian, we will rely on you for guidance in the future. With the assessments concluded, a total of 54 disciples had registered today, with 53 in attendance. Only 11 passed the trial point. One female disciple, named Feng Siki, was absent without reason, deemed unqualified, and would have to wait 3 months to retake the assessment. After completing the necessary formalities, Kong Xian and the others followed the attendant to the teleportation array, arriving at Xianlin Peak together. Xianlin Peak soared majestically into the sky. Upon stepping out of the teleportation array, Kong Xian was taken aback by the natural beauty surrounding him. The main peak was encircled by towering mountains, all adorned with ancient primordial forests that had stood for millennia. The trees were lush and verdant, as if every leaf contained boundless vitality. The entire mountain range, shrouded in a deep, enigmatic hue due to the dense foliage, seemed to harbor endless mysteries. It was no wonder that Xianlin Peak earned its name. Amidst the mountains, streams gurgled melodiously, their clear sounds harmonizing with the chirping of birds, creating a captivating tableau of nature. Just as the saying goes, the birds sing, and the mountains grow more serene. In the distant hills, the occasional terrifying roars of exotic beasts echoed through the tranquil valley, rendering the area even more secluded and profound. This vast expanse of forest undoubtedly concealed many formidable and agile creatures. These exotic beasts frolicked freely in the sprawling primordial woods, becoming disciples of Xianlin Peak. Kong Xian understood that every corner of this place was filled with challenges and opportunities. He was determined to diligently cultivate within these mountains, continuously enhancing his strength. At the same time, he looked forward to witnessing firsthand the appearances of these roaring beasts. The group proceeded to the treasury hall beneath the Golden Palace to collect the jade slips and standard-issue demon-slaying flying swords, along with the new disciple robes that boasted some defensive properties. Becoming a disciple of Xianlin Peak on the 3rd day of each month not only provided 10 spirit stones, but also granted access to elixirs, far more generous than the conditions for disciples of Xianlin Peak. Furthermore, the disciples' residences transformed into more elegant and celestial-style abodes. From the main peak's perspective, all around the mountainside, there were layers upon layers of disciple caves, each circle winding around the mountain, with approximately 3,000 to 4,000 accommodations available. The vacant caves could be chosen by the disciples themselves. Kong Xian selected a more secluded location, while Wu Chang chose one nearby. Placing his waist token into the sensing area, the stone door to his cave slowly creaked open. This marked Kong Xian's first entry into his own cave. "Little Ho, I now possess my own cave," he exclaimed. He had taken a significant step closer to becoming a true immortal. Chapter 52. Wind control technique. The caves here were far superior to the small courtyards. Entering the cave, he found a winding path leading to a simple guest room, and deeper within lay a training area spanning at least an acre. Kong Xian was astonished. Truly, this is the abode of immortals. Such a multitude of caves suggests that the entire mountain has likely been hollowed out. At the far end was a stone chamber for living, featuring a gently flowing spiritual spring nestled between the bed and the training platform. With a faint aura of spiritual energy wafting out, lingering within the chi condensation array of the chamber, Kong Xian, an experienced user of spiritual springs, immediately recognized that the spiritual energy emanating from his cave spring was several times superior to that of the Hongting spring. No wonder everyone is eager to become disciples of Xianlin Peak. Having access to a private spiritual spring in the cave is far more advantageous than the cutthroat competition at Xianlin Peak. Moreover, Kong Xian took out the new items he had received upon entering Xianlin Peak from his storage bag. These included a standard-issue demon-slaying flying sword provided by the sect. Each disciple of Xianlin Peak received one. Infused with the magical powers of the sect's high-level practitioners, although it was of entry-level quality, it was significantly better than the low-grade flying swords sold in the Xianlin Peak shop. This sword served as a commendable reward for disciples after battles. Additionally, there was a new set of disciple robes, slightly different from those of Xianlin Peak disciples, adorned with 2 purple talismans. These robes repelled dirt and blood, maintaining a sense of cleanliness and pleasantness. When worn, They felt as though a subtle protective aura enveloped the wearer. Ordinary people wielding regular swords could not pierce through these robes. They also provided temporary protection against fire and water. However, should one encounter an opponent or a fierce beast at the third layer of qi condensation or higher, relying solely on this basic level of defense for survival would be inadequate. Furthermore, Kong Xian personally tested the robes. They could not withstand the sect's demon-slaying sword. Additionally, 2 jade slips were issued. The first contained the sect's qi refinement technique, condensing qi, which included much more content than the basic entry-level scroll. It outlined methods for enhancing one's cultivation and practical applications of that cultivation, demonstrating combat effectiveness alongside the sect's training methods. The second slip detailed the wind control technique. This was something Kong Xian had yearned for. It could be cultivated at the 5th layer of qi condensation. The art of wind manipulation is far more challenging to master than the technique of flying swords. Point 1 merely needs to wield spiritual energy to control the flying sword, akin to directing a marionette, allowing it to soar and strike foes within 100 paces at the behest of one's thoughts. While there are indeed intricate nuances worthy of deep exploration, the essence of flying sword technique fundamentally lies in enabling the sword to fly autonomously. Conversely, wind manipulation requires the sword to bear the practitioner aloft, a feat demanding vastly different levels of skill and spiritual energy. It is no wonder that the sect mandates a cultivation of at least 5 layers of qi condensation, ensuring an adequate reservoir of spiritual energy before permitting disciples to undertake its study. The 2 jade slips complement each other. To master wind manipulation, one must first excel in the technique of qi condensation. Kong Xian, brimming with anticipation, poured his spiritual energy into the qi condensation jade slip. Instantly, a vision appeared before him, revealing a diminutive figure, its meridians aglow with the flow of vital energy, continuously cultivating and skillfully manipulating spiritual force. The soft, persistent whisper filled his ears, elucidating the myriad subtleties of these cultivation methods. Many of Kong Xian's previous uncertainties were clarified as he could now navigate to the corresponding passages in the text, receiving a profound explanation tailored to his understanding. With a vivid visualization of energy manipulation before him and detailed commentary accompanying it, this experience surpassed the solitary study he had undertaken on Ceylon Peak by leaps and bounds. As Kong Xian meticulously pondered the contents of the jade slip, he settled onto the training platform and began a practice. With the circulation of spiritual energy within him, the stagnant aura surrounding him began to dissipate, leaving him invigorated. The wooden man trials had provided him with invaluable insights, and following that battle, his mastery of the 5 layers of qi became increasingly stable. While his body grew more robust, a slight movement sent his sinews crackling. Kong Xian gazed at the reflection of himself in the water-filled basin of Tianjidi Jian, noting that he appeared somewhat more solid and formidable than he had a few months prior. After repeatedly enduring immense forces, his internal organs had also benefited from the tempering of battle. Closing his eyes to introspect, he allowed the medicinal energy he had absorbed during the fights to circulate within his organs, both healing his injuries and fortifying his internal constitution. This medicinal essence further solidified his physical cultivation. Qi condensation, fundamentally, was about enhancing the foundational techniques of qi manipulation with an understanding of how to utilize the internal spiritual energy, particularly in a slow and sustained manner. It was akin to gently exhaling to set a windmill in motion, requiring a measured approach to achieve both speed and continuity. This, indeed, constituted the prerequisite for mastering wind manipulation. As Kong Xian felt the deepening of his cultivation, he shifted his focus to wind manipulation, an exceedingly intricate technique that a practitioner may fly utilizing a magical artifact, provided their spiritual energy is sufficiently abundant. With a single breath, one can soar to heights of 100 zhang and traverse distances of 10 li, moving as swiftly as a soaring eagle, leaving even the fastest steeds far behind. Through today's arduous battles, Kong Xian had come to truly comprehend the limits of his 5-layer qi cultivation and the extent of his spiritual power. With a newfound insight from the qi condensation technique and wind manipulation, he began to form his own understanding and realizations. With a resounding cry, wind manipulation, the sword by his side, the Zhan Yao sword, erupted in a soft blue glow. Stepping forth, he found himself momentarily suspended upon the sword's blade. In a fleeting moment of clarity, it felt as though Kong Xian had transcended time, transported back to an age-long past. In the expanse of the universe, a colossal ancient beast manifested, existing even before the delineation of chaos. I am it, and it is until a pivotal moment of creation unfolded. With every flap of its wings, it soared through the heavens. Each wing beat heralded cataclysmic power. One flap could extinguish the sun and moon. Another could drain lakes and seas, while yet another could displace mountains and peaks. Beneath him, a tempest of wind surged, lifting his immense form across the earth. Various primordial monsters and avian beasts trembled in fear as they beheld his towering presence. Stretching 90,000 zhang across the sky, in that moment, he felt like the sovereign of myriad realms, surveying the cosmos. Wherever he passed, the sky was adorned with a radiant five-colored luminescence. Within the cave, there was no wind, yet upon stepping onto the flying sword, Kong Xian felt a breeze, a gust surge from within his veins, awakening a flight instinct, surrounding him in a flow of gentle air, allowing both himself and the sword to ascend gracefully. Overcome with joy, he exclaimed, wait. However, lacking the ability to adjust his trajectory in time and miscalculating his altitude, he collided heavily with the cave's wall. This marked his inaugural attempt at sword flight, and relying on the instinctual knowledge of wind manipulation coursing through his blood, he had indeed taken to the air. Yet, he was still far from achieving the grace and agility he aspired to. If others were to learn that he had reached such heights with merely one practice, it would surely leave many astounded. Rubbing his sore forehead, Kong Xian reflected on his aspiration to become a graceful and revered sword immortal. What seemed effortless from the outside proved to be far from simple in practice. Undeterred, he returned to the training area within the cave, carefully controlling the flying sword to practice anew. Chapter 53. The task corridor. Countless times had he plummeted from the flying sword, and numerous times had he collided with the cave walls that on several occasions he narrowly escaped being impaled by his own sword upon impact. The sensation of flight was exhilarating, and Kong Xian found himself unable to cease practicing for what felt like an eternity. The mountain housing the cave had been nearly hollowed out, with chambers varying in depth and orientation, some ascending, others descending. The internal structure resembled a honeycomb, seemingly chaotic yet meticulously designed by the sect's Tianji Palace to optimize spatial utility while subtly adhering to the principles of natural mechanics. Though it appeared riddled with flaws and vulnerable, it possessed a remarkable strength akin to that of a beehive. Even a beehive that plummets from a height of 10 zhang retains its structural integrity. Thus, not even the impacts from qi condensation disciples could compromise the stability of the mountain structure. Kong Xian continued his practice of wind manipulation, resting by the spiritual spring when fatigued. The spring's flow was regulated by a peculiar mechanism beneath the earth, ensuring a limited supply. Even with Kong Xian's boundless absorptive capacity from the ancient texts, he could not forcibly drain it dry. He could draw from it only enough for a single day, with the spring replenishing itself the following day. Within the cave, a celestial phenomenon chart hung suspended. This dial rotated continuously, synchronously displaying the positions of the sun, moon, and stars outside, allowing one to gauge the passage of time even in the depths of the cave. The moon had set and the sun risen for 3 consecutive days and nights. During this period of intensive seclusion, Kong Xian, leveraging the ancient legacy and his enduring spiritual energy, had made notable progress. He could now somewhat control the acceleration, deceleration, hovering, and turning of the flying sword. He was now capable of meeting the basic operational demands. However, when it came to executing intricate maneuvers akin to dazzling flashes of light, swift ascents, evasive turns, and sudden accelerations, he still fell short. Nonetheless, he could keenly perceive the subtle changes within himself. Through his mastery of wind manipulation, his body exhibited improvements in flexibility and agility, albeit modest yet significant. His control over spiritual energy had also refined, particularly in the finer aspects. Although he still struggled with flight, he pondered whether the inadequacy lay within his flying sword. That moment, Tianji Jin manifested before him. Kong Xian placed the Zhan Yao sword within it, his brow furrowed for a considerable time, before resolutely choosing not to insert the black iron ruler. Instead, he grasped a handful of spiritual stones and deposited them within. After placing 50 stones, a familiar transformation occurred. As the clouds roiled, a brilliant light flickered. Within Tianjidi Jian, smoke and mist dissipated. Impatiently, Kong Xian grasped the hilt of the sword, feeling a newfound responsiveness surpassing what he had experienced before. The Zhan Yao sword remained the Zhan Yao sword. At first glance, it appeared unchanged, yet it emanated a radiant aura, as if encased in a sturdy crystalline membrane, with intricate patterns and carvings that bespoke its exceptional quality. One could only wonder how much better it was compared to a low-grade flying sword. Kong Xian retrieved a low-grade flying sword, gripping one in each hand, and with a determined grit, struck them together. The clash produced a sound akin to a dragon's roar, as the low-grade sword obtained from Talon Peak was effortlessly cleaved in two by the Zhan Yao sword, its edges clean and sharp. A fine sword, Kong Xian exclaimed in admiration. Yet he remained cautious and did not hastily withdraw the black ruler, recognizing its overwhelming nature and the potential risk it posed to the Zhan Yao sword. After some contemplation, he placed his disciple robe into Tianjidi Jian. With 20 spiritual stones, he enhanced the robe to its highest quality. Wearing it, he appeared more immaculate and exuded an aura of vitality, making him seem increasingly dashing. In truth, both its defensive capabilities and resilience have been augmented. He tested the robe with the severed low-grade sword, gliding the blade along the fabric, without employing spiritual energy. The sword left scarcely a mark upon the cloth. That moment, a gentle knock echoed from outside the cave, accompanied by a soft call, "Kong Xian, senior brother." As the stone door of the cave slowly swung open, Wu Chang gently waved his folding fan, a smile gracing his face as he stood outside. Upon seeing Kong Xian emerge, he immediately let out a sigh of relief, his expression brimming with joy. Wu Chang exclaimed, "Brother Kong Xian, you are finally out. I have come to call upon you 3 times over the past 3 days. I was quite worried about you." I hesitated to knock loudly, fearing I might disturb your seclusion. Kong Xian, slightly bashful, replied, "Oh, I was in closed-door cultivation and did not hear you. My apologies." Wu Chang remarked, "Brother, you just arrived at Xianlin Peak and have already thrown yourself into seclusion. With your exceptional talent and such diligence in cultivation, it is no wonder your achievements surpass ours. You truly make me feel inadequate." Feeling flattered by his praise, Kong Xian asked, "Wu brother, have you been out having fun these past few days? Did you find anything enjoyable?" Wu Chang teased, "Brother Kong Xian, I was just about to show you. You may not be aware, but here at Xianlin Peak, we disciples have vast opportunities awaiting us. Is that so?" Kong Xian's spirits lifted at these words, and he followed Wu Chang towards the grand square of the main peak of Xianlin. The two walked with light steps, excitement evident in their demeanor. The square of Xianlin Peak was magnificent and expansive, with a surface paved in white stones, smooth as a mirror, large enough to accommodate thousands of practitioners at once. Sunlight cascaded down, causing the stone slabs to shimmer with brilliance. Each slab seemingly infused with profound spiritual energy. At this moment, only a few disciples strolled across the square. It was only when the elders conducted skill assessments that the disciples would gather here to practice, their footsteps and breaths intertwining into an invisible force that resonated in the air, as if summoning the spiritual essence of the world. The square's edges were adorned with lush trees, providing a refreshing environment for cultivation. Hidden among them was a long corridor with red lacquered glazed tiles, where many disciples were currently gathered. The leaves rustled gently in the breeze, producing a soft sound that blended with the murmur of discussions among the disciples. Creating a captivating tableau, at the end of the square stood an imposing hall of assessment, its ancient and elegant architectural style harmonizing beautifully with the surrounding natural scenery. The wide and even stone steps before the hall resembled a pathway leading to the celestial realm. As disciples ascended these steps, their hearts brimmed with anticipation and reverence. Kong Xian observed with curiosity, noting that it was neither a scorching sunny day nor raining. Why is it that everyone is not chatting in the square, but rather congregated in the corridors on either side? Wu Chang grinned, Ah, Brother Kong Xian, this is the exciting part. The grand hall before us is the Hall of Assessment governed by the Xian Palace of Xianlin Peak, and the corridors on either side are the task corridors. Task corridors. Kong Xian's eyes lit up with surprise. The key to Chui Lan Peak was the spiritual spring, yet he was unaware of the significance of Xianlin Peak. Could it be here, Brother Kong Xian? I have gathered all the information. The right side has more people, as the tasks there are of lower requirements. Generally, those at the third level of qi condensation can participate. There are also some routine tasks from a sect. Following Wu Chang's lead, Kong Xian entered the corridor. The corridor was adorned with luminous white jade notice boards, pulsating with spiritual energy. The text on the boards occasionally changed, updating the latest tasks and statuses. Each notice board had a crowd gathered around it. Kong Xian gleaned several insights. It turned out that while the sect produced enough resources, the vastness of the sect meant there were inevitably shortages in various areas. At times, relying solely on dispatched disciples accompanied by servants for temporary procurement proved insufficient. Therefore, shortages that suddenly arose within the sect would be posted as tasks, guided by the Xian Palace and organized by the Hall of Assessment, with the task corridors announcing the demands and rewards for completion. Disciples could exchange completed tasks for corresponding rewards at the Hall of Assessment. For example, routine tasks involve the long-term collection of low-level demonic beast materials, such as the fangs of spirit-toothed pigs, as these were essential for refining certain everyday elixirs. Additionally, there were temporary tasks, which varied widely in nature. Temporary tasks could be released by the sect or by elders of higher rank. At this moment, one of the boards displayed a notice from an elder who, while refining pills, found himself short of several spiritual herbs available in the Xianlin mountain range. He was willing to offer 50 spirit stones as a reward for anyone who could assist in gathering them. Many brothers eagerly retrieved their jade slips to imprint the task with their spiritual energy, eager to venture into the depths of Xianlin for a stroke of luck. The left side of the corridor has even fewer people, as the tasks there are more challenging. Many require a cultivation level of 5 or even 7 in qi condensation, and some even necessitate forming teams to complete. Kong Xian chuckled to himself, pondering, well, if the tasks are difficult, the rewards must be even greater, right? Wu Chang, being a newcomer who had just passed the trials, felt a constant sense of being overshadowed by Kong Xian's prowess. He hesitantly suggested, Brother Kong Xian, since this is our first time taking on tasks, why don't we start with the simpler ones over here? I have invited a few brothers, Li and Lu, who also passed the trials with us. Perhaps we could team up for better chances. Suddenly, someone stepped forward, their voice laced with coldness. You are Kong Xian from Chui Lan Peak. A man, approximately 24-25 years of age, with a square face and prominent cheekbones, stood in their way, flanked by several disciples from Xianlin Peak who looked to him for guidance, exuding an unfriendly demeanor. Kong Xian maintained his composure and asked, May I know who you are? Ah, have you not heard of my reputation as the ugly-faced dragon, Fu Zhannan, during your time at Chui Lan Peak? Kong Xian replied with a faint smile. It seems I have been woefully ignorant. Farewell. Noticing the disdain in Kong Xian's demeanor, Fu Zhannan's expression darkened with annoyance. You intend to leave just like that? Kong Xian retorted, and you expect us to dine with you? We are strangers. I do not take advantage of others. Fu Zhannan's face turned ashen with fury. You must have heard that I, the ugly-faced dragon, was the former elder brother of Chui Lan Peak. All who come from Chui Lan Peak must show me respect. From now on, you will be under my protection at Xianlin Peak. This is the rule I have established. Does Fu Guqiang not inform you of how things are done? Now, kindly step aside. Kong Xian directly ignored him. Attempting to pass by Fu Zhannan, incensed, gritted his teeth as a surge of spiritual energy emanated from him, releasing an aura of coldness that pressed down upon the surroundings. The onlookers felt an intense pressure, as if a mountain bore down upon them, instinctively creating a space around him. Wu Chang, standing beside Kong Xian, felt this pressure acutely, realizing that Fu Zhannan's cultivation was likely at the 4th level of qi condensation. Kong Xian, stop right there. My cousin Fu Guqiang was originally the strongest at Chui Lan Peak, that he should have passed the trials and entered Xianlin Peak by now. Oddly enough, I've sent several messages over the past few months, yet have received no news of him. Since you have appeared, where is he? You have unleashed your pressure across all of Chuilan Peak. You cannot possibly tell me you do not know his whereabouts. If you do not clarify today, I will make you regret it. Kong Xian frowned slightly upon hearing this. It turned out this man was Fu Guiqiang's cousin. Fu Guiqiang was the first person he had eliminated after ascending the mountain. The fluttering of a butterfly's wings had indeed stirred the winds of fate. Kong Xian shrugged nonchalantly. With tens of thousands of disciples at Chuilan Peak, I am under no obligation to keep track of your missing cousin. You seek death. A palpable killing intent enveloped Kong Xian. Fu Jinnan, confident in his fourth level of qi condensation, believed it was only natural that a newly arrived disciple could not possibly be his match, especially one from Chuilan Peak, that he intended to demonstrate his dominance and instill fear in Kong Xian, so he would understand the meaning of respect in Xianlin Peak. In a flash, Fu Jinnan lunged forward like a lion pouncing on its prey, unleashing his full strength. However, Kong Xian also moved in that instant that a fierce wind surged past his ear, and a fist seemingly tore through the void, appearing before Fu Jinnan's eyes. The force of the punch bore down on him, causing a sharp pain as the wind whipped against his face. Fu brother, be careful. Several voices of concern rang out from behind him. This punch will make you aware of our respective strengths. Kong Xian's fist halted mere inches from Fu Jinnan's face, the force of the wind causing him discomfort. Originally, Fu Jinnan excelled in the ghostly shadow dominance fist, a technique that enhanced agility and made one elusive and difficult to counter. Yet, now it seemed he was being publicly humiliated by Kong Xian. His face twitched with suppressed anger as he forced himself to maintain composure. You are lacking in martial ethics. You attacked me without warning. At such a tender age, one fails to learn properly. It is truly a pity for such potential to be squandered. Very well. Kong Xian chuckled as he withdrew his fist. Fu Jinnan, with grand gestures, launched his second strike. As everyone finally discerned the situation, it became apparent that he had taken the initiative, closing in on himself. Only then did Kong Xian's body nimbly evade, with a slight sway. He resembled a sturdy tree weathering a tempest, rebounding fiercely once the winds had passed. A punch, resounding like thunder. Boom! This fist, without a hint of reason, was aimed squarely at Fu Jinnan's face. As the fist loomed larger, Fu Jinnan felt his heart bleed. Kong Xian's movements were enigmatic, and his speed was astonishing. The power behind this punch was nothing short of staggering. It was evident that his realm surpassed Fu Jinnan's by leaps and bounds. How could this be? A million wild stallions galloped in his mind, and he could not fathom that someone new from Chuilan Peak could possess such extraordinary strength. In that moment, countless thoughts raced through his mind. There was no time to evade. He could only brace himself for the impact. Fortunately, his advantage lay in his robust physique and formidable strength. He had fought his way from Chuilan Peak to claim the top position in Xianlin Peak. Fu Jinnan's heart was resolute. He, too, unleashed the ultimate techniques he had mastered. With a swift punch, he blocked it in front of his nose. Bang! As their fists collided, Fu Jinnan felt an overwhelming force strike down upon him, as if his wrist bones were crushed by a colossal hammer, resulting in a series of sharp cracks. A terrifying aura surged from the depths of his being, causing his hair to stand on end. That punch was far too powerful. It shattered, beginning at his knuckles. The force traveled through his palm, wrist, elbow, and along his entire arm, spreading to one side of his shoulder. Inside Fu Jinnan's arm, his bones splintered into fragments. At that moment, with flesh and bone intertwined, below the shoulder, his right arm had become akin to a heap of minced meat. The impact sent him flying, taking several individuals down with him, all tumbling to the ground. Fu Shixiang, are you all right? How could this kid be so strong? He definitely does not possess merely the third layer of qi condensation. His followers, who had initially anticipated witnessing Kong Xian being soundly beaten, were utterly astonished by this unexpected. Kong Xian turned around and beheld a frail senior brother, as slender as a bamboo pole, engaging in conversation with him. Greetings, senior brother. Kong Xian offered a slight bow. My surname is Wang. You may simply call me Old Wang. As this is your first visit, it would be wise to explore other tasks. The senior brother suggested, do not waste your time on this one. Have you not noticed? Not a single person has taken it up with the jade slip. Kong Xian inquired, greetings, senior brother Wang. Might I ask why this task remains unclaimed? I would appreciate your enlightenment. You are new here and likely unaware, the senior brother replied. The blue-eared, golden-striped rabbit is exceptionally elusive, and it harbors an intense fear of humans that it often flits before one's eyes, visible yet impossible to capture. Kong Xian nodded, recognizing that the task's generous rewards must be accompanied by certain challenges. Furthermore, the senior brother continued, the crux of the matter is that these rabbits dwell at the fringes of Misty Ridge. One misstep could lead one beyond its boundaries into the Black Hollow Valley. Black Hollow Valley, Kong Xian echoed. Though the 800-mile expanse of Black Hollow Valley lies within the sect's jurisdiction, it has long escaped the protective barrier of the mountain's formation. It is a perilous region surrounding Xianlin Peak. The valley is shrouded in perpetual darkness, with clouds rolling ominously overhead. The periphery is rife with poisonous miasma, and within, the roars of beasts echo. Who knows what formidable creatures lurk there? Each year, several disciples enter, never to return. The sect, upon learning of such occurrences, merely brushes them aside. Thus, the elders within the sect advise everyone to steer clear of that place. Ah, I see, Kong Xian responded, understanding dawning upon him. Given the unpredictable nature of the beasts and the inherent dangers of the region, it was no wonder that no one wished to undertake such a task. You truly grasp the situation. You understand immediately, Senior Brother Wang exclaimed. But what are you doing? Suddenly, Wang noticed Kong Xian wielding his sect's jade slip, making an imprint that a beam of spiritual light infused the task's details into Kong Xian's slip. Wang's expression shifted to one of desperation, nearly shedding tears. You accepted this task? Why on earth would you do that? His face bore the unmistakable expression of disappointment, as if lamenting the futility of his earlier warnings. Kong Xian blushed, responding, "Oh, I simply observed that no one was taking this task, which seemed quite unfortunate. I had no ulterior motives. I merely wished to contribute to our sect." Upon hearing this, Senior Brother Wang's brow furrowed, and his demeanor grew serious as he pondered for a long moment. Finally, he nodded slowly. "Junior brother, you display remarkable insight. As disciples of the sect, we have already enjoyed numerous privileges, even when taking on tasks. We often engage in careful calculations of benefit and risk. Everyone seeks to do less while gaining more. Alas, should this trend persist, we risk losing our integrity. The Wanxian sect is in dire need of fresh blood like yours, with such noble aspirations. Henceforth, I, Wang, shall also strive to amend my ways. I shall accept a task that no one else dares to undertake." With determination, he cast a solemn glance at Kong Xian and proceeded towards another overlooked blue task. Kong Xian had resolved to embrace the thrill of venturing into the perilous unknown. Choosing the path of mediocrity may signify stability, a universally coveted state, yet also risks reducing one to a synonym for the mundane. Fortune lies in the embrace of danger. Chapter 56. Riding the wind like a sparrow. Xianlin Peak is not situated by the dawn and dusk. A vast sea of clouds envelopes the region. Now, at midday, one can behold the distant mountains and canyons from the West Sea dock, a verdant expanse stretching for miles. The solitary, towering main peak is flanked by 4 celestial crossings. The West Sea Crossing, beyond the sheer cliffs, is graced by the fleeting glimmers of sword light, each beam resembling a delicate thread woven by celestial beings, intertwining in midair to form a breathtaking tableau, as disciples of Xianlin Peak soar from and into the West Sea Crossing on their flying swords. Nearby, several senior brothers, having mastered their flying swords yet afflicted by acrophobia, clutch their blades tightly, shrinking their necks as they gazed down into the abyss below. A mere glance downward conjured images of their own demise, leaving them chilled to the bone. Thus, even those proficient with flying swords dared not embark from this crossing, shunning the precarious wooden platform extending 10 feet over the cliff. Yet for Kong Xian, witnessing such a magnificent display of celestial prowess for the first time sent his heart racing with excitement. He longed for the day he too could soar through the skies like a bird. He approached the suspended wooden platform jutting from the rock face. This elevation was far beyond what disciples of the 5th stage of qi condensation should be capable of reaching. Could it be that only those of higher cultivation frequented this place? After observing for a moment, Kong Xian noticed surges of formidable air currents gushing forth from the chasm below, propelling skyward. The brothers riding the wind were harnessing these natural currents to return to the West Sea crossing. Feeling the astonishing airflow and the caress of the wind, Kong Xian's yearning to soar higher intensified. "Sword, come forth!" The demon-slaying sword at his back responded, tracing a radiant arc through the air before settling at his feet. With a single step, he leaped onto the blade, which quivered slightly before transforming into a bolt of lightning. Launching him off the platform, Kong Xian experienced a powerful gust lifting him, wild and fierce, akin to a stampede of 1,000 steeds, roaring ceaselessly. With great effort, he harnessed a spiritual energy to steady the sword, grounding himself as firmly as a mountain. His inaugural experience of true flight was far less graceful than that of the seasoned brothers familiar with the currents, as he distanced himself from the mountain. The turbulent winds gradually subsided. The breeze brushed against his face, refreshing yet filled with a sense of challenge and trial. His field of vision expanded, and he gazed upward at the rolling clouds illuminated by the sun, forming layers of ethereal waves, akin to a stunning painting that uplifted the spirit. The distant mountains undulated, lush and vibrant, reminiscent of a masterful landscape painting. Beneath him, the unfathomable depths of the abyss instilled a sense of awe. Yet Kong Xian's heart brimmed with courage and ambition, for he had taken the first step on his path to flight. Now he, too, wielded a sword like an immortal, treading the skies. While soaring, Kong Xian sensed the swirling currents of air around him. An awakening from deep within his bloodline stirred, as if nature's winds had transformed into its very breath, harmonizing with his heartbeat. With this realization, the resistance he felt while flying diminished remarkably, reducing the spiritual energy required for his flight. The fierce winds filled his billowing robes, and he reveled in the exhilaration of freedom. As though invisible wings supported him, he was a bird, unencumbered, soaring through the heavens. Fully embracing the joy and thrill of flight, as he glided southwestward, Kong Xian continually adjusted his posture and trajectory, honing his wind-riding technique in this vast expanse of nature. He truly grasped the essence of the wind-riding art. Only by confronting the fierce winds beneath him could he continually push his limits and advance on his path to cultivation. This was not something one could achieve in the confines of a humble cave. He envisioned the future, propelled by the elevation changes of Xianlin Peak, and soon flew a distance exceeding 30 miles in a single breath. Gradually, he descended upon a mountain ridge. The flying sword traced a shimmering arc around him. Surrounding him stood ancient trees, towering majestically. Despite the blazing sun overhead, the forest was dappled with shifting shadows. As he tread upon the soft, fallen branches and leaves, they emitted a gentle rustling sound. The air was imbued with a refreshing essence of nature. Kong Xian advanced cautiously toward his southwestern target, accustomed to maneuvering through the woods of Qianlin Peak. He traversed the forest at a swift pace, and in a moment, he arrived at the entrance to the sect's protective barrier, 50 miles from Xianlin Peak. Here, high-ranking attendant disciples guarded the mountain gate, verifying the identification tokens and purposes of those entering and exiting as a disciple of Xianlin Peak, armed with a task jade slip. Kong Xian had ample reason to be outside. Once his credentials were confirmed, he was granted unobstructed passage. After the attendant recorded his token, he cautioned, "Junior brother, this is your first venture outside the mountain. Remember, disciples of Xianlin Peak are permitted to be away for no more than a month at a time." Kong Xian, brimming with joy, clapped his hands, exclaiming, "The sect's 1-month limit must be a precaution against potential dangers I may encounter outside. Should I fail to return, the elders will surely send someone to search for me, correct?" The attendant shook his head, replying, "The registration is merely a formality. If you were a disciple of Tai Ti Peak or higher, the sect would provide special accommodations for disciples of Xianlin Peak like yourself. Unless the task is exceptionally difficult or circumstances warrant, the sect will not intervene lightly. Thus, for you, it is best to return promptly. Should you exceed the allotted time, the mountain regulations stipulate confinement." He paused before adding, "However, Junior brother Kong Xian, I admire your innocence." Kong Xian shrugged, once again acutely aware of the disparity in status between the disciples of Xianlin Peak and those of Tidy Peak. It dawned on him that disciples of Xianlin Peak, despite their elite status, might perish in the field carrying out missions without anyone to retrieve their remains, with thousands of disciples under its banner. The sheer number was overwhelming that he realized that in order to secure greater access to resources, he must ascend to the more prestigious Tidy Peak at the earliest opportunity. He departed the mountain gate. Kong Xian walked for a while, when suddenly, a bluebird flitted overhead, its lithe body weaving gracefully through the trees. The bird's elegant movements filled him with inspiration, while he could navigate smoothly in unobstructed spaces. He understood this was merely the first step. When faced with true adversaries, be it in pursuit or evasion, he would need the ability to evade various spells and dangers, surpassing his opponents in both skill and speed. Thus, he resolved to enhance his wind-riding technique vigorously. Only by doing so could he increase his chances of victory against formidable opponents in the future. Turning his gaze toward the direction the bluebird had flown, his thoughts began to stir. This place was far more suitable for practicing his wind-riding technique than his own dwelling. This time, he would not soar high, but would instead fly within the confines of the forest. Towering trees with branches of all sizes and shapes, intertwined vines, and chaotic underbrush surrounded him. With an uncertain path ahead, he would navigate through the dense thicket on his sword, striving to elevate his speed. If he could evade branches, vines, and shrubs as effortlessly as the agile bluebird, it would signify a significant improvement in his skills. With this thought, Kong Xian's eyes gleamed with determination. His demon-slaying sword gradually emerged from its sheath. He stepped forward, and a beam of sword light began to accelerate. Suddenly, he found himself dodging the surrounding branches and vines. However, the forest was dense, and with no clear sense of direction, it was nearly impossible to avoid every obstacle. Countless branches were severed by the sharp sword light or forcefully pushed aside as he flew through. Where he passed, vines and branches lay scattered on the ground, while he aimed to control his sword and navigate around obstacles. In reality, he was recklessly cutting through the forest, forging a path amidst chaos. His movements were less akin to the graceful bluebird and more like a wild boar, crashing through the underbrush and startling numerous insects and birds. Shrinking his head into his shoulders, he shielded his face with his hands, peering through his fingers. His body swayed left and right, twisting and turning with both sword and self. Had it been anyone else, they would have likely fallen from the flying sword long ago. Yet he clumsily pressed on. After rounding a bend in the mountain, he was unexpectedly confronted by the trunk of a massive, broken tree. Bang! His body collided solidly with the moss-covered decaying wood, embedding him into the trunk and nearly sending him into unconsciousness. Regaining his footing, he surveyed the human-shaped hole he had created in the tree and found no frustration. Only a smile gracing his face. Brushing off the dust, he felt a surge of satisfaction. Even after crashing into the tree, he had sustained no injuries. Remarkably, even after navigating through thorns, shrubs, and various sharp dangers within the forest, his clothing had remained unscathed. This at least proved that his newly enhanced attire was reliable. Without such improved disciple robes protecting him, he would have surely been left with nary a patch of unscathed skin after such scrapes. Chapter 57. The Wolf's Claw as Blade. The wolf's fang as edge. After taking a brief respite, Kong Xian resumed his flight through the woods on his sword. However, he soon found himself ensnared by several vines, nearly leading to a fate akin to hanging. Undeterred, he brushed off the dirt and continued his erratic dash through the forest. After flying several miles, he failed to notice a protruding black branch. Bang! The flying sword continued onward, but his body was abruptly halted, leaving him suspended in midair before tumbling down unceremoniously. Thus, his practice consisted of flying for a while, then resting after each tumble. Nevertheless, his progress remained unimpeded. After a little over half a day, he was still approximately 400 miles from his destination at Yanhua Ridge, where he was to catch rabbits. Sitting on a large stone, he swallowed 2 medicinal pills and began to meditate. Suddenly, several piercing roars echoed through the forest, sending shivers down his spine. The tranquility of the woods was shattered. Kong Xian perked up his ears, listening intently. The roars seemed to emanate from deep within the forest, carrying an unsettling aura. They were still about 10 miles away. Although this area lay within the sect's territory, it was far from the main grounds. Should danger arise, he could only rely on himself. A sense of vigilance washed over Kong Xian, dispelling any remnants of complacency. The carefree spirit he had while practicing his swordplay and exploring the mountains was replaced by a focused alertness. He continued his journey southwest, a lone figure on his sword, moving swiftly despite the ungainly manner of his actions. Suddenly, a foul wind surged from deep within the woods. In an instant, a wave of heat, thick with a pungent odor, rushed toward him, causing Kong Xian's heart to race. Without hesitation, he assumed a defensive posture. A massive wolf-like demon beast appeared in his line of sight, blocking his path and emitting a roar that reverberated through the air. Fixing his gaze upon the creature, he withdrew his sword light and readied himself. The beast was enormous, its jaws agape to reveal sharp fangs, and a swirling vortex of wind was rapidly forming in its throat. Its eyes gleamed with a fierce light, seemingly fixated on its prey. This creature was the legendary demon beast known as the Wind Wolf. A tyrant of the forest, this beast possessed an innate ability to master wind-based spells. Its body was cloaked in thick black fur, muscles rippling, emanating a palpable ferocity. With its tail raised and cunning glint in its eyes, the demon fixated on Kong Xian, bloodlust evident in its gaze. The sharpness of its teeth and claws were secondary. The wind sphere it exhaled was a swirling tempest, a force that could cleave through anything in its path. Kong Xian observed as the beast gathered its wind sphere with astonishing speed, his expression shifting to one of alarm. Locking eyes with the creature sent a tremor through his mind, as if it sought to ensnare his consciousness. This beast's cultivation level was likely equivalent to the fourth layer of qi condensation. Clearly, the Wind Wolf had sensed Kong Xian's presence from afar, preparing for an encounter, one not formed in Kong Xian's stomach, but he did not retreat. With his demon-slaying sword in hand, he fixed his gaze resolutely upon the demon beast, ready to face this sudden fight for his life. The Wind Wolf emitted a chilling growl from its throat. With a head the size of a water barrel, it forcefully whipped its neck, sending the condensed wind sphere hurtling toward Kong Xian. The sphere traveled at incredible speed, a chaotic whirlwind resembling a myriad of blades. Kong Xian remained utterly focused, unyielding that as it approached, he swung his demon-slaying sword, transforming it into a streak of silver light aimed at the wind sphere with tremendous force. With sword as his weapon, he struck. The moment the blade met the wind sphere, a sharp metallic clash reverberated through the air. Like a rapidly spinning grinding wheel, the demon-slaying sword was honed against the tempest. Had this been a low-grade flying sword from Talon Peak, it would have crumbled under the pressure. However, the demon-slaying sword glimmered with a flash of spiritual light, fueled by Kong Xian's unwavering fighting spirit. The wind sphere was cleaved in two, dissipating into the I in that moment. Kong Xian's murderous intent surged forth, enveloping the Wind Wolf within its grasp. This strike solidified Kong Xian's determination and fortitude. The Wind Wolf bared its teeth, emitting low growls, drool dripping from its jaws. Its body quivered slightly, not in fear, but in preparation for a powerful onslaught, with a mighty thrust of its muscular legs. The beast lunged toward Kong Xian like a mountain, its speed astonishing as it closed the distance in an instant, fangs glinting ominously, seemingly intent on tearing Kong Xian to shreds. A cold smile crept across Kong Xian's lips as he prepared for the fierce clash. The demon-slaying sword met the Wind Wolf's claws, producing a cacophony of jarring impacts. The Wind Wolf was ferocious, its massive head filled with robust claws resembling four blades arrayed in formation. Each strike shatters the colossal stone upon which Kong Xian once stood. Every assault he unleashes carries the ferocity of a tempest. Terrifying gusts, akin to 1,000 knives, erupt one after another from his throat. Agilely, Kong Xian evades the Wind Wolf's onslaught, occasionally meeting it head dash on, in his grasp. The demon-slaying sword transforms into a gleaming silver arc. Each collision with the wolf's sharp fangs and claws delivers a tremendous shock to the creature. A strike capable of crushing boulders is momentarily halted in mid-air by this diminutive human, before the force sends it reeling backwards, even propelling it into the air. After perceiving the full extent of the Wind Wolf's might, Kong Xian toys with the heart of his prey. A blade of light, tinged with crimson, tears through the wolf's underbelly, leaving a long gash. The fire thief scripture operates autonomously, and from this strike, a sliver of agility is siphoned from the wind wolf, bestowing a lasting enhancement to Kong Xian's nimbleness. Even the smallest gain accumulates over time. He deftly maneuvers. He and his sword glide beneath the wolf's neck. This ends here. In an instant, the demon-slaying sword severs the wind wolf's throat. A fatal blow. The wind wolf emits a reluctant howl before collapsing, its body trembling as the light of life gradually fades from its eyes. Ancient texts have recorded that within demon beasts lies a demon core, infused with the essence of heaven and earth, which can be ingested to bolster one's cultivation. He hastens to the corpse, discovering a translucent demon core the size of a soybean nestled within the beast's skull. In contrast to the surrounding bloodshed, the core emanates a refreshing fragrance that soothes the senses. Additionally, he collects the wolf's hide, fangs, and claws as spoils of war, essential materials for crafting talismans, artifacts, and garments for several foundational tasks. Through his recent battle, Kong Xian also identifies another shortcoming. His over-reliance on the demon-slaying sword hampers his combat efficiency when used for flight, robbing him of the swiftness that accompanies his wind manipulation. Moreover, he recalls that his storage pouch still contains 10 inferior flying swords. If he could employ them, it would significantly enhance his prowess. With this thought, he considers the wolf's fangs and claws. If these inferior swords cannot withstand the fragments of the divine sword, surely the claws of this fourth-tier wind wolf can bear the strain? As dusk approaches, the day wanes. Kong Xian finds a massive, ancient tree trunk in the forest. Long since toppled, he wields the demon-slaying sword to carve out a concealed hollow. After ensuring the surroundings are quiet, he retrieves the Heaven's Insight. He places one inferior flying sword and a wolf claw inside, following which he deposits several spirit stones. Though the Heaven's Insight defies the heavens, it adheres to the fundamental principle of equivalent exchange. After inserting 2 spirit stones, a familiar brilliance erupts from within. Clouds of ethereal energy swirl, and after a few breaths, the energy dissipates. The inferior flying sword now exhibits a marked transformation. Particularly, the blade bears 4 needle-like spikes formed from the wind wolf's claws, elevating its quality beyond that of the adjacent swords. Observing this wolf claw sword alongside the demon-slaying sword, he contemplates but ultimately decides against a swap. Instead, he targets a massive boulder resembling a reclining cow. With a swift motion, the demon-slaying sword cleaves the boulder in 2. Next, he employs the wolf claw sword. While it does not split the boulder entirely, it creates a fissure over a foot long. However, this fracture is not merely a shallow gash. It leaves deep claw marks along the sides. Moments later, the claw marks, penetrating 3 inches into the stone, result in total devastation, reducing it to dust as the night breeze sweeps through. The remnants vanish entirely. Kong Xian is filled with exuberance. This seemingly unassuming sword wields incredible power. In the future, even the most formidable beings and demon beasts at the Qi condensation realm would find themselves at a disadvantage against this blade. Chapter 58. The blue-eared, golden-striped rabbit Kong Xian is quite pleased with this sword and retrieves another inferior flying sword. This time, he uses a wolf fang as a material, after adding 4 spirit stones. The Heaven's Insight undergoes a transformation, merging the inferior flying sword with the wolf fang to create the wolf fang sword. Its quality ascends to the highest state achievable by its components. The outward appearance of the wolf fang sword remains largely unchanged, but upon closer inspection, one can discern a sharp fang at the tip. Should an enemy be pierced by this blade, it would undoubtedly result in a gruesome wound. Additionally, when the sword is swung, it emits a howl reminiscent of the wailing wind, infused with the wind wolf's elemental power. When fueled by spiritual energy, it can easily unleash a slicing wind blade. Having absorbed the essence of 4 spirit stones, coupled with Kong Xian's formidable spiritual force, its power rivals that of the gusts emitted by the wind wolf, that a portion of the reclining cow stone is obliterated by a wind blade. Exploding into fragments, overjoyed, Kong Xian repeats the process, merging the remaining wolf claws and fangs with the inferior flying swords. Point 10 Inferior flying swords now yield 4 wolf fang swords, 4 wolf claw swords, leaving only 2 ordinary ones. Looking up, he sees the night sky adorned with stars and the moon in the dark forest. Various sounds echo from near and far, some high, some low, filling the air with an unsettling sense of danger. Despite his boldness, Kong Xian finds the cacophony of unknown threats disconcerting. Given the perilous wildlife in this desolate mountain, for safety's sake, he stands upon the demon-slaying sword. Lifting off the ground, he glides above the forest. Traversing the treetops, the night wind in the deep mountains carries a chilled eye in the distance. A ridge looms, shrouded in mist and illuminated by the moonlight, radiating 4 hues of light. That must be Misty Ridge. Just then, a colossal tree beneath him seems to come alive, violently shaking and producing a thunderous sound. Kong Xian focuses downward, only to see a terrifying maw erupt from the treetops, hurtling toward him like a bolt from the blue. The immense mouth appears capable of swallowing an entire mountain in one gulp, exuding a stench even more pungent than that of the wind wolf. It is a gigantic blunt-nosed python, several yards in length. Its body encased in thick, striped scales, its eyes gleam like rubies, exuding a fierce light, and behind its eyelids, a pair of menacing horns protrude. This creature is a demon beast known as the tiger python. Another 4th-tier demon beast. Without a moment's hesitation, Kong Xian uses the immortal slaying sword to swiftly evade in a flash. He transforms into a silver streak, deftly dodging the python's assault. The creature's body suffers a deep gash from his sword's energy. Hiss! However, this strike only momentarily halts the tiger python, inciting it to unleash an even more frenzied attack. Following this, the tiger python launches itself in the treetops, its massive body thrashing wildly in an attempt to ensnare and devour Kong Xian. The man and beast engage in a fierce chase atop the treetops. Seeing the dire situation escalate, Kong Xian hastily taps his storage pouch. Point 2 Inferior flying swords soar forth, transforming into silver rainbows that streak through the air towards the python's head. The tiger python coils its body, but the flying swords are already upon it. Clang! The python lets out a roar. Its scales prove harder than anticipated, merely leaving 2 faint scratches upon the inferior flying swords, failing to penetrate its armor. The python, seeing this, flicks its crimson tongue. With its hardened scales, it gazes coldly at Kong Xian, no longer regarding him as a threat. Without a second thought, Kong Xian taps his storage pouch again. Wolf claws, wolf fangs. 4 radiant beams of light burst forth. 4 wolf claw swords race toward the python's body, followed closely by 4 wolf fang swords. The tiger python, entirely dismissive of these incoming flying swords, retracts its tongue and suddenly spews forth a torrent of green venom, hurling it toward Kong Xian. Anticipating this, he swiftly dodges on his flying sword. The venom strikes a towering ancient tree, which has weathered countless storms for hundreds of years, instantly withering it into a puddle of mud, devoid of life. The potency of this toxin leaves Kong Xian astounded. Meanwhile, a series of thunderous impacts resonate from the tiger python. The 4 wolf claw swords strike against the python's body. Each sword, akin to a wolf's claw, not only rips away large patches of its scales, but also inflicts grievous wounds upon its flesh. In an instant, the python is left bloodied and mangled. Sensing the threat to its life, the tiger python emits a deafening roar, its massive head rearing back as it coils rapidly, attempting to shield itself from the flying sword's assault. However, Kong Xian had anticipated this move. Yet the assault is not over, for wind blades follow closely behind. The 4 Wolfang flying swords simultaneously gather spiritual energy, unleashing 4 slicing wind blades, all aimed at the very spots where the wolf claws had breached its defenses. The whispers of the wind pierced flesh, cold as steel, transforming into the ominous sounds of cracking limbs. The colossal form was cleaved into 5 segments by the wolf fang sword, accompanied by a thunderous scream from the tiger python. Kong Xian, wielding the demon-slaying sword, descended from the heavens, plunging the blade between the creature's brows, piercing its skull. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, showering the treetops in what resembled a rain of crimson. The great python, though mortally wounded and severed into several parts, continued to writhe in agony. Ultimately, the segments tumbled from the canopy to the ground, their life force gradually extinguished. Kong Xian sensed that the attributes he had plundered from the tiger python were distinctly different from those of the wind wolf. This time, his body's flexibility and elasticity had been enhanced slightly. The growth brought about by these unfamiliar attributes filled Kong Xian with anticipation for the next battle. Upon severing the python's head, he discovered a fourth-tier tiger python demon core. Additionally, he noticed the creature's pair of false horns, its gallbladder, and its venom sac, all of which were also listed as bounties in the task corridor. Making for splendid spoils of war, a hint of confusion stirred within Kong Xian. Logically, the Misty Ridge, being close to the Xianlin Peak and frequented by disciples, should be a relatively safe area. It was rare to encounter beasts of the fourth tier or higher. How had he come across two in a single day? Was it merely a stroke of extraordinary luck? The remaining two flying swords were each enhanced by synthesizing them with the snake venom. Consuming 10 spirit stones apiece, the two venom-infused swords glimmered with a verdant radiance, instilling a chill in the hearts of those who beheld them. Having witnessed the potency of the snake venom, Kong Xian knew these weapons would prove remarkably effective against foes. Nevertheless, he sheathed the blades into the earth, obscuring their eerie glow with dirt, rendering them unremarkable and less conspicuous. They would only reveal their true power when the time came to strike. By midnight, Kong Xian finally reached the bounds of Misty Ridge. He found a clearing by the forest's edge and lit a campfire. The flames dispelled the chill and the valley's pervasive dampness, casting a warm glow upon Kong Xian, who sat cross-legged with closed eyes, embodying a captivating yet otherworldly masculinity. Suddenly, sensing a presence nearby, he discreetly opened a narrow slit in his eyes, peering towards the sound of delicate footfalls upon withered twigs and fallen leaves. His heart raced with exhilaration. There, just a short distance away, was a rabbit the size of a domestic cat, its elongated blue ears shimmering faintly. Its bright red eyes curiously scrutinized him, seemingly captivated, remaining still and entranced. Its body was adorned with patterns reminiscent of golden ingots, both large and small. At first glance, it appeared utterly adorable. However, the most peculiar feature was its tail. Unlike the typical round tuft of a rabbit, this creature's tail resembled that of a rat, 3 to 5 feet long, slender, bald, and black, writhing erratically on the ground like a restless worm, causing an unsettling sensation in the observer's heart. Despite its unattractiveness, Kong Xian felt a surge of delight. Was fortune truly favoring him? With the task's target presenting itself so readily, he remained motionless, searching for the opportune moment to strike. He watched the rabbit intently, ready to unleash his flying sword at the slightest turn of its head, even if it merely shifted its gaze away from him. Yet, this peculiar creature seemed immensely intrigued by him, staring vacantly, its three-pronged mouth beginning to drool as its fuzzy little paws excitedly rubbed together, as if perceiving Kong Xian as an extraordinarily tempting carrot. This scene sent a shiver down Kong Xian's spine. What was happening? Chapter 59. Waiting for the rabbit? This is unusual. A jolt of unease coursed through Kong Xian. The sight before him was utterly unexpected. Before he could make a move, the blue-eared, golden-patterned rabbit, unable to contain its excitement, took small steps closer to him, its mouth dripping with glistening saliva. Observing the rabbit's eager, bouncing approach, Kong Xian felt a pang of panic. Its bright red gaze reminded him eerily of the lustful glint in the eyes of a yellow dog he had raised in his childhood. The distance between them had dwindled to barely 10 feet, close enough to count the whiskers on the rabbit's face. Just as Kong Xian was growing tense, the blue-eared rabbit suddenly halted. Its powerful hind legs propelled it silently, and its adorable, three-pronged mouth unexpectedly expanded like a blooming flower, transforming into an absurdly large size. The head appeared to blossom, its mouth resembling a massive basin, while its original head seemed to shrink into a mere bud. The entire pink cavity surged forward with alarming speed, evidently aimed at devouring Kong Xian's head. "You little thing, you dare to want to eat me?" Kong Xian was taken aback, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Without hesitation, he swiftly sidestepped, evading the rabbit's basin-like maw. With a swift motion, he severed the long tail behind the rabbit. Huh. The rabbit emitted a strange C-R-Y by the time Kong Xian turned to look. The creature had vanished without a trace. He collected the rabbit's tail. Perplexed, hadn't it been said that the blue-eared, golden-patterned rabbit was exceedingly timid, rarely seen, let alone captured? How was it that it had presented itself willingly? Completing a task could be this straightforward? This revelation caught Kong Xian off guard. Sighing in relief, he closed his eyes to meditate once more. After some time, his keen senses detected another presence, jolting him from his trance. He slightly opened his eyes, a familiar sensation washing over him. Was he dreaming? Before him stood yet another blue-eared rabbit. The scene mirrored the previous encounter so closely that Kong Xian felt compelled to rub his eyes and shake his head vigorously. Surely this couldn't be a mere dream. How else could he explain this déjà vu? This time, the blue-eared rabbit was identical to the last, drooling and rubbing its little paws, both timid and determined. Ultimately succumbing to its greed, it opened its mouth wide and lunged at Kong Xian. Without a second thought, he swiftly retaliated. In a flash of sword light, he claimed another tail. Kong Xian pinched his thigh hard. Ouch! This was no mere illusion. Gazing into his storage pouch, he saw two tails still wriggling like live eels, plunging him into contemplation. The rabbits had come to him willingly. How absurd! The third rabbit, undeterred by Kong Xian's gaze, approached with a defiant air, its demeanor still adorably fierce. Kong Xian couldn't help but think of the idiom waiting for the rabbit to come. How could such bizarre happenings exist in the world? As dawn broke, Kong Xian soared into the sky on his sword. Bathed in the sunlight, Misty Ridge unveiled its breathtaking beauty. The four-colored mist swayed gracefully in the morning light, akin to a rainbow painted by celestial beings. Dancing among the mountains, reflecting in the sky, and shimmering with vibrant hues, intoxicating all who beheld it. The ethereal transformation of the scenery resembled a painting from a fantastical realm, a rarity in Kong Xian's life. What astonished him even more was that nestled within a valley of Misty Ridge was a solitary village. That moment. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, revealing thatched cottages, tranquil and serene. Wisps of smoke curled up from the hearths, merging with the colorful clouds, seemingly heralding the arrival of a new day. The landscape was imbued with a sense of quietude and peace. Suddenly, a thunderous roar reverberated from the opposite side, shaking the very earth. Kong Xian gazed into the distance, where the Black Peak Valley lay shrouded in dense clouds. From the vantage of Misty Ridge, the depths of Black Peak Valley were engulfed in dark, swirling clouds. Resembling a heavy, opaque curtain that obstructed sight, this valley seemed a forgotten dark corner, harboring endless mysteries and dangers, as if nature had forged a forbidden zone, concealing everything within its depths, reluctant to reveal its secrets to the outside world. Faintly, Kong Xian heard the distant echoes of roars and snarls from within Black Peak Valley, the sounds of ferocious beasts clashing, savage and fraught with peril. The air thickened with green and purple toxins, creating a suffocating atmosphere that warned intruders of the dangers that lay beyond. Kong Xian withdrew his gaze, initially intending to return and complete his task. However, after a moment's contemplation, he shifted direction towards the village below. "Father, look quickly! There's a celestial being in the sky. Little immortal, come down and rest." As he approached the village, several calls rang out from a distance. Kong Xian looked in surprise to see a father and son working in the terraced fields carved into the mountainside. The elderly man was pulling a plow while a boy of 8 or 9 years assisted him, both cheerfully greeting him. "Unlimited heavenly sovereign, greetings to you both." Kong Xian paused for a moment, his heart swelling with delight at the repeated calls of immortal. As the radiant sword light descended, he stood atop a massive boulder on the mountain cliff. Old Li, brimming with joy, exclaimed, "Little immortal, greetings. I am Old Li from the village. And this is my son, Xiao Yuer. Come down and have a drink." Seeing Old Li's familiar demeanor, devoid of any fear, Kong Xian could not help but inquire, "Old Li, do you often encounter immortals here?" Xiao Yuer interjected eagerly, "Of course, we see immortals all the time. Everyone in our village worships He Xian Gu. Kong Xian was momentarily taken aback. Old Li continued, "Indeed, little immortal. The immortals who associate with her refer to her as Senior Sister He. Surely. You must know her? Kong Xian replied. I am new here, and Senior Sister He has recently entered seclusion, so I am not yet familiar with the stories of this place. As he spoke, he gracefully descended to the ridge beside the two. Shall you fetch some water for the little immortal? Little immortal, take a rest while I share the tales of our Yinxiao village. Yes. Oldly lit a tobacco pipe, sighing, Speaking of Xiangu, the villagers of Yinxiao are filled with endless gratitude. Little immortal, you are young and may not know this, but 40 years ago, this area was a desolate wilderness, devoid of any village that we, the villagers, found ourselves lost in the mountains for various reasons, some pursued by bandits, others fleeing wild beasts or famine, approaching the brink of despair, in our darkest hour. It was Xiangu who rescued us. She brought us here from afar, allowing us to establish our foothold beneath Yinxiao Ridge. From a few households to 3 or 5, then to over 10. Gradually, as more and more people were saved by Xiangu, the village began to flourish. Under the protection of Senior Sister He, we have enjoyed bountiful harvests every year. People live in peace and prosper, and over the course of 40 years, our village has grown to 35 households and over 200 souls. Kong Xian was astonished. It turned out that the villagers of Yinxiao were all rescued souls under the benevolence of the mysterious Senior Sister He. Living in close-knit community, they were oblivious to the outside world, unaware of the Han or Jin dynasties. Truly a secluded paradise. Little immortal, do visit our village. Yes, dear immortal brother, come to our home for some fragrant chives. Kong Xian gazed towards their village, a vague sense of unease lingering in his heart. Chapter 60. Yinxiao Village the day before yesterday. In the afternoon, Fu Zhannan, who had his arm shattered by Kong Xian, left the corridor with a pale complexion. Although he had taken some medicinal pills, and the pain had lessened considerably. His heart burned with indignation, but he stealthily circled back, observing Kong Xian's movements. That it was not until he saw him accept a mission that he allowed himself to be supported, making his way through the eastern cave area for quite some time. Arriving at a remote and seldom visited region, that he headed straight for the adjacent cave dwelling. Fu Zhannan seeks an audience with Senior Sister He. Outside the stone door of the cave, Fu Zhannan bowed deeply, clasping his fists in respect. Inside the cave, a woman in her 50s sat cross-legged. Dressed in a plain gray robe, her withered face concealed the remnants of a sharp and acerbic demeanor from her youth. At this moment, her closed eyes flickered open slightly, revealing a glint of cold light. What is it? In response to Senior Sister He's inquiry, Fu Zhannan felt an overwhelming sense of trepidation. Senior Sister He hailed from Chuilan Peak. While others who arrived at Xianlin Peak either ascended to Tai Ti Peak or, lacking the requisite talent, became servant disciples or left altogether. Only she had entered Xianlin Peak at 17 from Chuilan Peak. Remaining there for 40 years, she was the oldest senior sister still cultivating at Xianlin Peak, her cultivation level a mystery unknown to anyone. Moreover, she had always been a solitary figure, rarely mingling with others, as if harboring countless secrets. Fu Zhannan, having also emerged from Chuilan Peak, always claimed that Senior Sister He was his pillar of support. Hence, when it came to private matters among those from Chuilan Peak, others turned a blind eye and never intervened. He sincerely hoped that this time, Senior Sister He, who typically remained in seclusion, would see fit to help him settle the score, considering his usual respect for her and the many personal favors he had done. Within the cave, upon hearing his words, Senior Sister He displayed an unmistakable hint of impatience. Who robbed you? Fu Zhannan, who often misused her name and caused trouble, sensed her distaste. Yet whenever she required someone to handle matters, she found herself in need of someone like him. Fu Zhannan hastily replied. It was a disciple named Kong Xian, who has just ascended from Chuilan Peak. Kong Xian? He has only just arrived on the mountain. Naturally, you would not have heard of him. But this person, he is utterly inept. He goes around demanding tributes from those of us who have come from Chuilan Peak. It is clear he is nothing but a thief. Fu Zhannan said indignantly. The people from Chuilan Peak were known for their predatory ways. You were robbed by a newcomer, and instead of jumping off a cliff in shame, you dare come to me for help? You have disgraced Chuilan Peak. Senior Sister He frowned, her tone laced with scorn. Alas, I too wish to perish. However, Kong Xian's actions are so outrageous. He is a villain beyond compare, deserving of both human and divine wrath. Even in my injured state, I felt compelled to come to senior sister He, as there is something I must say. Fu Zhennan paused, resolute. Senior sister, Kong Xian has already set off for Yinxia Ridge. When he left, he was cursing, saying he intended to stir up trouble for that stinking woman surnamed He. I heard this with my own ears and could not hide it. That is why I dared to ask senior sister to uphold justice. Fu Zhennan's expression was filled with sorrow, his words dripping with despair. Senior sister, he considered herself the foremost figure of Xianlin Peak, believing her status surpassed even the Xianlin Seven Swords selected each year. At her level of cultivation, it would be beneath her to involve herself in the conflicts of lower disciples. However, Yinxia Ridge and Hexiu Valley concealed her greatest secret. That place was her forbidden ground. How could this Kong Xian, whom she had never met, know her undisclosed secret? Who exactly was this Kong Xian? Could he be connected to that person? It must be so. He had embarked on his first mission directly towards Yinxia Ridge. If I speak a word of falsehood, may heaven strike me down. If senior sister does not believe me, you may go to the mission corridor or the mountain gate to verify the whereabouts of the disciples. A sharp sound echoed in the cave as a glass lamp shattered. Following that, the long-sealed stone door of the cave creaked open. Senior sister, he stepped out from her secluded space. The bluestone path seemed to fracture beneath her feet. Each step radiated a strange energy that sent chills down one's spine. Her figure appeared shrouded in darkness under the sunlight, as if she were a withered soul emerging from a shadowy abyss. Her presence instilled a profound sense of unease among the onlookers, as though she carried an unpredictable force, ready to upend everything. Several of Fu Zhennan's subordinates, seeing senior sister He for the first time, dared not raise their heads to meet her gaze in their hearts, for ominous words loomed. Dangerous individual. Her arrival, though seemingly calm, exuded a sense of dread and terror. As the dust settled, senior sister He's icy gaze bore down on Fu Zhennan. You claim he openly stated his intent to ruin my affairs. As she spoke, her voice sharpened to a piercing edge that it felt as if an invisible hand had seized Fu Zhennan's throat, lifting him off the ground. Senior sister, I would not dare conceal a single word. This person accepted a task that no one else would take, heading directly to Yinxia Ridge to capture blue-eared rabbits. If this is not aimed at you, how could such a coincidence exist? If this is true, I shall go and slay this Kong Xian immediately. But Fu Zhennan, if you dare deceive me, I shall ensure you meet a terrible end. Senior sister, he was seething with fury as she forcefully tossed Fu Zhennan aside. Her resolve unwavering as she headed towards the west sea crossing. Kong Xian followed old Li and his son into the village. Nestled within a secluded, narrow mountain hollow, this place was miles away from the bustling towns. Even fellow disciples descending from the sect would find it difficult to discover this hidden village if they were in a hurry to travel to the village entrance. Blossoms fell like rain. And within the village, paths crisscrossed, with the sounds of chickens and dogs echoing in harmony. That it truly was a realm of earthly delights. Kong Xian could not help but voice the doubt that lingered in his mind. The village is surrounded by mountains, yet I see no formations guarding it. How do the speaking of this mountain was originally not called Yinxia Ridge. It was named so because it harbored a fearsome, poisonous lizard beast that exhaled toxic mist, forming clouds of mist at dawn and dusk. The picturesque sight, reflected by the morning and evening sun on the mountain, became a remarkable spectacle. It was precisely due to the enchanting mist that the name Yinxia Ridge came into being. From the hour of Chun to the hour of Yu, the poisonous lizard was in seclusion within its lair, and during this period, humans and beasts could pass without incident. Otherwise, those who could escape its toxic grasp were but a rare few. He Xiangu helped us choose this valley for settlement and fought fiercely with the poisonous beast for 7 days and 7 nights. In the end, the beast was no match for her and was ultimately subdued and sealed within an ancient well in our village. For the past 40 years, while the mist still lingers over Yinxia Ridge, as long as we adhere to He Xiangu's sacrificial rites and offer tributes annually, The beast has not emerged to harm anyone. Instead, it has become the guardian spirit of our village. As for other demonic beasts, the terrifying aura of this poisonous lizard keeps them at bay, and none dare to approach. Sealing, sacrifices? Each of these matters exudes an air of the bizarre. A tumultuous wave surged within Kong Xian's heart, and the feeling of unease intensified. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Kong Xian felt a chill run down his spine as he gazed towards the village entrance that a gigantic clawed insect beast, over 10 feet in length, was flying in from the direction of the village entrance. This monstrous creature, clad in glimmering black steel armor, bore a terrifyingly large claw capable of cleaving cattle in two. Its 6 legs were adorned with sharp, backward-facing spines. Its blood-red 3 eyes met his gaze, seemingly intent on devouring his very soul. It flapped its wings, producing a rapid buzzing sound, stirring up thick clouds of dust around it as it hurtled towards him. Kong Xian swallowed hard. Did you not say that no demonic beast dared to set foot here for the past 40 years? Is this creature someone's pet? Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed old Li and his son, both pale and huddled together, seemingly on the verge of losing control of their bladders. It turned out this was no jest. Chapter 61. The wrath of the immortal Kong Xian's heart tightened, and a resolute glint flickered in his eyes. The demon-slaying sword behind him unsheathed with a brilliant glow as he stepped forward to meet the furious roar of the gigantic clawed insect beast. The beast's shadow loomed like a mountain. Its massive claws suddenly opened wide, dripping with remnants of flesh and blood, instilling boundless terror. The surrounding villagers, witnessing this scene, fled to their homes, sealing their doors and windows. Kong Xian, undeterred, wielded the shimmering sword, launching 4 flying swords towards the clawed insect beast. The clash of their forces sent sword energy slicing through the air, sparks flying. The 4 wolf claw swords could not cleave through the armored insect directly, but they momentarily halted the beast, its gaze filled with avarice as it aimed to clamp down on Kong Xian once more. Kong Xian's movements were agile. His eyes keenly observing, he deftly sidestepped the beast's assault. Though the insect shell was impervious, the wings, usually covered by 2 thick armored plates, produced a thunderous buzz as they flapped, revealing their vulnerability. Channeling his intent, he struck with 2 swords towards its head. The other 2 circled behind, aiming for the base of its wings. Each strike was precise. Crack! With a crisp sound, 1 pair of wings was severed, and green ichor sprayed forth. Kong Xian pressed forward, the demon-slaying sword transforming into an arc of light that pierced into the insect's 3-eyed forehead. An invisible, formidable force extracted a surge of vitality from the wound, permanently augmenting Kong Xian's own power. The clawed insect plummeted to the ground, frenziedly thrashing its 6 legs and wreaking havoc, enveloping the area in dust clouds. Kong Xian struggled to maintain his footing, being flung away. Nearby houses collapsed, shrouding the entire village entrance in a haze. Seeing this, Kong Xian furrowed his brow. With a sweep of his right arm, a ball of raging fire shot forth, transforming into a fiery bird. Though no larger than a sparrow, its flames blazed with immense vigor. As it soared through the dust, it left behind a long trail of fire. Bird of fire technique. Whoosh! The flames erupted, engulfing the clawed insect within their inferno. Most terrifyingly, a pure white flame ignited from within, exploding outward from every joint and crevice of the insect's body, resembling a fire within a fire. Amidst the insect's trembling and grotesque writhing, a magnificent scene unfolded. Before long, the clawed insect was reduced to ashes. Despite its fearsome appearance and combat prowess, it was of a low tier compared to Kong Xian. He walked through the embers and retrieved a 3rd-tier demon core. Old Li and his son, hiding behind a house, cautiously emerged once the dust settled. Old Li exclaimed in excitement, "It's all right now. Everyone need not fear. You can come out. Thankfully, the little immortal is here. He saved us all." The demon beast has been slain by the little immortal. The villagers slowly emerged from their homes. Even those laboring outside rushed back upon hearing the commotion, cautiously gathering near the village as they saw the crisis had passed. "Little immortal, we thank you for saving our lives. Our entire village bows to you." Old Li pulled his son, leading the villagers in a deep bow to Kong Xian. He hurriedly tried to stop them, but the sheer number of villagers made it impossible for him to resist. The previously expressionless insect had no discernible facial features, yet Kong Xian felt an unsettling familiarity. Whether it was the winged wolf, tiger python, blue-eared rabbit, or this clawed insect, in retrospect, they all bore a similar essence. As this thought surfaced, the very ground of the village trembled with a deep rumble. It was as if some terrifying entity was awakening beneath the earth. Kong Xian, observing the collapsed houses due to the insect's rampage, furrowed his brow, his resolve solidifying. Everyone, I truly cannot stay here any longer. I must take my leave. With that, he disregarded the villagers' pleas and stepped onto his flying sword, riding the wind away. As he soared over Yinxia village, he caught sight of an ancient stone well at the western edge of the village. The well's mouth was bound by hundreds of red ropes, with talismans plastered all around. As he passed over the well, an overwhelming aura of demonic energy surged forth. It felt as if some terrifying beast was on the verge of breaking free. The ominous premonition within Kong Xian intensified. He could not allow the destruction of the village due to his presence. His heart raced as he hastily departed. With his retreat, the commotion behind him seemed to finally subside. Yet, deep below the earth, a terrifying force had awakened, stealthily pursuing the direction of the sword-riding figure above. An hour later, He Xiangu arrived. The compassionate He Xiangu descended to save the suffering. We are saved. Everyone, quickly come out and pay respects to He Xiangu. He Xiangu, riding a plum blossom scepter, approached on the winds. Her gaze fell upon the ruined houses and the remnants of battle within the village. The expression on her face was one the villagers had never before witnessed, a look of severe displeasure. What transpired here? Her voice was harsh, devoid of her usual compassion. I in the crowd. Everyone turned to Old Li. He quickly responded, reporting to the immortal auntie. A demon beast suddenly attempted to attack the village. Thankfully, a little immortal happened to be visiting and saved us. Upon hearing this, He Xiangu's countenance twisted into a terrifying mask, one that the villagers had never seen before. Did you encounter some trouble? Where is he now? We wanted to keep him, but he left in that direction. The villagers pointed to the same spot. Following their indication, He Xiangu's pupils constricted sharply. Without uttering a word, she flew towards the ancient well on her plum blossom scepter. Upon noticing the well emanating an aura completely different from usual, her face turned as dark as a pot's bottom. I prepared for this for 40 years. Success was within reach, yet it was thwarted by someone. Now, it is evident that the well is utterly empty. How could this be? The realization ignited a furious tempest within He Xiangu. A tremendous force radiated from her, causing her wisps of gray hair to defy gravity, swirling around her like a specter. Her eyes flared with a terrifying crimson. What do you want us to do? The villagers panted as they followed behind. He Xiangu, her back to the crowd, spoke with an unusually sharp tone. Tonight at the hour of Su, all villagers must gather here. Not a single soul can be absent. Yes. Chapter 62. The leader of the 7 swords of Xianlin, the villagers have always revered Sister He, as if she were a deity. In their daily lives, they have benefited greatly from her kindness. For instance, whenever there is a shortage of essential supplies in the village, they need only inform her, and she will arrange for Fu Jinan to procure what is necessary from outside and deliver it back to the village. Whenever someone falls ill, she is quick to administer medicine and perform healing rituals. Such benevolence is truly abundant, rendering her akin to a living bodhisattva, always responsive to their needs. Thus, whenever she makes a request, the villagers dare not hesitate in the slightest. Fairy, are we to make a sacrifice tonight? Old Li timidly inquired on behalf of the others. I command that all must be present. She declared, I asked that understood. Obey the decree of the fairy. The crowd trembled in fear. Kong Xian soared through the forest, having already traveled over 100 miles from Yinxia village. This area belonged to the Yinxia Ridge, but it was perilously close to the Hexiu Valley. At the boundary between the two, suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of Hexiu Valley, shaking the very ground. The sound sent dark currents swirling within the valley, leaving Kong Xian profoundly astonished. Such a terrifying beast lurked within Hexiu Valley. Judging by the intensity of its roar, its cultivation level must be at least at the 8th layer of qi condensation. That very cry was the last lament of its victim. The promotion rules of Xianlin Peak differ from those of Solon Peak, that a single assessment opportunity is granted each year at the same time. This assessment does not require disciples to meet a specific cultivation level to apply. However, the slots available are limited each year. Those who pass the assessment may ascend to Ironhoof Peak. Logically, anyone capable of slaying such a formidable beast in Heisho Valley should have already been promoted. To defeat a beast at the 8th layer or higher, one would have to engage in a bitter struggle. Fraught with danger, could it be that there exists someone even more extraordinary than myself at Xianlin Peak? Kong Xian's eyes flickered with a barely perceptible glimmer as he halted, launching himself into the air to observe the situation ahead. Before long, a gentle breeze wafted from the direction of Heisho Valley. The thick mist gradually dissipated, revealing a young man clad in resplendent white robes, soaring through the clouds on his sword. He was dressed in the garb of a Xianlin Peak disciple, albeit tailored in a special manner that rendered him entirely unblemished. This individual possessed striking features. His sword-like brows and starry eyes exuded an extraordinary charm. Both his physique and demeanor evoked a sense of awe, as if he were the embodiment of the world's finest creations, a perfect being favored by the heavens. His expression was calm, as if he faced the collapse of Mount Tai without flinching. Although the speed of his flying sword was not particularly swift, it left behind ripples in the air, as if cleaving through it. Following closely behind him were two senior brothers from Xianlin Peak, both equally handsome and dignified, yet they were rendered inconsequential beside this white-robed youth, like mere leaves overshadowed by a grand tree. Senior Brother Gao, I hear that the 7 swords of Xuanlin will soon be announced this year. Allow me to extend my congratulations in advance for your imminent first place, one of them remarked. Indeed, Senior Brother Gao made the resolute choice to join Xianlin Peak, a place with such challenging conditions, even declining offers from several elders for inter-sect discipleship, which stirred considerable commotion within the sect. The upper echelons of the sect were profoundly affected. That's right. Senior Brother Gao willingly lowered his status to begin his cultivation at Xianlin Peak, advancing step by step. Your vision, character, demeanor, and strength are beyond what we can fathom. Your future is a golden path. It won't be long before you step directly into Ironhoof Peak, surpassing the top 10 experts of the Longmen list, becoming the foremost outer sect disciple of the immortal sect. The two exchanged words, filled with genuine admiration for this individual they referred to as Senior Brother Gao, the current top figure of Xianlin Peak. Gao Zhao. The 7 Swords of Xianlin was merely a playful term among disciples, not an official title within the sect. IT served to rank the completion of tasks based on accumulated points, a system marked by fairness. Anyone capable of completing tasks could compete based on their accumulated points. Before the announcement, Gao himself was unaware of his point total. You speak in such a way that others might think I have been predetermined for this position, which would not be ideal. Furthermore, the Longmen list of Ironhoof Peak embodies the elegance of leaping through the Dragon Gate. The top 10 experts on the list are all prodigies among the outer disciples. The first place, Brother Guohong Hai, is devoted to the path. Second place, Sister Jean Xiaoman, possesses exceptional talent. Third place, Brother Xiahan Bing, has faced indescribable hardships along his journey. They are all fellow disciples whom I respect deeply. The white-robed man spoke gently, his voice rich and resonant. You are indeed correct. Senior Brother's background is profound, and his cultivation exceptional. Such talent, yet he remains humble and approachable. As a junior, I have benefited immensely from your guidance. Indeed, Senior Brother Gao, with such formidable skills and a modest demeanor, is the beacon of Xianlin Peak, truly perfect and enviable. Take the rewards for slaying the Heishan ghost among you too, Gao Zhao declared. Thank you, Senior Brother. This mission was incredibly challenging. The Heishan ghost strength equated to the 8th layer of qi condensation, possessing remarkable combat power and proving exceedingly difficult to combat, were it not for your assistance. We would not have been able to contend with it, let alone slay it. Your humility is truly humbling. Thank you, Senior Brother. To follow you is an indescribable honor. As the three conversed, they flew toward Kong Xian. The impeccably dressed Gao Zhao nodded slightly to him as he passed by. The other two, however, did not even spare Kong Xian a glance. Kong Xian silently etched the name of this individual into his memory. This was Gao Zhao, the leader of the 7 swords of Xianlin. Not to mention himself, even the princes of the mortal realm would likely pale in comparison to him in terms of appearance, demeanor, and charisma. This person had slain an 8th-tier beast with ease and possessed such strength. Why had he not yet ascended to Iron Hoof Peak? Kong Xian withdrew his gaze, tinged with envy, and returned to the forest. It seemed that the people in matters of Xianlin Peak were far more complex than he had initially imagined. He had no time for further contemplation. Unbeknownst to him, a blue-eared, golden-patterned rabbit had stealthily followed him from behind. The foolish creature peeked out from behind a large tree, eyeing Kong Xian with its front paws rubbing together, drooling in anticipation. Amusingly, as Kong Xian approached, the rabbit remained motionless, exhibiting none of the flighty behavior typically attributed to prey. Instead, it appeared quite exhilarated, much like its predecessors who had lost their wits upon seeing Kong Xian in this silly, naive manner. It remained hidden behind the tree, lacking the demeanor of a competent hunter. Kong Xian approached effortlessly and swiftly severed the rabbit's tail. Kong Xian mused, "Now I have collected 4 rabbit tails. If I can gather a total of 10, I shall claim the entirety of the task's rewards. That high-grade spirit pill will surely be mine." Resolute, he decided to linger at the border between Heishio Valley and Yinxia Ridge as the hour approached, a time often associated with spring lethargy and autumn fatigue. Kong Xian leaned against a tree, its large leaves shielding his face. 4 deer-headed, bare-bodied beasts exhibited astonishing intelligence. By the time Kong Xian sensed their approach, they had already begun to encircle him. Among the 4 beasts, one black bear possessed a cultivation level of the 6th layer of qi condensation, while the others were at the 5th layer. Had this been any other cultivator of the same level, they would undoubtedly have faced a life-threatening challenge. The best course of action would be to retreat immediately. However, this was Kong Xian. The more unfair the battle, the more it aligned with his cultivation philosophy. Chapter 63. Demon Core. Kong Xian observed that the demon beasts within the Xianlin forest reacted peculiarly upon seeing him. Some, like the rabbits, appeared dazed, while others, like these ferocious beasts, charged at him with murderous intent. With a roar from the black bear, 3 gray bears surged forth from different directions, and an intense struggle ensued. Kong Xian's body was resilient, and his internal spiritual power was extraordinary. His physical strength and spiritual energy surpassed that of other cultivators of the same level. He unleashed the Firebird technique, which, although still the size of Sparrow, darted close to the ground in a comical manner. Yet its speed was remarkable, splitting into 4. It transformed into 4 inconspicuous fire mice, each trailing sparks like a hedgehog, and sped toward the 4 bears. A bead of sweat trickled down Kong Xian's brow, yet his gaze remained resolute. To wield the Firebird technique in such a manner indicated a new level of mastery and control over his spiritual energy. With a swift maneuver, 4 colossal bears were transformed from dismissive to severely wounded, each left charred and disheveled. Had it not been for the black bear, whose powerful paws struck the ground with ferocity, unleashing a formidable demonic force, the situation would have been dire. It invoked the earth's demonic art, drawing the moist, clingy soil from the ground to rapidly envelop the bear's limbs like creeping vines, covering them entirely. In an instant, a layer of damp, sticky clay armor formed upon the bears, extinguishing the flames. Without this intervention, they would surely have lost their combat capabilities and perhaps even succumbed to the flames. This clay armor was both flexible and resilient. The deer-headed bear beast, inherently thick-skinned and fur-laden, became even more formidable clad in this layer of clay, rendering these beasts nearly impervious, their defenses almost unbreakable. Yet, Kong Xian was always a step ahead. The demonic beasts, driven by pain from the fire, charged in a frenzied rush. He remained composed. He began with the weakest among them, systematically eliminating each one. By the time the black bear leader realized what was happening, it found itself isolated and vulnerable. With each close-quarter strike wielding his enchanted sword, he absorbed a fragment of strength from every bear he dispatched, causing his own power to shimmer with newfound intensity. although these increments were trivial in the grand scheme, akin to gaining just enough strength to perform 5 additional push-ups. The cumulative effect was profound. When added up to the ability to perform 50 or even 500 more, the difference would be monumental. Moreover, as the ferocity of his opponents increased, so too did the quality of the power he absorbed. Each stolen attribute potent enough to shatter stone. The deer-headed black bear had once reigned as the most ferocious beast within 100 miles of the Black Sioux Valley, accompanied by 3 gray bears, terrorizing the forest unchallenged. Now, witnessing the aftermath of Kong Xian's arduous battle, 2 of the gray bears lay slain, and Kong Xian showed no signs of waning. Instead, he grew ever more tenacious. The previously bloodthirsty gaze of the black bear shifted to one of profound fear as it locked eyes with Kong Xian. With a roar, it dropped to all fours and fled. The instinct of survival overrode any thoughts of maintaining its dignity as the lord of the forest. Yet, at this juncture, it was too late for the bear to escape. Kong Xian leaped forth, sword in hand, landing atop the fleeing black bear. The blade sliced through the bear's damp, yet remarkably resilient clay hide, piercing deep into its neck until only the hilt remained. As the bear continued its desperate flight, the sword carved a gaping wound from the nape to the tail, splitting it as one would cleave a fish at the market. With this victory, Kong Xian absorbed the power from the massive bear, his biceps visibly swelling with newfound strength, though this external change quickly reverted, transforming into deeper, latent power within him, accessible at his will. The bear's head, paws, gallbladder, and hide were all valuable components for future endeavors. Additionally, he acquired 3 5th-tier demon cores and 1 6th-tier demon core. The rarity of the 6th-tier core was remarkable. Reflecting on his recent conquests, he realized he had amassed a vibrant assortment of 7 demon cores ranging from the 3rd to the 6th tier. It was said that consuming demon cores could significantly enhance one's cultivation. He wondered just how much he would gain from his newfound treasures. With that thought, he concealed himself within a tree hollow, covering the entrance with a large piece of bark to mask his presence. He retrieved the 3rd-tier demon core and swallowed it whole. Instantly, the core melted in his throat, flooding his energy sea with a powerful essence. The impact was so potent that it propelled his cultivation from the late stages of the 5th layer to the brink of a breakthrough. The spiritual energy contained within this 3rd-tier core equated to absorbing from 10 spiritual springs in an instant. The overwhelming energy surged through him, eliciting an unprecedented sensation. Upon reopening his eyes, they sparkled with vitality, and his aura became more enigmatic and captivating. He stood on the threshold of the 6th layer of condensation, poised to transcend into that realm. It was well known that demon cores were treasures, and he was discovering their true worth. Unlike cultivators who required a golden core at the core stage for their power to manifest, demon beasts could condense their cores at the condensation stage of the 3rd layer and above. These cores embodied dense demonic energy, growing stronger with the beast's rank. Kong Xian felt the unmistakable growth from consuming the demon cores and, without hesitation, ingested another. The 4th-tier core surged within him, allowing his cultivation, which was just a step away from the 6th layer, to leap forward effortlessly. Kong Xian continued to devour demon cores, the 4th and 5th tiers further solidifying his cultivation at the 6th layer into the mid-stages. Most cultivators would struggle to absorb such immense spiritual energy so rapidly. A single 4th-tier demon core would typically require days of meditation to refine. However, due to his unique constitution and the autonomous operation of the Honglu Jing within him, he could absorb and refine excess demon energy seamlessly, solidifying it within his body. Finally, he was left with the 6th-tier demon core from the black bear. Without a moment's pause, he consumed it. The potency of the demonic energy was overwhelming, far surpassing the previous cores. Even the combined power of the 6 lower-tier cores paled in comparison to just a fraction of this 6th-tier core. Within him, a transformation erupted when Kong Xian opened his eyes once more. His strength had surged to the pinnacle of the 6th layer. The rich demonic energy from the 6th-tier core acted like a key, unlocking a second wave of terrifying power within his bloodline. Upon his chest, the totem of the eye bore newly etched markings, As if the demonic energy was swirling and radiating with fiery brilliance, a wave of sanguine energy erupted from him, breaking through the thick walls of a millennium-old ancient tree without restraint. The sky darkened as a crimson light swept across the horizon, staining the heavens blood-red. Thunderous roars echoed in his mind as the characters of the red technique manifested in his consciousness. In the realm of his mind, the once azure landscape transformed into a vibrant interplay of red and blue. Beneath the eye on his chest, a nascent demon core took shape, though still in its rudimentary form. Its hue faint and far from matching the brilliance of the nearby orbs. Suddenly, the ground beneath him trembled violently, as if a dreadful creature were attempting to breach the surface. Kong Xian thought, "This is excellent. I am eager to test the extent of my newfound strength." Chapter 64. Domain of the Substitute. Kong Xian unlocked the red technique, granting him an unprecedented sensitivity to the surrounding demonic energy. The creature buried beneath the earth remained concealed, its presence detectable only to those with cultivation beyond the refinement stage. Like a bat, it could sense its surroundings through sound. Yet, after unlocking the red technique, Kong Xian immediately sensed the approaching entity. It was a slender beast, measuring 20 zhang in length and over 3 zhang in width. The soil seemed to delineate its outline, shifting with its movements. Becoming increasingly distinct as it approached, the creature bore a head adorned with 2 towering, temple-like fangs, exuding an aura of ferocity. A rumbling echoed from the depths, drawing nearer, as if preparing to unleash a cataclysmic assault from beneath 10 zhang of earth. Kong Xian could clearly perceive that this creature had achieved an astonishing cultivation level at the 9th layer of condensation. Yet at this moment, Kong Xian stood at the pinnacle of the 6th layer, having made tremendous strides since just a few hours prior. With his robust physique and superior spiritual energy surpassing that of typical cultivators, he felt he could hold his own against a 9th layer beast. And if he were to falter, he was confident in his ability to retreat unscathed. Unexpectedly, he sensed another wave of formidable demonic energy descending from above, approaching him at a velocity 100 times faster than that of the underground threat. Though he had no eyes atop his head, his mind painted a vivid picture of the approaching beast. It was a colossal avian creature with a wingspan exceeding 3 zhang. This fierce predator, resembling a fusion of a cat, fox, wolf, and eagle, had wings that blotted out the sun, its body cloaked in glossy black feathers that shimmered like polished iron. This was an iron yao, a remarkably rare and ferocious avian demon beast. Typically, various demon beasts would instinctively evade cultivators, but this one was anything but ordinary. Of course, excluding Kong Xian, this iron hawk, solitary in its nature, roams the 4 corners in relentless pursuit of prey. Within the limits of its vision, everything becomes its quarry. Even the airborne, sword-wielding cultivators are often provoked by its audacity. This particular iron hawk possesses a cultivation level equivalent to the 8th layer of qi condensation. Its innate talent for flight grants it an astonishing speed, at least double that of a 6th layer qi cultivator's maximum sword flight speed. Its altitude is beyond the reach of any qi condensation disciple. This ferocity is what allows it to dive from a height of 1,000 feet, viewing Kong Xian as mere sustenance. Just as the iron hawk was about to descend, it suddenly sensed a disturbance from the depths of the earth. Its body trembled slightly. Its wings shifted from a swift glide to a broad spread, spiraling downwards, casting a shadow of death upon the land. The ground trembled violently within a radius of several dozen feet. 2 spiral-shaped drilling heads, studded with sharp spikes, burst forth from the earth. Sand and stone shattered, trees toppled in the chaos. Following this, a massive section of the ground heaved upwards, revealing an enormous head. Between its 2 sharp fangs lay a single, golden eye, as vast as a yard across, resembling a deep abyss leading to another realm. A mere glance seemed capable of drawing one's soul away. This creature, imbued with immense potential energy, surged forth like a carp leaping from the water. It rapidly erupted from the ground, hurtling through the horizon. Only after its colossal body, towering over 20 feet, had fully ascended did it sway and crash downwards, aiming directly at the direction in which Kong Xian was fleeing in a moment of peril. The massive form, akin to a small mountain, descending was no trifling matter. For an ordinary Qi cultivator, a single impact could spell certain death. Kong Xian pushed the speed of his demon-slaying sword to its limits. Darting sideways, narrowly avoiding the pungent, toxic scent emitted by the beast's bulk. Inwardly, he exclaimed how perilous it was. Now he could clearly discern the creature in midair. It was indeed a gigantic, toxic lizard. It possessed a singular eye, with two spiral fangs resembling towers, each nearly a yard long, covered in sharp edges. Its body was a deep shade of purple, its skin akin to that of a toad, with numerous pus-filled sores dotting its back in a grotesque display. These sores varied in size and color, primarily yellow, green, purple, and orange. Some were swollen with toxic fluid, on the verge of bursting, while others had already ruptured, leaking foul-smelling venom across its back, creating an abhorrent and fearsome sight. A prolonged gaze at it would surely lead to a month filled with nightmares. Affixed to its forehead was a large, tattered yellow talisman, indicating its age and wear. Its limbs were ensnared by numerous broken chains of blackened metal, some deeply embedded in its skin, leaving long, deep scars. It was evident these chains had been in place for many years. Adorning each chain were various inscriptions, clearly meant to suppress this creature. Although Kong Xian had yet to study talisman crafting, the patterns on the talisman were strikingly familiar. They mirrored the hidden markings on his disciple's waist token, unmistakably originating from the same sect as the Wanxian sect. Kong Xian furrowed his brow. Could this toxic lizard be the beast sealed by fairy he at the bottom of the well in Yanhua village? Had it managed to escape the seal and followed him all this way? What exactly was it about him that drew such creatures? Just as thoughts raced through his mind, the one-eyed toxic lizard crashed to the ground with a thunderous impact, sending tremors through the earth and clouds of dust billowing into the air. The myriad sores on its back, compressed by the force of impact, erupted, shooting forth a barrage of four-color venom. Most of it was directed straight at Kong Xian. With remarkable speed, Kong Xian hastily dodged. The toxic lizard, at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of Qi condensation, wielded an absurdly unique form of sorcery that surpassed Kong Xian's imagination. Wherever the four-colored venom passed, the air seemed to unravel into strands. Yellow, green, purple, and orange lines intertwined like a vast web of toxins. A sharp, impatient hiss resonated through the air. It seemed the appearance of the toxic lizard was met with great disdain, especially as it ignored the presence of the Iron Hawk, fixated solely on its meal. This was an affront. The toxic lizard raised its head high, exhaling a plume of black smoke from its nostrils. No, it was not smoke. Instead, it was a multitude of monstrous insects. Countless creatures, flying and crawling, spewed forth from its nostrils, enveloping the sky in a dark, billowing cloud. These insects, with thin, elongated legs like chopsticks and pairs of dragonfly-like wings, had tiny heads resembling beans, while their abdomens were the main bulk of their bodies, akin to steamed buns. In that moment, each of their abdomens swelled to near transparency, ready to burst, filled with yellow, green, purple, or orange venom. Observing their rapid movements was akin to watching a revolving lantern as they swiftly spread out over 100 feet. The insects hovered in midair, high and low, completely sealing off the surrounding space. Should Kong Xian make any move, it would be impossible to avoid contact with these creatures. He felt a chilling certainty that, with a single thought, the toxic lizard could command all the insects to explode simultaneously. This place would become a deadly realm of toxic liquid, a nightmare for all Qi cultivators below the refining essence stage. Not only would they be unable to fight back, but even the chance to escape would be almost non-existent. Kong Xian felt a profound sense of life-threatening danger. All around him, countless insects filled every conceivable space. The control this toxic lizard had over its sorcery was unfathomably potent from a certain perspective. This scene was alarmingly close to a domain that only cultivators above the refining essence stage could unleash. Within this domain, the caster spells would invariably hit their mark, granting them an absolute advantage over any unfortunate adversaries trapped within. It was akin to the overwhelming dominance of a martial arts master over a mere Qi cultivator. Once a true, refining essence cultivator activated their domain, a Qi cultivator would be no more than an ant within it. Without any hope of resistance, the toxic lizard, at the peak of the 9th layer of qi condensation, had not yet truly unleashed a domain. However, the unfolding of its sorcery was alarmingly close to such a phenomenon. It could even be termed a pseudo-domain. Once any being, human or beast, was ensnared in this area, their death was all but assured. Even if one attempted to flee, they would inevitably collide with these monstrous insects. At that point, being contaminated with toxins would spell instant demise. Witnessing the creature's prowess ignited a fierce determination within Kong Xian that he vowed to reach the refining essence stage swiftly, to wield his own domain in the future. Chapter 65. The Horn. The toxic lizard finished expelling the black mist. Its massive form writhed amidst the dust. The ground within 100 feet began to churn and twist with its movements. Becoming saturated with venom, layered in hues that in an instant, the entire expanse turned into a quagmire of toxic liquid. In the air, flying insects hovered, casting a three-dimensional veil over the land, rendering it entirely uninhabitable. The pseudo-domain of the 9th layer toxic lizard had been established. This was its terrifying aspect. The toxic lizard flicked its forked, purple-black tongue, its heavy body seemingly treading the it strode confidently across the expanse. Stepping upon the swarming insects, with deliberate movements, it approached Kong Xian, exuding an unmistakable intent to devour him whole. For any other qi cultivator caught within this pseudo-domain, death would be inevitable. Yet in Kong Xian's eyes, panic flickered only momentarily. With a contemplative gesture, he stroked his chin, then raised his gaze to the sky, calling out, "Hey, great bird, what exactly are you here for? If you don't act soon, I might just become this lizard's next meal." Above, the iron hawk circling outside the domain either understood his words or had reached a point of unbearable impatience. It emitted a sharp, piercing cry. With a powerful flap of its wings, immense demonic energy enveloped its entire form. Every black feather shimmered with a spectral presence. In an instant, it unleashed a barrage of feathers akin to a rain of arrows, like a torrential river cascading down. The fury of its assault cleaved a massive gap in the toxic lizard's pseudo-domain with unparalleled force. The Iron Hawk, known for its irritable temperament, could not tolerate any affront. Now, in a state of extreme fury, its dark aura flared to life as it dove towards the toxic lizard's enormous eye. Seemingly intent on blinding it and shattering its skull, the toxic lizard's eye darted, finally taking note of the Iron Hawk charging at its head. Just as it seemed the lizard was sluggish and unwieldy, it suddenly acted with lightning speed, opening its mouth wide in a terrifying display, ready to bite down on the Iron Hawk. The iron owl descended with great ferocity, yet like a bird darting into the woods. It fell prey to the jaws of the venomous lizard. In an instant, all movement ceased. Upon witnessing this, Kong Xian drew in a sharp breath. Moments later, a crunching sound echoed as the lizard, akin to a stone mill, casually chewed a few times. Some juices, mingled with feathers, dripped from the corners of its mouth. This marked the demise of the iron owl, which was undeniably equivalent to a formidable 8th-level spirit beast. A challenge even for practitioners of the same rank. Was it truly so easily extinguished? Kong Xian's heart burned with indignation. He lamented the loss of the 8th-tier demon core nestled within the iron owl's body, which, at this moment, had been fed to the hounds. The venomous lizard, indifferent, continued to chew a few more times before tilting its head to swallow. Its massive eyes rolled, fixing their gaze upon Kong Xian. A chill crept up his spine. Trouble was brewing. At this moment, from the Crimson Character Formula, a tome of devouring emerged. The Heaven Eater Sutra. The first verse of the demon-devouring mantra was imprinted into his mind, merging seamlessly with Kong Xian's memories. Devour the demons and consume their spirits. Refine their souls, their blood, their bones, to replenish one's cultivation. This was an ancient, inherited technique that in comparison to Kong Xian's current Firebird technique and swordplay, it was infinitely more sinister. The primary offensive strategy relied on the consumption of enemies, fully refining them within one's belly to enhance one's own cultivation. The Heaven Eater Sutra unlocked after the furnace scripture, necessitating the use of one's body as a furnace for the tempering of internal flames through the process of devouring and refining. Otherwise, mere consumption without a formidable method of refining would result in either expulsion or catastrophic bodily rupture. Gazing at the grotesque and colossal venomous lizard before him, Kong Xian felt a wave of revulsion. The lizard advanced towards him, less than 10 paces away. With an unruffled demeanor, Kong Xian resolutely uttered 2 words, "Farewell." As soon as the words left his lips, he slapped his storage pouch, unleashing 4 wolf-claw flying swords. 4 streaks of light spiraled and soared, converging from all sides to fiercely pierce the lizard's eye. The lizard's singular, massive eye was undoubtedly its most vulnerable point. However, unbeknownst to them, a transparent eyelid flickered across, instantly erecting a barrier before the eyeball. Even as the 4 wolf-claw flying swords struck the eyelid, it was akin to mere tickling, utterly incapable of piercing through. The lizard turned its gaze towards the retreating Kong Xian, its eyes betraying a hint of disdain. To everyone's surprise, the 4 flying swords explosively detonated before it. Boom! Although these flying swords were of inferior quality, they had been augmented by Kong Xian's heavenly knowledge and earthly insight, and at this moment, they were infused with formidable spiritual energy. This was all part of Kong Xian's calculations. Regardless of whether this strike would succeed, the flying sword would undoubtedly be unable to withstand the impact. The shrapnel from the exploding swords rained down like a torrential shower of needle-like projectiles, embedding themselves into the lizard's transparent eyelid. Yet still, they failed to penetrate. The lizard emitted a low growl, its tongue harshly licking the eyelid, wiping away the debris of the flying swords, leaving no trace. When it regained clarity of the situation, Kong Xian had already been lifted by the sword light, having escaped through the very path forged by the iron owl, evading his peril. How? The lizard let out a howl of unwillingness and fury, thrashing its head and tail as it relentlessly pursued on the ground. One person soared through the air, occasionally glancing back, while one beast surged through the forest like a torrent of mud and rocks. The lizard's gaze held a simple thought. Kong Xian's spiritual energy must eventually be depleted. When he descends, it would be his time to die. Little did it know, Kong Xian's spiritual energy was far more enduring than anticipated. He kept his eyes sharp, continuously utilizing the undulating terrain of the mountains and forests, occasionally landing to rest before soaring once more. After more than an hour of pursuit, they remained locked in a stalemate. At that moment, a distant, mournful horn echoed through the air. Upon hearing this sound, the lizard's yellow eye visibly quivered. All the talismans upon its body flared with radiant light, as if awakened by the sound of the horn. The low, haunting notes of the horn resounded once more. This horn seemed to resonate within the soul, imbued with a magical force. The chains binding the lizard ignited like they were set ablaze, casting a red glow that seared into its skin, binding it tightly. Even such a powerful creature as this lizard let out a mournful cry towards the heavens. Then came the 3rd horn, even more melodious and deep. Suddenly, blood began to pour from the corners of the lizard's mouth. That moment, it cast a resentful glance at Kong Xian, seemingly filled with reluctance. This low, somber horn must be the very bane of the venomous lizard. "Oh, do you still dare to glare at me?" Kong Xian recognized its predicament and felt a surge of joy. "While you're down, I shall claim your life." With a swift motion, he drew forth 4 wolf-toothed flying swords, each displaying its prowess. As he swung them, blades of wind sliced downward towards the lizard's head. Had it not been pursuing him relentlessly moments ago? "Come now, let me see what other tricks you have up your sleeve." The lizard, now invigorated by the power summoned by the horn's resonance, found its various restraints and talismans activated. Ensnared like a crocodile bound in myriad chains, IT thrashed about, struggling in place. The 4 wolf-toothed flying swords danced around, occasionally inflicting minor wounds upon its body. However, as the swords became tainted with the 4 colors of venom, they suffered varying degrees of corrosion. It seemed that the lizard's venomous secretions were not merely for show. They indeed possessed a potent toxicity. The sounds of the horn reverberated like a death knell for the lizard. After much hesitation and struggle, it finally made its decision, with a roar filled with malice directed at Kong Xian. It turned tail and burrowed deep into the earth. In the blink of an eye, it vanished without a trace. The rumbling of the earth gradually subsided as the beast departed. Kong Xian remained alert for a moment longer. When no further sounds emerged, he turned his gaze towards the direction of the horn. His attention was instantly drawn to a valley near Inxia village, now shrouded in an enigmatic glow, as if enveloped by a colossal array. The horn sound originated from that very place. Chapter 66. In the egg, Kong Xian stole a few glances before promptly withdrawing his gaze. It was likely that senior sister he had invoked a spell to summon the venomous lizard back using a special incantation. Having witnessed the lizard's might, he deemed it prudent to avoid entanglement. By a stream, he splashed water on his face, gathering his thoughts that it was wise to maintain a low profile, to remember one's original intentions, and to develop in silence. Meanwhile, in Inxia village, by an ancient well, senior sister he had erected an altar using secret methods. Above the altar, a colossal white conch, surrounded by talismans, was set up, its size akin to that of an elephant. All the villagers of Inxia, regardless of age or gender, formed a line, proceeding in order point one by one. They stepped forward silently, using small knives to cut their palms, blood flowing freely. The villagers seemed to have grown accustomed to this ritual, their expressions resolute as they inflicted wounds upon themselves. As though it were a mirror, once the villagers had retreated, Xingu concentrated her spiritual energy and blew into the now crimson, blood-like resplendent conch shell, inscribed with various incantations. The sound of the conch reverberated, shaking the valley. That moment, Kong Xian and the poisonous lizard were locked in a stalemate. After blowing 8 mighty notes, sister he leaped into the pitch-black depths of the well. Below, in the depths of the earth, lay a vast expanse, a subterranean altar surrounded by the bleached bones of numerous creatures, accompanied by the foul stench of toxins and excrement. Upon the altar, nestled within a nest crafted from branches, was an egg the size of an adult sheep. Sister he produced an octagonal mirror, infused it with her spiritual force, and emitted a beam of golden light that illuminated the egg with an ethereal clarity. Within the immense egg, there appeared not merely a small poisonous lizard, but rather the curled silhouette of what resembled a human. Moved by the sight before her, sister he was overcome with emotion, her eyes reddening as tears streamed uncontrollably down her cheeks. Li Xixiang, wait a little longer. It won't be long now. I will surely save you. It must be that wretched Ma Mingfang. How dare she not let us be? Even sending others to interfere, I will make her pay a bitter price. After a considerable time, a rumbling tremor echoed throughout the underground space. From a massive cavern in the wall, the enormous head of the one-eyed poisonous lizard emerged. This creature, capable of swallowing iron whole and releasing domain beasts, trembled in fear upon locking eyes with Sister He, akin to a wayward child confronting a suddenly returned mother. Its body shook uncontrollably, eyes wide with a profound terror. "You vile beast! How dare you disregard my orders and leave your post? Come here and lie down at once. You have ruined my plans, and I will flay your skin for it." Sister He admonished sternly. With a swift motion, she conjured a snake-bone whip, over 3 zhang long, shimmering faintly with ghostly light. The poisonous lizard, terrified, curled up in its nest, quaking and emitting muffled whimpers of distress. A glint of malice flashed in Sister He's eyes as she swung her arm with force. Crack! The snake-bone whip, forged from the spines of otherworldly beasts, bore serrated edges like spikes, infused with Sister He's formidable spiritual energy. It struck the lizard, drawing forth a deluge of blood despite its tough hide. Mo Yin Dao, brimming with confidence, let out a derisive chuckle. What a joke! As disciples of the Wanshan sect from Xianlin Peak, we are all paragons among men. Catching a few rabbits is a task as easy as pie. Elder Huang Tsayun's eyes widened in surprise as he clapped his hands and summoned his direct disciple, Shu Yuqing, saying, "Convey my orders. Designate the 7 swords of Xianlin. They are to undertake this mission. All of them are to go to the vicinity of Yinxia Ridge to catch rabbits. Furthermore, any disciple of Xianlin Peak who can bring back a rabbit's tail shall receive a generous reward from me." Yes, on Xianlin Peak, a senior disciple clad in red approached with an air of elegance. Though he appeared to be moving slowly, each step seemed to cover 10 zhang, creating an illusion of ethereal motion. Who is that? One disciple whispered in the corridor. What? How could it be him? That is senior brother Shu Yuqing. He is remarkable. Although he hails from our Xianlin Peak, he is now a direct disciple of Elder Sanzai, one of the 9 great powers. He is a true prodigy of the sect. The technique he is currently employing must be the aerial passage from the refining essence realm. An experienced disciple quickly identified Shu Yuqing upon his appearance. As he entered, disciples on both sides of the corridor rushed forward to pay their respects. Greetings, Senior Brother Shu. Good day, Senior Brother Shu. Please, no need for formalities. Shu Yuqing responded, his voice resonant. I have come today to convey a decree from my master. Where are the 7 swords of Xianlin? Here, here. In an instant, 4 outstanding figures emerged from the crowd, led by Gao Zhao. Reporting to Senior Brother Shu, among the 7 swords of Xianlin, my fellow disciples Zhong Haoran, Mao Zhaoran, and Zheng Qingde are currently away on their training and have yet to return. Very well. Gao Zhao. My master urgently requires 10 tails of the blue-eared, golden-striped rabbit. Each of you, as members of the 7 swords, is to prioritize this task above all else. You have 1 month to complete it wholeheartedly. What? The other disciples exchanged glances, their faces showing surprise. Gao Zhao raised an eyebrow, then relaxed, saying, We shall adhere to Elder Sanzai's decree. Shu Yuqing added, In assisting my master, he will not let anyone go unrewarded. Any disciple from Xianlin Peak who can bring back a rabbit's tail will be duly rewarded, if you're interested. Keep this matter in mind while fulfilling your other tasks. As his words resonated, the disciples of Xianlin Peak were immediately invigorated. This was their first direct connection with one of the 9 great powers since joining the sect. Their eyes sparkled with ambition. Among them were those yearning to become inner disciples, while others sought treasures. After all, it was widely known within the sect that each of the 9 elders possessed an abundance of spirit stones. Elixirs and magical artifacts, a mere token gift from them could benefit one for a lifetime. Once Shu Yuqing completed his instructions and departed, the crowd swiftly gathered around the task board. The number of disciples undertaking the mission skyrocketed from 1 to 256 in a heartbeat. In an instant, the entire Shihai region seemed to shimmer with energy as figures soared through the air, tracing perfect arcs towards the southwest direction of Yanxia Ridge, transforming the serene night into something extraordinary. Chapter 68. Is this task difficult? At this moment, Kong Xian was stealthily navigating the outskirts of Heishiu Valley, near the mountain range bordering Yanxia Ridge, utilizing his mastery of the Scarlet Character technique. He could sense the presence of nearby demonic beasts with a radar-like awareness that he could even detect faint traces of demonic energy invisible to the naked eye. Through numerous explorations, he gradually learned to assess the strength of demonic beasts based on the residual energy left behind after their activities. This newfound ability, combined with an irresistible allure he possessed for demonic beasts, allowed him to engage in mutual encounters within the woods that, on average, he encountered a blue-eared rabbit daily in less than 10 days. He had collected 12 rabbit tails and had also obtained a total of 14 demon cores of 3rd rank or higher. Kong Xian, grinning and laden with a bulging storage bag. Prepared to return to report his findings, he noticed an increasing number of fellow disciples along the way, all with gleaming eyes, seemingly in search of something. Having honed his skills while traversing the mountains, Kong Xian deliberately avoided the group and made his way back to the mountain unnoticed to the main square of Xianlin Peak. In the merit hall, Kong Xian explained his purpose to an idle attendant disciple. The disciple's eyes lit up. Junior brother, are you certain you have completed this task? Indeed, it wasn't particularly challenging. The attendant disciple scrutinized him several times, thinking to himself how he had never seen this person before. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. He excitedly whispered, We must summon Elder Sanzai. This matter is of great significance. Please let me see the items you collected for the task. Sure. Without hesitation, Kong Xian produced several still-twitching rabbit tails, which immediately appeared in the hall of the merit hall, glimmering on the polished floor. Upon witnessing this scene, all the attendants and disciples present were left astounded. The vast merit hall fell into a profound silence. Even an elder seated there, who had cultivated his qi to a high degree, could not suppress a gasp at the sight of the lively rabbit tails on the floor. the attendant disciple. Trembling, said, "Junior brother, since you have completed this task, we must request that Elder Sanzai come personally to receive the items. Please wait here while I fetch him." "All right." Kong Xian scratched his head, thinking it was merely an obscure task that no one wanted. "Why all the fuss?" The attendant disciple informed the elder in the hall, who immediately lit a message incense and performed a spell upon Shui Ding Peak. The incense trembled lightly. Huang Kaiyun sensed it with his divine consciousness and immediately understood. He raised an eyebrow and exclaimed excitedly, "Mo Lao Guai, a disciple has completed the task and returned with rabbit tails. Do you wish to accompany me to see?" Oh, Mo Indao, who had been contemplating a chessboard, lifted his head. Shortly after, a somewhat stout elder, standing over 4 feet tall and resembling a winter melon, strode toward them. Accompanying him was a towering figure clad in a black robe adorned with green cloud patterns. An external sect powerhouse. The imposing presence of the two indicated their unfathomable cultivation levels. Many present were witnessing true nascent soul realm experts for the first time. In a lesser sect, these individuals would be regarded as founding ancestors. While in the 4 great sects and 3 blessed lands, they would be esteemed figures of the highest order. Inside the merit hall, everyone felt the invisible pressure from the 2 elders, making it difficult to breathe. This was even with them deliberately restraining their auras. The attending elder personally came out to greet them, exchanging pleasantries before introducing them. "Disciples, do not forget to greet Elder Sanzai, one of the 9 great powers. An elder Mo Indao of the Mo family from Bailu Island in Shihai, one of the 3 blessed lands. Greetings, Elder Sanzai. Greetings, Elder Mo." The disciples all bowed deeply. "Please, no need for formalities. Which disciple claims to have completed my task? Is Gao Zhao back? Let me see how many tails you have brought." Huang Kaiyun, though short in stature, spoke with a booming voice that resonated powerfully, causing eardrums to thrum. Kong Xian immediately cupped his hands and said, "Elder Huang, it is I, the unworthy disciple, who has completed the task you assigned and has returned to report." Elder Huang Kaiyun, with keen eyes, scrutinized Kong Xian for a moment and remarked, "Oh, so it was you who accomplished this? I don't recall seeing you before. What is your name?" "I am Kong Xian, having recently joined Xianlin Peak." "Elder, if it is convenient, may I attempt to crack the golden egg you prepared?" Kong Xian respectfully bowed. Just as he spoke, a cold snort interrupted him. Oin Dao, with a hint of derision, interjected, "Huang Kaiyun, is it not a bit premature for you to rejoice? Do not forget our wager. It is a full 10 rabbit tails. Even if he has stumbled upon a stroke of luck and obtained one, he is still far from fulfilling our bet." "What golden egg are you talking about? Such trivial matters are just distractions from our game of chess." Elder Huang Kaiyun replied, "Mo Lao Guai, you do not understand. One success can lead to another. Kong Xian, I have high hopes for you. Once you turn in this tale, hurry and find another. If you can bring back a second, I shall immediately allow you to crack the golden egg. Not only that, but I shall also offer you an additional generous reward." Mo Indao dismissed him, saying, "Let us return to our game. Remember, any disciple who does not bring back 3 or 5 tails within a month should refrain from notifying us." This was not the Mo family. He was overstepping his bounds by issuing commands. Elder Huang Tsayun's expression darkened at this. How can a strong dragon suppress a local snake? At that moment, the elder and the senior paused. The duty elder commanded a disciple to bring forth a basket, which contained 4 rabbit tails that had been carelessly discarded by Kong Xian earlier. Huang Tsayun's eyes sparkled with delight, his heart soaring with joy. How could someone named Kong Xian be so fortunate as to collect so many? If each of the 7 swords of Xianlin also brought back one, wouldn't he surpass the infamous Mo Laogai? With this thought, he couldn't help but glance back. He noticed Mo Laogai's eyes flicker for a moment, but his expression remained unchanged. With a flick of his sleeve, he coldly remarked, "Huang Kaiyun, we had an agreement. You are a grand elder of one of the 4 great sects that we are still far from a conclusion on victory or defeat. Do you intend to celebrate already? You know well how elusive the blue-eared, golden-patterned rabbit is. For disciples at the Qi condensation stage, capturing one is nearly impossible. Even catch a glimpse is a tremendous blessing, and to attempt to capture one is fundamentally futile. The expression on Mo Indao's face, which was initially one of cold mockery, twisted into one of pride as his beard bristled. He seemed to revel in the notion that Huang Kaiyun was celebrating prematurely. However, to everyone's surprise, the disciple named Kong Xian shrugged nonchalantly and muttered to himself, "Catching a few rabbits isn't that difficult. Is it? Really, is it that hard?" As he spoke, he tossed several rabbit tails on the ground, each one wriggling as he threw down 3 handfuls. Upon closer inspection, there were 10 in total. Elder of the 3 calamities, your time is precious. I shan't present them one by one to account for yourself. 10. Is that sufficient? Kong Xian clasped his hands in inquiry. By heavens. That's enough. More than enough. Huang Caiyun's face lit up with joy, nearly prompting him to perform somersaults on the spot. He momentarily disregarded Kong Xian and turned to Mo Indao, raising his brows triumphantly. Are your eyes wide open now? Do you concede defeat wholeheartedly? What more can you say? And Mo Indao's expression, once calm and collected, became complicated as he recalled the precious bloodstone he had brought, which he had planned to refine into a magical artifact for his chosen disciple. Now, it was lost to Huang Kaiyun, causing him immense heartache. His body trembled involuntarily, prompting him to hastily swallow 2 concentration pills to ease his discomfort. Oh, good. What ails you? Are you unwell? Taking medicine? Though Mo Indao felt like he could perish from frustration. He forced himself to maintain an air of indifference that he nodded slightly, feigning praise. The Wanjian sect truly deserves its reputation as one of the 4 great sects. Xianlin Peak indeed has an abundance of talent. This disciple, Kong Xian, is truly formidable. I shall remember you. However, as he cast a supposedly admiring glance at Kong Xian, hidden within it was a smoldering anger that suggested he would rather eliminate him. Hearing Mo Laogui's begrudging praise, Huang Caiyun's laughter echoed throughout the Hall of Achievements, piercing Mo Indao's ears. Other disciples, upon witnessing such commendation from a senior elder, gazed at Kong Xian with envy, their eyes nearly popping out. How had Kong Xian accomplished such a seemingly mundane yet critically important task so swiftly? It was utterly infuriating. Chapter 69. 10 Golden Eggs. Who was this audacious young lad who dared to disrupt the gamble between himself and Huang Sandai? Mo Indao fumed as he swept his sleeve and turned away. Don't rush off. Your bloodstone now belongs to me. You, as a nascent soul elder, must have many treasures. Surely, you wouldn't let such a minor loss upset you? Mo Indao gritted his teeth. Who says I'm angry? I am not a person who cannot withstand defeat. The air around him crackled with tension, and his breath resonated like thunder, causing the disciples within the hall to feel an acute sense of life and death crisis. Oh, Huang Kaiyun chuckled lightly, releasing his own nascent soul aura, which eased the tension in the hall. He then unburdened himself of his recent frustrations and declared triumphantly, "If you are unsatisfied, we can have another competition. Do not frighten my junior disciples here. It would be unbecoming of you, as a distinguished nascent soul elder." As he spoke, he took Mo Indao by the arm and began to exit the hall. Elder of the 3 calamities, it is rare for you and Elder Mo to grace us with your presence. Might I request you to present the golden eggs I am owed? Surely, you wouldn't attempt to renege in front of so many witnesses? Suddenly, Kong Xian's voice, filled with feigned timidity yet resolute, broke through. Huang Caiyun's ears perked up, and a flicker of displeasure crossed his face. He glanced back at Kong Xian, whose luck was undeniable, yet was too ignorant to realize the gravity of the moment. Here he was accompanying Mo Laogui, and yet he was still fixated on a few golden eggs. Was he not merely inviting ridicule upon himself? Unexpectedly, Mo Indao's mind sharpened. Huang Sandai, since you have already posted the task rewards, you should honor your word. Why not present the golden eggs now and allow this disciple to break them? I, too, am curious to see what treasures the esteemed elder has placed within these golden eggs. Ah, my golden eggs, Huang Kaiyun faltered momentarily. Indao, having known him for many years, quickly discerned the subtle shift in his expression. How could one of the exalted 9 grand elders, with such a prestigious status, genuinely be unprepared with golden eggs? Alas, the grand elder of the Wanjian sect whose promises were inscribed black and white on the task board, was reduced to empty boasts. If this were to become common knowledge, it would severely tarnish his reputation throughout the entire cultivation realm. Who says I have no golden eggs? Look closely. Huang Saiyun's face turned crimson as he waved his sleeve lightly, on a table. 10 golden eggs were perfectly arranged in one corner. A purple gold hammer tied with red silk hung prominently. Seeing this, Kong Xian beamed. Thank you, Elder Sandai. I shall not be modest. I will smash the eggs now. Go ahead. Kong Xian spat on his palm, eagerly picking up the hammer. With a look of pure delight, he gazed at the 10 golden eggs and murmured, My greatest flaw is that when faced with numerous choices, I struggle to decide that if I could only smash one, I would surely be plagued by indecision. Thankfully, this reward belongs solely to me. No need for selection. Bang, bang, bang. He struck each of the 10 golden eggs in succession. Such reckless abandon left him satisfied. Yet the other attendees felt the ceremonial excitement of the prize drawing utterly ruined. Among all the disciples present, their concerns extended far beyond mere ceremony. They gazed at Kong Xian with envy, jealousy, and resentment, for he had claimed all the rewards for himself. These golden eggs had been personally designated by the elder of the 3 calamities, and the treasures within were tantalizing to imagine. To acquire even one would be a dream come true. Yet, this young lad had taken them all. All eyes were fixed upon him, breath held in anticipation of the rewards he would unveil. 50 spirit stones. Thankfully, it wasn't a one-time smash. Otherwise, just receiving this would have left me feeling utterly unfortunate. Kong Xian leaned forward to collect his spoils, hearing the first reward was merely a handful of spirit stones. The disciples collectively exhaled in relief that it was fortunate he hadn't immediately obtained something remarkable. Otherwise, their own hearts would have felt even more unbalanced. Even so, everyone was on tiptoe, breathlessly awaiting the revelation of the remaining rewards. Oh, another 50 spirit stones? Wow. Another 50 spirit stones? My word, for batches of 50 spirit stones, totaling only 200. You're truly something else, Kong Xian muttered to himself, casting an intentional glance at the elder, following his gaze. The eyes of all disciples shifted in unison toward the elder of the 3 calamities, 10 golden eggs, and 4 of them yielded a mere 200 spirit stones. If this had been devised by another, it might have seemed acceptable, but coming from the elder of the 3 calamities, such rewards were not merely low. They were absurd. Beside Huang Kaiyun, Mo Yindao chuckled softly. He knew Huang Saiyun's temperament all too well and couldn't resist commenting. What do you junior disciples understand? Do not be deceived by the fact that 4 of the 10 golden eggs yielded spirit stones. What of it? You must consider that there are still 6 yet to be revealed. Surely, the lottery designed by the elder of the 3 calamities would not be so ridiculous as to contain no treasures at all. How could that be? Youngsters must learn patience, considering how poor the earlier rewards were. The subsequent rewards are bound to be exceptional. Otherwise, how could the elder of the 3 calamities maintain his dignity? The assembled disciples, spurred by his words, nodded in understanding. His insights were indeed astute. Though the initial rewards were disappointing, surely the later ones would be superior. Like savoring a bun, it was entirely normal to take a bite and not encounter meat. Perhaps the next bite would be bursting with flavor. What is this? Kong Xian picked up a small porcelain vial and poured out a pill, momentarily doubting his own eyes. He quickly raised it high for all present to see. This is remarkable. This is the essential stabilizing spirit pill for entry-level disciples at the Qi condensation stage. Though it is classified as a low-grade pill, its quality is exceptional. If one could consume 1,000 or 800 in one go, it would certainly provide some benefit to the high-level disciples of Qi condensation. Young lad, how many do you have in that bottle? Upon witnessing this, Mo Yindao began to speak eloquently. This moment, he no longer found Kong Xian repulsive. Instead, an unusual feeling arose within him. This child was surprisingly clever. How pleasing to the eye he seemed. Kong Xian replied, reporting to you, esteemed senior, there are approximately 10 or so. Mo Yindao struggled to contain his laughter, glancing at Huang Kaiyun, and nodded vigorously. Huang Sandai, truly magnanimous. Did he even ask you? Why do you have to speak out of turn? Huang Saiyun's face turned ashen, his anger nearly erupting. Mo Indao shook his head, feigning restraint, and sighed, "Old man, alas, it's my fault for answering too quickly. And now you're angry. Young lad, if you don't recognize the next one, just ask your esteemed Elder Sandai. Let him personally enlighten you that I shall refrain from further comment." The two of them were like the best of friends, their relationship characterized by a playful rivalry. "All right, Elder Sandai, might I inquire what this is?" "A low-grade flying sword. Is it merely a low-grade flying sword?" Kong Xian scratched his ear, doubting his own hearing. He then picked up another item. "What about this one?" "Umph. Can't you tell it's the same type of thing?" "Are you blind?" Huang Kaiyun nearly jumped in indignation. Kong Xian shrugged, reflecting, "I truly would never have guessed that among 10 golden eggs, there would be 2 low-grade flying swords. What a revelation!" Mo Indao immediately stepped forward. Mocking, "Huang Sandai, why are you venting your frustrations on your disciple? Do remember he is the one who just helped you regain your dignity. Could it be that the combined value of these treasures is too high for you to bear? You can't afford it, can you? Fear not, young lad. Continue. He refuses to speak properly. I shall keep helping you identify them." All right. Kong Xian couldn't help but smile wryly, deciding not to ask about the similar items anymore. Among the 10 golden eggs, there emerged 4 spirit stones, 2 low-grade flying swords, and 2 stabilizing spirit pills. The last 2 appeared rather unimpressive. "Might I inquire, esteemed senior, what are these?" Now this one is indeed impressive. It is an antidote pill, capable of neutralizing the potent toxins from snakes, insects, mice, and ants. What if one were poisoned by a 9th-tier demon beast? Would it still be effective? Of course, it would be effective. And the results would be outstanding. If one were poisoned by a 9th-tier beast, consuming this pill would at least grant an extra hour of life. Wow, that's impressive. Kong Xian couldn't help but give a thumbs up. The two exchanged a knowing glance, sharing a smile. Their banter was relentless, effectively rubbing Huang Sayun's face in the dirt. Kong Xian's nature was such, he did not specifically intend to create enmity with Elder Sandai. When one behaves absurdly, one can only respond with even greater absurdity. He lifted the final item, cradling in his palm, and raised it high. "Everyone, take note. Among these 10 golden eggs, this is the last one. I wonder which esteemed elder might show some kindness and enlighten me on what this is. This item." Mo Indao focused his gaze in Kong Xian's palm, lay an irregular, non-metallic, non-iron object roughly the size of a mung bean. He stroked his chin, pondering for a moment. As an old soul of the nascent soul stage, he had seen much and suddenly recalled something. Nodding, "This is the seed of the Jing Tung Lan. The Jing Tung Lan is a rare, demonic vine. Do not underestimate it. Once animated, it rivals even demon beasts that, if cultivated properly, it can reach the level of refining essence. Moreover, this entity possesses a certain level of intelligence, which can provide immense assistance to Qi cultivators in battle. If a disciple of Qi condensation were to acquire it, I must say, this is indeed a remarkable treasure." Upon hearing this, amidst the sea of disappointed gazes, a glimmer of hope flickered. How wonderful it would be to possess such a Jing Tung Lan for protection. Whether traversing the world or battling others, having a fearsome vine emerge from the ground to ensnare and strike opponents would undoubtedly catch them off guard, increasing one's chances of victory. Mo Indao's lips curled slightly as he took a deep breath and continued. "However, this seed appears to have been dehydrated for at least 30 years. Whether it can still sprout is uncertainty. It is impossible would be too absolute. But in my view, this seed has little chance of germination. Huang Sandai, this is your own doing. Would you not agree?" At this, Huang Sayun's face became even more ghastly than that of a corpse dug up after 7 days. That a smile does not vanish. It merely shifts. The pride that had once graced his face had now fully transferred to Mo Indao. Chapter 70. 2 rewards. How could these be such worthless items? Was it not agreed that 10 rabbit tails are required for the exchange, and those who deliver them may smash a golden egg? Each of the 10 golden eggs contains treasures, medicinal pills, and spirit stones without number, and there must be at least 1 high-grade spirit pill. Why is it that what I obtained are all these items? Kong Xian seemed to be speaking to himself, his tone laced with dejection, his expression one of grievance that in truth, the intended audience understood well. Kong Xian had come to realize that these items were not merely unworthy of the 9 grand elders, but were also redundant scraps for disciples like himself from the Xianlin Peak, with even a slight fortune. Nevertheless, a mosquito's leg is still meat. Despite the fact that the stabilizing spirit pills bore little effect on him, he collected them all, especially the last seed of the Jingtung Lan, which stirred his heart. In the hands of others, it might not sprout, but in his possession, the chance was not so bleak. If it underwent quality enhancement through heavenly and earthly means, the likelihood of germination would be quite promising. Huang Sandai, your task board clearly stipulates the rewards. Now that Kong Xian has broken them all, where is the high-grade spirit pill you wrote about? Look, the poor child is nearly in tears from grievance. As a prestigious elder, you ought to provide an explanation to everyone. No? Kong Xian, fear not. Today, I shall ensure justice is served on your behalf. Mo Yindao firmly stood by Kong Xian's side, relentlessly pursuing Huang Kaiyun. Huang Kaiyun was known for his extreme stinginess, by not directly stating the task rewards, but instead opting for golden eggs. He concealed his intentions. The blue-eared, golden-patterned rabbit is notoriously timid. Its tail, though a low-tier spiritual material, is exceedingly rare due to its elusive nature. Thus, even if one were fortunate enough to complete the task, managing to crack open only 1 or 2 golden eggs would be the limit. Therefore, his cunning was invested in the golden eggs. What he had placed inside were all worthless items. Even if someone managed to smash a golden egg, if the rewards were subpar, these young disciples would simply blame their luck upon returning home. No one could have anticipated that Kong Xian would unearth their secrets. Mo Yindao chuckled. Hey, Huang Sandai, what are you dazed about? If you cannot afford to give the disciples their rightful rewards, you may speak up publicly. Just say the word, and I can assist you. This disciple, Kong Xian, I find quite appealing. Were it not for our Mo family not accepting outsiders, I would have taken him back to inherit my teachings. Upon hearing this, all the disciples present looked at Kong Xian with envy, their eyes practically gleaming with jealousy. Any disciple at the qi condensation stage would be assured a bright future under the favor of a nascent soul elder. Huang Kaiyun gritted his teeth. Old Mo, you a defeated general. Have no shame. Do not forget, Kong Xian is my lucky charm. Today he has helped me reclaim my honor. Naturally, I must reward him well. However, before that, we must clarify the terms. I actually possess a total of 12 golden eggs. Who would have known that the ones I just revealed were so unfortunate that they yielded no good rewards? As he spoke, he gently lifted his hand. And indeed, 2 more golden eggs appeared in his grasp. These 2 golden eggs contained truly valuable items. However, as per usual, anyone wishing to obtain them would still need to exchange rabbit tails to dough. Montak Yindao cursed inwardly. This old miser. It was agreed upon 10 golden eggs, and now that all 10 have been smashed, he brings forth 2 more that he keeps twisting the narrative to his advantage, truly cunning with age. Kong Xian, you have splendidly completed the task I assigned. The golden eggs you were due as reward have been smashed. I promised you further gifts, and now I present them. For each rabbit tail, you receive an additional 100 spirit stones. Here, 1,000 spirit stones for you. Are you satisfied? Huang Kaiyun declared, tossing a storage bag. Thank you, Elder Sandai. Kong Xian's eyes lit up as he caught it with ease. Huang Kaiyun wore a smug expression. Young lad, before me, you think you can escape unscathed? A mere 1,000 spirit stones, and you treat it like a treasure? Truly inexperienced, he secretly mocked Kong Xian. Little did he know. Kong Xian bowed deeply, beaming with joy, and said, So it turns out elders still had 2 golden eggs. I nearly misjudged your reluctance to part with treasures. I, being of lesser talent, happen to have 2 rabbit tails on hand. Elder, if it is not too much trouble, shall we continue to crack the eggs? What? You have more? Huang Kaiyun gazed at the 2 rabbit tails thrown by Kong Xian, his heart twisting in sympathy. Feeling quite distressed, Kong Xian bashfully picked up the purple gold hammer, perfectly holding 2 in his grasp. What a stroke of luck! This hammer is truly a fine tool. Might you consider gifting it to me? Mo Yindao could not help but burst into hearty laughter. Ha! Excellent. This lad is indeed the pride of the Wanxian sect. His gaze fell upon his hands. Marvelous. Huang Sanzai, be magnanimous. Let us see what treasures lie within the final 2 golden eggs. Huang Caiyun's temples twitched violently as he looked at Kong Xian. Rubbing his eyes in disbelief, I S this disciple from Xianlin Peak, not the reincarnation of an adversary from my past life. Is he here to assist me or to seek vengeance? Did I disturb your ancestral resting place in my youth? Must I endure this torment? He stood dazed for a moment, silently pocketing the 2 golden eggs. The onlookers, though silent, could not conceal a glimmer of disdain in their eyes. Suddenly, Huang Kaiyun said with gravity, "Cough! Kong Xian, at such a young age, you possess such fortune. It is indeed a blessing for our sect. Today, I shall bestow upon you a remarkable boon. This one is a top-grade medicinal pill, the poison-breaking pearl. This pill is a true antidote to all poisons, should you carry it with you. Fear not the toxic miasmas surrounding Xianlin Peak. You may even tread into the 3 perilous realms of the Goeishu without fear of losing your life. Are you satisfied with this gift of superior elixir?" Kong Xian glanced furtively at Mo Yindao, who, with a smile in his eyes, subtly nodded. He quickly realized and exclaimed with excitement, "Thank you, Elder Sanzai, for this generous gift of the medicinal pill. Might I inquire what the other item is?" Huang Kaiyun snorted coldly. Mo Yindao hastily interjected, "Huang Sanzai, do not be so coy. This is your disciple from the Wanxian sect, not a gift for someone else. Do not be stingy." He had given the bloodstone to the other party, wishing for them to bleed profusely in return to ease his own resentment. To A.S. the best of friends, both the gifted and the mundane share similar mindsets. Falling into the cesspool is already unfortunate enough. However, dragging a friend down with him would be the greatest joy. Witnessing Kong Xian inadvertently maneuvering to outsmart Huang Kaiyun filled Mo Yindao's heart with excitement, surpassing even the thrill of defeating Huang Sanzai himself. Indeed, Elder Mo, you speak truly. This is, after all, a disciple of our sect, destined for a bright future. Kong Xian, I grant you a second benefit. I shall utilize my esteemed privilege as the Grand Elder to elevate you directly to Iron Hoof Peak. Shortly, take my jade slip and report to Iron Hoof Peak. Moreover, should you attain the refinement stage at Iron Hoof Peak, I shall personally accept you as my true disciple. In the future, I shall cultivate you into a paragon of our sect. And if you encounter any disciples of the Mo family outside, you shall hold the upper hand and assert your dominance. Express your gratitude. With that, a jade slip floated before Kong Xian's eyes. He provocatively glanced at Mo Yindao, who grimaced as if he had swallowed a fly. What? A promise of an entire future? Just like that. Everyone present was taken aback, not expecting Elder Sanzai to make such a generous offer. Gazing at the Grand Elder's jade slip, many could not hold back their tears. The opportunity to transition from Xianlin Peak to Iron Hoof Peak is exceedingly rare. Each year, only one trial is held. With barely a handful passing, miss one trial, and one must wait another year. Unless one is among the 7 swords of Xianlin, the chances of ascending to Iron Hoof Peak are slim. The Golden Pill Path is a competition against heaven. It is also a race against one's own lifespan. Should one survive past 35 years of age without entering Iron Hoof Peak, age becomes a barrier, indicating insufficient talent. Thus, Iron Hoof Peak does not accept older disciples. Consequently, many older disciples ultimately descend the mountain to live a humble life, quietly passing their days that a scant few, unable to make any progress in their cultivation, end up living out their days in solitude within secluded caves. No matter how splendid Xianlin Peak may be, seizing the once-a-year opportunity to enter Iron Hoof Peak remains the sole path to prolonging one's lineage. Today, not only did Elder Sanzai grant him entry to Iron Hoof Peak, but he also paved the way for the Golden Pill Path, all in one go. Such fortuity, had it not been for Huang Xian's pent-up frustration, which he unleashed to vex Mo Yindao, he would never have spoken so freely. Looking at the Grand Elder's jade slip, everyone was envious, their insides boiling with jealousy, even their breaths tinged with bitterness. Kong Xian shyly scratched his head, reaching out to gently move the jade slip aside. "Elder, I must respectfully decline. Who among the disciples could refuse such a benefit? Have you considered this thoroughly?" Huang Kaiyun could not help but furrow his brow. "I have indeed considered it. This is not the first time I have declined the offer to Iron Hoof Peak." Kong Xian smiled bashfully, his tone gentle, yet his words sent shivers down everyone's spine. Huang Kaiyun's gaze turned fierce as he said, "You young rascal, do you possess such fortune yet refuse to strive for progress?" Kong Xian replied calmly, "Elder, I assure you, I shall go to Ironhoof Peak. However, I previously made a wager with Elder Tiemian that if I am to go to Ironhoof Peak, it must be based on my own merit. Of course, completing your task and compelling you to allow me to go to Ironhoof Peak is also a matter of merit. Yet, if he insists on being difficult later, wouldn't that be unfair? Sigh, I cannot be bothered to explain it to him." Hearing his casual tone utter such astonishing words, everyone present gasped in disbelief. At such a tender age, he had already received an invitation from the second of the 9 Grand Elders to ascend directly to Ironhoof Peak. And he has the audacity to refuse, time and again. Who possesses the audacity to act as a mediator among the exalted 9 Grand Elders of the sect? Surely only the 4 Great Protectors or the sect leader could. This Kong Xian truly incites frustration. Chapter 71. A fine sword. Kong Xian silently produced the blood-red jade pendant and presented it. "Elder Sanzai, please take a look. This is the jade pendant given to me by Elder Tiemian. Perhaps you could use this as a reference and provide me with a similar item." Upon seeing this object, Huang Xian's expression shifted from skepticism to astonishment. This lad speaks the truth. The youth of today are truly remarkable. It is not merely the younger generation pushing the older. It is as if a tempest has arisen in the Yangtze, creating tumultuous waves, while the previous generation perishes on the shores, oblivious to their fate. "Huang Sanzai, I say, do you not possess a fire and flame sword? Did you not carry it during your travels in your youth? Now would be the perfect time to gift it to Kong Xian. Would it not?" Mo Yindao suddenly supported his chin in thought. Huang Caiyun's face contorted in anguish. "The fire and flame sword? That is a treasure I intend to pass on to my chosen disciple. It cannot be given lightly." Behind Huang Kaiyun, 2 true disciples, Shi Yuqing and Shi Haoyang, simultaneously turned pale. They were well aware of the fire and flame sword, coveting the superior flying sword personally used by their master. They had both pleaded for it countless times in private. Their master cherished this sword dearly, always claiming the time was not ripe. Not only was touching it prohibited, but even the thought of passing it down was dismissed. Hearing the name of the fire and flame sword made their hearts race with excitement. Forget it. Huang Caiyun's thoughts raced, glancing at the seemingly amused Mo Yindao, realizing his own lapse in composure. The fire and flame sword is a superior flying sword. Without sufficient strength to reach the refinement stage, it is exceedingly difficult to channel the spiritual energy required to wield such a weapon. I bestow it upon you today. Take great care of it. Never draw it lightly. Should this sword be unsheathed, it will unleash a conflagration of catastrophic proportions," he concluded. Grasping at the air, the crimson flying sword appeared, its tip pointing skyward, hovering gently in the palm of his hand, rotating slowly. The sword was slender, flowing like autumn water, glimmering with a faint silver sheen. Upon the spine of the sword, fiery patterns seemed to dance. Flames flickered within the sword, sometimes blazing brightly, at other times dim and shadowy, as if it possessed a life of its own. The blade was extraordinarily sharp. With a mere slash, it could rend the void, leaving behind a slender fissure. This sword, named Fire and Flame, shone like a brilliant star amidst the heavens, embodying endless mystery and power. Superior flying swords are exceedingly rare. Many smaller sects do not possess even a single one. Inferior flying swords can only be used for basic attacks. Medium-grade flying swords can enhance the power of spells when wielded by cultivators. In contrast, superior flying swords can bear profound magical powers upon their blades. If a formidable cultivator above the Golden Pill stage were to inscribe formations upon it, the sword would automatically activate its formations upon the arrival of spiritual energy, unleashing formidable spells, even within a prestigious sect like the 10,000 Immortals. Only a handful of prodigious disciples possess such exquisite treasures. The majority of those present had never even laid eyes on such a marvel. This moment, witnessing the exquisite flying sword that shimmered with a dark hue tinged with red. They felt an overwhelming envy that nearly brought them to tears. This sword was not only magnificent in appearance, but also imbued with formidable array power. Its very crafting contained the essence of the earth fire from the abyss of blazing flames. Moreover, the elder of the three calamities, being adept in the arts of wind, fire, and thunder, had, with his nascent soul cultivation, designed an intricate three-layered array upon this superior flying sword. The first layer was an offensive array comprising the three calamities: wind, fire, and thunder. It included the wind sweeping the cloud sword technique, the fire dancing to burn the heaven sword method, and the thunderous fury sword formation. The wind sweeping the cloud sword technique, for instance, utilized the ember sword as a medium, harnessing the power of the wind calamity locked within the array by the elder. With a swing of the sword, a tempest roared, sweeping the heavens and ensnaring enemies within its grasp, rendering them unable to escape. In a flash of sword light, adversaries were torn asunder, dissipating like remnants of clouds. The fire dancing to burn the heavens and thunderous fury were equally adept at vanquishing demons and malevolent entities, invincible in their might. The second layer of the array was the array-breaking technique, extinguishing the lost seal. This technique harnessed the essence of earth fire contained within the ember sword, igniting the sword in a blaze of flames upon execution. As it danced, the flames coalesced into a towering fiery vortex, specifically designed to breach the domain of those in the refinement stage. The third layer of the array was the secret technique, Ember's End, Flame's Legacy. This technique could not be executed lightly, for it could only be performed a limited number of times. Should it be used thrice, the ember sword would shatter. Even a golden core cultivator would suffer catastrophic injuries facing this technique. The elder of the three calamities fixed his gaze intently upon Kong Xian. In that instant, Kong Xian felt a paralyzing numbness wash over him. Simultaneously, a sharp pain pierced his brow, and a drop of blood floated outward from his forehead. Heavenly mercy, blood sacrifice for refinement. A few disciples could no longer contain their astonishment and cried out, "Superior grade treasures and above are imbued with powerful array energies, unlike inferior grade flying swords, which anyone can wield. These treasures generally require a master to use them. Typically, one must pierce their fingertip and drip blood to recognize their master. If the treasure is particularly profound, assistance from a senior is needed for blood sacrifice refinement, enabling the heir to fully master it." At this moment, what unfolded before the crowd was indeed a blood sacrifice refinement. The droplet of blood from Kong Xian's brow melded into the ember sword. Before anyone could react, the blazing sword flickered with brilliance, transforming into a deep black, akin to charcoal, yet with a faint red glow flickering within. In an instant, through the power of the nascent soul, the treasure was fully refined. From that moment forth, this superior flying sword became Kong Xian's exclusive possession. Suddenly, Kong Xian felt an extraordinary and potent force emanating from the ember sword, a sensation unlike any other. Whether it was the demon-slaying sword or the inferior flying swords within his storage pouch, they all felt like mere external objects. Only the ember sword, at the moment of blood sacrifice refinement, seemed destined to merge with his very being. Feeling the overwhelming and destructive power contained within the ember sword, a surge of ambition welled up within Kong Xian as he gazed at the elder of the three calamities, whose expression had softened into one of profound kindness. He was suddenly filled with a sense of the weighty responsibility of passing the flame. This sword demanded an immense expenditure of spiritual energy. Caution was warranted, lest it fall to the ground. Indeed, Kong Xian brought his hands together before him in a sword seal. It took a force 1,000 times greater than what he typically exerted to control an inferior flying sword, akin to moving a mountain. After a moment, he slowly maneuvered the seemingly light sword before himself. Such potential for teaching. To the onlookers, it appeared unremarkable. The two nascent soul elders exchanged glances, and in each other's eyes, they found genuine admiration. Remarkably, Kong Xian, being merely at the 6th level of qi condensation, was able to manipulate this sword with his spiritual energy, something that would likely elude even those at the 8th or 9th levels. This young man's spiritual energy and innate talent had far surpassed the ordinary. Huang Kaiyun remarked, "Old Mo, this matter is settled. Shall we continue our game? Very well. Let us proceed. What is this expression? You, a nascent soul elder, possess treasures aplenty. Surely, you aren't truly angered over such a minor loss? In truth, I was left perplexed by today's events. if not for Kong Xian, relying solely on your so-called 7 swords of Xianlin. You would undoubtedly have fallen to my hands, huh? Old M.O., I knew your defeat would not sit well with you. What do you wish to wager next? Speak freely. I am more than willing to challenge you again. The two conversed as they stepped onto the clouds, swiftly vanishing from sight. After the blood sacrifice refinement, Kong Xian felt a new connection with the Ember Sword and a method for wielding this sword surfaced in his mind. Silently, he retracted the flying sword, offering a shy smile. Before the crowd could converge upon him, he quietly departed. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, Kong Xian gathered all his spiritual energy in his mouth and, following the newly acquired sword technique, swallowed. To his astonishment, the sword transformed into a streak of red light, instantly entering his mouth. Chapter 72. The Ivy Orchid. To speak of the mysterious nature of immortal arts, one must consider this moment. The sword, having been consumed, brought no discomfort whatsoever. In an instant, it felt as though it had fused with his very being. After a brief recovery of his spiritual energy, he memorized the next segment of incantation. Silently reciting the spell, he suddenly opened his mouth. Whoosh! A red light erupted from his lips, and the Ember Sword soared forth once more. This technique of concealing the sword within one's mouth was indeed astonishing. Kong Xian believed he had now met the criteria to be viewed as a sword immortal in the eyes of mortals, capable of swallowing flying swords, should this technique be employed effectively in the face of adversaries. It could yield remarkable results. However, the act of swallowing and expelling this sword exacted a significant toll on his spiritual energy. Sweat beads formed upon his brow and temples. Hastily, Kong Xian consumed the spirit-settling pill he had acquired today, replenishing his spiritual energy. Along with the Ember Sword came numerous practical incantations. The first layer contained 3 incantations to control the wind, fire, and thunder arrays, necessitating the 9th level of Qi condensation to wield. Upon attempting the first incantation, wind sweeping the cloud sword technique, Kong Xian discovered that, with his current spiritual energy, he could not execute it all and had to abandon the effort. Next, he retrieved the seed of the Ivy Orchid. This object appeared exceedingly ordinary, resembling little more than a grain of sand. Had it not been for Old Mo's mention of it being the Ivy Orchid seed, it might well have been discarded among pebbles without a second glance. With his cultivation, Kong Xian felt no trace of life's mysteries emanating from it. Closing his eyes and focusing, he summoned the treasure, the heavenly knowledge and earthly insight. He gently placed the Ivy Orchid seed within the treasure's confines, then began to deposit the spirit stones he had amassed today. One by one, after placing 50 spirit stones, the seed remained dormant at the bottom of the treasure, tranquil and unperturbed. Is this insufficient? Kong Xian thought, feeling a flicker of anticipation. Without hesitation, he continued to invest spirit stones. As he inserted a total of 600 spirit stones, ripples began to form across the surface of the water-like mirror of spiritual energy created by the heavenly knowledge and earthly insight. A mysterious force surged forth, triggering a tumultuous dance of clouds and dragons, coalescing into a brilliant radiance that enveloped the Ivy Orchid seed. The vast spiritual energy contained within the spirit stones now converged mightily, utilizing the treasure's power to enact a temporal reshaping upon the Ivy Orchid seed, enhancing its quality. Finally, the seed began to undergo a miraculous transformation. The once dull and lifeless seed coat now sparkled with translucence, as if life was quietly awakening within. Gradually, a fine fissure appeared upon the seed coat, reminiscent of a crack in the earth, heralding the birth of new life. Kong Xian held his breath, intently observing the seed's metamorphosis. He watched as the crack widened, and a tender green vine, akin to a thread, slowly emerged, gently swaying. It seemed to greet the world. As the vine extended, it began to grow visibly from the seed, forming a vibrant little ivy orchid. That moment, the top leaves of the ivy orchid suddenly sparkled with a faint glow, as though an intelligence was awakening. A realization struck Kong Xian. This ivy orchid seed had successfully sprouted and begun to develop a semblance of thought. He tenderly caressed the delicate leaves of the young ivy orchid, which felt like jelly beneath his fingers, his heart brimming with joy and anticipation. This was indeed a precious item he had acquired at the cost of 600 spirit stones. Surrounding the main vine, several smaller branches and leaves sprouted, clustering together in an adorable formation. The main vine was no longer than a sprout of bean tea this moment. The main vine gently coiled around Kong Xian's finger. Suddenly, a sharp thorn sprang forth, piercing through Kong Xian's fingertip. A tremendous suction began to draw blood from the wound. In the blink of an eye, a thin line of blood coursed throughout the ivy orchid. Once he grasped the situation, Kong Xian felt as though a shadow of the ivy orchid had materialized within his mind. It turned out that this little creature was also recognizing its master through blood absorption. "You little rascal, a little warning would have been nice before you started sucking blood. Do you know I almost squished you into a twisted rope just now? Now that we've completed the master recognition, make sure to behave properly from now on." At this moment, the newly sprouted vine, though a mere infant, absorbed the blood of Kong Xian, causing its length to double in an instant. Its girth began to rival that of a peanut seedling. And as the bloodline extended, its length approached nearly a foot. The blood of Kong Xian was inherently distinct from that of an ordinary person. Firstly, it was tainted with an abundance of demonic energy. Having consumed numerous demon cores, which were exceedingly beneficial to the vine. Secondly, due to his absorption of vast amounts of spiritual spring water, the richness of spiritual energy in his blood was beyond imagination. Furthermore, with 80 rare heavenly materials and earthly treasures at his disposal, the medicinal potency of these plants was immensely nourishing to this vine. Within Kong Xian's bloodline, an extraordinary vitality had already awakened. All these factors represented unimaginable advantages for a plant. Nourished from the very moment it touched the ground by such blood, the benefits to this vine were self-evident, and its future was boundless. Kong Xian gestured towards the direction of the spiritual spring within his cave abode, instructing, "From this day forth, you shall grow diligently near the spring's source. You are not to leave without my command." Although this entity possessed limited intelligence, it was utterly obedient to its master. As Kong Xian had anticipated, the vine seemed to nod slightly before wriggling towards the direction of the spiritual spring like a caterpillar. The spiritual spring within the cave was of considerable significance to an aura-gathering cultivator. Moreover, for this newly born vine, it would greatly aid in its early development. Plants inherently grow at an accelerated pace, and this extraordinary vine, nourished by such a high-quality spiritual spring, would surely thrive even more rapidly. Allowing it to remain here for self-development would require little concern from Kong Xian. Next came the superior-grade poison cleansing pearl. Unlike ordinary elixirs, this pearl was a consumable with vast potential. For instance, the thunder elixir, when infused with spiritual energy, could explode instantaneously, unleashing a torrent of thunder and lightning. The poison cleansing pearl operated similarly. When worn, it would automatically activate in the presence of toxic miasma, assisting in neutralizing its effects. However, this item would deplete with use, consuming more energy the stronger the surrounding toxins. Kong Xian invested 800 spirit stones into this pearl, elevating it to its pinnacle. Today, he had suffered a considerable loss of spirit stones, feeling a pang of regret. As the smoke dissipated within the celestial observer, Kong Xian's eyes lit up upon retrieving the top-tier poison cleansing pearl. It indeed lived up to its reputation as a superior-grade consumable. The pearl shimmered as if coated with a layer of jade, its brilliance flowing continuously. Inside, it housed a brilliant, starry river, with countless points of light silently circulating. The air around it shimmered with a distorted aura of thunder, as if this object were so perfect that it approached a state of being uncontainable by heaven and earth, threatening to summon a miniature thunder tribulation to shatter the pearl. Witnessing this, Kong Xian hastily cradled the pearl in his arms, reluctant to part with it. Regrettably, its substantial consumption meant it was still a consumable. If it were to diminish with use, potentially vanishing one day, it would be a great loss indeed. He pondered whether he might consume it instead, curious about the potential outcome. Such a pearl, if ingested by an ordinary disciple, would likely be indigestible, resulting in the absurdity of it being expelled whole the next day. However, with the red character technique of the Swallowing Sky Sutra, which refined his body as a cauldron for further alchemical processes, he felt somewhat confident in this notion. Yet, as this pearl was a detoxifying elixir, its creation as an external consumable rather than an internal one suggested a strategy of using poison against poison, making it unfit for ingestion. Given that his cultivation was still insufficient, he worried about the possibility of being unable to digest it, which could lead to dire consequences and poisoning. With this thought, he suppressed the notion for the time being. Subsequently, Kong Xian began to organize the benefits he had gained near the Misty Ridge. What proved most useful to him at present were the demon cores in his storage pouch. The battle against the Iron Owl and the Poison Lizard was still fresh in his memory, and his yearning for cultivation enhancement made him eager. He began to consume the 14 demon cores he had collected, each of a rank higher than 5. One by one, the crimson light in his mind grew increasingly vibrant with the nourishment of the demon cores. Finally, after devouring the last of the cores he had brought back, his cultivation progressed from the pinnacle of the 6th layer of aura gathering to the 7th layer. Approximately 3 days later, Kong Xian exhaled a breath of stale air, opening his eyes to reveal a newfound brilliance in his gaze. Having entered Xianlin Peak, he had ascended from the peak of the 5th layer to the 7th layer in less than a month. Such a speed would surely be met with disbelief by others. Each layer of advancement in the aura-gathering realm brought with it an exponential increase in spiritual power. Previously, at the peak of the 6th layer, Kong Xian needed considerable time to gather enough energy to unleash the fire sword. Now, with a significant boost in spiritual energy, he could wield it continuously. Manipulating the fire sword with flying sword techniques was now tenfold smoother than before, transitioning from slow movement to a barely manageable rapid flight. Kong Xian sought not to be greedy, focusing on mastering the simplest technique of the flying sword's direct thrust. Although straightforward, practicing it 3 to 5 times would deplete his spiritual energy entirely. Without elixirs, he would require an hour to recover fully. Thus, he toiled in seclusion for another half-month, finally perfecting the simplest form of the fire sword's direct thrust. When he unleashed it, a beam of red light shot forth like lightning, striking within 10 zhong. Its speed was beyond that of ordinary flying swords, making it nearly impossible for a typical aura-gathering practitioner to evade it on this day. Kong Xian finally forcefully opened the stone door. Emboldened as he stepped into the task corridor, he still possessed a considerable amount of spiritual materials from various spirit beasts, many of which were required for tasks. Upon reaching the task area, he noted that due to restrictions on the task jade slips, each individual could only accept a maximum of 3 tasks at a time. After a lengthy consideration, he selected 3 tasks and promptly proceeded to the assessment hall to submit his completed tasks. Following this, he returned to the corridor to accept more tasks that, in quick succession, he completed 3 to 4 rounds, all while drawing the curious gazes of those around him. Who is this person? Is he treating tasks as a game? Someone wondered aloud, "Dada, it's him. I've seen him before. He is Kong Xian. Just half a month ago, he threw 12 rabbit tails in the assessment hall, impressing Elder Sanjai." Another exclaimed, "I heard that Elder Sanjai even verbally agreed to take him as a personal disciple. Could it be that he completed all those tasks in an instant?" In the corridor, disciples whispered among themselves, some daringly following him. Upon discovering that he was indeed completing tasks almost instantaneously, they returned to spread tales of Kong Xian's exploits with even greater embellishment. Having completed 5 tasks, Kong Xian accepted 3 more related to spirit beasts, ones well within his capabilities and offering relatively high rewards, before making his way down the mountain without delay. The onlookers couldn't help but sigh in admiration. The tasks involving spirit beast materials in the assessment hall yield significantly higher points, don't they? One remarked. Indeed, our routine tasks yield only 5 to 10 points, whereas the spirit beast material tasks can garner anywhere from 30 to 50, or even over 100 points at this rate. He will undoubtedly have his name on the updated list of the Xianlin 7 swords this year. What a prodigy! We can only admire such strength. It's beyond our reach, indeed. Among the Xianlin's 7 swords, only the first-ranked Gao Zhao could rival Kong Xian. The others, well, I must say they're not in the same league, the one at the bottom of the rankings. Zhou Jixiang was merely a filler last time, that I'm certain he will face dire consequences this time. Are you all tired of life, gossiping about senior brother Gao behind his back? At that moment, 4 individuals approached from outside the corridor. Leading the group was the impeccably refined figure of Gao Zhao, a paragon of elegance. As if he had stepped out from the pages of a painting, he always exuded an air of untouchable purity, leaving others with a sense of being in the presence of greatness. Just a glance from his indifferent gaze felt like a refreshing spring breeze. It seemed they had all overheard the previous conversation. Nevertheless, Gao Zhao maintained a serene expression, merely smiling in response to those who mentioned his name. Trailing behind him were two men and a woman. The female disciple, with a strikingly beautiful visage and eyes that resembled exquisite artwork, appeared to discreetly observe Gao Zhao. The slight upturn of her lips hinted at an elusive playfulness. Her flowing dark hair danced in the wind, with a few rebellious strands occasionally brushing against her cheek. Adding to her allure, she was Tian Weiwei, the third ranked among the Xianlin Seven Swords. Her gait was graceful and ethereal, a finely crafted longsword adorning her waist. The sword sheath, embellished with intricate cloud patterns, exuded both elegance and mystery. Her long, powerful hands seemed to harbor boundless strength, poised to unleash swift and precise strikes. Her breathtaking beauty and confident demeanor captivated all, making her the second focal point of attention, even while standing behind Gao Zhao. After gazing upon the resplendent Gao Zhao, the crowd's eyes irresistibly gravitated towards her silver moon-like presence. With a slight frown, Tian Weiwei delicately parted her lips to speak. Senior Brother Gao has always been devoid of any desire for conflict and never wishes to compete with others. Are you not aware of this? If anyone dares to casually discuss Senior Brother Gao again, I shall ensure they are silenced. Her words were laden with deep affection for Gao Zhao. Observing her earnestness, the crowd instinctively fell silent. Kong Xian? I recall now, is he not the one who recently accomplished the elder's task single-handedly? Gao Zhao inquired nonchalantly, a rare spark of curiosity evident on his face. Indeed, it was this Kong Xian. I wonder where he emerged from, disrupting our plans, remarked one of the two men accompanying Gao Zhao, both of whom frequently stood by his side. They were Zheng Chengde, ranked 6th among the Xianlin Seven Swords, and Zhou Jixiang, the least esteemed of them all. Oh, it truly is him, Gao Zhao said, a hint of amusement flickering across his features. Among the group, Zhou Jixiang's expression was the most sullen. He had reached the 7th level of qi condensation for 2 years now. Last year's score tally revealed that while Gao Zhao had amassed an astonishing 2,000 points, leaving the rest far behind, Zhou Jixiang's score was a mere 685, only 5 points more than the 8th place, with two others scoring 879. Thus, behind closed doors, everyone whispered that Zhou Jixiang, being the lowest ranked among the Xianlin Seven Swords, was merely there to make up the numbers. Hearing the praise for Kong Xian from others did not particularly bother the rest of the group. However, for Zhou Jixiang, whose position was already precarious, the comments in Gao Zhao's expression made his countenance grow increasingly grim. During this time, he had basked in the benefits of following Gao Zhao. As Gao Zhao thrived, he could at least enjoy the soup. Yet, with the completion of today's task, Gao Zhao would enter seclusion to prepare for a significant event. Without his towering presence, Zhou Jixiang genuinely feared for his standing. What troubled him most was Gao Zhao's ambiguous attitude. If Gao Zhao indeed held any interest in Kong Xian, perhaps even intending to support him, then his own position would inevitably be supplanted by Kong Xian. Pondering this, Zhou Jixiang's face took on a greenish hue. Last time, Senior Brother Gao put in so much effort to bring back the tails of 3 blue-eared, golden-patterned rabbits. Yet upon his return, I heard that this Kong Xian had already seized the opportunity. This fellow seems utterly oblivious to his own limitations and craves the spotlight. Does he not understand the saying, the tallest tree in the forest will be the first to be felled? Thankfully, Senior Brother Gao is magnanimous and does not stoop to his level. Zhou Jixiang's jealousy was palpable, even if everyone else remained silent in Gao Zhao's presence. Gao Zhao smiled slightly. Zhou Jixiang, we are all fellow disciples. Such words that undermine our unity should not be spoken in the future. Indeed, Tian Weiwei added, Senior Brother Gao, this task offers substantial rewards. Let us proceed to the Hall of Task Completion to submit our findings. Very well. With that, the group made their way towards the Hall of Task Completion. Moments later, they bid farewell to their Senior Brother Gao as he entered seclusion. Zhou Jixiang returned alone to the task corridor. his expression darkening, causing others to avoid him like the plague. Suddenly, he coldly inquired amidst the crowd, "Who can tell me what task Kong Xian just accepted? Where has it gone now?" An eerie silence enveloped the surroundings. Suddenly, someone emerged from the crowd, whispering, "Senior Brother Zhou, may I have a word?" It was Fu Jinan, who had been nursing a grudge against Kong Xian since their last encounter. Despite having sought assistance from Yilaoshi, she had vanished without a trace, while Kong Xian remained lively and unharmed. Even though he had recently procured spiritual herbs, allowing him to move freely, complete recovery would still take several months. The mere thought of Kong Xian caused him pain. "Senior Brother, I noticed that Kong Xian has accepted a task to gather spiritual materials from demon beasts near the soul-severing cliff. That little brat deserves a good lesson." Sigh. The soul-severing cliff has a sheer drop of 1,000 fathoms. If only that little rascal were to lose his footing and never return. Fu Jinan lamented. Upon hearing this, Zhou Jixiang's brows furrowed deeply, pointing a finger at Fu Jinan, causing him to fall silent. The soul-severing cliff lay 300 miles southeast of Xianlin Peak, marking the first destination of Kong Xian's departure from Xianlin Peak. He had accepted 3 tasks, the soul-severing cliff first, followed by the Serpent Cave to the south, and lastly, the Black Hollow Valley. These tasks formed an arc that stretched ever farther, leading through a vast forest rarely trodden by human feet. This was precisely Kong Xian's intent. While others accepted tasks one by one, each task presenting its own challenges, Kong Xian felt little difficulty. The Frostmoon Spirit Deer, a majestic creature, boasted a slender form and delicate limbs, resembling the purest of nature spirits. Their silvery fur shimmered like moonlight upon snow, casting a faint glow. The antlers of the Frostmoon Spirit Deer were long and slender, elegantly curved, exuding a gentle chill. They thrived under the moonlight, gracefully bounding through moonlit forests as though merging with the light itself. Legend spoke of their antlers having a mysterious connection to the moon, capable of harnessing its power to heal wounds or enhance strength. Generally, Frostmoon Spirit Deer would not attack other beasts or humans. But if they sensed a threat to their young, they would fiercely defend their kin. The tips of their antlers could condense frigid energy, launching icy projectiles to slay foes. Kong Xian, however, could not bear to harm these charming beings. After locating a herd of over 30 Frostmoon Spirit Deer, he followed them for 3 days, devising various methods to carefully harvest the antlers from 12 adult deer, ensuring he completed the task twice while preserving enough for the herd to retain their survival capabilities.